In the city of Qingyun, the talented youth Lin Fan was betrothed to the saintess Su Qingge of the Yunlan sect since childhood, drawing envy from those around. However, 3 years ago, in a bid to save the saintess, he fell victim to a mysterious poison, rendering him powerless and a mere shell of his former self. 3 years later, the saintess descended to the mortal realm, not to express gratitude, but to sever ties, presenting him with a letter of divorce. Lin Fan, you and I have become worlds apart. This engagement must be dissolved. Amidst endless humiliation, the enigmatic ancient sword within Lin Fan, dormant for 3 years, suddenly awakened. It turned out that he had never been poisoned, but rather possessed the Jimmy, which required 3 years of silence to break free and ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path. From that moment forth, a sword master returned, determined to reclaim all that he had lost 1,000-fold. Chapter 1. Once a genius, now a wastrel. In Qingyun City, within the Lin family estate, the chill of late autumn swept through the numerous courtyards, stirring the fallen yellow leaves into a mournful rustle, adding an air of desolation and coldness to the grand residence. The waning rays of the setting sun struggled to pierce the thin clouds, casting a mournful orange hue upon the horizon, yet failing to warm the estate. In the northwest corner, in a dilapidated courtyard almost forgotten by his kin, a youth clad in green sat alone upon a barren stone bench. He appeared somewhat frail, his complexion pale, lips lacking color. Only his eyes, deep and mysterious like an ancient well, calmly gazed upon the gnarled branches of an old locust tree, which had long since begun to wither. He was Lin Fan. Once, this name resonated throughout Qingyun City, a rare luminary of the Lin family, a prodigy admired by countless individuals. At merely 15, he had broken through to the foundational realm, a feat many would struggle to achieve in a lifetime, mastering the ancestral Liuyun sword technique to an extraordinary level, with sword light flowing like clouds in water, leaving no trace behind. Even more enviable was his engagement to the saintess Su Qingge of the Yunlan sect, a future bright with promise, as if the entire world of cultivation unfurled beneath his feet. However, a cataclysmic event 3 years prior shattered all of this. To save his fiancée Su Qingge from a mysterious ambush, he stepped forward, succumbing to a strange and chilling poison. Though he miraculously retained his life, his dantian and qi suffered irreversible damage, riddled with cracks, while the meridians he relied upon for cultivation were frozen and completely withered. The foundational cultivation painstakingly acquired over years vanished overnight, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, weaker even than the average sturdy servant. The halo of genius faded as swiftly as a burst bubble. Initial pity and sympathy were soon washed away by the harsh realities of life, replaced by incessant whispers, unabashed ridicule, and an increasing coldness of disdain and neglect. In this small courtyard, he experienced the chilling indifference of the world in its entirety. Outside the courtyard walls, a faint, hurried, and stifled sound of footsteps and murmurs broke the evening silence. Have you heard? The Yunlan sect has sent someone. Their presence is significant, and they went straight to the main hall. Really? Which immortal has arrived? It seems to be Elder Liu, personally sent by the saintess. Elder Liu? A figure of the Jin Dawn stage. Why would he come to our Lin family? Do we need to guess? He must be here for that matter. I suspect he has come to terminate the engagement from 3 years ago. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. Besides, it's been 3 years. Master Lin Fan has ultimately become a waste. How could he still aspire to the Yunlan saintess? Indeed, there may have been some affection back then, but now, the divide between the celestial and the mortal is stark. I fear the visitor's intentions are not benevolent. The discussions beyond the wall pierced him like icy needles, yet they seemed to echo through an invisible barrier. Lin Fan remained seated on the stone bench, his form unwavering, as if those words had no relevance to him. He merely coughed softly, a familiar ache surfacing in his chest, and instinctively tightened the threadbare, slightly faded green robe he wore, attempting to shield himself from the pervasive autumn chill. Over the past 3 years, he had already tasted the bittersweetness of human emotions and had grown accustomed to the world's coldness. Suddenly, a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps approached, shattering the customary silence of the courtyard. Faner, the voice preceded the figure. His father Lin Zhan's familiar tone rang out, laced with an unusual anxiety and an almost imperceptible unease. Lin Fan looked up to see his father's tall figure hastily entering the courtyard. Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, known for his steadfastness and composure, now bore a furrowed brow, a few strands of gray appearing at his temples, his gaze complex as it rested upon Lin Fan. Father, Lin Fan stood and offered a slight bow. Lin Zhan stepped closer to his son, his eyes sweeping over Lin Fan's pale face and thin clothing, pain flickering in his gaze before he took a deep breath, as if to suppress the turmoil within his chest, and spoke gravely. A representative from the Yunlan Sect has arrived. It is Elder Liu sent by the Saintess, specifically requesting to see you. They are currently in the main hall, with all the elders in attendance. Lin Fan's brows barely furrowed at this news. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Lin Zhan took a step forward, lowering his voice, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, even carrying a hint of pleading. Faner, I fear the intentions of the visitor are not good. Elder Liu's expression was cold and unwelcoming. Regardless of what transpires or what you hear, remember to endure for a moment of peace, retreat for the sake of broad skies. Our Lin family cannot withstand the wrath of the Yunlan sect at this time. Lin Fan listened quietly, his gaze resting upon the corners of his father's eyes, which had silently ascended into wrinkles and the newly added strands of white hair. Over the past 3 years, how much pressure had his father endured within the family to protect him, and how much criticism had he withstood? Surely he was aware of this. That profound paternal love was like a silent rock, serving as one of his few sources of warmth during these frigid years. He fell into silence for a moment, then slowly nodded, his voice remaining calm and unperturbed, revealing no hint of turmoil. I understand, Father. There were neither complaints, nor anger, nor fear. It seemed that what lay ahead was not a judgment capable of determining his future fate, but merely an ordinary meeting. He meticulously arranged the worn, faded green robe he wore, smoothing out non-existent creases with deliberate ease. Then, he stepped forward, walking steadily out of the dilapidated courtyard that had confined him for 3 years, isolating him from all the clamor and splendor of the outside world, heading towards the brightly lit grand hall at the heart of the Lin family estate, where all the family elites and esteemed guests of the Yunlan sect had gathered. The setting sun elongated a shadow on the flagstone path, rendering it particularly solitary. Yet his steps were remarkably steady, devoid of any semblance of instability or panic, his spine erect. However, no one could perceive that deep within his dantian, which had been silent for 3 years, akin to stagnant waters for millennia and deemed by all physicians as incapable of gathering even a trace of spiritual power, there lay an imperceptible flicker, an ancient sword-shaped phantom exuding an aura of dark stillness, which seemed to respond to some external force, quivering ever so slightly. Like an ancient beast of chaos awakening from slumber, it opened its eyes for the first time amidst the endless darkness. Chapter 2. The Saintess of Yunlan arrives at Qingyun. Lin Fan's footsteps were measured and unhurried as he traversed the familiar pavilions and corridors of the Lin family estate. Wherever he passed, the once busy servants and collateral relatives halted their tasks, casting complex glances in his direction. There was an unmistakable sense of regret, unabashed disdain, and, more prominently, a chilling indifference that suggested a detachment from his plight. The once favored star of the family had now become a subject best left unmentioned, a blemish on the Lin lineage. Over the past 3 years, he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny, his heart remaining undisturbed. As he approached the grand main hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy and solemn. Flanking the entrance stood 8 guards, clad not in Lin family attire, but in elegant moon-white garments adorned with cloud patterns, each sporting a long sword at their waist. Their expressions were stern, their presence commanding, exuding an air of profound strength, their eyes sharp as eagles, surveying everything around them. Merely their presence cast an invisible weight, dissuading any from drawing near. Yunlan Sect, Lin Fan silently contemplated. This display, this aura, was beyond the comparison of any family within Qingyun City. The profound heritage of a super sect was evident. He drew a deep breath, smoothing the slightly wrinkled collar of his attire, straightening his back, which had grown somewhat stooped from years of despondency, and stepped into the grand hall. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon him, as if they were tangible. Inside the hall, nearly all the prominent figures of the Lin family had gathered. The family head, Lin Feng, occupied the main seat, his expression grave and his brow furrowed. The elders sat upright beneath him. Their expressions varied. Some were anxious, others scrutinizing, and a few bore subtle hints of malicious glee. However, the true focal point of attention was the figure seated at the highest guest position. It was a woman, adorned in a flowing moon-white gown, the hem intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, glimmering with an ethereal beauty that was clearly extraordinary. Her figure was graceful, her face partially obscured by a delicate veil, rendering her features indistinct. Yet, merely from the glimpse of her smooth forehead, her autumn-like eyes, and her aloof, ethereal demeanor. One could ascertain that beneath the veil lay a beauty that could captivate the world. She sat there quietly, as if she were the very center of the grand hall, surrounded by an intangible aura of coldness that repelled the ordinary warmth of the family space. Beside her sat an elderly woman, gaunt in appearance, with hawk-like eyes, Elder Lu from the inner sect of the Yunlan sect. At that moment, the elder leisurely savored her tea, her eyelids not even lifting, as if nothing around her warranted her attention. Lin Fan's gaze briefly met that of the woman in the white gown. Her eyes, still clear, were devoid of the reliance and warmth that had once been there 3 years prior, now replaced by an aloofness that seemed to look down upon the world. Su Qingge, the saintess of Yunlan's sect, his former fiancée. After 3 years apart, she was no longer the girl he once protected. She had truly ascended to a realm where countless gazes were cast in reverence. The spiritual pressure emanating from her presence caused Lin Fan to feel a slight constriction in his breath. "Fanner, you have arrived." At the head of the table, Lin Fan spoke, his voice carrying a subtle dryness that was hard to detect. "You should quickly pay your respects to the Holy Maiden of Yunlan's sect and Elder Lu." Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, nodded slightly, and bowed in accordance. "I am Lin Fan, honored to meet the Holy Maiden and Elder Lu." His demeanor was respectful, neither servile nor arrogant. Only then did Elder Lu slowly set down his teacup, lifting his eyelids to cast a glance at Lin Fan. His murky yet penetrating eyes seemingly dismissive as he let out a barely audible grunt, remaining silent. In contrast, Su Qingge offered a gentle nod, her voice as clear and cold as pearls falling upon a plate, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Young Master Lin, it has been quite some time." The formal address of young Master Lin instantly delineated all boundaries, its chill causing Lin Fan and several elders who were on amicable terms with Lin Fan's father to subtly change their expressions. The atmosphere within the hall grew palpably more delicate and oppressive. Everyone understood that the Holy Maiden of Yunlan's sect had come not merely to exchange pleasantries after a long absence. Lin Fan straightened, looking at her with calm determination. "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, your presence in Qingyun City, what guidance do you bring?" Before Su Qingge could respond, Elder Lu spoke first, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an air of authority. "Master Lin, the Yunlan sect has always favored straightforwardness in its dealings. The Holy Maiden's visit today pertains to an old matter." His gaze swept across the assembly, finally settling on Lin Fan, scrutinizing him with unabashed examination and a hint of disdain. 3 years prior, the young Holy Maiden had entered into a marriage pact with the Lin family. However, time had passed, and the Holy Maiden had since inherited the doctrines of Yunlan, now intertwined with the sect's future. Thus, mundane ties must be severed. Pausing for emphasis, her tone intensified, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the Lin family members. "I have come today to annul this engagement." The phrase "annul the engagement" reverberated through the grand hall like thunder. Despite the anticipation, the actual words spoken by the elder still caused the faces of all present from the Lin family to pale and their breaths to quicken. Lin Fan gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. An annulment. Such an act would be a profound humiliation for any family, particularly one executed so forcefully by the female party. Countless gazes refocused on Lin Fan, this time filled with sympathy, pity, and even a hint of expectation for his reaction. Lin Fan's body stiffened imperceptibly. He slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing the assembly until it rested once more on the veiled face before him. His voice remaining calm, yet tinged with a hint of coldness. "Is this truly the will of the Holy Maiden herself?" Meeting his gaze, Su Qingge parted her lips beneath the veil, her voice still frosty, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. "Indeed, this is the result of my careful deliberation. Lin Fan, the disparity between us is now as vast as the heavens and the earth. This engagement has become a shackle for both of us. Let us dissolve it today." With a slight gesture of her hand, a female disciple from Yunlan's sect promptly stepped forward, reverently placing a roll of plain silk before Lin Fan on the table. The silk parchment unfurled gently, its elegant script penetrating the paper's surface, bearing a chilling and resolute message. It was indeed a decree of divorce. Chapter 3. A decree of divorce, cast before the table. The roll of silk, light as a feather, descended upon the sturdy, sandalwood desk. Yet it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering the air in the grand hall utterly still. All gazes were fixated upon the unfurled scroll. The handwriting was unmistakably that of Su Qingge, graceful and ethereal, yet each character pierced like an icicle, striking at the heart. Its content mercilessly trampled upon the dignity of the Lin family and Lin Fan himself. This was not a gentle dissolution of an engagement, but a stark and unadorned divorce decree. Divorce decrees have historically been the prerogative of men. Never before had a woman sought to divorce her husband, especially in such a forceful and humiliating manner. This was not merely a termination of engagement. It was a public shaming of Lin Fan and the entire Lin family, declaring to all of Qingyun City, and indeed the broader world, the Holy Maiden of Yunlan Sect has discarded the Lin family's worthless Lin Fan. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. The expressions of several elders from the Lin family turned ashen, their chests heaving with barely contained rage. This humiliation struck not only Lin Fan, but the entire Lin family. Lin Feng abruptly rose, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Elder Lu and Su Qingge. Holy Maiden! Elder Lu, is this not excessive? The engagement concerns both families. Even if it must be dissolved, it should be. The head of the Lin family. Elder Lu interjected coldly, his tone leaving no room for debate. This matter transcends the concerns of two families. The Holy Maiden represents the future of Yunlan Sect. Her marriage is a matter of sect dignity and cannot be trivialized. To be bound to someone incapable of cultivation, what sort of propriety is that? She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan, the contempt therein scarcely concealed. What transpired today is not up for discussion, but rather a notification. You will accept this decree, whether you wish to or not. Such domineering arrogance, such brazen disregard. This was the attitude of a supreme sect, one that permitted no questions or resistance from a mere Lin family. Lin Feng trembled with indignation, yet found himself speechless. The vast chasm of strength left his fury feeling impotent. To refuse outright would likely spell disaster for the Lin family. The other elders fell silent, none daring to provoke the ire of Yunlan's sect at that moment. Once more, all eyes converged upon Lin Fan, the 16-year-old youth who had endured 3 years of hardship and now faced such an unprecedented humiliation. How would he respond? Would he weep in despair, kneel and plead, or succumb to uncontrollable rage? Yet, Lin Fan's reaction defied all expectations. He did not gaze at the divorce decree, nor did he regard the intimidating Elder Lu. His steady gaze remained fixed upon Su Qingge's veiled face. Beneath that calm exterior lay the simmering potential of an impending eruption. He spoke slowly, his voice lowered in deliberate restraint, yet resonating clearly in every ear. A chasm between clouds and mud? Shackles? He echoed Su Qingge's earlier words, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint yet chilling arc. Su Qingge. He addressed her directly, forsaking the title of saintess. 3 years ago, in the desolate Wolf Valley, you were ambushed by the third-tier beast, the Shadow Leopard, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, with your protectors fallen around you. Who was it that carried you for 100 miles, using merely their qi cultivation to divert the beast horde comparable to Foundation establishment? And who, in a bid to grant you a sliver of hope, endured the bone-corroding cold poison of the Shadow Leopard, devastating their meridians and shattering their dantian? Lin Fan's voice, though not loud, resonated like a hammer, echoing through the silent hall and striking deep within Su Qingge's heart. Beneath her veil, her face appeared to pale slightly, her delicate fingers, which held the teacup, unconsciously tightening. Elder Lu beside her furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening. The members of the Lin family fell into a profound silence, many of the younger generation hearing these details for the first time, their expressions shifting to a complex mix as they regarded Lin Fan. Taking a step forward, Lin Fan disregarded Elder Lu's suddenly fierce glare and continued to fixate on Su Qingge. My act of saving you is not motivated by that paper marriage contract, but because I, Lin Fan, recognized you as my chosen one. My fall into a state of impotence is due to my own lack of skill, such as my fate. I have never regretted saving you, nor have I ever contemplated your repayment. His voice rose sharply, infused with 3 years of suppressed resentment and defiance. But today you, Yunlan Sect, you, Su Qingge, come bearing authority, casting down a divorce decree. Is this the sacred tradition of your Yunlan Sect? Is this how you sever worldly ties? Ha ha! Lin Fan suddenly threw his head back in laughter, his mirth tinged with desolation and mockery. What a stark contrast! What a shackle! The laughter abruptly ceased. He lowered his head fiercely, his gaze like a bolt of lightning directed at Su Qingge. This divorce decree, he extended his hand, not to receive it, but instead slammed it onto the table. Crack! The roll of silk was sent flying into the air. Lin Fan, refused to accept. The decree fell to the ground. Akin to refuse. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Everyone stared in astonishment at the defiant youth, whose audacity to reject the Yunlan sect's divorce decree was unprecedented. He even had the gall to reprimand the saintess to her face. Lin Fang's face turned ashen, a mix of shock and urgency. Elder Lu's eyes gleamed with cold light, a terrifying pressure instantly descending upon Lin Fan. You insolent brat. You seek death. Lin Fan felt the oppressive force crack his bones. His complexion paling to that of paper, a hint of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth, standing tall, his gaze unwavering against Elder Lu. Just as the tension threatened to completely rupture, Su Qingge, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke again. Her voice, still cold, seemed to carry a trace of complex emotion. She raised her hand, gently signaling for Elder Lu to retract his pressure. Elder Lu let out a cold snort. His oppressive aura slightly diminished, yet his gaze remained frozen, fixated on Lin Fan as if he were merely a corpse. Su Qingge slowly rose, her moon-white gown billowing without a breeze. She regarded Lin Fan, whose lips were stained with blood, yet retained an air of pride, and after a moment of silence, spoke softly, "Young Master Lin, if you are unwilling to accept this divorce decree, so be it." She shifted her tone, her voice becoming once more indifferent and distant. However, the matter of our engagement is hereby concluded. From this day forth, Su Qingge and Lin Fan shall have no further entanglements, our grievances set to rest. In light of our past affections, this essence-nurturing pill can aid in your recovery and prolong your life, serving as my final compensation. With a delicate flip of her hand, an exquisite jade vial appeared in her palm. As she uncorked it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing many of the Lin family members present to involuntarily inhale deeply, their eyes glimmering with avarice. The essence-nurturing pill, a second-tier spiritual elixir. It greatly benefits cultivators in fortifying their essence and offers longevity to mortals, its value immeasurable. Yet, Lin Fan did not cast a single glance at the pill. He merely fixed his gaze intensely on Su Qingge, as if to etch her current visage into his very bones. After a pause, he suddenly smiled, a smile brimming with unending mockery and a touch of resoluteness. Compensation? Su Qingge, I, Lin Fan, do not require your charity. I shall remember this humiliation. He abruptly turned away, no longer regarding the elixir or the lofty saintess, dragging his battered body step by step, resolutely yet laboriously making his way toward the temple's exit. The sunlight illuminated his somewhat frail yet upright figure, casting a long shadow behind him. Upon reaching the temple door, he momentarily paused, not turning back. Yet his icy voice resonated clearly within the hall, akin to a vow. 3 years. Su Qingge, grant me 3 years. After 3 years, I shall ascend Yunlan Mountain. At that time, it shall not be you who cast me aside, but I, Lin Fan, who shall cast you aside. With those words, he stepped out of the hall, vanishing into the blinding sunlight, leaving behind a profound silence within, along with Su Qingge's slightly furrowed brows and the fleeting glimmer of malice in Elder Lu's eyes. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Annihilation, the Ancient Sword's Soft Whispers. The fading rays of the setting sun stretched Lin Fan's silhouette long across the flagstone path. He walked slowly, each step pulling at the injured depths of his being from Elder Lu's oppressive force, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. The blood at the corner of his mouth had dried, forming a dark crimson stain, accentuating the pallor of his face. The grandeur of the Lin family hall, though magnificent, felt like an unbearable cage, left far behind him. The clamor of astonishment, anger, or pity from within was now irrelevant to him. He did not return to his modest yet relatively tidy courtyard but, guided by memory, veered into a desolate path deeper within the family's rear courtyard. There lay an abandoned storage room, a secret haven he had discovered in his childhood mischief. Since the loss of his powers, he occasionally sought refuge here, yearning for tranquility, to escape the sympathetic or derisive gazes of others. He pushed open the creaking, dust-laden wooden door, and a musty odor mingled with the scent of dust rushed forth to greet him. Inside, a collection of worn agricultural tools and damaged furniture lay haphazardly, while cobwebs clung to the corners. Light filtered through the only broken window, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. Lin Fan shut the wooden door behind him, sealing off the outside world entirely. Leaning against the cold door panel, the one straight spine he had painstakingly maintained finally succumbed, bowing slightly. A violent cough erupted from the depths of his throat, a sound he could no longer suppress. He covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed painfully, as if attempting to expel his very organs. Once the fit subsided, he opened his palm to reveal a shocking pool of dark crimson. How could he, a mere shell devoid of cultivation, withstand the pressure from Elder Lu? His internal organs had already suffered significant turmoil. Agonizing pain, weakness, and the relentless, bone-chilling cold that gnawed at his meridians surged forth once more, a stark reminder of the harsh reality he had endured over the past 3 years. Staggering toward the pile of hay, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the cold earthen wall. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the window's opening, casting warmth upon his face, yet failing to dispel the penetrating chill and desolation within. Scenes from the Grand Hall replayed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Su Qingge's indifferent gaze, the icy decree of separation, Elder Lu's unabashed disdain and domineering presence. The mixed looks of sympathy and entertainment from his kin, and his father's furious yet helpless anguish. He could still hear his own unwilling roar, a seemingly defiant yet ultimately illusory vow from 3 years past. How could he hope to ascend Yunlan? To abandon the Saintess? What would he rely on? This battered body? This dilapidated dantian that felt as if it were being sliced apart even by the slightest absorption of spiritual energy? Despair coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent, tightening its grip until he could scarcely breathe. The perseverance and endurance of 3 long years seemed to culminate in this moment, transforming into a ludicrous jest. Perhaps it would have been better to perish in the Wild Wolf Valley, preserving the dignity of a genius, rather than enduring such humiliation, clinging to life. As his consciousness began to blur, ravaged by injury and emotional turmoil, an unending cold spread from the depths of his dantian. The chilling poison working to freeze even his last flicker of vitality, just as he felt himself on the brink of plunging into darkness. Poised to relive countless agonizing nights tormented by the cold toxin, a faint yet remarkably clear hum resonated from the deepest recesses of his being. This sound did not originate from his ears, but emanated directly from his shattered dantian. Lin Fan's fading awareness jolted back to life. Instinctively, he concentrated all his mental faculties and turned his gaze inward. In the once desolate and shattered core of his dantian, where only tendrils of chilling air lingered, an ethereal and almost translucent silhouette of a small sword unexpectedly emerged. This sword's apparition was imbued with an ancient aura, its form enigmatic and peculiar, adorned with countless inscrutable runes that remained indistinct at this moment. It hovered quietly amidst the fragmented remnants of the dantian, trembling ever so slightly. With each tremor, a subtle yet profoundly pure gravitational pull, imbued with an essence of ancient desolation, began to manifest. The bone-chilling poison that permeated his dantian, along with the overwhelming negativity stemming from his recent emotional turmoil, despair, anger, and resentment, seemed to be drawn towards the spectral sword, as if compelled, gradually siphoned away by its presence. After absorbing this energy, the sword's apparition appeared to solidify, albeit imperceptibly. Concurrently, a faint yet undeniably genuine warmth, reminiscent of the first trickle of spring water breaking through the icy grip of winter, began to flow from the sword's silhouette, permeating his once parched and cracked meridians. What is this? Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, scarcely able to fathom the extraordinary sight before him. For the first time in 3 years, his dantian stirred, producing sensations beyond the cold and silence that had long dominated. What was this sword? When had it taken residence within him? Was it during the poisoning 3 years prior? Or even earlier? Countless questions flooded his mind instantaneously. Yet, at this moment, he had no time for contemplation. Wherever the warm current flowed, the meridians, long frozen in a state akin to millennia of winter, began to transmit a remarkably delicate sensation of relief. Though the accompanying pain was still excruciating, it was undeniably different from the relentless torment of before. It was as if the parched earth had finally received a drop of life-giving rain, instilling boundless hope. He cautiously attempted to guide that warm current using the foundational breathing technique he had long since forgotten. The process remained agonizing, as if his meridians were scraped by a dull blade. But this time, the warm current truly began to move, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. In accordance with his intent, with each increment of movement, the warmth grew slightly stronger. Though minuscule, it was entirely real. The mysterious silhouette of the ancient sword continued to tremble gently, persistently absorbing the chilling poison and negative emotions, transmuting them into that bizarre warmth. Could it be that the reason for my inability to cultivate over the past 3 years was not solely due to the poison ravaging my dantian? A preposterous yet exhilarating notion flashed through Lin Fan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that this sword has been absorbing all forms of energy, including spiritual essence as well as the cold poison, lying dormant for 3 years, only now awakening? Hope surged within him like the first spark of light in the darkness, instantly dispelling all despair and gloom. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, and despite the weight of his injuries and the seemingly insurmountable heights of the Yunlan sect, he felt a flicker of determination igniting within him. Yet with his sword and the warm current, everything is transformed. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. The despair and despondency in his gaze faded completely, replaced by a sharp, confident radiance reminiscent of 3 years prior. Yet even more profound, he lifted his head, peering through the shattered window into the engulfing darkness of the night and the slowly rising stars. Su Qingge, Yunlan Sect. Await my arrival. I, Lin Fan, shall fulfill the promise made 3 years ago. His deep and resolute words resonated softly within the abandoned storeroom. Meanwhile, the dormant ancient sword within his dantian seemed to respond, emitting a barely audible, gentle hum. Chapter 5. The Sword of Annihilation, Rising from Ruin. As the night deepened, the abandoned storeroom was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold moonlight filtering through the broken window, casting scattered glimmers of light. Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop a pile of hay, his eyes tightly shut, his entire focus delving into his body, centering on the mysterious shadow of the ancient sword suspended within his shattered dantian. As the ancient sword steadily absorbed the bone-chilling poison along with the remnants of his unyielding anger and resentment, the warmth emanating from the sword gradually intensified. Growing from a mere thread to a stream, it struggled along the pathway of the basic Qi introduction technique, each circulation bringing with it a searing agony. The withered and damaged meridians, akin to parched earth cracked under a relentless drought, were suddenly rejuvenated by the influx of spring water, yearning for revival while enduring the pain of expansion and restoration. Yet Lin Fan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat streaming down, maintaining clarity of mind as he guided the warm current, tirelessly cleansing his meridians. The pain served as proof that transformation was underway. Time became an indistinct concept as the warm current circulated for a full 9 cycles, solidifying further and even acquiring a hint of sharpness. Suddenly, the ancient sword shadow at the center of his dantian emitted a clear humming sound. This time, it was no longer a vague tremor, but resonated with an ancient rhythm. Following this, a series of profound, dark golden runes, neither metal nor stone, flowed forth from the now more solidified sword shadow. These runes appeared almost sentient, not dissipating, but instead surging directly into Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. Boom! Lin Fan felt a thunderous roar in his mind, as if something sealed for eons was abruptly unlocked. A vast and majestic technique, brimming with the essence of swordsmanship, unfurled like a scroll within his consciousness. The Sword of Annihilation. The opening 4 ancient characters carried an unparalleled essence of annihilating all, yet nurturing rebirth within the silence of death. There was no need for Lin Fan to comprehend it. The essence of this technique imprinted itself instinctively deep within his soul. The Sword of Annihilation requires one to traverse the realm of death, to endure the myriad sufferings of the world, gathering the essence of annihilation within the dantian and refining the seed of the annihilation sword. Only after breaking can one stand anew. Thus, the sword's form begins to take shape, allowing one to grasp this profound scripture. A surge of enlightenment washed over Lin Fan, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. So it was the tribulations he endured over the past 3 years, the toxins he suffered, the complete collapse of his cultivation, and the shattering of his dantian were not merely disasters. Instead, they heralded the awakening of a rare and ancient constitution, the Sword of Annihilation. This constitution could not be cultivated through conventional means, but rather must burgeon from the depths of despair and silence, nurturing a seed of annihilation within a fractured Dantian. The bone-corroding cold poison coursing through him, the negative emotions of both himself and others, even the shattered Dantian, all served as nourishment for this seed. 3 years of torment, struggles in the realm of death, and today, Humiliation had finally reached a critical juncture, allowing the initial form of the Annihilation sword to emerge as an ethereal shadow of an ancient sword, thus invoking this supreme sword scripture. Break and then stand anew. Break and then stand anew, Lin Fan murmured, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. All doubts found resolution. Every hardship bore significance. This was no longer a dead end, but rather an unparalleled transformation. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and, guided by the scripture of annihilation, began to channel the warm current imbued with the essence of annihilation. The method of cultivation diverged vastly from the fundamental Qi guiding technique, being far more domineering, intricate, yet exceedingly efficient. That warm current transformed into countless minuscule yet razor-sharp sword energies, traversing through his body. Each cycle of operation brought excruciating pain akin to 1,000 cuts, yet accompanied by the exhilarating sensation of meridians being forcibly widened and impurities being expelled by the sword energy. The scarce spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge, seeping through his pores and flooding into his body. However, upon entering the meridians, this spiritual energy was instantly assimilated and devoured by the domineering sword energy, transmuting into pure sword essence that flowed into the Dantian, nurturing the shadow of the ancient sword. Crack, crack. It felt as though shackles within him were severed one by one. The bone-corroding cold poison that had plagued him for 3 years, rendering countless renowned physicians powerless, now became the finest sustenance for the sword essence, rapidly refined and absorbed. His aura began to ascend at a perceivable pace. The frail body gradually surged with strength. The pallor of his face flushed with color, and a faint radiance flickered beneath his skin. Time flew swiftly during his cultivation. As the moon reached its zenith, the silvery light at its peak, a faint muffled sound resonated within Lin Fan, as if a barrier had been shattered. The shadow of the ancient sword suddenly radiated with brilliance, and a vague rune on its blade became clearer. The flowing sword essence instantly thickened, becoming more concentrated and sharp. He had reached the first level of the body refinement realm. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a fleeting flash of a piercing sword light glimmered deep within. Sharp and formidable, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing like a sword, and gently traced the ground before him. With a soft whoosh, an almost imperceptible yet powerful sword aura emanated from his fingertip, leaving a remarkably clear mark upon the dust-laden earth. Though feeble, it was undeniably a manifestation of true strength belonging to a cultivator. As Lin Fan felt the long-lost sensation of power surging and flowing within him, along with the infinite potential of the Annihilation sword essence, he gradually clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with a sharp sound. 3 years had passed, a full 3 years. He had lost everything, endured humiliation, and today, his dignity was trampled upon by a divorce decree. But now he had returned, though he was merely at the first stage of body refinement, still a far cry from the exalted saintess of the Yunlan Sect. This was undoubtedly the first ray of light piercing through the darkness, the inaugural step on the path of vengeance and resurgence. Su Qingge, Yunlan Sect Lin Fan murmured, his voice icy yet resolute, imbued with an unwavering determination. You would never have imagined the true nature of what you cast aside today. In less than 3 years, I, Lin Fan, shall make you regret your actions profoundly. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, the sound of light pops resonating within him, a delightful melody heralding the return of his power. He pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, the night breeze brushing against his face, cool yet invigorating, instilling within him an unparalleled sense of clarity and exhilaration. He gazed towards the Lin family's great hall and then beyond the towering walls, into the boundless expanse of the heavens. A new journey had commenced, and his first step required more resources and swifter momentum to restore and enhance his strength. His father's injuries, the family's plight, and the elusive promise of 3 years, all demanded power for resolution. His gaze turned towards the direction of the family treasury, his eyes narrowing with intent. It was time to reclaim that which rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 6. Obstacles in the Treasury. Lin Hai's obstruction. As dawn broke, dispelling the chill of the night, Lin Fan pushed open the rickety door of the storeroom and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. A night of cultivation had not only healed his injuries but also reinstated him to the first stage of body refinement. Though it was merely a beginning, he brimmed with a long-forgotten sense of vigor, his gaze sharp and his spirit revitalized. He was in dire need of resources. The Annihilation Sword Classic was indeed wondrous. Yet the path of cultivation necessitated wealth, companions, methods, and land. Resources were paramount, especially for his Annihilation Sword body, which, in its nascent stage, demanded energy far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and refining the lingering cold poison within him was far too sluggish. The family distributed cultivation resources monthly to the younger generation. Although he was currently deemed useless, he was still, in name, the son of the family head, and thus entitled to the most basic resources. More importantly, his father, Lin Fan, had been driven to the brink of bloodshed and anger yesterday, undoubtedly sustaining serious injuries that required medicinal nourishment. Having tidied up his slightly worn yet clean attire, Lin Fan strode towards the family storeroom. The Lin family storeroom, overseen by the distant elder Lin Hai, was situated on the eastern side of the ancestral estate. This man had always been sycophantic, and during the past 3 years of the Lin family's decline, he had not refrained from mocking Lin Fan and withholding resources. As expected, upon reaching the outer courtyard of the storeroom, he was greeted by a cacophony within. Several young members of the Lin family were gathered at the window, receiving this month's cultivation resources, several low-grade spirit stones, and a few vials of lightly fragrant body-refining elixirs. Ah, thank you, Elderai. The quality of these spirit stones is truly commendable, exclaimed a robust youth, Lin Hao, the grandson of the Grand Elder and one of the rising stars of the family. Inside the window, Elder Lin Hai stroked his goatee, a smile gracing his face. Young Hao, cultivate diligently and strive for foundation establishment, bringing glory to our Lin family. When it was the turn of another modestly dressed, distant relative, Lin Hai's smile faded somewhat as he carelessly retrieved 2 dull spirit stones and a vial of elixir from the counter. Take this. The young man accepted it meekly. Fearing to utter a word, Lin Fan, with a stoic expression, walked straight forward. His presence immediately captured the attention of all, silencing the previously boisterous courtyard. Gaze after gaze converged upon him, filled with suspicion, curiosity, and unabashed anticipation of the spectacle. Oh, ISNT, this our Lin family's once celebrated genius. Now, Master Lin Fan? Lin Hao was the first to speak, his tone laced with scorn. What is this? Has the sun risen from the west today? And you, oh revered one, have deigned to emerge from your lair? Laughter erupted among several of his companions. Unfazed, Lin Fan paid them no mind and approached the storeroom window, calmly addressing Lin Hai. Elder Hai, I have come to collect this month's cultivation resources, and furthermore, my father is unwell and requires some restorative elixirs. Lin Hai lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Lin Fan, his expression indifferent, tinged with a barely perceptible disdain. He leisurely set aside the ledger in his hands and scoffed. Cultivation resources? Lin Fan, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? What use would a waste of space like you, with a shattered dantian and unable to cultivate, have for such resources? To feed the dogs, perhaps? As for the head of the family's ailment, he elongated his tone, laced with mockery. The head of the family possesses profound cultivation and has his own methods of recuperation. There is no need for you to meddle. Resources are scarce and must not be squandered on the ineffectual. Such words were exceedingly harsh, not only denying Lin Fan, but also dismissing the head of the family's needs, showcasing an audacity that was unmistakable. The laughter of Lin Hao and his companions grew even more raucous. Did you hear that? A waste should know its place. Still desiring resources? What a jest. Hurry back to your doghouse and spare us the embarrassment. Lin Fan's gaze suddenly turned icy. He anticipated encountering obstacles, yet he did not foresee the audacity of Lin Hai, who displayed a blatant disregard for even the superficial niceties, showing no respect towards the family head. It seems that the influence of the Grand Elder's faction has burgeoned to such an extent over the past 3 years. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger within him, and spoke in a calm, yet unmistakably assertive tone. Elder Hai, I shall reiterate. The resources belonging to my father and me must be claimed today, as per family regulations. Regulations? Lin Hai erupted into laughter, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. Regulations are established for those of value. What are you? To speak of rules with me? Get out this instant. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall have you detained for disturbing the order of the storeroom. As his words fell, two formidable guards emerged from the storeroom, both possessing the cultivation of the third or fourth level of body refinement. Their expressions menacing as they encircled Lin Fan. These two were evidently Lin Hai's trusted subordinates. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. Lin Hao and the others crossed their arms, their faces alight with anticipation. Detain me? Lin Fan regarded the advancing guards, then turned his gaze to the smug Lin Hai behind the window, suddenly breaking into a light chuckle. That smile harbored no anger or fear, only a chilling mockery. It appeared Elder Hai was resolute in defying the family head and withholding the resources from the direct lineage. And so what? Lin Hai, Embolen, Sna. Do not think that, because you are a waste now, even if your father were to come in person, I would still refuse to grant these resources. Very well. Lin Fan nodded. In the next instant, he made his move. Just as the two guards reached out to seize his shoulders, his figure flickered like a wraith, effortlessly evading their grasp. Simultaneously, his hands shot out like lightning, his index and middle fingers converging to precisely target a specific point beneath the ribs of each guard. This strike was swift as lightning and imbued with the sharp essence cultivated from the silencing sword technique. Thud! Thud! Two muffled sounds echoed. The two guards, both in the third or fourth level of body refinement, felt an immediate numbing sensation beneath their ribs as if pierced by steel needles. Their strength dissipated in an instant, and their legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The silencing sword essence is particularly effective against vital energy, severing meridians. To deal with these guards, who relied solely on brute strength, was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The entire event unfolded so swiftly that no one had time to react. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. The mockery on Lin Hao's face froze. Lin Hai, hidden behind the window, wore a look of disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with incredulity. What transpired? How could this waste effortlessly incapacitate two guards of the third level of body refinement in an instant? Lin Fan, without even glancing at the groaning guards on the floor, slowly approached the storeroom window, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Lin Hai inside. Now, his voice was not loud, yet it emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Could you provide me with the resources? Lin Hai trembled under that gaze. Instinctively stepping back half a step, his face drained of color, lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Before him, Lin Fan appeared no longer as the powerless individual he could easily manipulate, but rather as a ferocious beast awakened from primordial slumber. Chapter 7. Establishing Authority in the Storehouse. Resources acquired. The courtyard was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to have their throats constricted, eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Two bodyguards at the third level of body refinement were abruptly knocked to the ground by a man widely regarded as a waste. Having suffered a shattered dantian for 3 years, struggling to rise yet failing to do so. How could this be possible? The mockery on Lin Hao's face froze entirely, replaced by a flicker of shock and horror. His followers instinctively took half a step back, no longer daring to utter a sound. Behind the window, Elder Lin Hai's expression shifted from arrogance to ashen pale, his pupils constricting sharply in astonishment. His finger pointed at Lin Fan trembled slightly, his lips quivered, yet he could not form a coherent syllable. After a lengthy pause, he drew a sharp breath, his voice trembling with fear as he exclaimed, Lin Fan, how dare you harm someone in the sacred storehouse? Do you have no regard for the family laws and regulations? He attempted to exert pressure through his tone, yet the quaver in his voice betrayed his inner trepidation. Lin Fan remained expressionless, slowly retracting his outstretched finger. A barely perceptible, sharp aura dissipated quietly from his fingertips. Gazing through the window, his eyes were calm, yet bore an invisible weight as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Hai. Elder Hai, may we discuss the regulations now? His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. According to family regulations, the head of the family is entitled to receive 20 low-grade spirit stones and 5 bottles of body refinement pills each month. My father's share, combined with mine, totals 40 spirit stones and 10 bottles of pills. Furthermore, my father was unwell yesterday and requires qi nurturing dispersions for recuperation. By tradition, the head of the family has the right to claim these. With each word, Lin Fan meticulously recited the family's written rules. each syllable striking Lin Hai's face like a resounding slap. You previously asserted that rules are set for those of worth. Lin Fan paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. Now I ask you, am I Lin Fan still deemed useful? Does the decree of the family head still hold validity? Lin Hai was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had dared to withhold resources from Lin Fan, confident that he would remain powerless, while the family head, Lin Fan, was too preoccupied with yesterday's events and injuries to pursue the matter. However, he never anticipated that this so-called waste had regained his strength. Though the earlier display of power was not overtly clear, the ability to swiftly subdue 2 bodyguards at the 3rd level of body refinement was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Could it be that his dantian had been restored? How could this be possible? Lin Hai's mind raced, his expression shifting unpredictably. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Should he continue to resist? Observing his 2 subordinates on the ground, he felt a chill run down his spine. To yield? That would be tantamount to losing face in front of so many juniors. Just as he found himself in a predicament, Lin Fan, however, lost his patience. His gaze sharp, he abruptly raised his hand and struck the robust iron bars of the storeroom window with a resounding clap. Bang! The heavy iron bars, capable of withstanding the assaults of 5th or 6th tier body refinement warriors, trembled violently under his blow, emitting a resonant hum of distress. The point of impact revealed a slight indentation in the iron. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the courtyard. Everyone was taken aback by the sheer force of that strike. What terrifying strength and bodily resilience were required? Lin Hai trembled in fear, nearly sliding off his chair, gazing at the warped bars. It felt as though that strike had landed upon his own heart, his face paling to the color of paper. 5th tier of body refinement? No, it must be even higher. What on earth is this young man capable of? My patience is limited. Lin Fan retracted his hand. His voice is frigid as the ice of midwinter. Resources, elixirs, bring them forth now. Otherwise, his gaze swept over the deformed bars, the implication unmistakable. Give. I'll give it. Lin Hai could no longer muster any bravado, his voice quaking as he scrambled to turn around. Hastily opening the medicine cabinet and spirit stone box behind him, trembling as he retrieved the items Lin Fan demanded, cautiously passing them through a smaller window. 40 low-grade spirit stones, though of varied quality, were indeed present. 10 bottles of body refining elixirs, and 3 packets of energy-regulating powders for internal injuries. Lin Fan verified the items, stowing them away without a glance at Lin Hai, whose face had turned ashen, or the guard lying on the ground, before striding out of the courtyard. As he passed by the astonished Lin Hao and the others, he momentarily paused, casting a nonchalant glance in their direction. Instantly, Lin Hao and the others felt as if pricked by needles, hastily averting their gazes, their bodies tense with apprehension, fearing that this suddenly formidable waste would seek them out for trouble. A barely perceptible smirk of derision graced Lin Fan's lips as he dismissed these clowns from his mind and departed the storeroom courtyard. It was only after his figure vanished beyond the gates that the atmosphere within the courtyard abruptly relaxed. Several young disciples gasped for breath, as if emerging from the depths of water, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Lin Hao's face turned ashen, fists clenched, his eyes filled with trepidation, reluctance, and profound confusion. Inside the storeroom, Lin Hai slumped in his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, staring at the dented bars, his expression shifting until it hardened with malice. He suddenly roared at the guard who had just struggled to his feet. Hurry, go inform the elder. Lin Fan has regained his cultivation. This matter is of great consequence. With resources in hand, Lin Fan walked the path home, his mood tranquil. He understood that today's events would swiftly circulate through the family, causing a tremendous uproar. But he did not care. After 3 years of dormancy, the sword has finally been unsheathed. There is no longer a need to conceal its edge. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 8. The Grand Elder's Schemes. The night enveloped the Lin family's eastern courtyard in darkness. Yet the study of Grand Elder Lin Mang was ablaze with light. The fragrant incense curled through the air, unable to dissipate the heaviness that hung like a shroud. Lin Mang stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the oppressive night, his white brows knitted tightly together. Behind him, Elder Lin Hai, the steward of the storeroom, stood hunched over, not daring to breathe, as he recounted the events of the day with embellishments. That Lin Fan, employing some nefarious sorcery, managed to incapacitate 2 guards in an instant. With a single strike, Even the iron bars were dented. Brother, he must have restored his cultivation, and it is likely quite formidable. Lin Hai's voice trembled with fear and a hint of flattery. He is now so audacious that he disregards even you. If he and his father regain their strength completely, I fear there will be no place for us in the Lin family. Lin Mang slowly turned, the candlelight casting shadows across his weathered face, his gaze dark and brooding. Restored his cultivation, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously fiddling a shattered dantian. Bone-corroding cold poison. How could he possibly recover? Could it be the Yunlan Sect? His thoughts immediately turned to Su Qingge, who had departed in the daylight. Could it be that the saintess, moved by compassion, secretly bestowed some miraculous elixir upon him? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The Yunlan Sect's stance was so resolute. They would not engage in such contradictory actions. How did he manage to recover? Lin Mang inquired in a low voice. Lin Hai shook his head vigorously. There were no signs. Just yesterday, he was a blood-spitting cripple, and today he is so formidable. My nephew finds it quite perplexing. Lin Mang paced to his desk and took a seat, his fingers drumming on the tabletop, producing a dull thud. Regardless of how he regained his strength, this matter must not be overlooked. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Yesterday, my third brother was so enraged by that ungrateful child that he spat blood. His injuries are severe. This presents us with a golden opportunity. If we allow Lin Fan to grow in strength while my third brother recovers, it will be difficult to topple them. What does brother mean? Lin Hai's eyes brightened, leaning in closer. Lin Fan's actions today, though a fleeting display of bravado, have provided us with a pretext. He trespassed upon the storeroom, assaulted guards, threatened elders, and extorted resources. Each offense is sufficient to condemn him. He paused, his tone turning ominous. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall unite with several elders who are on good terms with us and pressure the law enforcement hall. We must demand severe punishment for Lin Fan to uphold the family rules. Hesitation flickered in Lin Hai's eyes. But Elder Lin Xing of the law enforcement hall is notoriously inflexible, and that old curmudgeon only adheres to the rules, Lin Mang interrupted, a calculating glint in his eyes. Thus, we must ensure that the rules are strictly followed. We shall not only accuse him of today's transgressions, but also bring up past grievances. Past grievances? Lin Hai gulped. 3 years ago, he lost his cultivation and consumed countless family resources for healing, yet achieved nothing. Now that he shows a hint of improvement, he becomes so arrogant. Clearly, he is a wolf raised on our kindness. List the resources he has consumed over the past 3 years, highlighting his squandering of the family fortune. And now, in turn, he repays kindness with malice. As Lin Mang spoke faster, his thoughts became increasingly clear. We must make everyone believe that Lin Fan and his son are unworthy of holding the position of the family head and of enjoying the family resources. Lin Hai nodded repeatedly, his face betraying excitement. Brilliant. Brother, this plan is truly ingenious. In this way, even if Lin Xing wishes to show favoritism, he'll have to think twice. Moreover, Lin Mang lowered his voice, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Secretly dispatch someone to keep a close watch on Lin Fan's small courtyard. Today, he seeks resources, undoubtedly eager to cultivate and recover. I want to see how genuine his recovery is, and how long it can last. If we can uncover the secret of his recovery or cause some mishap during his cultivation. Lin Mang did not finish his sentence, but the malicious intent was unmistakable. Lin Hai understood, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Nephew comprehends. We shall ensure he pays back in full, with interest. Go, but be discreet in your actions. Lin Mang waved his hand. These are extraordinary times, and we must not allow any slip-ups. Once we topple Lin Feng and his son, the Lin family will be ours to command. Yes, rest assured, brother. Lin Hai bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the study, his figure blending into the night. Inside the study, the candlelight flickered. Alone in the shadows, Lin Mang's expression wavered between gloom and clarity. Lin Fan's sudden recovery disrupted his plans laid over many years, instilling a sense of unease within him. Yet, more so, there was a cold resolution. He would not allow anyone to obstruct his path to seizing control of the Lin family's power. Not even the once promising genius, the seemingly revived Lin Fan, could stand in his way. Lin Fan, humph, even if you have regained your cultivation, what of it? 3 years is ample time to alter many things. This Lin family is no longer a place for you to flaunt your strength. The low murmur of his thoughts echoed in the study, infused with a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 9. The clan assembly strikes back, a collective accusation. The following morning, the bell of the Lin family assembly hall rang earlier and more urgently than usual, carrying a sense of impending storm. The tumult from a storeroom incident had already spread throughout the entire clan like wildfire. As soon as the bell tolled, all senior members of the Lin family, regardless of their thoughts, immediately set aside their affairs and hurried to the assembly hall. Lin Fan had just concluded a night of cultivation, having consumed all 40 low-grade spirit stones, significantly advancing his mastery of the silent sword essence, now firmly established in the third level of body refinement. Upon hearing the bell, he opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing across them. "They have come," he murmured to himself, without surprise. He had anticipated that his adversaries would not let the matter rest after his actions yesterday. He adjusted his attire and calmly made his way toward the assembly hall. As he stepped into the spacious and solemn hall, he immediately felt countless gazes converging upon him. Surprise, scrutiny, wariness, indifference, and malicious glee. Various emotions intermingled in the air. The patriarch, Lin Fan, occupied the central seat, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet his gaze regained its former sharpness, albeit tempered by an inescapable weariness and gravity. Upon noticing Lin Fan's entrance, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of barely perceptible concern. Seated on either side below him were the elders, each taking their designated places. The eldest elder, Lin Mang, occupied the foremost seat on the left, his expression reminiscent of a meditative monk, betraying no hint of emotion. However, the elders flanking him regarded Lin Fan with disapproving glances. Elder Lin Hai, in charge of the storeroom, stood nearby, his eyes instantly revealing resentment and a hint of satisfaction upon Lin Fan's arrival, as if he could already envision the latter's impending misfortune. Disregarding their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Fan strode confidently to the center of the hall and slightly bowed towards Lin Fan, addressing him as father. Lin Fan nodded, but had yet to utter a word when a bald elder, seated beside Lin Mang, abruptly struck the armrest and boomed, "Lin Fan, are you aware of your transgressions?" The onslaught had commenced. Lin Fan slowly turned to face the bald elder, who was none other than the second elder, Lin Wei, an ally of the first elder. "What crime do you refer to?" Lin Fan inquired in a calm tone, still daring to quibble. Lin Wei's hair bristled with indignation as he continued, "Yesterday, you brazenly intruded upon the storeroom, injured the guards, threatened the elders, and forcefully demanded resources. Such outrageous behavior, disregarding family rules, and you still dare to claim innocence?" Lin Hai took a step forward, a mournful expression on his face as he exaggerated the situation. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, you must take a stand for me. Lin Fan, yesterday, acted like a madman, injuring my subordinates, without provocation and even damaging the storeroom's barriers, forcibly seizing a substantial amount of resources. His actions are no different from those of a robber." As he finished, several other elders chimed in. "Indeed, the storeroom is a vital stronghold of the family. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. Disrespecting elders and assaulting kin must not be allowed to continue. He must be severely punished to uphold family law." The chorus of accusations surged towards Lin Fan like a relentless tide. The first elder, Lin Mang, remained in his meditative state, seemingly indifferent, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Lin Fang's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. Lin Fan's actions yesterday may have been mistaken, but there were reasons behind them. Lin Hai withheld resources initially and later insulted the patriarch. "Patriarch," Lin Mang finally interjected, his voice slow yet imbued with undeniable authority. "One must distinguish between matters. If Lin Hai has erred, family rules will address it. However, Lin Fan's assault and resource theft are indisputable facts. If leniency is granted merely because he is the patriarch's son, what credibility remains for our family laws? How shall we govern the younger generation henceforth?" His words were sharp, implicitly branding Lin Fang's defense as favoritism. Lin Fan fell momentarily silent, his pallor deepening. Lin Fan observed the collective scorn directed at him, a cold smile forming within. At this juncture, Lin Mang added slowly, "Moreover, to my knowledge, Lin Fan lost his cultivation 3 years ago. The family expended countless resources to heal him, yet the results were minimal. Now that he has just begun to show promise, instead of repaying his family, he resorts to mercilessly turning against his kin for a mere handful of resources. Such a disposition is truly disheartening. In my view, the resources he has squandered are likely wasted in vain." This remark is particularly venomous, branding Lin Fan as a wasteful and ungrateful wolf among sheep. The words of the Grand Elder ring true. I implore the head of the family to handle this matter with impartiality. Punish Lin Fan severely. The chorus of agreement grew louder. Observing this, Lin Hai's courage swelled, and he pointed accusingly at Lin Fan, exclaiming, "You claim to have regained your cultivation. But who can verify its authenticity? Perhaps you have employed some sinister methods, forcibly exhausting your life force in exchange for this power. Otherwise, how could you be so brutal?" As soon as these words were uttered, many elders cast doubtful and wary glances at Lin Fan. The practice of exhausting one's life for fleeting strength is not without precedent. The situation in the hall appeared overwhelmingly unfavorable for Lin Fan. Lin Fan gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white, yet he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The opposing side was thoroughly prepared, each argument meticulously crafted, further inciting the emotions of the other elders. Just when everyone believed Lin Fan was on the verge of being condemned and punished, he, who had remained silent until now, suddenly let out a soft chuckle. The laughter, though faint, distinctly cut through the cacophony, rendering the moment all the more jarring. Everyone froze, their gazes once again fixated upon him, bewildered as to why he could still smile at such a time. Lin Fan surveyed the faces around him, some filled with anger, others with indifference, and still others relishing his plight, finally resting his gaze upon the seemingly impartial and stern Grand Elder, Lin Mang. Many elders preached the family laws and regulations with pompous airs. His voice dripped with subtle sarcasm as he inquired, "Then allow me to ask, what punishment is warranted for withholding resources from the head of the family? What is the penalty for publicly insulting the family head? What consequences arise from condoning one's subordinates to capture the family head son?" With each question, he advanced a step, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing directly into Lin Hai. Lin Hai, intimidated by his stare, turned pale, instinctively retreating, his lips trembling. You slander me. I was merely acting according to the rules." "Rules?" Lin Fan scoffed. "Your rules merely dictate that you prey on the weak and fear the strong? That you can openly declare before all that even if the family head were to come in person, you would withhold resources?" He abruptly turned to face the enforcer elder. Lin Xing. This elder is known for his unwavering fairness. Yet at this moment, his brow was furrowed in concentration. "Elder Xing, according to the family regulations, what is the consequence for opposing the family head? And what are the 9th regulation concerning those who commit offenses against their superiors? I beseech Elder Xing to clarify." Lin Fan's voice suddenly rose, resonating with authority. Elder Xing's expression hardened, and he replied solemnly, "To oppose the family head may result in a light punishment of corporal discipline, or a severe one of stripping one's cultivation and expulsion from the family. To offend one's superiors, depending on the gravity of the offense, could warrant corporal punishment up to solitary reflection." Lin Fan nodded, casting his gaze once more at the visibly shaken Lin Hai and the supporters of the Grand Elder. "Did you hear that? This is the family law in black and white." He stepped forward once more, his breath no longer restrained, the formidable essence of his 3rd level of body refinement mingling with a trace of the fierce will of annihilation, suddenly radiating outward. "Do you not doubt my cultivation? Do you not wish to adhere to the rules? Very well. Today, in this council hall, I shall request the esteemed elders to witness. Elena Fan, formally challenge Elder Lin Hai, who has withheld resources and insulted my father, to a clan rule challenge. The loser shall face the consequences as dictated by our customs." As his voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. A clan rule challenge. This was the most direct and brutal means for the Lin family to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. On the arena, victory and defeat would determine right and wrong. Everyone was astonished by Lin Fan's sudden assertiveness and resolve. He actually dared to challenge an elder. Lin Hai's face turned ashen with fear. Although he possessed some cultivation, his years of indulgence had rendered him unaccustomed to combat. How could he possibly contend with Lin Fan, who had just incapacitated 2 guards in an instant? The Grand Elder Lin Mang's eyes shot wide open, a flicker of astonished rage flashing within them. He had calculated every possibility, yet never anticipated that Lin Fan would dare to break the status quo. Chapter 10. One sword defeats the enemy. Silence falls upon the hall. The words clan rule challenge reverberated like thunder in the silent council hall, echoing and causing every ear to buzz. All expressions froze, etched with disbelief. To challenge an elder? A mere 16-year-old boy who had only just regained a modicum of cultivation dared to confront an elder who had operated within the family for many years and whose strength was at least at the 7th level of body refinement. This was sheer madness. The color drained from Lin Hai's face. His lips trembled violently as he pointed at Lin Fan, his voice sharp to the brink of breaking. You are outrageous, arrogant. I'm an elder of the family. How dare a mere child challenge me with such impunity? He was thoroughly panicked, completely and utterly alarmed. The strange power and speed Lin Fan exhibited the previous day instilled a deep-seated fear within him. He did not dare to accept the challenge. The Grand Elder Lin Mang's expression also turned exceedingly grim. He abruptly stood and shouted sternly, "Nonsense! A clan rule challenge is no trivial matter. Lin Fan, you show utter disrespect. Apologize to Elder Lin Hai at once, or you may face a lighter punishment." He attempted to suppress the challenge through sheer authority, seeking to quash this confrontation. However, Lin Fan remained unmoved. He calmly turned his gaze to the enforcing Elder Lin Xing and spoke again. His voice clear and resolute. "Elder Xing, according to Clan Rule Article 5, Section 3, any member of the Lin family who believes they have been wronged may challenge the party involved, with the loser facing punishment and the winner proving their innocence. Is this not the case?" Elder Lin Xing's expression turned serious as he slowly nodded. "Indeed, that clause exists." A hint of astonishment and scrutiny crept into his gaze towards Lin Fan. This young man had not only regained his strength, but had also transformed into someone so decisive and ruthless, starkly contrasting with the sunny genius from 3 years prior. With that, Lin Fan turned to the pale-faced Lin Hai and spoke, word by word. "Elder Lin Hai, do you dare to engage in battle?" Lin Hai was drenched in cold sweat, my eyes darting nervously as I sought help from the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, Lin Mang, trembled with rage, yet found himself unable to openly refute the clan's written regulations. He could only glare menacingly at Lin Fan, forcing the words out between clenched teeth. "Lin Fan, do not deceive yourself. Even if you have encountered some fortuitous events and regained a modicum of your cultivation, challenging an elder is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Whether it is indeed like striking a stone with an egg, we shall discover through battle." Lin Fan replied with an indifferent tone. "Elder Hai, are you frightened?" The last 3 words dripped with unabashed mockery, striking Lin Hai like a whip across the face. Under the watchful eyes of many, if Lin Hai were to retreat now, his dignity as an elder would be utterly obliterated, and he would lose all authority within the clan henceforth. "You insolent wretch, you have gone too far." Driven to the brink, Lin Hai's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Today, I will teach you a proper lesson for your father's sake, you ungrateful brat." Though his words were fierce, a hint of trepidation lingered in his gaze. "Then let us proceed to the arena," declared the Law Elder Lin Xing, his voice resolute and commanding. A throng of individuals, each with their own motives, made their way to the Lin family's training grounds. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the Lin clan. Countless disciples and servants rushed to the arena, forming a tightly packed crowd around the platform, their faces etched with astonishment, curiosity, and disbelief. Lin Fan was challenging Elder Lin Hai. This was undoubtedly the most explosive news the Lin family had seen in years. On the arena, Lin Hai took a deep breath, forcibly quelling his inner turmoil. His cultivation at the 7th level of the body refinement realm erupted explosively, enveloping his form in a vibrant yellow aura, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. He excelled in defense and believed that even if Lin Fan possessed some unusual abilities, with his considerable advantage in cultivation, he could outlast him. "You little wretch, prepare to be flattened." Lin Hai roared, seizing the initiative. His palms shimmered with a heavy light, akin to 2 colossal boulders, generating a howling wind as they crashed toward Lin Fan's chest. This was his meticulously honed mid-level yellow tier technique, the rock palm. The force of his attack was fierce and imposing, causing many spectators below to sweat for Lin Fan. However, in the face of this ferocious assault, Lin Fan stood his ground, utterly unmoving. It was only when those palms were nearly upon him that a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Without any visible preparation, his right hand, with fingers held like a sword, struck out with the speed of lightning. At the tip of his fingers, there was no dazzling brilliance, only a faint, nearly invisible stream of gray-black energy that coiled around, emanating a chilling aura of annihilation, sharp and lethal. The sword of annihilation. With a soft sound, Not the violent clash one might expect. Lin Fan's finger struck with unparalleled precision at the weakest point of Lin Hai's dual palm attack. The seemingly substantial yellow aura, upon contact with that thread of annihilating energy, melted away silently, as if snow encountering the blazing sun. What? Lin Hai sa pupin constit abeli. His heart gripped with sheer terror. He sensed that the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated was being rapidly eroded and extinguished by a terrifying force. However, before he could shift his stance to retreat, Lin Fan's sword finger had already pierced through his palm's defense, advancing relentlessly to gently touch his chest at the Danzhong point. With a soft hiss, an imperceptible strand of annihilation sword essence infiltrated his body. Lin Hai's advancing form suddenly froze, as if struck by a sudden paralysis. All his movements and the flow of his spiritual energy came to an abrupt halt. The ferocity on his face solidified, replaced by an extreme terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound, only feeling an icy, deathly force swiftly invade his meridians, throwing his entire spiritual energy into chaos and freezing it completely. In the next moment, with a thud, Lin Hai's eyes rolled back, his massive body collapsing forward as if all support had vanished, crashing heavily onto the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay motionless, having fainted. The entire martial arts arena fell into a dead silence, the stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if ensnared by a spell, fixated on the proud young man standing on the stage and the elder Lin Hai, sprawled beneath him like a lifeless dog. One move? Merely a single move? The seventh-layer body refining elder Lin Hai could not withstand even one strike from Lin Fan. No one even discerned how Lin Fan had executed his attack. What kind of strength is this? What uncanny power. On the high platform, the elder Lin Mang's teacup shattered with a crack, tea splattering all over him. Yet he remained oblivious, his gaze locked on a Lin Fan, filled with shock, anger, and a trace of unmistakable fear. The family head, Lin Feng, abruptly rose to his feet, his face a tableau of excitement and disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. Elder Lin Xing's pupils constricted, his gaze towards Lin Fan laden with gravity and scrutiny. The silence endured for several breaths. Then, like cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, the entire arena erupted. Gasps, exclamations, and sharp intakes of breath surged like a tidal wave, nearly overturning the entire martial arts arena. All eyes were fixated on Lin Fan, filled with reverence, fear, and profound confusion. Lin Fan slowly retracted his finger, not casting a glance at Lin Hai beneath him, his gaze calmly shifting towards the elder on the high platform. Elder Xing, the outcome has been determined. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly above the cacophony. According to clan rules, what is to be done with the vanquished? Chapter 11. The law is as solid as a mountain. Lin Xing's resolution. Lin Fan's voice flowed like a cold stream, distinctly traversing the silent arena, reaching the ears of every individual, and striking heavily upon the hearts of each elder on the high platform. According to clan rules, what is to be done with the vanquished? In an instant, all gazes shifted from Lin Fan to the elder Lin Xing, whose expression was as stern as iron. Elder Lin Xing slowly rose to his feet. Though his stature was neither imposing nor particularly robust, an air of solemnity and authority emanated from him, silencing all whispers and commotion in the arena. His gaze, laden with complexity, swept over the unconscious Lin Hai on the platform before settling on Lin Fan, who stood resolutely at the center, calm yet piercing in his demeanor. This youth, so starkly different from the gentle prodigy he had known 3 years prior, now exuded a latent sharpness that even Lin Xing found somewhat unsettling. The clan rules. Lin Xing began, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet imbued with an undeniable power that resonated throughout the assembly, shall not be disregarded. The 3 words he uttered established a definitive tone. The grand elder Lin Mang's countenance shifted dramatically, his head snapping towards Lin Xing, his eyes ablaze with fury and a hint of warning. Lin Xing. You. Yet, Lin Xing did not spare him a glance, continuing with a grave tone. In accordance with clan regulations, a challenge accepted voluntarily has determined the victor and the vanquished. The defeated Lin Hai, as per the rules. He paused, surveying the crowd, each word crystal clear, shall receive 50 strokes of punishment, forfeiture of resources for 3 months, and must publicly apologize to the victor Lin Fan, as well as to the house master Lin Feng, for any prior disrespectful remarks. At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Although many had anticipated this outcome, hearing the law elder's decree firsthand was nonetheless shocking. An esteemed elder, publicly bested by a mere youth, now facing such severe repercussions, was unprecedented in the annals of the Lin family. Grand Elder Lin Mang trembled with rage, his face a shade of ashen fury. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xing, how dare you? While Elder Hai may have erred, he has served the family diligently for many years. How can you permit such a punishment for a mere challenge against a junior? Grand Elder Lin Xing interrupted forcefully, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto Lin Mang. Before the clan rules, all are equal. If today we allow favoritism due to Lin Hai's elder status, what credibility will our family regulations hold in the future? Does the Grand Elder believe these rules are subject to individual interpretation? His words rang with conviction, leaving Lin Mang momentarily speechless, his face oscillating between crimson and pallor. Should he persist, he would be openly defying the clan rules, a burden he could not bear. Disregarding Lin Mang further, Lin Xing turned to the law enforcement disciples, his voice commanding, "Where are the law enforcement disciples?" Present. Several disciples clad in black attire, exuding an air of sternness, stepped forward immediately. Take Elder Lin Hai down and execute the punishment as prescribed. There must be no errors. Yes. Without hesitation, the law enforcement disciples advanced, dragging the unconscious Lin Hai from the arena like a lifeless dog, heading straight for the law enforcement hall. They obeyed the law elder's commands without mercy, regardless of their opponent's seniority. This scene profoundly shocked all the Lin family members once more. They gazed at the cold, unyielding law enforcement disciples, then at the impassive Elder Lin Xing, finally resting their eyes on the composed and independent youth on the platform, a chill of awe and respect rising within them. The clan rules would indeed be enforced, and Lin Fan had truly transformed. Lin Xing's gaze returned to Lin Fan, his tone still grave, yet seemingly softened slightly. Lin Fan, you have proven your strength and rightfully earned your innocence. The matter regarding the storeroom is hereby concluded. Following Lin Hai's punishment, the resources he withheld will be supervised by the enforcement hall, with double compensation awarded to you and your father. Double compensation. The crowd gasped once more. This was undoubtedly the enforcement hall's declaration of stance, a further reprimand to Lin Hai and the forces behind him. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan slightly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Elder Xing, for your fair enforcement of the law." He remained neither humble nor arrogant, composed and serene. Lin Xing observed him, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable admiration flickering in his eyes, yet he quickly reverted to his unflappable demeanor. "Though you triumphed in the challenge of clan rules, your actions yesterday were ultimately too extreme. I impose a 3-day house arrest upon you for reflection. Do you have any objections?" A 3-day house arrest, rather than a punishment. It could be seen as a veiled protection, allowing Lin Fan to momentarily evade scrutiny and digest his gains. Lin Fan understood this well. Nodding, Lin Fan accepts the punishment. Then it is dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xing said no more and turned to leave first. On the high platform, the Grand Elder Lin Mang fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, then glanced at Lin Xing's departing figure, his eyes filled with resentment and fury, ultimately tossing his sleeve in frustration, departing with a group of elders whose expressions were equally grim. The family head, Lin Feng, looked at his son's figure below, a genuine smile of relief emerging on his face for the first time in 3 years. Though concerns still lingered, pride overshadowed it. He too rose to depart, needing to recuperate and prepare for the inevitably more intense storms ahead. A sudden clan meeting turned tumultuous, a shocking challenge to clan rules concluded in an unforeseen manner. Yet everyone knew this was far from the end. The strength and ruthless methods Lin Fan displayed today, alongside the enforcement elders' evidently impartial stance, had irrevocably shattered the delicate balance the Lin family had maintained for 3 years. The Lin family would surely face turbulent times ahead, as the crowd gradually dispersed. Each person cast a glance at Lin Fan filled with a complex mix of emotions: reverence, fear, curiosity, and apprehension, to name a few. Lin Fan descended the platform alone, disregarding the myriad gazes, striding directly toward his secluded courtyard. 3 days of house arrest, perfectly aligned with his desires. He needed time and resources to thoroughly solidify and enhance his recently restored cultivation. The path of the extinguishing sword body had only just begun. Today's events were merely the first modest interest he reclaimed from this world. His steps were steady, his silhouette elongated in the setting sun, exuding an unwavering sharpness. Chapter 12. Undercurrents stirring, shadows approaching. The night deepened, like ink saturating Qingyun City. In the east courtyard of the Lin family, the grand elder Lin Mang's study remained lit by flickering candlelight, yet the atmosphere was more oppressive and solemn than usual. Lin Mang's expression was as dark as water, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the zeatonwood table, producing a dull, rhythmic sound that resonated within Lin Hai, who stood by with his hands hanging at his sides. Lin Hai's complexion remained pale. The humiliation and injuries inflicted upon him in public by the enforcers rendered his posture somewhat awkward. Yet more than that, it was the lingering fear and trepidation he felt in the presence of Lin Mang that unsettled him. Elder brother, Lin Hai spoke with a hoarse voice. What kind of sinister technique does Lin Fan wield? He was at the third level of body refinement, but now, I fear he has surpassed that. To have defeated me with a single blow, the chilling stillness of the arena and the eerie force that had eroded his spiritual power sent a shiver down Lin Hai's spine. Lin Mang's hand abruptly halted its tapping, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Regardless of what it is, he must not be allowed to grow any stronger. Today he dared to challenge the elders publicly. Tomorrow he may threaten my position as the Grand Elder if the third brother recovers from this. Our years of scheming will all be for naught. His tone carried an imperceptible urgency and ferocity. Lin Fan's sudden rise had caught him off guard, instilling a profound sense of threat within him. However, Lin Hai hesitated, but the enforcer hall, Lin Xing, that stubborn old man, clearly favors that little beast today. If we act too openly, then we shall proceed covertly. Lin Mang interjected sharply, his voice low yet venomous. Isn't Lin Fan arrogant? Isn't he boasting about ascending to Yunlan Sect? Let him leave Qingyun City with his life at stake. A shiver ran through Lin Hai at the implication of his brother's words. Lin Mang leaned slightly forward, the flickering candlelight casting a dance of shadows across his face, rendering it particularly sinister. Have we made contact with the shadow killers? Lin Hai swallowed hard and nodded hastily. Yes, but their price is steep, and they require half the payment up front. How much? Lin Mang demandet con li. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Hai's voice trembled. This amount was nearly equivalent to half a year's income for the Lin family. Lin Mang's eyelid twitched slightly, clearly pained by the expense. Yet, recalling Lin Fan's terrifying gaze and potential, he gritted his teeth. Pay them, if it means ensuring that little beast's complete disappearance. 5,000 spirit stones are worth it. However, such a large expenditure from the treasury may attract Lin Xing's attention. Lin Hai expressed his concerns. Draw from my private vault, Lin Mang declared resolutely. Remember, handle it discreetly. Leave no traces. Yes. Lin Hai hudiden zet ponde. The shadow killers informed me they are dispatching a peak 9th level body refinement assassin, codenamed Shadow Ghost, who excels in stealth and assassination, having successfully eliminated Foundation stage cultivators. Dealing with Lin Fan will be more than sufficient. Peak 9th level body refinement, excellent. A glint of satisfaction and ruthlessness flashed in Lin Mang's eyes. Tell them I want results swiftly, preferably on the route where Lin Fan delivers medicine to his useless father. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Hai bowed, suppressing the pain in his rear, and swiftly exited, blending into the night. In the study, only Lin Mang remained alone. He slowly sank back into his chair, gazing at the flickering candlelight, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Fan, no matter how your talents return or your strange methods manifest, in the face of absolute power and darkness, you are but a fleeting moment. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for obstructing my path. Meanwhile, within Lin Fan's small courtyard, he remained oblivious to the deadly ambush meticulously arranged against him. He was carefully placing 2 bags of qi gathering powder into a clean cloth pouch, along with the majority of the spirit stones he had acquired that day, leaving only a small portion for his own cultivation. His father's injuries had yet to heal, and these resources were urgently needed for recovery. As he pushed open the door, the night breeze caressed his face with a chill. The courtyard was eerily silent, broken only by the faint rustle of insects. However, just as he stepped outside, preparing to make his way to his father's residence, his footsteps faltered slightly. An indescribable intuition, like a subtle, icy prick, stealthily crept up his spine. It was not a sound he heard or a sight he beheld, but a heightened awareness of danger and killing intent, cultivated through the practice of the Sword of Annihilation. The surroundings were too quiet, uncomfortably so. Even the previously distinct sounds of insects seemed to wane at a certain moment. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened instantly, and although he continued to walk forward with an unassuming demeanor, his muscles had already tensed imperceptibly. The ethereal image of an ancient sword within his dantian trembled slightly, a thread of annihilation energy flowing through his meridians, gathering strength for an imminent release. His steps appeared steady, yet each movement resonated with a certain rhythm. His ears attuned to every sound, and his eyes alert to any subtle changes around him. The moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, casting the alley into increasing darkness. Just as he reached the narrowest part of the alley, flanked by towering walls, a faint whoosh, a sound nearly indistinguishable from the night wind, suddenly rang above him. A shadow, indistinct and spectral, silently descended from the high wall. A short sword, gleaming with a chilling green light, aimed directly at Lin Fan's vital point. The speed was astonishing, the angle cruel and precise. There was not a hint of superfluous motion, only the utmost efficiency and lethal coldness. A peak assassin of the 9th level of body refinement. The Phantom. With a single strike, it was a guaranteed kill. Chapter 13. The Phantom's Assault. The sword's resonance in desperation. The sound of slicing air was so subtle that, were it not for Lin Fan's extraordinary sensitivity, he would have scarcely noticed it. A chilling, palpable killing intent instantly locked onto him, the skin on his back prickling as if pierced by a needle. A peak assassin of the 9th level of body refinement, and one adept in the art of assassination. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had no time for thought. His body reacted instinctively. The Sword of Annihilation surged into action, the ethereal sword within his dantian vibrating violently, unleashing a torrent of annihilation energy far mightier than before, erupting like a flood. The Annihilation Shield. He let out a low growl, and the dark gray currents surrounding him swiftly coalesced, forming a somewhat insubstantial yet ominous shield that exuded an aura of utter annihilation. This was not a technique recorded in the Sword of Annihilation, but rather a defensive measure he had independently triggered, born from his understanding of the sword's intrinsic properties under the pressure of life and death. Clang! The poison dagger struck fiercely against the gray-black shield, producing a piercing clash of metal. The shield, capable of easily piercing through fine iron, trembled violently as the dark gray currents clashed with the sharp spiritual energy clinging to the dagger, eroding each other in a frenzy of obliteration. In a mere instant of stalemate, crack! The protective barrier shattered in response, for the disparity in cultivation levels was simply too vast. Yet, that fleeting moment was sufficient. Lin Fan utilized the force of impact to propel himself forward, his body bending as if boneless, his footwork executing an uncanny sidestep. Swoosh! The poison dagger ultimately failed to strike his vital spot, grazing his side instead and drawing forth a streak of blood. His clothing was instantly torn, and a searing pain accompanied by a tingling sensation surged from the wound. Poison! A chill ran through Lin Fan's heart as the essence of the Sword of Annihilation surged towards the injury, forcibly suppressing the encroaching toxins. Without pausing for breath, he rolled forward, his right hand slicing back with urgency. Roll! A condensed stream of gray-black sword energy shot forth, not aimed at the assassin who had melded back into the shadows, but rather cleaving towards the nearby wall. Boom! Debris flew as dust clouded the air. This was not an attempt to harm the enemy, but a strategy to create chaos, obstructing the opponent's line of sight and pursuit. A faint, incredulous voice emerged from the shadows. Clearly, Lin Fan's reaction speed, far exceeding that typical of a 4th-tier body cultivator, along with his bizarre defensive measures and decisive adaptability, had completely taken the assassin by surprise. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Fan's figure darted forth like a cheetah, racing towards the far end of the alleyway. He dared not linger for a moment. The adversary's agility and concealment capabilities were too formidable. If he were to be ensnared again, death was certain. An intriguing little fellow, but can you truly escape? The chilling voice, akin to the whisper of a malevolent spirit, echoed behind him. The shadow pursued relentlessly, ignoring the billowing dust, closing in with a speed that far surpassed Lin Fan's own. The poison dagger once more raised, its tip aimed at the nape of Lin Fan's neck. The shadow of death loomed once more. Lin Fan could distinctly sense the icy malice and the terrifying speed with which it approached from behind. At this rate, He would be caught within mere breaths. The alleyway's exit lay ahead, yet it seemed so distant. What to do? A direct confrontation would lead to certain demise. The gap in their cultivation was insurmountable. In this moment of imminent peril, a flicker of madness ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of continuing his flight, he abruptly halted, pivoting on his left foot and turning to face the rushing shadow head-on. Simultaneously, the sword of annihilation within him operated at an unprecedented speed, causing the ancient sword's phantasm in his dantian to emit a burdensome hum. Every ounce of annihilating sword essence, including that which suppressed toxins, was extracted, compressed, and concentrated towards the very tip of his right finger without reservation. A point of profound darkness coalesced at his fingertip, though not blinding. It seemed to devour all surrounding light, radiating a disquieting wave of destruction. This represented the most formidable strike he could currently muster, encapsulating all his cultivation, will, and even his latent life potential. The assassin known as Shadow was evidently unprepared for Lin Fan's audacious counterattack, and he could hardly fathom that this seemingly mere cultivator at the 4th level of body refinement could unleash such a terrifying blow. The darkness at Lin Fan's fingertip instilled a sense of fatal threat, even in this peak 9th level body refiner. His momentum faltered slightly, and he instinctively raised his short sword in a defensive posture, channeling his spiritual energy. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Fan's concentrated finger strike did not target the assassin, but rather plunged violently downwards, striking the ground beneath him with tremendous force. Annihilation, explode, boom! A resounding and thunderous roar erupted, centered around the point where Lin Fan's fingertip made contact. A terrifying explosion of annihilating sword essence detonated, as if a bomb had been ignited beneath the earth. The once solid ground instantaneously cracked and collapsed. A deluge of soil and debris was hurled skyward by the ferocious energy, creating a towering wall of dust that completely obscured the line of sight between Lin Fan and the assassin. Moreover, the very essence of annihilation stirred the atmosphere into utter chaos. Coughing, Shadow was compelled to retreat repeatedly from the sudden explosion and the swirling dust, his protective aura dispersing the particles. Yet, he could no longer discern Lin Fan's presence, nor sense his aura, entirely concealed by the rampant and tumultuous sword intent of annihilation. He stood there, his expression dark and foreboding, gazing at the gaping pit in the ground and the lingering, repugnant aura of deathly sword intent in the air, his eyes fluctuating with emotion. A mere 4th level body refiner had not only escaped from his lethal strike, but had also created chaos and evaded him through such a self-destructive maneuver. It was an egregious humiliation. He meticulously sensed the surroundings, finding nothing but the chaotic sword intent. The sword of annihilation had produced such an individual from the Lin family? Shadow murmured to himself, his tone laced with gravity and murderous intent, realizing that the price must be doubled. With a flicker, he melded into the shadows once more, vanishing from sight. Several dozen paces away, in a narrower, darker alleyway, a rickety wooden crate piled with debris trembled slightly. Inside, Lin Fan leaned against the cold wooden boards, his complexion as pale as paper, gasping for breath, blood seeping continuously from the corners of his mouth. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his strength, exacerbating old injuries within his internals. The wound on his side oozed black blood once more due to the withdrawal of sword essence, intensifying the prickling sensation. Yet he dared not utter a sound, even suppressing his breath with utmost effort, as the essence of the silent blade instinctively concealed all traces of his presence, akin to a lifeless tree in utter stillness. It was only after he confirmed that the terrifying intent to kill had completely vanished that he gradually relaxed, unable to stifle the violent cough that erupted. Cough, cough, cough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze was exceptionally bright, devoid of any relief from surviving a calamity. Instead, it was filled with cold, murderous intent and a sense of urgency. Shadow killers, specters, the Grand Elder. You are indeed impatient. With great difficulty, he fished out the last small vial of body-refining elixir from his bosom, pouring its contents into his mouth without a second glance. Then clutched the final 2 low-grade spirit stones, forcibly channeling the silent blade scriptures to begin healing and recovery. He must recover swiftly. The enemy would not grant him much time. Chapter 14. Healing breakthrough, law enforcement night visit. Inside the broken wooden crate, the space was cramped and stifling, filled with the scent of dust and decaying wood. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his complexion appearing increasingly pale in the darkness. The wound on his side throbbed with a tingling pain, and his internal organs ached subtly from the forceful activation of the silent blade essence, his vital energy churning restlessly. He endured the discomfort, his mind sinking within. The incantations of the silent blade scriptures began to operate slowly, far more arduous and obscure than usual. The last 2 low-grade spirit stones in his palm lost their luster at a visible rate, their meager spiritual energy being painstakingly extracted and funneled into his meridians. However, the silent blade essence, being at the 4th level of body refinement, far surpassed ordinary spiritual power in both quality and quantity. This meager amount of spiritual energy was merely a drop in the bucket, insufficient for healing his wounds, let alone restoring his expended energy. The medicinal properties of the body-refining elixir primarily reinforced the physical body, offering limited efficacy for his meridians and internal injuries. He must act more swiftly. Lin Fan's heart raced with anxiety. Though the Spectre assassin had temporarily retreated, they would undoubtedly not give up. The Grand Elder S faction likely had further plans. He could evade them for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Should he be found in his current state, death would be certain. What to do? Suddenly, he recalled the preamble of the Silent Blade scriptures, stating that the Silent Blade body must endure the realm of death, gathering the essence of silence to rise anew. The realm of death, the essence of silence. His gaze abruptly fell upon the wound on his side, which continued to ooze black blood. The short sword of the Shadow Assassin was poisoned. This toxin was incessantly gnawing at his vitality, bringing forth pain and weakness. Was this not a form of the realm of death? An audacious, even mad thought surged into Lin Fan's mind. Since the silent blade essence could devour cold toxins, could it not also consume the potent poison of this blade? Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. Rather than passively waiting for the toxin to gradually erode him, or wasting precious blade essence to forcefully contain it, he would take a leap of faith. The essence of the silent blade consumes all things of deathly silence. Poison, too, is a form of deathly stillness. A fierce determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He no longer attempted to suppress the poison at the wound. Instead, he delicately guided a thread of silent blade essence, actively meeting the encroaching toxin head-on. The moment the dark gray sword essence made contact with the eerie green venom, a sharp hissing sound erupted, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, triggering a violent reaction. The sword essence and the venom relentlessly eroded one another, leading to their mutual annihilation. A piercing pain erupted from the wound, far surpassing any previous agony. Lin Fan let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his body trembling violently, on the verge of fainting. Yet, he gritted his teeth, clinging to the last vestige of clarity in his mind, channeling all his energy into the silencing sword classic, summoning more sword essence, as if to encircle and suppress the rampant toxins, refining them. This was an exceedingly perilous process. Any misstep could lead to the venom attacking his heart, resulting in instant demise. However, the silencing sword classic was truly worthy of its exalted title. The sword essence's capacity to counter such lifeless and venomous entities far exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. After enduring the initial violent clash, the sword essence gradually gained the upper hand. The ferocious poison was progressively decomposed, devoured, and transformed into a purer form of energy, imbued with the same sense of lifelessness, which then nourished the sword essence. The pain persisted, yet Lin Fan could distinctly feel the tingling sensation at the wound receding, replaced by a chilling burn. The toxin that had impeded the flow of spiritual energy was transmuting into sustenance for the burgeoning sword essence. Effective. An overwhelming joy surged within Lin Fan as he focused intently on guiding the sword essence to refine the toxins. Time trickled by. Outside the broken wooden box, the night deepened, engulfed in silence. Inside, a faint gray-black aura swirled around Lin Fan, his breath fluctuating between the feebleness of a candle flame and an imposing presence. The wound at his side had ceased bleeding, covered by an eerie, gray-black scab. As he completely refined and absorbed the last trace of venom, a resonant hum emanated from the ancient sword's phantom within his dantian, clearer than ever before. A blurred rune flickered on the sword's body. A surge of sword essence, far more magnificent and pure than before, rushed forth, instantly coursing through his limbs. Not only had his injuries healed, but the formidable barrier of the fourth layer of body refinement, which had restrained him for a moment, was shattered by this newly awakened power. Body refinement stage, fifth layer. His aura soared abruptly. An intense sword intent erupted uncontrollably, carving countless intricate sword marks into the confines of the small wooden box. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, a gray-black brilliance swirling within, sharp as a blade, resembling two cold stars igniting in the darkness. However, just as he had broken through, his aura not yet fully contained, a series of soft yet distinct knocks suddenly resonated from outside the wooden box. Lin Fan's entire body stiffened, the aura he had just unleashed retracting to its utmost limit. The sword essence lying in wait, transforming him into a lifeless stone, his breathing and heartbeat nearly ceasing. Who? Was it the assassin returning? Or perhaps others sent by the Grand Elder? He held his breath, his perception heightened to its utmost limit, only to be astonished by the realization that there was but a single presence outside the box. A presence dense and profound, imbued with an air of familiarity. Come forth, young one. Even from within the confines of the box, I can detect the scent of your recent breakthrough. A deep, slightly hoarse voice pierced the stillness of the night, shattering its tranquility. It was the Law Elder, Lin Xing. Lin Fan's heart jolted. How could he have found this place? What were his intentions? An adversary? A friend? As his thoughts raced, Lin Fan understood that further concealment was futile. The other party could locate him with remarkable precision and had discerned his recent advancement, indicating that he had already perceived his condition. Taking a deep breath, he gently lifted the lid of the wooden box. Bathed in moonlight, Elder Lin Xing stood alone in the shadow of the alley, his figure still gaunt and his countenance stern, quietly observing him with an expression that was complex and inscrutable. Elder Xing, Lin Fan exclaimed, leaping from the box and slightly bowing in greeting, his demeanor poised and respectful, while the sword essence within him flowed quietly, maintaining the utmost vigilance. Lin Xing's gaze swept over him, lingering for a moment on the wound on his side, crusted with gray scabs, a flicker of imperceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes. Shadow Kill, peak of the ninth layer of body refinement, proficient in assassination, with a venomous short sword that is both ruthless and cunning. Elder Lin Xing's voice was flat, yet it tightened Lin Fan's heart. He truly knew. You managed to escape from his clutches and seemingly turned misfortune into fortune, achieving a breakthrough in your cultivation. Lin Xing's tone was ambiguous, neither commendatory nor otherwise. It appears the opportunities you have encountered are more extraordinary than I had anticipated. Lin Fan remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Lin Xing, unfazed, continued. Lin Hai has been punished and confined, yet his subordinates quietly departed through the side door half an hour ago, heading towards the Old Dog Tavern in the western part of the city. He paused. That is a secret liaison point for Shadow Kill in Qingyun City. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Why are you divulging this information to me, Elder? Lin Xing turned his back to him, gazing into the distance towards the Lin family estate. His voice low, the Lin family cannot withstand further turmoil. Some individuals, blinded by profit, have forgotten the essence of familial foundations. He turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. Clan rules can restrain open conflicts, yet they cannot prevent the knives hidden in the shadows. Your father's old wounds have yet to heal. There are many matters he is unable to manage. You are a clever individual. You should grasp the implications of my words. Having spoken, Lin Xing took a step to depart. Elder, Lin Fan suddenly called out, why do you assist me? Lin Xing paused, not turning around, merely responding in a detached tone, I am not aiding you. I am upholding the principles of the Lin family. As his words fell, his figure melded into the night, disappearing as though he had never existed. In the alley, only Lin Fan remained, standing still, reflecting on the elder's final words, his expression shifting in uncertainty. The attitude of the Law Elder appeared to be far more nuanced than he had initially perceived. Meanwhile, the liaison point for Shadow Kill. The Old Dog Tavern. Lin Fan gently touched the now healed wound beneath his rib, and a glimmer of icy killing intent quietly emerged in his eyes. Chapter 15. The Threat in the Dark Night. The Old Dog Tavern. The figure of the law enforcement elder, Lin Xing, had completely vanished into the night, leaving only Lin Fan alone in the alley, accompanied by a lingering aura of menace that had yet to dissipate from the air. Standing still, Lin Fan's gaze lowered. his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the scarred flesh beneath his ribs. Lin Xing's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. The Old Dog Tavern, a contact point for the shadow assassins. The elder, known for his unyielding integrity, had taken a profound step tonight. Rather than intervening directly, he chose a nearly indulgent approach, placing a threat of vengeance into Lin Fan's hands. This was not mere goodwill. It felt more like a test, an investment. He sought to witness the sharpness of this unsheathed sword and the tumult it could stir within the stagnant waters of the Lin family. Lin family's rules, Lin Fan murmured, repeating Lin Xing's final words, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that rules are immutable, but people are alive. What Lin Xing protected was perhaps not the words inscribed on paper, but rather the fragile boundary that prevented the Lin family from total collapse. The Grand Elder, Lin Mang, had evidently crossed that line. With this realization, Lin Fan lifted his gaze towards the western part of the city, the dormant killing intent in his eyes suddenly erupting like a frozen lake cracking under pressure, radiating a chilling brilliance. Let this old dog be the beginning, he thought, and let you all know the price of crossing boundaries. He did not rush into action, but instead closed his eyes once more, carefully attuning himself to the essence of the annihilation sword chi within him, now significantly enhanced and more refined. As it flowed through him, the profound understanding of its annihilative nature sharpened. With a flicker of thought, the ashen-black sword essence cascaded to his fingertips, pulsating with an unsettling coldness. He endeavored to control its form, rendering it more subdued, like a coiled serpent, concealing all its sharpness and silence into the void. Tonight's endeavor required not a cataclysmic eruption, but rather a silent harvest. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his breath now entirely stable, all traces of his recent breakthroughs concealed, appearing no different from an ordinary martial artist at the body refining stage, save for the astonishing brightness of his eyes in the darkness. In a swift motion, he glided like a ghost out of the alley, merging seamlessly into the dense night as he hastened towards the western district of the city. The western area of Qingyun City was far more chaotic and dilapidated than the eastern. It served as a gathering place for mercenaries, adventurers, and various shadowy underground forces. The streets were narrow and filthy, the air thick with the stench of inferior ale, sweat, and a faint hint of blood. The Old Dog Tavern was nestled at the end of one of the darkest alleyways, its sign askew, lanterns dim, and the wooden door worn down. From within emanated a cacophony of raucous noise and boisterous laughter. Lin Fan paused in the shadowy corner of the street, his keen gaze sweeping sharply over the surroundings of the tavern. A group of brazen men squatted at the entrance, drinking and casting vigilant glances at every passerby. He did not enter through the front door, but instead circled to the rear of the tavern. This area was even filthier, cluttered with discarded barrels and refuse. Like a gecko, he silently scaled the back wall, his fingers gripping the crevices between the bricks. With a subtle release of his sword intent, he effortlessly shattered the latch of a ventilation window. Shrinking his form, he glided into the opening like wisps of smoke. Inside the tavern, the ambience was dimly lit, shrouded in swirling smoke and cacophonous voices. Boisterous men loudly engaged in drinking games, while scantily clad waitresses navigated through the throng. The air was thick with an intoxicating blend of alcohol, tobacco, and body odor. Lin Fan landed soundlessly, swiftly blending into the shadows of a cluttered corner, his gaze sharp as that of a most composed hunter, meticulously surveying the entire hall. His senses heightened to their utmost limits. The sword intent bestowed upon him endowed his perception with extraordinary acuity, allowing him to discern the subtle currents of air and energy fluctuations flowing around him. Before long, his attention was drawn to a low-hanging curtain at the back of the counter. Two seemingly ordinary robust men stood guard, yet their keen eyes and steady presence surpassed those of the drunken patrons outside. More crucially, Lin Fan sensed a faint yet unmistakable aura of bloodlust and chill emanating from the gap in the curtain, akin to that of the shadowy assassin. That was the place. How to gain entry? A direct assault would surely alert them. His gaze shifted to the bustling waitresses. He noted one of them, balancing an empty tray, making her way towards the curtain, seemingly to fetch more drinks. An opportunity. At the moment the waitress lifted the curtain and slipped inside, Lin Fan sprang into action. His figure merged seamlessly with the shadows, moving with a swiftness that rendered him nearly undetectable. Just as the curtain fell, he slipped through silently, barely stirring the air around him. Beyond the curtain lay a narrow staircase descending into the basement. Dim oil lamps flickered on the walls, casting wavering light. The waitress seemed to sense something amiss behind her and turned slightly, but Lin Fan, with fingers poised like a blade, precisely tapped a minuscule amount of his sword intent at a spot on her neck. The waitress's body relaxed, and she toppled forward. Lin Fan caught her gently and placed her in the shadows of a corner, executing the entire maneuver without a sound. He took a deep breath, suppressing his own presence to the utmost, becoming as lifeless as the stone wall, and descended step by step. The deeper he went, the more pronounced the chilling aura became. The basement was slightly brighter. A thin, middle-aged man dressed in a silk shirt, sporting a pair of whiskers, sat behind a table, deftly manipulating an abacus. Behind him stood a black-clad guard, exuding the cold aura Lin Fan had sensed earlier. Humph, that old fellow from the Lin family is certainly willing to spend. The gaunt man scoffed while tapping the abacus. 5,000 spirit stones for the life of his own nephew. How ruthless. However, since the shadowy assassin failed, the price will have to be recalculated. The figure clad in black spoke in a hoarse voice. Rest assured, shopkeeper. The target is indeed more formidable than the intelligence suggested. Yet the shadow assassin has never failed in his endeavors. Lord Blood Butcher is personally overseeing this matter, and when the next strike occurs, it shall be infallible. However, the price must be doubled. 10,000 it is. The gaunt man appeared to wince at the expense, yet gritted his teeth, declaring, as long as it is executed cleanly, that scion of the Lin family must vanish entirely. I shall provide the deposit by tomorrow. His words abruptly ceased, as both he and the black-clad guardian suddenly sensed a chilling aura, one that seemed capable of freezing souls, swiftly enveloping the entire basement. A figure emerged, as if summoned from the depths of hell, silently appearing at the staircase. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, the gray-black sword essence flowing around him silently, his cold gaze locking onto the gaunt man behind the table. I fear you shall not see tomorrow. Chapter 16. The sword essence summons the soul. Blood Butcher approaches. The air within the basement seemed to solidify instantaneously. The flame of the oil lamp ceased its flickering, as though frozen by an invisible chill. The shopkeeper's fingers, poised to calculate, hung suspended in midair, his expression of greed and cunning swiftly replaced by sheer terror, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The black-clad guardian reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively barking a command, drawing his long blade half a foot from its sheath, unleashing a frigid aura of murderous intent that honed in on the uninvited guest at the door. Who goes there? The black-clad guardian rasped, his voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. He was utterly oblivious to how the intruder had gained entry. Lin Fan offered no reply. His gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, sweeping over the guardian before settling on the trembling face of the shopkeeper. The Lin family elder, he began, his tone calm, yet imbued with a chill that seemed to emanate from the abyss. You offered 5,000 spirit stones for my life. A series of choking sounds escaped the shopkeeper's throat, his complexion paling to that of parchment, cold sweat instantly saturating his silk shirt. He yearned to deny the accusation. Yet under the scrutiny of those soul-piercing eyes, any falsehood appeared utterly feeble. The black-clad guardian's expression hardened, the murderous intent surging. You fool, no matter who you are. Trespassing here is your gravest folly. Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged forward, his blade fully unsheathed, trailing a stark white arc of light akin to a venomous serpent striking, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. The attack was vicious and cunning, its speed leaving behind merely an afterimage, characteristic of the shadow assassin's lethal technique. However, in the face of this lightning-fast assault, Lin Fan merely inclined his body slightly. He did not even fully evade the strike. With a subtle movement, he brought his right index and middle fingers together, a faint gray-black stream of energy coiling around his fingertips, arriving first to precisely touch the vulnerable side of the fierce blade. Clang! A sound of crystal-clear metal clashing resonated. The black-clad guardian felt an immediate surge of icy stillness, an eerie force of terrifying corrosiveness rushing along the blade. The spiritual energy he had infused within the weapon dissipated as swiftly as snow under the blazing sun. Moreover, that power surged into his arm's meridians with the force of a battering ram. The black-clad guard, struck by an unseen blow, violently spat blood and was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall with a muffled thud. The long sword fell from his grasp with a clatter, his arms slackening as the meridians were instantaneously ravaged by the obliterating sword essence. His eyes were wide with horror and disbelief, having reached the 7th level of body refinement. He was utterly defeated by a single strike, unable to force his opponent to move even an inch. Lin Fan did not cast a glance at the incapacitated guard and advanced step by step toward the innkeeper slumped in the chair. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent basement, each step resonating like a hammer upon the innkeeper's heart. "Do not come any closer." The innkeeper stammered, his spirit shattered. "It's the elder of the Lin family who sent us. I had no part in this. I was merely the messenger." "I am aware," Lin Fan replied, halting before him, towering as he gazed down. "Hand over the contract between you and him, along with the receipt of the deposit." His tone brooked no argument. The innkeeper trembled, his eyes flickering as if still in doubt. Lin Fan's fingertips glimmered with a menacing gray-black aura once more. "I will." The dread of death instantly overwhelmed all else. The innkeeper scrambled to the table, trembling as he retrieved a sealed bamboo tube from the hidden compartment, offering it with both hands. "It's all here." Lin Fan accepted the bamboo tube, his senses sweeping over it to confirm its contents before tucking it into his bosom. This was one of the key pieces of evidence to topple Lin Mang. "The most recent batch of carrier pigeons that contacted Lin Mang has just departed," the innkeeper said in a desperate rush to provide information. It mentioned the Shadow's mishap and the possibility of summoning Lord Bloodslaughter personally. "Bloodslaughter?" Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. The severely injured black-clad guard gasped, managing a grim smile. "Hey kid, you're finished. Lord Bloodslaughter is a Foundation establishment expert. If he comes, you're surely doomed." Foundation establishment. Lin Fan's heart sank. The distinction between body refinement and Foundation establishment was as vast as heaven and earth. If a Foundation establishment assassin truly arrived, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. He glanced at the innkeeper, pale and stricken, and the grimacing guard, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Leaving a survivor would lead to endless repercussions. The means of shadow kill would never spare any informant, nor would it overlook any target. The obliterating sword essence surged once more. Moments latte. Lin Fan's figure quietly slipped away from the back alley of the Old Dog Tavern, as if he had never existed. In the basement, the oil lamp still flickered. But now 2 lifeless corpses lay before the table. Their faces bore the ultimate expression of terror, yet not a single mark marred their bodies. Only their meridians and organs had been utterly annihilated by the tyrannical, obliterating sword essence. The night breeze swept by, carrying a hint of blood. Lin Fan stood in the shadows, casting a final glance at the dimly lit tavern, his palm instinctively pressing against the bamboo tube in his possession. Evidence secured. Yet a greater crisis loomed ever closer. The assassin of the Foundation establishment period, Blood Butcher, inhaled a breath of icy air, his gaze sharpening with unwavering resolve. The path beneath his feet had always been strewn with thorns. With a firm grip on his sword, he carved a bloody trail forward. He turned, his silhouette melding into the darkness as he hastened toward the Lin family's abode. It was imperative to inform his father and prepare at once. However, unbeknownst to Lin Fan, shortly after his departure, a shadowy, blood-hued figure materialized silently atop the Old Dog Tavern's roof, akin to a specter. This towering figure bore a dark red greatsword, nearly as tall as himself, emanating a faint, nauseating aura of blood. His indifferent gaze swept over the tranquil tavern below before drifting toward the direction Lin Fan had vanished. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile curled upon his lips as his scarlet tongue flicked out to taste the air. The sword intent of annihilation, intriguing indeed. "Little bug, do not perish too quickly, for that would be rather dull." The low, gravelly whisper dissipated into the wind. Chapter 17. The Return in the Dark Night. A killing intent resurfaces. The night was as dark as ink, the cold wind biting. Lin Fan's figure darted through the intricate alleys of Qingyun City with the swiftness of a wraith. Silent and unseen, he deliberately avoided a direct route back to the Lin estate, opting instead for a circuitous path, constantly altering his direction, heightening his senses to perceive any slightest movement behind and around him. The bamboo tube he clutched was cold and unyielding, searing against his chest like a branding iron. Within it lay irrefutable evidence capable of utterly condemning the Grand Elder Lin Mang. Yet, this evidence also served as a death warrant. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly provoke Lin Mang and his faction, as well as the Shadow Killers, into a frenzied counterattack. Blood Butcher. Foundation establishment period. This name weighed heavily upon his heart like a colossal stone. The chasm between body refinement and foundation establishment was not easily traversed. Even though he possessed the Annihilation Sword body and practiced the Annihilation Sword Classic, his cultivation was still only at the 5th level of body refinement, leaving him with scant chances against a true foundation establishment powerhouse. He must hasten to deliver the evidence to his father, allowing the family to take precautions. At the same time, he needed to elevate his strength expeditiously. Just as his thoughts raced, and he was about to turn onto a shortcut leading to the Lin family's back alley, an exceedingly subtle yet bone-chilling killing intent surged forth, akin to a viper-esque strike, abruptly emanating from the rooftop to his front left. This killing intent was not aimed at him, but rather felt like a proclamation of locking onto and mocking him. Lin Fan's hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly retreated to the side. Boom! Almost at the very spot he had occupied. A violent arc of blood-red blade light descended like a thunderous blood bolt. The hard bluestone ground was effortlessly torn apart as if it were tofu, leaving behind a terrifying gash several feet long and unfathomably deep. Debris flew and dust billowed. The fearsome shockwave sent Lin Fan staggering back, his blood surging, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his footing. He abruptly raised his head, only to find a towering, formidable figure standing on the eaves of a nearby roof. The moonlight was obscured by thick, dark clouds, barely revealing the individual clad in a dark crimson outfit, bearing a colossal weapon nearly as tall as himself. This weapon, wrapped in heavy cloth strips, could not entirely conceal the intense aura of bloodlust emanating from it. Merely standing there, an oppressive force of terror surged forth like a tidal wave, far surpassing the previous shadowy presence. A foundation establishment expert, Lin Fan's heart constricted sharply, his sword essence of annihilation instinctively reaching its zenith, a gray-black aura flickering about his surface as he struggled against the dreadful pressure. "Oh, you managed to evade me?" A hoarse, deep voice, laced with a hint of mockery reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, emanated from the rooftop. The figure slowly turned, his eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light in the darkness, locking onto Lin Fan below. "It seems that the worthless shadow has fallen into your hands. Perhaps it's not entirely unjust." The voice was calm, yet it concealed a chilling intent to kill. A 5th-level body refiners possessing such acute perception and bizarre strength. Young man, the secrets you carry are far more intriguing than those 5,000 spirit stones. Lin Fan remained silent, his muscles taut with tension, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Fighting head-on would be tantamount to suicide. He would never outrun his opponent. "Allow me to introduce myself." The figure appeared in no hurry to strike, leisurely continuing, "I am Blood Butcher of the Shadow Killers. Someone has paid handsomely for your life, and, incidentally, to retrieve the secrets you possess." He tilted his head slightly, his blood-red gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's chest, where a hidden bamboo tube was concealed. "It appears you have some intriguing items tucked away. Hand them over, and I might consider granting you a swift death." Before his words could fully dissipate, Blood Butcher's figure flickered. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, the sword essence of annihilation erupted forth, propelling him sideways in a desperate escape. With a whoosh, an invisible blood-colored energy nearly grazed his cheek, effortlessly slicing a low wall behind him in half. The surface as smooth as a mirror. Quick, too quick. It's impossible to discern his movements. Good reflexes. Blood Butcher remained stationary, as if he had never moved at all, merely lifting a finger. Unfortunately, still too slow. An absolute suppression of realms. In the face of a foundation establishment expert, all of Lin Fan's struggles appeared feeble and ineffectual. This could not continue. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain igniting a frenzy within the ancient sword's phantom in his dantian. All the sword essence of annihilation surged relentlessly toward his leg meridians. Flee. He must escape. He needed to head towards the Lin family. Only by returning to his clan, leveraging the terrain and potential formations, could he find a glimmer of hope. "Shadow of annihilation," he exclaimed, his body transforming into a blur of gray-black light. His speed surging as he raced towards the back gate of the Lin family in a desperate flight for survival. Wherever he passed, the ground bore faint traces corroded by the dissipated sword essence. In a desperate struggle, the Blood Butcher's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of indifferent boredom. "Very well. Let me stretch my limbs." He did not pursue immediately. Instead, he moved with the leisurely grace of a stroll, stepping forth and vanishing like a wraith. Effortlessly trailing behind Lin Fan, the oppressive aura akin to a parasitic worm, firmly locking onto the fleeing figure ahead. One fled, while the other pursued. Their astonishing speed, leaving behind two blurred shadows in the silent night city. Lin Fan pushed his speed to the utmost, the wind howling in his ears as the sword essence within him was consumed in a frenzy, waves of tearing pain coursing through his meridians. Yet, he dared not pause for an instant, the shadow of death behind him like a chilling blade, pressed closely against his nape. The towering wall of the Lin family's backyard drew ever nearer. Just as his fingers were nearly grazing the cold bricks, the blood butcher seemed to lose patience. The game was coming to an end. A hoarse voice, reminiscent of death's decree, echoed ominously. A surge of bloodthirsty malice, tenfold more terrifying than before, erupted into the air. The massive blade, wrapped in cloth, emitted a bloodthirsty hum. In the blink of an eye, the blood butcher's figure vanished. The next moment, a blood-red blade of light, tearing through the night, descended upon Lin Fan's back with the devastating force of a river of blood from the abyss, sealing all avenues of escape. Swift, ruthless, absolute. There was no evasion possible. Lin Fan's pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging, deathly, crimson glow, and it felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. Was this truly the end? No. At this precarious juncture, a voice, though somewhat lacking in strength, yet brimming with boundless rage and authority, erupted from within the high walls of the Lin family. Who dares to act recklessly in my Lin family? Immediately following, a somewhat dim, yet still magnificent golden palm imprint shattered through the courtyard wall, colliding fiercely with the terrifying blood-red blade of light with an unyielding resolve. A thunderous roar reverberated across the night sky. The intertwining golden and crimson lights clashed violently, annihilating all in their vicinity. A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, fracturing the nearby walls into countless cracks. Lin Fan was hurled backward by the immense force, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, a coppery taste filling his throat as he spat out blood. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, hastily raising his gaze. There, at the breach of the collapsed wall, stood his father, Lin Fan, pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body swaying perilously, yet resolutely standing firm, his eyes blazing like an enraged lion, fixed intently on the towering blood-red figure outside the courtyard. He was clearly forcing himself to act despite his grievous injuries, reawakening old wounds. "Father!" Lin Fan cried out in shock. Beyond the towering walls, the figure of the blood butcher slowly emerged amidst the energy storm. He casually flicked his wrist, casting a glance at Lin Fan, who had managed to withstand his strike. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in his crimson eyes, quickly transforming into an even more intense cruelty. Ah, yet another fool seeking death. Chapter 18, A Father's Protection. A sword's essence ignited by life. "Father!" Lin Fan shouted hoarsely as he gazed at the figure standing before him, teetering yet unwavering. He struggled to rise. Lin Fan did not turn back. He simply raised his hand slightly, signaling for Lin Fan to stay back. His gaze was fixed firmly on the bloodied figure gradually materializing through the dust outside the courtyard walls, his pale face etched with gravity and resolution. Blood butcher of the Shadow Kill, Lin Fan's voice was raspy from his injuries, yet remained steady. "You, a foundational cultivator, dare to strike at my son? Do you not feel it beneath your dignity?" As the dust settled, the blood butcher wielded a dark red giant blade entwined with rags, a glint of amusement and brutality flickering in his scarlet eyes. "Dignity? I am here to collect a debt and eliminate a nuisance. Lin family patriarch. If you know what is wise, step aside. I seek only the life of that boy, and you may keep your own." Such arrogance, such disdain. Lin Fan felt anger rising within him, but he forcefully suppressed it, his voice cold. "This is the Lin family estate. Do you truly believe my family is without defenders? You have roused the elders and the enforcement hall. Even as a foundational cultivator, you shall not escape easily." He was stalling for time, hoping to draw attention from others in the clan. "Huh," the blood butcher scoffed derisively. "A mere gathering of insignificant beings. Moreover, do you truly think anyone within your Lin family will come to your aid at this moment?" His insinuation plunged Lin Fan's heart into despair. The Grand Elder, Lin Mang. Surely, he had orchestrated everything, sealing off this area from any disturbance. It appeared there would be no negotiations. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. His previously stooped back gradually straightening, an aura of fierce determination rising within him. If that is the case, then let us fight. He was acutely aware of that. In his current weakened state, he was no match for the blood butcher. Yet, as a father, he could not bear to watch his son perish before his eyes, even if it meant exhausting the last vestiges of his life. Father. No. Lin Fan felt the ferocious energy emanating from his father, as if his very essence was ablaze. His eyes wide with desperation. Ants shaking trees, utterly deluded. A flash of crimson light sparked in the blood butcher's eyes, and he lost his last shred of patience. Gripping the giant blade with one hand, he made no effort to unravel the rags, merely swinging it forward with casual ease. Buzz, a blood-red blade of light, more condensed and terrifying than before, tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing wail that echoed like the rivers of blood from hell, aimed directly at Lin Fan. This attack was serious. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He dared not hold back. He formed seals with both hands, unleashing all the spiritual energy that remained within him, even igniting a portion of his life essence. Golden scales break the waves. He bellowed, as a resplendent golden light erupted from within, transforming into a massive, scale-patterned golden shield that stood before him. This was his ultimate defensive technique, yet to forcibly employ it in his current condition was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Boom! The blood-red blade fiercely struck against the golden shield, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy once more. The golden light flickered violently, the intricate scales fracturing with every moment. Crack! In less than a breath, the golden shield shattered with a resounding crash. Lin Fan was struck hard, blood gushing forth as if it were of no consequence, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily just in front of Lin Fan. His breath instantly fading to a mere whisper, his face as pale as parchment, teetering on the edge of life and death. Father! Lin Fan's eyes turned a fierce crimson, an overwhelming tide of rage and despair erupting within him like a volcano. He lunged to his father's side, trembling hands reaching out. Feeling that faint, thread-like breath, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, pain slicing through him to the core. It was all for his protection. All for him. The tiresome bond of father and son. Blood Butcher, wielding his colossal blade, advanced step by step through the breach in the collapsed courtyard wall, his footsteps resonating like the tolling of a death knell. Is this the end? How dull. His blood-red gaze fell upon Lin Fan, laced with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Kid, considering your father's desperate struggle, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel. Surrender the secrets and treasures you possess, and I may allow you a swifter demise than his. Lin Fan slowly lifted his head. In his crimson eyes, all pain, despair, and fear faded away, leaving behind an ultimate, frigid stillness, as if it could freeze the very essence of the soul. He did not glance at Blood Butcher, instead cautiously shifting his unconscious father to a relatively safe spot behind the remnants of the wall. Only then did he turn to face the imperious, foundation-building assassin. A different aura began to emanate from him, no longer sharp or filled with rage, but rather an essence that signified the end of all things. Descending into the void of annihilation. Within his dantian, the ethereal shadow of the ancient sword trembled with unprecedented fervor, dark golden runes materializing from its blade. Swirling with profound mystery, the essence of the saber of annihilation flowed silently within his heart. The path of annihilation, life born from death. All his essence of annihilation, even his vitality, and the will of his soul began to converge towards the shadow of the ancient sword with an unparalleled determination, igniting. Flecks of ashen-black flames seemed to arise from the void, silently flickering upon his skin, burning. With each flicker, his complexion paled further, yet his gaze grew ever colder, more hollow, as if human emotion had abandoned him. Oh, burning the essence of life? Interesting. Blood Butcher raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued yet still indifferent. Alas! Even if an ant were to burn itself out, it would remain an ant. Lin Fan said nothing. He merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers poised like a sword. At his fingertips, an exquisite darkness began to coalesce. This darkness devoured all surrounding light, all sound, all hope. Only boundless silence and destruction remained. He gazed at the Blood Butcher, his hollow eyes reflecting nothing but an abyss of emptiness. You curse be you. The voice, frigid and devoid of any emotion, resonated as if it emanated from the very depths of hell. In the next moment, the profound darkness at his fingertips erupted suddenly. Chapter 19. The Finger of Annihilation. The Blood Butcher staggered back. The darkness coalescing at Lin Fan's fingertip was not mere light. It was an absolute void that devoured all light and hope. The instant it manifested, the air in the ruins of the courtyard seemed to be siphoned away, sound extinguished, light distorted, even the howling night wind froze in place. A terrifying essence of ultimate demise and profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, chilling to the bone, penetrating the very soul. The Blood Butcher, who had initially worn a mocking expression, felt his crimson pupils constrict like pinpricks. As a formidable cultivator at the foundational stage, his instincts, honed through countless life and death battles, sounded an unprecedented alarm of madness at this moment. The darkness accumulating at Lin Fan's fingertip instilled in him a primal fear that emanated from the very essence of life. This was not merely an energy impact. It was the annihilation of the laws themselves. What power is this? The Blood Butcher's heart filled with dread, and he could no longer afford any arrogance. With a furious roar, he summoned forth a surge of bloodlight, unleashing his foundational spiritual power without reservation. The dark red blade, entwined with tattered strips of cloth, emitted a deafening hum as the strips disintegrated, revealing a fearsome blade adorned with sinister blood patterns, exuding overwhelming murderous intent. The blood fiend's rending slash. He gripped the blade with both hands, pouring every ounce of his strength into a ferocious downward strike aimed at Lin Fan. A blood-colored blade of light, larger and more concentrated than anything he had unleashed before, tore through the earth, accompanied by a shriek akin to the wails of the damned, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens and earth in twain. This was his signature technique, one that had felled many a foe of equal caliber. Yet, faced with this world-shattering blow, Lin Fan's hollow gaze remained utterly unperturbed. He merely pointed forward with that finger, which encapsulated the entirety of his life force, and the essence of the Annihilation Sword. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling explosion of energy. The profound darkness silently collided with the frenzied, blood-colored blade of light. In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded that the Blood Butcher would remember for eternity. The blood-red blade of light, capable of cleaving mountains, upon contact with that point of darkness, seemed to encounter its nemesis, rapidly dissolving, disintegrating, and vanishing. It was not shattered, but rather obliterated from the very concept of existence, without even a ripple of energy left in its wake. Where the darkness pointed, all became void. No, the Blood Butcher let out a terrified roar, yearning to retreat, to flee, only to find the surrounding space seemingly frozen by that essence of deathly silence, rendering his movements agonizingly sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as that point of darkness, having effortlessly obliterated the blood-colored blade, continued its inexorable approach toward him. Its speed appeared slow, yet it transcended the boundaries of time and space, rendering escape impossible. Block it from me. Bloodshed and souls in torment. He wielded the enormous blade before him, as the essence of his life force burned fervently within, transforming into a thick shield of sanguine crust, attempting a final stand. A whisper of darkness alighted upon the blade. That weapon, a profound spirit weapon that had accompanied him through countless slaughters, crumbled to ash as silently as paper, the decay spreading from the point of contact. Following closely was his hastily formed shield of blood crust, which shattered upon mere contact. Ultimately, that darkness imprinted itself upon his chest. A harrowing wail escaped bloodshed, piercing and distorted as if struck by an invisible hammer, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. He crashed heavily against a distant crumbling wall, struggling to rise. Casting his gaze downward, his garments and armor had vanished, leaving his skin and muscle withered and desolate, as though eroded by the winds of a millennium. A distinct fingerprint was seared into his flesh, tendrils of ash-gray energy swirling around him like sentient beings, relentlessly encroaching, defying all attempts of his foundational spirit energy to dispel it, instead voraciously consuming his vitality. Severely wounded, a grievous injury unprecedented, it even threatened the very foundation of his cultivation. A bone-chilling dread enveloped him instantaneously, and for the first time, fear flickered across Bloodshed's face. He fixed his gaze upon the distant youth, who maintained a poised stance, pale as parchment, breath faint to the utmost, his eyes brimming with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of greed. What manner of power is this? How could a mere body-refining youth unleash such a horrifying strike? If only he could possess it. But the thought barely formed before it was crushed beneath a tide of even greater terror. That singular gesture was too uncanny. In his current weakened state, his strength barely remained. And if that boy were to... Just then, from the depths of the Lin family's domain, powerful fluctuations of energy surged forth, rapidly approaching this location. Clearly, the ongoing fierce battle had roused the attention of some high-ranking members of the Lin family. Bloodshed's expression shifted dramatically as he shot Lin Fan a resentful glare, his eyes filled with unwillingness and malice. Boy, I shall remember you. This secret is not safe with you. With those ominous words, he dared not linger, summoning a surge of spirit energy, transforming into a flash of blood, fleeing in disarray towards the city's outskirts, vanishing into the night. Only when the terrifying pressure of foundational cultivation had completely dissipated did Lin Fan's taut nerves finally relax. Thud! He could no longer sustain himself and collapsed forward, consciousness swiftly plunging into darkness. In the fleeting moment, before losing awareness entirely, he sensed a gentle force supporting him, accompanied by an ancient, astonished voice echoing in his ear. Annihilation, sword intent? How could this be? Chapter 20. The Elder's Doubt. The secret of the sore body. Lin Fan's consciousness drifted in the boundless abyss of darkness and cold. It was as if he had returned 3 years prior when he was afflicted by bone-chilling poison, his meridians severed, his dantian shattered, struggling amidst endless agony and despair. The cold, a piercing chill, sought to freeze his last vestiges of awareness. Yet this time, within the profound stillness and icy depths, a flicker of a fragile yet indomitable spark seemed to glimmer. This spark exuded a faint warmth, subtle yet imbued with an ancient desolation and resilience. It spiraled gently, reminiscent of the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe, dispelling the surrounding darkness and chill. It was the ethereal shadow of that ancient sword, the sword of annihilation. Time became an uncertain concept, and, as the spark gradually intensified, a comforting sensation coursed through his being, awakening his frozen consciousness. Lin Fan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and his blurred vision gradually sharpened. What met his gaze was not the roof of his humble abode, but rather an unfamiliar dome constructed of ancient, weathered stones, infused with a delicate fragrance of sandalwood and an essence reminiscent of scrolls and elixirs. He found himself reclined upon a hard bed covered with clean cotton sheets, a thin blanket draped over him. A cool sensation emanated from the wound beneath his ribs, seemingly tended to with care. Although his body felt empty and weak, with his meridians subtly aching, the essence of the sword of annihilation flowed gently within him, mending his injuries without compromising his foundation. Where's this place? He struggled to rise, but the movement stirred his insides, prompting a low cough to escape his lips. Awake? A deep, slightly hoarse voice came from nearby. Lin Fan turned abruptly to see Elder Lin Xing seated on a wooden chair not far away, holding an ancient bamboo scroll. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Lin Fan, filled with a complex and inscrutable expression. Elder Xing? Lin Fan's heart trembled, instantly on high alert. He instinctively turned inward to examine his dantian, only to find the ancient sword's shadow had fallen silent, its aura retracted, which offered him some solace. Did you save me? What about my father? He inquired hastily, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lin Xing set down the bamboo scroll, rising slowly to approach the bedside. He did not respond immediately, but instead extended a finger to rest upon Lin Fan's wrist, a gentle yet compelling spiritual energy probing into his body. Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly, but offered no resistance. He sensed the spiritual energy traversing through his damaged meridians, lingering briefly at his dantian as if attempting to discern something, only to be subtly obstructed by an invisible essence of annihilation. Lin Xing's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes before he withdrew his hand. Your father is gravely injured, yet his life is not in jeopardy. I have dispatched someone to escort him home, where a physician will attend to him. Lin Xing finally spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. As for you, your meridians are somewhat damaged, and your spiritual energy is severely depleted, but your foundation remains intact. A few days of rest will suffice for your recovery. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it bore into Lin Fan. However, you young man, do you realize what you did last night? Do you comprehend the nature of the existence you have provoked? Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, meeting Lin Xing's gaze. Shadow slaughter, blood butcher. The Grand Elder Lin Mang paid 5,000 spirit stones to have him sent to kill me. A glimmer of icy light flashed in Lin Xing's eyes. Where's the evidence? Lin Fan retrieved the bamboo tube he had concealed close to his person, offering it forth. The tube felt cold to the touch, yet it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. Lin Xing took the bamboo tube, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he waited in his hands, his gaze still fixed on Lin Fan. Even so, with your mere cultivation at the 5th level of body refinement, how could you possibly escape the clutches of a Foundation establishment assassin, especially one as ferocious as Blood Butcher? How could you even manage to frighten him away? His tone was imbued with a sense of inquiry and disbelief. The power that erupted from you last night was frigid, desolate, annihilating everything in its path. Such force is certainly not ordinary spiritual energy. What, pray tell, was it? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Lin Fan's thoughts raced. Lin Xing had saved him and his father, and it seemed he was not aligned with the Grand Elder. Yet Lin Fan could not discern the true intentions of this law enforcement elder. The secret of the Annihilation Sword body was too astonishing, should it be revealed. The consequences would be dire. He lowered his gaze, his voice laced with just the right amount of feigned frailty and confusion. In that moment of life and death, I felt that the cold poison, which had tormented me for 3 years, suddenly erupted within me, merging with my unwilling rage, and it exploded forth on its own. After that, I remember nothing. He attributed everything to that enigmatic cold poison and the explosive moment between life and death. Though this explanation seemed somewhat tenuous, it was not entirely implausible when considering his experiences over the past 3 years. Lin Xing observed him quietly, his gaze seemingly piercing through Lin Fan's body, delving into the depths of his soul. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone inscrutable. Is that so? Cold poison? He did not probe further, but instead continued. That power is exceedingly terrifying and remarkably unique. Its essence reminds me of certain ancient legends. Lin Fan's heart raced. Ancient legends? Yet, Lin Xing did not elaborate further. He picked up the bamboo tube, gently rubbing it with his fingers. This matter is of great significance. The Shadow Killers have involved themselves in the family's internal strife, and the Grand Elder has colluded with external foes to harm the direct lineage. This is a violation of the family's fundamental rules. However, this evidence is not sufficient to completely topple Lin Mang. He has cultivated his influence within the clan for many years. His power runs deep, and he must have contingencies. He returned the bamboo tube to Lin Fan, saying, "Keep this safe for now. Until you and your father possess sufficient strength for self-protection, it is unwise to reveal it." Lin Fan accepted the bamboo tube, gripping it tightly, understanding his implication. Lin Xing was subtly indicating that he would not intervene immediately, but would not side with the Grand Elder either. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder," Lin Fan said earnestly. Lin Xing waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. I uphold the rules of the Lin family, not merely for you. Remain here and recuperate in peace. This is my sanctuary for quietude, and no one dares to disturb it." As he turned to leave, his footsteps paused momentarily at the door, his back to Lin Fan. In a low voice, he imparted, "Young man, regardless of what has transpired within you or the powers you possess, remember this. While power can be a boon, it must be tempered with a steadfast heart. Do not let power enslave you or lead you astray. Otherwise, calamity may follow in the guise of fortune." With those words resonating in the air, he pushed the door open and vanished beyond it. Lin Fan sat alone on the couch, reflecting on Lin Xing's final words, especially the mention of ancient legends. His heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. This law enforcement elder seemed to know something beyond the surface. The body of the extinguishing sword, it seems, possesses a lineage far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely firm once more. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, it was only by grasping the power within his hands that he could protect those he cherished. He closed his eyes, immersing himself once again in his cultivation. After the life and death battle of the previous night, and with the aid of Lin Xing's medicinal herbs, he felt the bottleneck in his cultivation begin to loosen. The crisis was not yet averted. He must grow stronger, and swiftly. Chapter 21. 6th Layer of Body Refinement. Dark Currents Resurge. Within the serene chamber of Elder Lin Xing, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted gently, enveloping the silence. Lin Fan sat cross-legged upon the hard couch, his eyes tightly shut, his aura dense and profound. The techniques of the extinguishing sword cannon flowed languidly through his mind, while the ethereal image of an ancient sword hovered quietly in his dantian. Threads of grayish-black, extinguishing sword essence coursing like streams along designated meridian paths. The brutal struggle against the Blood Butcher had pushed his potential to its limits, a near brush with death that forced him to persevere. After fervently consuming the potent toxins, the extinguishing sword essence erupted in a fiery surge, a transformative process that resonated with the deeper truths of the extinguishing sword cannon. At this moment, his injuries gradually stabilized under the dual influences of medicinal power and sword essence. The formidable barrier of the fifth layer of body refinement, which had constrained him for so long, now teetered on the brink of collapse. "Break!" Lin Fan silently commanded, channeling all his strength into the sword essence as he launched a final assault on the intangible barrier. With a resonant hum, the ethereal sword in his dantian emitted a clear, melodious sound, a faint rune shimmering momentarily upon its blade. A torrent of even more potent and pure extinguishing sword essence surged forth, shattering the last impediment with the force of a battering ram. The sixth layer of body refinement. An overwhelming sense of power flooded his entire being. His meridians expanded, his bones gleamed, and his internal organs underwent further refinement. The extinguishing sword essence became increasingly refined, and the essence of annihilation grew ever clearer in its flow. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, the brilliance within him tempered. Yet a fleeting shadow of gray-black sword essence flickered deep within. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. The sixth layer of body refinement was still a distant step from establishing his foundation. He did not indulge in the joy of his breakthrough. Rather, he became acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from formidable cultivators like the Blood Butcher. The victory of that day was largely due to the extinguishing sword's ability to counter the bloodthirsty power and the element of surprise. Should he encounter the Blood Butcher again in a direct confrontation, the odds would remain dire. He must become faster, stronger. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the chamber door. "Fan Ye, are you inside?" A voice, low and tinged with anxiety, called from beyond the door. It was Lin Xiaoyi. How did she find this place? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, rising to open the door. He found Lin Xiaoyi standing outside, her neck drawn in, her complexion pale, and her eyes darting nervously around. Upon seeing Lin Fan open the door, she released a deep breath of relief, quickly slipping inside and shutting the door behind her. "Xiaoyi, what brings you here?" Lin Fan inquired. "Fangirl, I'm so relieved to see you safe." Lin Xiaoyi gasped, speaking urgently. "I snuck in here. Elder Xing usually keeps this place deserted. Something serious has happened. Take your time, what is it?" Lin Fan's heart sank. "It's the Grand Elder." Lin Xiaoyi's voice trembled. "Last night, a murder occurred at the Old Dog Tavern in the west of the city. 2 people died. One was the tavern owner, and the other allegedly belonged to a mercenary group. Now, rumors are spreading outside that it was you, Brother Fan." Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Elder Xing's actions were swift. He had audaciously exposed the bodies and disseminated the news. Was this a ploy to stir chaos or something more sinister? Lin Xiaoyi, oblivious to his expression, continued anxiously. "That is not all. Early this morning, the Grand Elder united several other elders, citing the violent crime as possibly linked to the Lin family's descendants, and forcibly convened a clan meeting. They are currently causing a ruckus in the main hall, pressuring the clan leader and Elder Xing to hand you over for interrogation at the city lord's office. They even claimed your recovery in cultivation is suspicious, that your methods are ruthless, fearing you might be possessed by evil spirits, and that you must be eliminated for the sake of Qingyun City." Their words were quite harsh. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Indeed, the wicked often strike first. Lin Mang aimed to leverage official and public pressure to completely destroy him. "How are Father and Elder Xing responding?" Lin Fan inquired calmly. "The clan leader seems gravely injured. He was supported to the hall and hasn't said much, looking quite pale. Elder Xing, however, is resolute, asserting there is no evidence and he would never hand you over. He argued that the tavern was a den of iniquity, and the deceased deserve their fate. They are currently at a standoff in the main hall." Lin Xiaoyi spoke rapidly. "I overheard the Grand Elder's people whispering that they have dispatched someone here claiming to protect you, but their true intention is to capture you." Before he could finish, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the quiet room. "Lin Fan, come out. By order of the Elder Council, you are to be questioned." "Open the door immediately," If you do not comply, do not blame us for breaking in. The shouts were brazen and unreasonable, filled with an air of undeniable authority. Lin Xiaoyi's face turned pale with fright. They've come. They really have. Brother Fan, you should escape through the back. Yet Lin Fan remained rooted in place. His expression as cold as ice, showing no signs of panic. Escape? Or could he flee? If he ran, it would only solidify the charges against him. Playing directly into Lin Mang's hands, he slowly approached the door of the quiet room, his gaze penetrating the threshold as if he could see the group of bullies waiting outside. Brother Fan, Lin Xiaoyi urged anxiously. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the essence of his body refinement circulating within him, an invisible aura of sharpness beginning to permeate the air. Xiaoyi, thank you for the warning. You should leave through the back window first. Do not let them find you. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a reassuring resolve. But what about you? Lin Fan did not respond. He merely extended his hand and slowly pushed open the door of the quiet room. Sunlight poured in, illuminating his somewhat slender yet upright figure. The courtyard gate was violently breached as 5 or 6 formidable men clad in the Lin family guard uniforms stormed in. The leader, with an arrogant demeanor, was one of the guards whom Lin Fan had downed in the storeroom the previous day. His face was a mask of resentment and smugness. Lin Fan, you truly are hiding here. Surrender at once, he bellowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and with a wave of his hand commanded, seize him. Those who dare resist will be killed without mercy. The guards behind him immediately drew their weapons, encroaching menacingly. It was evident that they were loyal subordinates of the elder, each possessing strength between the 4th and 5th levels of body refinement. Lin Fan surveyed them with a cold smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. Kill without mercy? Just how do you intend to do that, you barking hounds? He stepped forward, releasing the full breath of his 6th level of body refinement, intertwined with a chilling intent of annihilation, like an invisible mountain pressing down upon the guards. Their charge came to an abrupt halt, their faces turned ashen, as if an unseen blade was poised at their throats, making it difficult to breathe. The leader stumbled back in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. 6th level of body refinement. How is this possible? He shrieked, his voice betraying sheer panic. Just yesterday, he was at the 4th level, and now, overnight, he had broken through 2 realms. What terrifying speed of cultivation was this? Lin Fan wasted no more words. In a blur, he approached like a specter. His fingers, akin to swords, were enveloped in a swirling gray-black energy. A series of sharp sounds pierced the air as he unleashed precise strikes. The guards barely had time to react before they felt excruciating pain and numbness in their wrists and knees. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they collapsed, utterly incapacitated. The leader, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Lin Fan let out a cold snort and flicked his fingers. A refined bolt of annihilation energy struck the pressure point at the back of the leader's neck with deadly accuracy. The guard coughed up blood and crumpled to the ground. Unconscious, in an instant, all 5 or 6 intruding guards lay motionless. Standing in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Fan gazed disdainfully at the moaning figures sprawled on the ground. Return and inform Lin Mang. If he wishes to lay a hand on me, let him come personally. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the ears of every guard still capable of awareness, imbued with undeniable authority and blatant provocation. Chapter 22. Storming the council hall, his radiance dazzles all. Lin Fan remained poised in the courtyard, surrounded by the sprawled and groaning guards beneath his feet. Sunlight cascaded down, casting a faint golden hue upon him, yet failing to dispel the chilling aura of annihilation that emanated from him. He did not even glance at the terrified faces below. His gaze pierced through the open courtyard gate, directed towards the Lin family's council hall. There a game was unfolding, one that would determine the fates of both himself and his father. Xiao Yi, his voice calm and unruffled, went to inform my father and Elder Xing that I would arrive shortly. Hidden within the quiet chamber, Lin Xiao Yi shivered, promptly responding and hurriedly escaping through the rear window, his footsteps quickly fading away. Lin Fan took a deep breath, allowing the subtle fluctuations from his earlier actions to settle as the essence of the silent sword, cultivated to the 6th level, flowed gently within him. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe and stepped forward, walking leisurely toward the courtyard. With each stride, his repressed brilliance seemed to sharpen. The scattered servants and distant relatives he encountered, upon catching sight of him, recoiled in fear, their faces as pale as ghosts, filled with terror and disbelief. The news of the brief yet thunderous confrontation had spread like wildfire. Lin Fan, the Lin Fan who had been dormant for 3 years, not only regained his cultivation, but had also defeated several body-refining guardians with a single strike. He had even dared to openly defy the orders of the Grand Elder. The Lin family was on the brink of a transformation. Lin Fan paid no heed to the glances directed at him. His steps were steady and resolute, his aim clear. The council hall at the heart of the Lin family's power. As he drew closer to the hall, the atmosphere thickened with a sense of impending peril and tension. Outside the hall, numerous Lin family members and various house managers had gathered. Yet none dared to raise their voices. Whispering amongst themselves, their expressions varied. When they saw Lin Fan approaching alone, the murmurs ceased instantly. Countless gazes converged upon him, filled with shock, confusion, reverence, and deep-seated apprehension. He truly dared to come, and in such a seemingly provocative manner. The disciples guarding the hall, evidently briefed beforehand, did not impede him upon his arrival. Instead, they slightly inclined their bodies, allowing him passage, their eyes betraying a tempest of emotions. As Lin Fan stepped into the hall, dozens of glances pierced through the air like arrows. The atmosphere within the hall was so heavy it was nearly suffocating. The family head, Lin Fan, appeared as pale as paper, propped up by 2 loyal elder relatives, his chest heaving violently, clearly gravely injured, yet he strained to remain upright. His gaze filled with fury and concern. Elder Lin Xing, expressionless, stood to the left, facing off against a group of elders led by Lin Mang. Lin Mang's countenance was as dark as water, but deep within his eyes flickered suppressed rage and a hint of uncertainty. The elders behind him displayed a range of expressions. Some smirked coldly, others' eyes glimmered, and some were filled with righteous indignation, all looking to Lin Mang for guidance. It was evident that both sides had engaged in a fierce war of words and were now at an impasse. Lin Fan's sudden intrusion shattered this fragile equilibrium. Lin Fan, a bald elder behind Lin Mang, barked, "How dare you trespass into the council hall? Kneel and submit to justice." Submit to justice? Lin Fan halted his steps, standing in the center of the grand hall, his gaze calmly sweeping over the bald elder before finally settling upon Lin Mang's ashen face. "What crime have I committed? What law must I bow to?" His voice rang clear, reverberating through the silent hall, neither servile nor arrogant, laced with a hint of subtle derision. "Impudence," the bald elder, incensed by his demeanor, retorted. "The heinous crime outside the city points irrefutably towards you. Not only do you show no remorse, but you even dare to injure the guards sent to summon you. Such audacity. Do you hold no regard for our family-s laws? The heinous crime outside the city?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to the Old Dog Tavern?" "Indeed, I was there last night." His admission sent ripples of astonishment through the hall, gasps echoing as even Lin Feng and Elder Xing furrowed their brows. A glint of cunning flashed in Lin Mang's eyes as he coldly laughed. "Since you have confessed, all the better. Come forth. There is no need for haste, Elder." Lin Fan interjected, maintaining his placid tone. "I have not yet finished speaking. I was ambushed last night, gravely injured, and, by sheer luck, managed to escape into the tavern's backyard. I seemed to hear sounds of a struggle before losing consciousness, only to awaken in Elder Xing's care. As for who perished within the tavern and the reasons behind their demise, I am entirely ignorant. Does the Elder truly believe that a wounded cultivator of the body refinement realm possesses the capacity to kill 2 individuals, one of whom is suspected to be a high-level practitioner?" His words, a blend of truth and deception, obscured the timeline, effectively absolving himself while subtly hinting at the reality of his injuries, a suggestion that someone sought to silence him. Silver-tongued, "Lin Mang Vito Sapi." "But how do you explain injuring the guards and resisting the law?" "Explain?" Lin Fan suddenly laughed, a chilling smile crossing his face. "I would like to inquire of the Elder. Those guards of the body refinement realm, without prior notice, intruded upon Elder Xing's secluded area, spoke arrogantly, and even threatened to kill me on sight. Whose command did they follow? Which family law permits such actions?" His gaze, as sharp as a blade, pierced Lin Mang. Is it possible that the Lin family-s regulations can be privately dispensed by certain individuals, permitting the indiscriminate slaughter of direct descendants? The hall fell into stunned silence. The elders who had previously supported Lin Mang now exhibited subtle shifts in expression. What transpired in secrecy was one matter, but bringing it to light was another entirely. Lin Fan's words were akin to a public slap to Lin Mang's face. You slander me." Lin Mang trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Fan. Those guards were merely following orders to summon you for questioning. Summon? Lin Fan scoffed, stepping forward with sudden intensity. The aura of a 6th-level body refinement cultivator, mingled with the deathly intent of his sword, erupted like a tempest. Though his cultivation was not the highest present, the frigid, desolate energy he emanated seemed capable of extinguishing all, causing the faces of the elders to pale as an icy dread crept up their spines. Especially Lin Mang. He felt a shiver reminiscent of the terrifying power from the night before, his pupils involuntarily constricting. If that was a summons, Lin Fan's voice, like ice clashing, echoed throughout the hall. Then I merely offered a slight return courtesy to those overly enthusiastic guards. What? The elders' men can summon me, but I, Lin Fan, am not permitted to return the courtesy? His gaze was as piercing as lightning, sweeping across the entire hall, finally resting on Lin Mang's face, radiating an unmasked brilliance and provocation. Is it to say that within the Lin family, only the hands of your esteemed elder are permitted to strike, while I, Lin Fan, am forbidden to retaliate? As his words echoed, the entire council chamber fell into a profound silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. All the elders stared in astonished disbelief at the proud youth standing defiantly at the center, overwhelmed by his domineering and formidable presence. Lin Mang's face turned an ominous shade, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Lin Fan, his lips quivering, momentarily rendered speechless. The previously silent law enforcement elder, Lin Xing, revealed a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible admiration in the depths of his eyes. From the main seat, the gravely injured Lin Feng gazed upon his son's upright figure, his eyes moistening, yet his lips struggled to form a proud smile. Lin Fan stood in the hall, embodying the strength of the 6th stage of body refinement, facing the multitude with his brilliance on full display, yet none dared to challenge him. Chapter 23. Irrefutable Evidence, Lin Mang's Downfall. Lin Fan's words thundered like a storm, reverberating through the deathly quiet hall, the echoes causing every ear to buzz. His unrestrained brilliance and inquiries struck Lin Mang's pale face like an invisible slap, resonating within the hearts of all who supported him. You are audacious. Lin Mang trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as it pointed at Lin Fan. The oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment stage erupted uncontrollably, crashing down upon Lin Fan like a mountain, disregarding authority and distorting the truth. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you, this rebellious wretch, a proper lesson in place of your father. He was actually prepared to cast aside his status and personally suppress Lin Fan. Lin Mang, Elder Lin Xing of the law enforcement, stepped forward abruptly, his lean frame emanating a momentum that was no less formidable than Lin Mang's, effectively countering the oppressive force. His voice was as cold as steel. Addressing the assembly in the hall, in front of the family head and all the elders, what do you intend to do? To silence the witnesses? The last 4 words he pronounced with utmost weight, striking each heart like a hammer. The elders who supported Lin Mang instantly turned pale. His actions were indeed rash and out of control, revealing a hint of insecurity. Elder Xing, how long will you continue to shield this boy? A bald elder behind Lin Mang screeched. He injured the guards and resisted the law. The heinous crimes outside the city are inextricably linked to him. Moreover, he openly defied the elder. Such a scourge, if not severely punished, what remains of the family rules? Defiance? Lin Fan suddenly let out a cold laugh, disregarding the terrifying pressure, his gaze sharp as a blade, directly piercing the bald elder. If defending oneself against injustice is deemed defiance, then what do the family rules protect? The Lin family, or some parasitic cliques that conspire to eliminate dissent? He turned abruptly towards the livid Lin Mang, his voice rising dramatically. The elder speaks of family rules and regulations. Then I must inquire. Colluding in secret with the Shadow Assassin organization, spending 5,000 spirit stones to hire assassins to target the family's direct descendants. What punishment does this merit? With this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. What? Shadow assassins? 5,000 spirit stones? Assassination of direct descendants? Within the grand hall, an instantaneous uproar ensued. All the elders, regardless of their factions, displayed expressions of incredulous shock. Even those few elders who had consistently supported Lin Mang were taken aback, instinctively creating a slight distance from him. colluding with the shadow killers and spending a vast fortune from the family to assassinate one's own kin. Should this accusation be substantiated, it would be a crime of unforgivable severity, leading to irrevocable doom. You vile creature, you slander me. Lin Mang's pupils abruptly constricted. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. Yet his countenance erupted with utmost rage, as if he had been grievously defamed. Produce your evidence. Otherwise, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder today. Though he feigned fury, internally he was in a state of utter disarray. He had explicitly instructed Lin Hai to utilize his private treasury, conducting his affairs with utmost secrecy. How could this wretch possibly know? Could it be evidence? In the face of Lin Mang's wrath, Lin Fan maintained his composure, slowly retrieving a cold bamboo tube from his bosom. The moment Lin Mang beheld that tube, his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. His complexion turned ashen. He recognized that bamboo tube. It was the secret correspondence container he had used to communicate with the shadow killers. How could he possibly have acquired it? This was obtained from the contact point with the shadow killers, from the hands of the tavern keeper at the Old Dog Tavern. Lin Fan's voice resonated throughout the hall, revealing a letter penned by the Grand Elder himself, detailing the assassination agreement and remuneration. Moreover, the receipt for a deposit of 5,000 spirit stones. He held the bamboo tube aloft, his gaze sweeping across the astonished faces in the hall, ultimately landing on the trembling figure of Lin Mang. Grand Elder, the evidence you sought is right here. No, impossible. That is a forgery. Lin Mang completely lost his composure, bellowing in a frenzy, disregarding everything as he lunged towards Lin Fan, attempting to seize the bamboo tube. You wretched creature, you are framing me. Impudent. A thunderous roar erupted. The law-enforcing Elder Lin Xing appeared in a flash, positioning himself protectively before Lin Fan, his withered hand striking out like lightning. Boom! A dull sound resonated as Lin Mang's forward momentum was abruptly halted, sent hurtling backward as if struck by a mighty force, staggering several steps before barely regaining his balance. A trickle of blood escaping from his lips, his gaze filled with a mixture of fury and disbelief directed at Lin Xing. Lin Xing, holding the bamboo tube, did not even glance at him, directly opening it in front of everyone and extracting the silken letter and a ticket radiating a faint spiritual glow. As he surveyed the contents, his expression darkened ominously, exuding an aura of chilling terror. Lin Mang. He suddenly raised his head, fury igniting in his eyes. What more do you have to say? The handwriting and unique spiritual imprint on that letter, along with the irrefutable spirit ticket receipt, all pointed directly at Lin Mang. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. Fake. All of it is fake. Lin Mang's face turned pale, desperately attempting to argue. Yet, anyone could discern his facade of bravado crumbling, revealing sheer panic. The elders who had once supported him were now ashen-faced, rendered mute by fear, no one daring to speak. The other neutral and pro-head elders glared furiously. Lin Mang, how dare you commit such a heartless act, colluding with the shadow killers, inflicting harm upon your own kin. You deserve the most heinous of fates. Please, master of the house, let Elder Lin be punished severely according to family rules. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. In an instant, the situation has reversed. At the head of the assembly, Lin Feng gazed upon the irrefutable evidence, and then at Lin Mang, whose face was ashen, a flicker of heartache passing through his eyes before ultimately transforming into an icy resolve. He strained to rise, his voice weak yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Elder Lin Mang, colluding with outsiders and plotting against the direct lineage. The evidence is irrefutable. According to family regulations, he inhaled deeply, enunciating each word with gravitas. Let his cultivation be abolished and him expelled from the Lin family. All his accomplices shall be thoroughly investigated and dealt with severely. No. Lin Mang let out a desperate scream, his eyes filled with madness and unwillingness. You cannot treat me this way. I have contributed to the Lin family. Swish. The law Elder Lin Xing would not grant him further opportunity for discourse, appearing before him like a wraith, his gnarled fingers darting like lightning to strike at his vital points. Lin Mang wished to resist, yet Lin Xing's prowess far exceeded his own. And in this moment of sheer terror, how could he possibly defend himself? Thud, thud, thud. After several dull thuds of finger strikes, Lin Mang emitted a wretched cry, his spiritual energy dissipating rapidly like air escaping a punctured balloon, collapsing limply to the ground, face pale as parchment, eyes hollow, having lost all his cultivation. Several disciples of enforcement rushed forward, dragging him out like a lifeless animal. Inside the great hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. All the elders bowed their heads, afraid to speak, as the air thickened with oppression and dread. Lin Xing slowly turned, his cold gaze sweeping over those elders who had once supported Lin Mang, causing a few to tremble in fear. Those involved in this matter shall report to the law hall and confess their crimes. Should there be any concealment, severe punishment shall ensue. Yes, yes, they responded, as if granted a reprieve, hastily fleeing the great hall. Lin Xing then approached Lin Fan, returning the bamboo tube to him, casting a complex glance before murmuring, "Young man, take care of yourself." With that, he turned to attend to subsequent matters. Lin Fan tucked away the bamboo tube and moved beside his father, supporting his wavering form. Lin Feng looked at his son, a hint of relief illuminating his pale face as he firmly patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Well done, my son." Before he could finish his words, he could no longer hold on and fainted. "Father!" Lin Fan hurriedly caught him, feeling the frail pulse of his father, devoid of any joy from victory, only burdened with a heavy sense of responsibility. Outside the great hall, the sunlight was blinding. Lin Fan supported his father, stepping out of the shadows of the grand hall. The internal strife of the Lin family temporarily quelled, yet the storm from the outside world had only just begun. The bloodshed wrought by shadow killers was not yet over, and the shadow of the Yunlan sect loomed still. His journey was far from over. Chapter 24. The storm pauses, but undercurrents remain. The clamor and tension within the Lin family's council hall gradually subsided with Lin Mang's disgrace, his followers hastily confessing their misdeeds. However, the weighty and oppressive atmosphere lingered, as if the oppressive heat before an impending storm weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Lin Fan supported his unconscious father as he stepped out of the grand hall. The crowd that had gathered outside had quietly dispersed under the enforcement disciples' urging, leaving behind an empty square bathed in blinding sunlight. Several loyal elders from the collateral branches and the steward hurriedly approached, their faces reflecting a mix of relief from surviving the ordeal and deep-seated concern. "Quick, help the family head back for recuperation," an elderly steward exclaimed urgently, his voice trembling. Immediately, someone stepped forward, cautiously taking Lin Feng from Lin Fan's hands. "Young Master Fan Yu." The steward glanced at Lin Fan, his eyes a complex blend of reverence and a barely perceptible fear. The events that transpired within the hall had already spread like wildfire. The prowess, cunning, and ruthless methods exhibited by the youth had utterly overturned their previous perceptions. Lin Fan gently shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. His gaze swept over the crowd before settling on the elder steward. "I appreciate your care for my father. I shall address Elder Xing's matters personally." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The individuals present promptly bowed in agreement, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. After witnessing his father being safely escorted away, Lin Fan exhaled softly, releasing a breath he had not realized he was holding. The tautness in his nerves began to ease, only to be replaced by a profound fatigue and a dull ache within his internal organs. The injuries sustained from the battle with Blood Butcher had yet to heal, and the forced exertion of his aura in the hall had exacerbated his old wounds. He did not leave immediately, but turned back to gaze at the still silent grand hall, his eyes deep with contemplation. Although the Lin clan had been momentarily subdued, its intricate web of influence and connections spanned the family's depths. While today marked the removal of the most overtly arrogant faction, how many hidden vipers remained in the shadows was still unknown. Elder Lin Xing's iron-fisted cleansing would likely require time as well. More importantly, external threats lingered. The Shadow Assassin Organization, having lost a foundational-level assassin and a contact point, would not rest easily. The escaped Blood Butcher posed a significant threat. Once his injuries healed, retribution would be swift and devastating. Furthermore, looming above like a sharp sword was the Yunlan Sect. The humiliation of Su Qingge's broken engagement and the disdainful oppression from the Sect's elders had yet to be avenged. Strength. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. If he had achieved the foundational, or even the Yuan Dan realm, why would he need to tread so cautiously? Why fear the threats posed by Shadow Assassin and Yunlan Sect? Lin Fan slowly clenched his fists, his fingertips digging into his palms, a sharp pain serving as a stark reminder of the harsh and urgent reality he faced. He turned away, no longer hesitating, and walked towards the law enforcement hall. There were matters he needed to discuss directly with Elder Lin Xing inside the law enforcement hall. The atmosphere was solemn. Elder Lin Xing sat behind a desk, listening to reports from several enforcement disciples, his expression grave. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, he waved his hand, dismissing those around him. "How are your injuries?" Elder Lin Xing inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Fan's, his tone neutral. "I am unharmed. Thank you for your concern," Elder Lin Fan replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts in upholding justice today." Elder Lin Xing shook his head. "I am not acting for you, but for the Lin family's principles." He paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon Lin Fan. Although Lin Mang had fallen, the remnants of his influence would require time to eradicate. Following this confrontation, it is likely that no one within the family will dare to openly oppose you and your father in the near future. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. He tapped his fingers upon the table. The escape of the Shadow Slaughterer is a grave concern. The retaliation from a foundational-level assassin is no trivial matter. Furthermore, your possession of unique powers, while temporarily obscured by the recent explosion of cold poison, cannot remain hidden indefinitely. A discerning individual may soon harbor suspicions. Lin Fan nodded in silence, understanding the truth in Lin Xing's words. The secret of the Annihilation Sword body cannot be concealed forever. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Xing inquired. Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes resolute, to enhance my strength and confront the impending crises. Once my father's injuries stabilize, I may need to leave Qingyun City for a time. Engaging in external training and seeking opportunities is the most effective means to rapidly elevate my abilities. Remaining confined within Qingyun City will ultimately lead to stagnation. A flicker of approval crossed Lin Xing's eyes, as if he had anticipated this. Indeed, external training is the right path. Qingyun City is too small to facilitate your growth. However, you must exercise utmost caution while outside. Your powers are unique and should not be displayed lightly, lest they attract greater calamities. He contemplated for a moment, then retrieved an ancient black token from his robe and handed it to Lin Fan. "This is a token I acquired during my travels long ago. It may provide you with some assistance in your future endeavors, should you find yourself in dire straits. Take this token to the Black River Market and seek an old acquaintance named Elder Mo, who may offer you a refuge." Lin Fan accepted the token, feeling its icy coolness in his palm. It was neither metal nor wood, adorned with obscure cloud patterns, seemingly unremarkable. Yet he sensed a faint ripple of spatial energy emanating from it. He solemnly tucked it away. "Thank you, Elder. There's no need for gratitude." Lin Xing waved his hand dismissively, his tone remaining impassive. "The Lin family's future ultimately depends on you young ones. I only hope you do not lose yourself in the pursuit of power and forget your true essence." After departing from the law enforcement hall, Lin Fan returned to his secluded little courtyard. The door remained dilapidated, yet the interior had been meticulously cleaned, and a few hardy plants had been newly transplanted in the corners. Clearly, someone had quietly tended to the place in his absence. The fickleness of human nature and the coldness of societal affairs are often exemplified in such moments. Lin Fan closed the courtyard door, severing all external prying eyes and disturbances. He seated himself cross-legged beneath the old tree in the courtyard, refraining from immediate healing or cultivation, and instead indulged in quiet contemplation. The events of the day replayed vividly in his mind. The machinations of power, the struggles for life and death, the unpredictability of human hearts. Each element further illuminated the harsh laws governing this world. He retrieved the token given by Lin Xing, examining it thoughtfully. The Black River Market and Elder Mo. Perhaps this could be a path for the future. Yet presently, the foremost priority remains to recover from his injuries, solidify his cultivation, and concoct healing elixirs for his father. The effects of qi dispersal are too slow. He requires more effective medicinal formulations. The Annihilation Sword Canon encompasses a wealth of knowledge, and it seems to contain records of ancient recipes, though the required ingredients. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as a plan began to crystallize in his mind. He focused his mind, retrieving the resources seized today, originally belonging to the Lin Mang faction, and took out the remaining low-grade spiritual stones. With one stone in each hand, he began to operate the Silencing Sword Classic, initiating his healing and cultivation. The ashen-black essence of the Silencing Sword flowed within him, mending his damaged meridians while continuously refining his physical body and spirit. As the sun set, casting a warm hue over the courtyard, it failed to dispel the increasingly concentrated chill and aura of desolation surrounding the youth. Outside the courtyard, the storm had temporarily subsided. Within, a hidden dragon awaited its moment. When a storm arose again, it would surely soar to great heights. Chapter 25. The initial formation of elixir fire, the essence of silence, awakened. The night was profound, and silence enveloped all. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, the essence of the silencing sword flowing around him, healing the hidden wounds from his battle with Blood Butcher while consolidating his 6th level of body refinement. The moonlight poured like water over his tranquil visage, illuminating a resolute outline. Although the turmoil in the council hall had momentarily ceased with Lin Mang's downfall, his followers still lurked in the shadows, and the threat of shadow kill hung like a sword overhead, the shadow of Yunlan's sect far from dissipated. All of this weighed heavily upon his heart. Power. Only through greater strength could he confront all of this. He turned his attention inward to his dantian, where the phantom of an ancient sword hovered, exuding a dim glow, with mystical runes flickering in and out of visibility. The scriptures of the silencing sword classic flowed within his heart, encompassing not only the supreme swordsmanship, but also various ancillary disciplines such as artifact crafting, alchemy, and formations, embodying a vast array of knowledge. His father's severe injuries demanded a more potent elixir, as the ordinary chi dispersion pills were too slow in effect. Lin Fan pondered that the silencing essence pill, recorded in the silencing sword classic, could utilize the silencing sword essence to integrate with Yang's spiritual herbs, thus solidifying the foundation and accelerating healing, perfectly aligning with his father's current condition. However, concocting the silencing essence pill was no simple task. The primary ingredient, the red sun grass, was exceedingly rare, and the auxiliary materials were also quite valuable. More critically, alchemy required the use of one's true fire or earth fire for melting, necessitating exceptional control over fire techniques. True fire. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Body refinement cultivators were generally incapable of condensing true fire, as one needed to reach the foundation establishment stage, where spiritual energy could be liquefied before attempting to condense it. Yet he possessed the silencing sword essence, a force of unparalleled dominance. Perhaps a bold thought arose within him. He attempted to mobilize a wisp of silencing sword essence, gathering it at his fingertips. The ashen black stream fluctuated erratically, emanating an aura of chilling silence. His power, abundant in destruction yet lacking vitality, how could it transform into the fire for alchemy? Silence was not merely pure destruction. Lin Fan recalled a phrase from the preamble of the Silencing Sword Classic. At the extreme of silence lies a thread of life. From death springs life. That is the true meaning of silence. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him as he endeavored to no longer suppress the deathly essence within the sword essence, but instead guided its utmost restraint and compression. With a hissing sound, the gray-black sword essence at his fingertip suddenly darkened immensely, as if even the surrounding light was devoured. The ultimate chill and stillness coalesced into a singular point, where, intriguingly, the temperature began to rise. A faint, almost translucent pale flame was born quietly from the depths of utter darkness. This flame bore no trace of warmth. Rather, it emanated a chilling essence that sent shivers through the soul. Yet, at its core, the temperature was sufficient to melt gold and iron. This was the extinguishing Danfire, born from the utmost compression of the sword intent of extinction in a realm of profound silence. It represented a flicker of alchemical fire. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had succeeded, though this flicker of flame was exceedingly feeble and incredibly difficult to control. With even the slightest lapse in focus leading to its extinguishment and backlash, it undeniably opened a new door for him. He dared not delay. He promptly retrieved the resources he had collected that day, along with those his father had secretly left for him. A sprig of red glowing Qingyun grass, several pieces of warm jade essence, and various auxiliary spiritual herbs were laid out in order. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated entirely, carefully enveloping the Qingyun grass with the pale, extinguishing Dan fire at his fingertips. With a hissing sound, the Qingyun grass swiftly withered and melted before his very eyes, its essence forcefully extracted by the Dan fire, transforming into a drop of crimson spiritual liquid that hovered amidst the flames, radiating a powerful energy wave. The entire process demanded immense mental fortitude, and beads of sweat gradually formed on Lin Fan's forehead. The extinguishing Dan fire was extraordinarily domineering. Any misstep could incinerate the spiritual herbs entirely, necessitating precise control of every ounce of power. Next came the warm jade essence and the auxiliary spiritual herbs. Time slipped away incrementally, and the small courtyard fell into silence, with only the pale flame flickering gently. The essences of the various spiritual materials slowly melded together and were purified within the fire. Lin Fan's mind became wholly immersed in this process, and his mastery of the sword essence of extinction grew increasingly refined and harmonious amidst the meticulous alchemical endeavor. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when all the herbal essences had perfectly combined into a viscous liquid the size of a fist, displaying a grayish-red hue and slowly swirling, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly altered his hand seals. Condense. With a whoosh, the pale, extinguishing Dan fire blazed fiercely, completely enveloping the mass of spiritual liquid. A rich medicinal aroma, mingled with the strange essence of extinction, instantly permeated the air. As the Dan fire dissipated, 3 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye and adorned with faint gray-red patterns, floated serenely in the air, spinning gracefully, imbued with spiritual radiance. The extinguishing essence Dan was complete. Lin Fan let out a long breath. Though his complexion was slightly pale, his eyes brimmed with joy and a sense of accomplishment. To successfully refine a second-tier pill on his first attempt was no small feat, attributable not only to the wondrous effects of the sword classic of extinction, but also to his extraordinary willpower and precise control over the essence of extinction. He retrieved a jade vial, carefully storing the 3 extinguishing essence dawn within. These pills far surpassed the effects of the chi-dispelling powder and should aid his father's swift recovery. Just as he prepared to rise and head to his father's quarters, a sudden flurry of light, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. It was Lin Xiaoyi's voice, laced with evident panic. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and opened the courtyard door. Lin Xiaoyi stood outside the door, breathless, her pallor evident as she clutched a blood-stained arrow tightly in her hand. Attached to the arrow was a small piece of coarse beast skin. Fan Ye, this is terrible. Just now, an arrow suddenly shot in from outside the wall and struck a tree. There's blood on it. Her voice trembled as she handed the arrow over. Lin Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he received the arrow. The beast's skin bore a crude, blood-drawn image of a ferocious wolf's head, and in its mouth, it clutched a broken Lin family token. Beneath the image, 2 blood-red characters read, Blood Butcher. Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned as cold as steel. This was a provocation, a declaration of war. The Blood Butcher was not dead, and he could no longer wait. Chapter 26. The Blood-Red Declaration of War, Black River Market. The blood-stained arrow was chilling to the bone, and the rough beast skin with the menacing wolf's head and the 2 characters emanated a terrifying aura. Lin Xiaoyi's face turned pale with fear, her voice quivering, Fanga this is... Lin Fan's eyes remained fixed upon the blood declaration, his expression as frigid as eternal ice. He slowly tightened his grip around the arrow, his knuckles whitening from the effort. A blatant provocation. The Blood Butcher had not only survived, but audaciously shot the declaration into their courtyard. This was a proclamation that his revenge was imminent, a relentless pursuit until death. He is warning us. Lin Xiaoyi's voice quivered. What should we do? That SA Foundation establishment assassin. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging killing intent and fury within him. The more perilous the situation, the calmer one must remain. Xiao Yi, he spoke in a low but steady tone. This matter must not be publicized, especially not to my father. Lin Feng's injuries have yet to heal. He must not be provoked. But there are no buts. Lin Fan interrupted sharply, his gaze piercing. You must immediately find Elder Xing and deliver this arrow to him. He will handle it. Remember, be cautious on your way and avoid being detected by anyone. Lin Xiaoyi looked into Lin Fan's terrifyingly calm eyes and found her anchor of strength. She nodded vigorously. I'll go right away. She took the arrow, carefully concealed it within her clothing, and swiftly departed. Lin Fan closed the courtyard door, leaning against the cold wooden surface, and slowly closed his eyes. Pressure, an unprecedented weight. The threat of the Blood Butcher loomed ominously, like a sword poised for execution. With his current cultivation at the 6th level of body refinement, even with the trump card of the silent sword element, confronting a Foundation establishment expert head-on would be a perilous endeavor. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. He must leave Qingyun City. His father required the healing properties of the Silence Origin Pill, and he too needed greater power. as well as a temporary refuge from the blood butcher's threat to buy time. In his mind, the black token given by Elder Lin Xing flashed vividly. Black River Market. Old M.O. That might be his only escape at present. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan immediately returned to his room. He extracted 2 of the freshly refined Qingyun pills, carefully placing them in a jade vial, and gathered the majority of his remaining spirit stones, along with a few essential items, into a simple satchel. He made his way to the resting place of his father. Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained in a deep slumber, his complexion pale, yet his breathing had notably steadied. An elderly servant was attentively tending to him. "Young master," the servant exclaimed upon seeing Lin Fan, quickly rising to his feet. Lin Fan handed the jade vial to the servant and spoke in a hushed tone. "This pill will be beneficial for my father's injuries. Upon his awakening, administer it in 2 doses. Please take good care of him. I must be away for several days." The servant accepted the vial, sensing the immense medicinal power contained within, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he respectfully nodded. "Rest assured, young master." Lin Fan cast a lingering glance at his father before departing, making no noise as he slipped away from the Lin family estate, merging into the deepest darkness of the pre-dawn hour. According to the vague information provided by Elder Lin Xing, the Heihafang market lay 100 miles to the northwest of Qingyun City, hidden within the treacherous terrain of the Heifeng mountain range. It served as a gathering place for rogue cultivators, mercenaries, and various unsavory characters, a chaotic mix of dragon and snake, where disorder prevailed, yet opportunities lurked in the shadows. For Lin Fan, a 100-mile journey was not a formidable distance. He exerted himself to the utmost, channeling his energy into his legs, causing his speed to surge as he transformed into a blurred shadow, avoiding the main roads and opting for the winding paths through the mountains and forests. Throughout the journey, he remained acutely focused, ever vigilant against potential ambushes. The blood-slaying challenge loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, instilling a sense of urgency that allowed no room for complacency. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident. As dawn approached, he found himself facing the entrance of a valley shrouded in a faint miasma, characterized by its perilous terrain. The valley mouth was littered with jagged rocks, devoid of any obvious pathways, save for a half-buried black stone tablet inscribed with twisted, crimson characters proclaiming Heihafang Market. The scrawl was hasty and wild, exuding a sense of savagery and bloodshed. A few figures sporadically entered and exited the valley, most exuding a fierce aura, their presence thick with malevolence and the stench of blood. Their gazes were wary and indifferent, maintaining a noticeable distance from one another. Upon spotting Lin Fan arriving alone, many cast scrutinizing, ill-intentioned looks in his direction. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he retracted his aura and concealed his sword intent, presenting himself as an ordinary low-tier physical cultivation practitioner, stepping boldly into the valley. Once inside, the light abruptly dimmed. The air was suffused with a faint scent of blood, herbs, and a certain decaying odor. Along the sides of the path, rudimentary stalls and stone huts began to emerge. The items displayed were a hodgepodge of grotesque wares, blood-stained beast bones, spirit herbs of indeterminate age, fragmented weapons and armor, and even some sealed young demonic beasts. The sounds of hawking, haggling, and bickering filled the air, creating a cacophony of chaos and noise. Everything here reeked of the unvarnished law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Lin Fan kept his gaze straight ahead, resolutely advancing deeper into the market. According to Lin Xing's description, the abode of the elder M.O. is nestled deep within the market district, at the edge of a marsh perpetually shrouded in a toxic green mist. As one delves deeper, the throngs of people gradually diminish, yet each individual encountered exudes an aura more perilous and profound. The path becomes increasingly treacherous, the swamp is muddy, and the noxious vapors pervade the air, rendering it impossible for ordinary cultivators to venture forth. Lin Fan harnesses the essence of the silent sword, allowing a faint gray-black aura to circulate about his body, silently devouring and neutralizing the encroaching toxins, enabling him to maintain a steady pace. At last, on the periphery of a swamp bubbling with emerald green effervescence and emitting a pungent, acrid stench, he beheld a solitary, dilapidated wooden cabin. The structure appeared on the verge of collapse, its roof cloaked in moss, surrounded by an assortment of unknown beast bones and discarded medicinal remnants. A crooked wooden sign hung before the entrance, adorned with an eccentric depiction of a medicinal pot. This was indeed the dwelling of the elder Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Approaching the cabin door, acutely aware of the chilling silence intermingled with a deadly aura emanating from within, he retrieved the black token, Poisonok. Creaking, the weathered door slowly swung open of its own accord. An abyss of darkness lay beyond, resembling a gaping maw poised to consume. A raspy, parched voice, akin to two dry twigs scraping against each other, drifted from the shadows, the token, the scent of that lad Lin Xing. Come in, little one. Tell this old man what you seek, and what price you are prepared to pay. Chapter 27. The Elder Mo's Conditions. The Trial of Desperation. The door silently closed behind him, completely severing the light and clamor of the outside world. The interior was steeped in gloom, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp in the corner, casting a feeble flame that exuded a curious blend of herbal and decayed aromas. The air was thick with a visible, subtly sweetish green miasma, which would likely be fatal to an ordinary cultivator with even a single inhalation. Lin Fan held his breath, allowing the essence of the silent sword to autonomously circulate, quietly devouring the minute toxins infiltrating his body. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly acclimated to the darkness, revealing the chaotic scene within. Rather than a residence, it resembled a disordered alchemical cavern. The walls were adorned with an array of desiccated venomous insects, beast bones, and bizarre herbs. The floor was strewn with shattered jars, remnants of potions, and glimmering ore that emitted an ethereal light. In the center stood a massive, filthy black stone cauldron, beneath which smoldered the remnants of a fire, still exuding warmth. Behind the cauldron, a stooped figure faced away from him, seemingly engaged in some task, producing a soft, rustling noise. This figure was as gaunt as a skeleton, draped in an oversized, splotched emerald green cloak with sparse, disheveled gray hair cascading around. Montak? Lin Fan ventured, his voice resonating with startling clarity in the stillness of the cabin. The hunched figure paused, slowly turned to face him. A visage, deeply creased and reminiscent of ancient tree bark, came into Lin Fan's view. His eyes were murky to the extent that his pupils were nearly imperceptible, exhibiting an eerie grayish-white hue. Yet, Lin Fan felt as though a cold, piercing gaze transcended his corporeal form, reaching deep into his very soul. The sixth level of body refinement. Your foundation is indeed impressively solid. The voice of old Mo rasped, still dry and hoarse. He extended a hand, emaciated and caked with dark grime beneath his nails, pointing at Lin Fan, still reeking of the malevolence from a recent kill and an aura of death that even made the old poison master feel intrigued. He twitched his nose, and his grayish eyes seemed to glimmer faintly. That rascal Lin Xing has delivered an interesting little trinket. Lin Fan felt a chill run through him. Old Mo's perceptiveness exceeded his expectations, as he could vaguely sense the presence of the sword intent of annihilation. He dared not be negligent and clasped his hands in respect, stating, Junior Lin Fan, having encountered grave danger, seeks the guidance of Elder Xing and has come to request assistance from Old Mo assistance. Old Mo let out a bizarre laugh akin to that of a night owl. Caw, caw, caw. Little one, there are no free lunches in the Black River Market. There is certainly no benevolence from this old poison master. He trembled as he rose, shuffling to the side of the black stone alchemical cauldron, stirring the viscous dark green liquid within with a pitch-black rod, where something appeared to writhe. Now, speak. What trouble have you stirred? What do you wish to obtain from this old poison master? He inquired without turning around. Lin Fan took a deep breath and replied solemnly. Junior is being pursued by the Blood Butcher, an assassin from the Shadow Kill organization, and needs to avoid detection while rapidly enhancing his strength. I hope Old Mo can provide a safe haven and offer guidance on methods to swiftly elevate my cultivation. Shadow Kill, Blood Butcher? Old Mo's hand momentarily paused in its stirring, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. You've certainly tangled with a formidable adversary, a foundational assassin, and with your frail physique, escaping from him is quite an accomplishment. He turned to face Lin Fan, his grayish eyes scrutinizing him, as for a place to lie low. This dilapidated abode of mine is safe enough. That so-called Blood Butcher lacks the audacity to intrude here. Regarding methods to rapidly enhance your strength. The corners of his parched lips twisted into a peculiar arc. I have plenty of those, but depends on whether you dare to accept and can afford the price. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute. Please enlighten me. Old Mo extended 3 bony fingers. First, I require a test subject for my new concoctions. The potencies are rather fierce. It may lead to death, madness, or a transformation into something neither human nor ghost. However, if you persevere, it will greatly benefit your physical refinement and the expansion of your meridians. Second, he gestured toward the murky green swamp outside. Deep within that swamp grows a type of jade lotus. Its seeds harbor pure toxic essence and vitality, which are of great utility to me. However, it is the lair of the corpse bone croc, a creature equivalent to the mid-foundation stage, with tough skin and formidable toxicity. Bring me back 3 of its seeds. Third, his grayish eyes fixed intently upon Lin Fan, reveal to me the true origin of the deathly power that resides within you. Do not attempt to deceive this old poison master with tales of cold toxin eruptions. 3 conditions, each more stringent than the last, each more perilous. Testing the poison could lead to immediate demise. Harvesting the lotus requires confronting mid-foundation demonic beasts. Confessing secrets means relinquishing one's greatest trump card to another. The room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the bubbling of the medicinal liquid and the popping of swamp bubbles. Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze lowered, his thoughts racing within. This old M.O. was eccentric, and his terms were ruthless, devoid of any compassion. Yet perhaps this was the only opportunity available. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with resolve. I can agree to the first 2 conditions, he spoke in a low voice. But the third one is impossible to fulfill. That is the very foundation of my existence, and also the source of potential calamity. Knowing this would not bode well for you, old M.O., he chose to reveal part of his limits rather than submit entirely. A flicker of surprise passed through old M.O.'s murky eyes, followed by a more piercing, eerie laugh. Ha ha ha, interesting. You have some courage, young one. You dare to bargain with me, the old poison master? The laughter abruptly ceased, his tone turning cold. Very well. We shall proceed with the first 2. Should you succeed, I shall protect you for a time and grant you an opportunity. Should you fail, whether dead or crippled, you shall have only yourself to blame for a short life. He abruptly scooped a bowl of dark green liquid, exuding a nauseating stench from the cauldron, presenting it to Lin Fan. The noxious green vapor seemed almost tangible. Now, drink it. Let me see if your life is truly resilient. Chapter 28. Poison Body, Initial Annihilation. The dark green liquid swayed slightly in the coarse ceramic bowl, releasing a repulsive, sweet odor, and the viscous surface occasionally formed bubbles that burst, releasing a wisp of toxic mist. Old M.O., with his thin, frail hand, held the bowl, his cloudy, grayish-white eyes fixated on Lin Fan, the peculiar curve of his lips betraying unmasked malice and a hint of curiosity. To drink this? It was evident at first glance that this concoction was lethal. The potency of the poison contained within far exceeded any toxin Lin Fan had encountered before. Old M.O.'s so-called test was essentially wagering Lin Fan's life. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the bowl, his pupils narrowing slightly. He could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within the liquid, chaotic and destructive, far from an ordinary body-tempering substance. Yet, he did not hesitate. He extended his hand and took the ceramic bowl. The bowl was chilling to the touch. The stench of the liquid surged into his nostrils, causing dizziness. Ah! Young one, there is still time to regret. Old M.O. cackled harshly. If you confess your secret, I might just offer you a milder potion. Lin Fan lifted his eyes to meet old M.O.'s gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed. Then he tilted his head back and consumed the liquid in one gulp. Gulp! The viscous, icy liquid slid down his throat, akin to swallowing a piece of eternal ice, causing his muscles to stiffen and numb instantly. In the next moment, boom! An indescribable agony erupted. It was as if countless searing steel needles erupted from the depths of his throat, instantaneously piercing through his limbs and bones. It felt akin to a myriad of venomous insects burrowing into his veins, ravenously gnawing at his flesh and sinew. With a muffled groan, Lin Fan trembled violently, causing the porcelain bowl in his hand to crash to the ground, shattering into fragments. He clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging like coiling dragons, as beads of cold sweat soaked through his garments in an instant. The dark green potency of the medicinal concoction surged within him like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc throughout his body. Wherever it coursed, his meridians twisted in excruciating agony, as if his flesh were being corroded and dissolved. More terrifying still, a frigid poison surged towards his sea of consciousness, attempting to freeze his awareness and drag him into an eternal abyss of darkness. Pain, an indescribable torment, far surpassing the suffering encountered when refining the lethal shadow poison. Lin Fan's vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Instinctively, he sought to channel the essence of the silent sword to counteract and devour this dreadful toxicity. However, in that fleeting moment of intention, the ancient sword's phantom, which had been quietly hovering in his dantian, emitted a faint yet jubilant hum, as if it had encountered something delectable, without waiting for Lin Fan to actively summon it. The phantom of the ancient sword began to tremble slightly. An unprecedentedly pure and domineering suction force suddenly emerged. The once rampant, destructive dark green toxic flood within him seemed to respond to an invisible pull, emitting a soundless lament as it uncontrollably surged towards his dantian. No, more accurately, it surged towards the phantom of that ancient sword. With a hissing sound, the toxic energy was greedily consumed and absorbed by the sword's phantom. The terrifying potency, meticulously concocted to kill foundational cultivators, had now become the finest nourishment for the silent sword. The agonizing pain in Lin Fan's body diminished abruptly, replaced by a peculiar sensation of fullness. He could distinctly observe that, after absorbing a vast amount of toxic energy, the once indistinct dark golden runes on the sword's body were becoming visibly clearer at an astonishing rate. Profound patterns ignited, emanating a deep, shadowy luminescence. The sword's shadow itself became more substantial, as if on the verge of materializing from mere illusion. Moreover, an incredibly pure energy, still imbued with the essence of annihilation, surged forth, nourishing his limbs and bones, revitalizing his meridians and flesh. From destruction came rebirth. The silent sword was undergoing a deeper refinement and transformation by consuming this extreme toxicity. Lin Fan's body, initially hunched from pain, gradually straightened, as the terrifying dark green hue on his skin faded rapidly, revealing an otherworldly texture akin to warm jade, subtly glimmering with a metallic sheen. A far more formidable sense of power surged from the depths of his being. The barrier of the sixth layer of physical refinement burst open under the impact of this force. He ascended to the seventh layer of physical refinement. His aura suddenly surged. Even fine arcs of gray-black lightning flickered fleetingly around him. The entire process, seemingly prolonged, was in reality but a fleeting moment. Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, as if the depths of his being had witnessed the chaotic genesis and the ephemeral extinction of all things. He gently exhaled a sigh of murky breath, which bore a hint of emerald embers, dispersing into the air with a soft hissing sound. He lifted his head to regard the old man, Mo, before him. Old Mo remained hunched, his gaunt face frozen in an eerie smile. His murky gray eyes fixated intently on Lin Fan, and his parched lips parted slightly, as if he had encountered something profoundly astonishing. His acute sensitivity to toxins and vitality clearly informed him that this young man had not only survived his potent poison, but appeared to have bathed in it, as if indulging in a rejuvenating hot spring. Had his cultivation truly advanced a level? How could that be possible? Even he would not dare to sample that bowl of phosphorescent, corrupt marrow. Silence enveloped the dilapidated wooden shack, broken only by the soft popping of bubbling swamp gas and the old man's heavy, incredulous breaths. After a long pause, Old Mo seemed to extract a dry sound from his throat. "What manner of creature are you?" Lin Fan flexed his wrist, sensing the surging power within him and the more refined, vibrant essence of the sword of annihilation, and calmly responded, "Indeed, Old Mo's potion is remarkably effective." He refrained from answering directly, instead tossing the question back. The muscles in Old Mo's cheek twitched, his expression shifting between suspicion, inquiry, and even a hint of uncontrollable fervor. He emitted that characteristic eerie laughter again, yet this time it bore an inexplicable undertone. Good lad. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. He circled Lin Fan twice, as if appraising an extraordinary treasure, his bony fingers almost reaching out to poke Lin Fan. In all my years, it is the first time I have encountered someone who can treat my phosphorescent, corrupt marrow as a tonic. Your constitution, is even more formidable than that of the decaying bone crocodiles in the swamp. Suddenly, he halted, his grayish-white eyes locked onto Lin Fan. The first condition is passed. Now, go fetch me some lotus seeds. He abruptly pointed towards the outside world, where the murky green death swamp lay, his voice turning sinister and expectant. Let me see if your fine physique can snatch life back from the jaws of that old crocodile. Chapter 29. The Peril of the Swamp. Seizing the lotus from the crocodile's mouth, Old Mo's words echoed within the dilapidated wooden hut, imbued with a morbid anticipation and cruelty. Outside, the dark green swamp loomed like the gaping maw of death, its noxious miasma swirling and rising, exuding a nauseatingly sweet stench. Enormous bubbles occasionally bulged at the surface of the sludge, bursting with a muffled pop, each sound resonating like the tolling of death's bell. Lin Fan did not hesitate. He pushed open the door and stepped forth. The thick, toxic miasma assaulted him, laden with a potent corrosiveness. The essence of the silence sword circulates autonomously, a faint gray-black aura swirling around his form, silently obliterating the toxic miasma that encroaches upon him. This deathly swamp, which would compel an ordinary foundation-building cultivator to retreat in fear, now instills in him a vague sensation of being tempered. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, sweeps across the depths of the marsh, with a singular focus, the ink jade lotus. The cryptic snippets from Elder M.O. and his subtly emanating perception guide him to the realization that the ink jade lotus thrives on a patch of solid ground at the heart of the swamp. However, this zone is fiercely guarded by a dreadfully formidable presence, the corrupted bone crocodile, a mid-stage beast of foundation. It has claimed dominion over this territory for many years, regarding the entire marsh as its absolute domain. Lin Fan inhales the tainted air, his form darting forth like a specter. He opts against a frontal assault, instead skirting the muddy periphery of the swamp, suppressing all aura. The essence of the silent sword is compressed to its utmost limit, rendering him akin to a lifeless stone. Traversing silently through the verdant mist, each step is taken with utmost caution, avoiding the treacherous quagmires and treading upon the relatively firm earth. Striving to make not the slightest sound, his eyes, keen as an eagle's, scan the surroundings. The aquatic vegetation sways, shadows dance, and every seemingly tranquil corner conceals a lethal threat. Venomous insects and serpents lurk within the foul mire, while peculiar flora exudes a deadly fragrance, and subtle movements can be detected beneath the sludge. Lin Fan's mind is taut with intensity, his spiritual awareness elevated to unprecedented heights. The essence of the silence sword endows him with not only sharpness, but also an extraordinary perception of stillness and energy fluctuations. He can distinctly hear the heartbeats of the lurking entities beneath the mud and discern the lethal intent hidden within the alluring scents of the camouflage plants. With a harrowing grace, he narrowly evades a bone-spiked vine that suddenly erupts from the mire, shimmering with a ghostly blue venom. With a sudden push from his foot, he ascends lightly like a feather, narrowly escaping a collapsing pit of foul, black water that threatens to consume him. With a deft flick of his finger, a concentrated thread of silence, sword essence, silently pierces a blackwater venomous serpent lunging for his throat. Each step is fraught with peril, akin to traversing a razor-thin edge. The deeper he ventures, the denser the emerald miasma becomes, nearly materializing as a viscous liquid flowing through the air, compressing his vision to less than 5 paces. The solid ground beneath him dwindles, while the fetid swamp exerts an increasingly viscous pull. Suddenly, Lin Fan halts. Before him lies a murky puddle, seemingly placid and undisturbed. Yet within his perception, beneath the surface, a colossal, heavy, and violently charged life force simmers like a slumbering volcano, emanating an oppressive aura that suffocates. Found it! The corrupted bone crocodile. The beast's presence lies like a boulder beneath the puddle, motionless. Yet Lin Fan can vividly sense the chilling intent of its locked gaze. It has long since detected his presence. It is waiting for the opportune moment. Just as Lin Fan freezes in his tracks, boom, the seemingly tranquil puddle erupts violently, akin to detonating a deep-sea bomb. Countless clumps of emerald sludge and water are propelled skyward. A colossal and terrifying silhouette tore through the water surface, exuding an aura of annihilation as it lunged forward with unparalleled speed, swift as lightning. What a fearsome beast it was, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Its body was cloaked in a dark, heavy armor resembling forged iron scales. Its monstrous head, as large as a grinding stone, gaped open, releasing a fetid breeze that revealed rows of dagger-like, bone-white teeth with strands of decaying flesh clinging between them. its lantern-sized, crimson vertical pupils fixated on Lin Fan, brimming with unrestrained greed and a desire for destruction. The terrifying pressure of a mid-foundation realm beast struck Lin Fan like a tangible shockwave. The surrounding miasma recoiled in submission to this overwhelming force. It had awaited this moment. The instant its prey drew near, the moment Lin Fan's spirit wavered under its oppressive presence. The gaping maw, akin to the gates of hell, unleashed a foul wind and an immense force capable of shattering metal, lunging towards Lin Fan's upper body with ferocious intent. The speed was so blinding that evasion was impossible. Death loomed, mere inches away. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. His heart felt as though it were clutched by an invisible hand. He could vividly see his own image magnified in the reflection of those monstrous teeth. There was no time for contemplation. Under the pressure of life and death, the essence of the Annihilation sword instinctively erupted with unprecedented ferocity. The phantom of the ancient sword within his dantian emitted a resonant hum of unparalleled intensity, with a primal roar that hardly resembled human sound. Lin Fan twisted his body into an exceptionally bizarre posture. Simultaneously, his fingers formed into a sword-like configuration, the gray-black essence of the Annihilation sword coalescing with an unprecedented sharpness. Akin to two divine weapons capable of annihilating all, he thrust them inward, countering the voracious bite. With a sickening rip, the sound of flesh being torn echoed. Lin Fan's left arm was grazed by the monstrous teeth, producing a painful metallic screech, and he was struck as if by a colossal hammer, spewing forth blood and uncontrollably hurtling backward. Meanwhile, the grotesque maw of the corrupted bone crocodile was pierced by two strands of gray-black sword essence, burrowing deep into its relatively vulnerable mouth, unleashing a terrifying force of obliteration that ravaged its resilient gums and flesh. A thunderous roar of agony shattered the stillness of the swamp. The colossal body of the corrupted bone crocodile stiffened abruptly, its crimson pupils reflecting pain and rage for the first time. Its immense jaws snapped shut, yet twitched from the internal torment, spewing forth dark green blood mixed with rotting flesh. In this initial clash, Lin Fan exchanged injury for injury, using the domineering nature of the Annihilation sword essence to confront a mid-foundation realm beast head-on. However, this was merely the beginning. The searing pain ignited the beast's ferocity. Its massive form thrashed violently in the mire, the thick tail swinging like a battering ram, stirring up towering waves of mud, aimed forcefully at Lin Fan, still airborne. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, expelling a noxious mist, thick as glue, of dark green poison. Where the mist passed, even the sludge hissed in corrosive agony, an amalgamation of offense and defense. Fiercely formidable. In the midst of the air, Lin Fan found himself in a precarious situation. His old strength depleted and new strength yet to manifest. He was on the brink of being engulfed by the terrifying force of the crocodile's tail and the corrosive miasma simultaneously. At the edge of the swamp, in the shadow of a dilapidated wooden cabin, a stooped figure quietly observed this heart-stopping battle. The murky gray-white eyes of old M.O. reflected the overwhelming assault and the figure that seemed destined to be torn apart in the next moment. Yet the corners of his withered lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Little one, do not let this old toxic creature down. Chapter 30. The Desolate Poison Domain. Seizing the lotus from the crocodile's jaws, the massive tail of the corrupted bone crocodile swept in like a collapsing mountain, carrying with it a torrent of mud. The dark green corrosive miasma surged ahead, akin to a tide of death, instantly engulfing Lin Fan's retreating figure. Beneath the shadows of the wooden cabin, Old Mo's gray-white eyes reflected the deadly scene, and the barely noticeable curve at the corner of his lips slowly widened, as if he could already envision Lin Fan being corroded to the bone by the miasma and then crushed into a pulp by the crocodile's tail. However, at the very moment the corrosive miasma touched Lin Fan's skin, an unexpected change occurred. Within him, the desolation sword essence, made increasingly active by the devouring of the green phosphor corrupt marrow, seemed to resonate with this shared source of power, erupting into a fervent frenzy. It was not an act of resistance, but rather one of insatiable consumption. A sizzling sound echoed, yet what was being corroded was not Lin Fan's flesh, but the dark green miasma. All the miasma that approached Lin Fan's body was drawn into an invisible abyss, as if caught in an unrelenting and terrifying gravitational pull. instantaneously obliterated and transformed into a pure, albeit icy, energy that surged into the torrent of sword essence. The desolation's sword essence could annihilate all, including this swamp's toxic miasma. In fact, due to its recent consumption of Old Mo's potent poison, it was particularly attuned to such energy. What? Old Mo's stooped body jolted upright, and a look of incredulity sparked in his murky eyes. At that very moment, the thick crocodile tail, as massive as a mountain, was already crashing towards Lin Fan's face. The terrifying pressure of the wind threatened to shatter Lin Fan's bones. There was no way to evade or resist. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and at that critical juncture, he made an audacious decision. Rather than attempting to block or dodge the lethal strike of the crocodile's tail, he used the momentum of his backward flight, twisting his waist fiercely and propelling himself off the gnarled trunk of a half-dead black tree beside him. Crack! The trunk splintered. Utilizing this recoil, Lin Fan surged forward with even greater speed, charging towards the sweeping tail like a moth drawn to a flame. Simultaneously, he spread his 10 fingers wide, enveloping his arms in a dense layer of gray-black desolation sword essence, not for defense, but to grasp the tail. He intended to confront the furious strike of this mid-foundation realm beast head-on. Seeking death, Old Mo could not help but exclaim, "Boom!" A thunderous and resounding explosion erupted, akin to two colossal iron mountains colliding violently, the moment Lin Fan's arms made contact with the crocodile's tail. A chilling sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. He spewed a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward with a speed surpassing that of his initial advance, as if struck by a speeding truck. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being flung away, his fingers, like claws, latched tightly onto the gaps in the decaying crocodile's scaled armor. Although he was instantly repelled by the overwhelming force, he managed to tear away several palm-sized, razor-edged black scales, along with a substantial chunk of flesh. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the crocodile, more agonizing than before when its mouth had been injured. The intense pain radiating from its tail sent its massive body into a frenzied thrash, churning the swamp into tumultuous waves. It had completely succumbed to madness. Its crimson-slit eyes became bloodshot, fixating with fierce intensity on the human ant that had been sent flying, its arms grotesquely contorted, yet still alive. A tempest of murderous intent, intermingled with a noxious demonic energy, surged forth like a storm. It yearned to shred this insect that had dared to injure it into pieces and consume it whole. However, at the very moment it prepared to unleash a devastating strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Fan was flung toward the firm ground near the obsidian lotus's growth. In midair, he forcefully twisted his body, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his arms, and with the momentum of his backward flight, he thrust his legs against a protruding black rock. The direction shifted abruptly. He propelled himself like an arrow, not in retreat, but directly toward the ethereal plant swaying gently amidst the poisonous mists, its lotus pod sculpted from obsidian. The crocodile instantly comprehended his intent, emitting a furious roar, its massive body lunging forward, jaws agape, aiming to devour Lin Fan with a speed that tore through the air. Yet it was a moment too slow. Lin Fan's figure glided past the obsidian lotus like a wraith, and with remarkable precision. The few remaining fingers of his left hand brushed against the lotus pod. 3 lotus seeds, the size of dragon's eyes, glistening like obsidian yet radiating vibrant life and pure venom, nestled into his palm. Success. Yet in that very instant, the crocodile's insatiable maw loomed over all of his escape routes. The stench of blood wafted toward him, its menacing fangs glimmering. A flicker of resolve flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he swiftly placed the 3 lotus seeds into his mouth. Simultaneously, he summoned every last remnant of the annihilating sword essence within him, even at the cost of burning his vital energy, fervently channeling it into the razor-sharp crocodile scale he had just torn from the tail, using its own scale against it. Go! He let out a hoarse roar, expending his final strength, launching the infused scale, akin to a thrown dagger, forcefully toward the cavernous depths of the crocodile's mouth, which had already been wounded by the sword essence. With a hiss, the scale transformed into a dark streak of light, instantly vanishing into the crocodile's throat. In the next moment, the terrifying power of the annihilation sword essence erupted explosively at the most vulnerable point within the corrupted bone crocodile. A howl! imbued with unprecedented agony and terror, emanated from the creature as its colossal body suddenly stiffened, subsequently thrashing and convulsing in a frenzy. Forgetting its pursuit of Lin Fan, it plummeted heavily into the mire, stirring up a foul wave of mud. Lin Fan, propelled by the recoil, tumbled awkwardly onto the solid ground some distance away, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. His arms hung limply at his sides, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath had become exceedingly feeble. Yet, he held onto the 3 life-saving lotus seeds in his mouth. At the edge of the swamp, in front of the wooden cabin, the hunched figure of old Mo had unknowingly straightened somewhat. He silently observed the corrupted bone crocodile, which was thrashing and howling in the mire, then glanced at the young man sprawled at a distance, gravely injured, yet having accomplished the seemingly impossible task. After a long silence, he slowly uttered 2 words, his voice dry yet tinged with a hint of uncontainable awe. Quite ruthless. Chapter 31. Old Mo's Promise, the path ahead uncertain. The anguished roars of the corrupted bone crocodile gradually diminished in the depths of the swamp, leaving only the gurgling of churned mud and heavy breaths. Its massive form sank beneath the dark green mire, seemingly having temporarily lost the strength to pursue. Or perhaps the Annihilation's sword essence lodged deep in its throat rendered it in unbearable suffering, too preoccupied to care for anything else. Lin Fan lay collapsed on the hard black earth, gasping violently, each breath pulling at his body with a tearing pain. His arms hung limply at his sides, the agony of shattered bones nearly engulfing his consciousness. The Annihilation sword essence surged within him, barely suppressing his injuries and consuming the residual toxins that had invaded his body. Yet such severe wounds evidently required time to mend. He struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the dilapidated wooden cabin at the swamp's edge. The wooden door had swung open at some point unbeknownst to him. Old Mo's frail figure leaned against the doorframe, his murky gray-white eyes fixed in his direction, his gaunt face betraying no emotion, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Silence spread across the stinking expanse of the swamp. After a considerable pause, Old Mo's hoarse voice finally broke through the miasma, clear and penetrating, reaching Lin Fan's ears. Lotus seeds. There was no doubt, no wonder, only those 2 simple words, imbued with an undeniable air of command. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, using his still-functioning right elbow to prop up his upper body. He coughed violently several times, expelling clotted blood, then with great difficulty lifted his trembling left hand, palm open. 3 lotus seeds, the size of Longan, glistening like inked jade, exuding a rich vitality alongside pure toxic essence, rested quietly in his blood-stained palm. After leaving the lotus pod, the surface of the seeds seemed to have dimmed considerably, yet the energy contained within remained formidable. Old Mo's gray-white eyes seemed to flicker slightly. He extended his frail, bony hand, grasping at the air. An invisible force emanated from him, and the 3 lotus seeds in Lin Fan's palm immediately soared upward, landing in Old Mo's hand. Old Mo picked up a lotus seed, inhaled its scent at the tip of his nose, and the corners of his withered mouth seemed to twitch slightly before he tucked it into his bosom. He lifted his eyelids and gazed at Lin Fan, stating, "You have also fulfilled the other 2 conditions, albeit with some cunning." His remark clearly referred to Lin Fan's clever use of the crocodile scales to counterattack and ultimately seize the lotus seed. Lin Fan refrained from arguing. Instead, he struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. "I implore you, Old Mo, to honor your promise." Old Mo emitted an ambiguous grunt and turned to wobble back to the wooden cabin. Moments later, he re-emerged, holding a rough ceramic jar and a palm-sized leather pouch. He tossed the jar and pouch onto the ground before Lin Fan. Inside the jar was a black jade ointment, capable of mending shattered bones and dispelling toxins. The pouch contained an antidote powder, suitable for both internal and external use, capable of neutralizing most common poisons in the swamp. Old Mo's voice remained flat. "There is an abandoned beast den behind the house. It is relatively clean. You may go there to tend to your wounds. Until you recover, no one shall disturb you." This was the promised sanctuary and healing provisions. Lin Fan gazed at the medicinal ointment and pouch on the ground, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. He strained to rise and express his gratitude, but the effort aggravated his injuries, triggering another fit of violent coughing. "Conserve your strength, lad," Old Mo interrupted, his ashen eyes seeming to glance at him. "The old poison master keeps his word. Since you have met the conditions, this swamp shall serve as your sanctuary until you heal." Even if Blood Butchered knows you are inside, he would not dare to venture in and meet his demise. He paused, his tone suddenly taking on an odd quality. As for your peculiar powers, I won't press you to reveal them. However, he elongated his words, a glimmer of almost greedy curiosity flickering across his withered face. Once you recover, if you are still alive, I would very much like to study further. To be able to use my phosphorescent marrow as a tonic and withstand the corruption of the crocodile bones, that would be quite a rarity. His laughter was hoarse and grating, imbued with an unsettling undertone. With that, he ignored Lin Fan, leisurely striding back to the wooden cabin and closing the door with a creak. Lin Fan stared at the tightly shut wooden door, then glanced at the life-saving medicines on the ground, his heart swirling with mixed emotions. Old Mo's temperament was unpredictable and enigmatic, embodying both righteousness and malevolence. His protection seemed more driven by an insatiable desire for rare curiosities than genuine goodwill. Nevertheless, for the time being, he had obtained a reprieve. He painstakingly crawled over to the jar and pouch with his still-functioning right hand, gritting his teeth as he relied on the strength of his waist and legs to inch towards the rear of the cabin. Indeed, amidst a pile of rubble behind the house, he discovered a dry cave. The entrance was narrow, yet the interior was quite spacious, seemingly an abandoned lair of some large beast. He maneuvered into the cave and, unable to support himself any longer, collapsed onto the ground. Following the instructions on the pouch, he consumed some antidote powder, then struggled to apply the black jade ointment to the shattered areas of his arms. The ointment felt icy upon contact, quickly transforming into a searing warmth that permeated his bones, inducing waves of tingling pain, clearly signaling its effectiveness. After completing all of this, he was utterly exhausted, his consciousness gradually fading. Just before he succumbed to a profound slumber, he cast one last glance at the desolate swamp outside the cave, shrouded in an inky green miasma. The looming threat of bloodshed lingered in his heart like a shadow. The attitude of the old man, M.O., remained ambiguous, and the path ahead was fraught with peril. Yet, he had, at last, secured precious time. Next, he must hasten to recover from his injuries and enhance his strength. The silent sore body. The poison of the old man, M.O., this swamp, perhaps. A vague thought flickered through his hazy mind before he plunged entirely into darkness. Chapter 32. Poisonous miasma tempering the bones, the initial form of silence. Within the cave, silence reigned supreme. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, his aura feeble, his complexion as pale as parchment. The dark black jade ointment on his arms had solidified, resembling a layer of rigid armor. A delicate interplay of coolness and heat from the medicinal power continuously seeped into his shattered bones and meridians, bringing waves of excruciating itch and pain. He endured the torment, his spirit delving deep within, exerting all his strength to operate the silent sword classic. Within his dantian, the phantom of an ancient sword hovered quietly, and the dark golden runes on its blade became somewhat clearer, emitting a faint glow. Threads of grayish-black silent sword essence flowed forth from the sword shadow, laboriously coursing through his meridians. Wherever it passed, it not only mended the internal injuries inflicted during his battle with the corrupted bone crocodile, but also accelerated the refining and absorption of the black jade ointment's medicinal properties. Time flowed slowly in the stillness, uncertain of how long had passed, when the excruciating pain in his arms gradually gave way to a profound itch. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his arms, his thoughts stirring. With a crackle, the hard shell of the black ointment covering his arms suddenly emitted a faint sound of shattering. Cracks spread, and finally, with a pop, it completely fell away, revealing the newly formed skin beneath. The skin was fair, yet it exuded a unique luster akin to jade, with a hint of metallic sheen. He gently flexed his fingers, finding his joints nimble, free from any sensation of stiffness. Then, he clenched his fist, and a far more solid and powerful feeling surged from his arms. The black jade ointment truly possessed miraculous effects. Not only had his shattered bones been reborn, but it had also tempered his arms beyond the capabilities of his peers. However, Lin Fan felt little joy. He distinctly sensed that after repairing his injuries and refining the medicinal essence, the silent sword essence faintly conveyed a sense of hunger. This silent sword body seemed akin to a bottomless abyss, requiring a continuous supply of energy to be filled and to grow. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the outside of the cave. There, the emerald green miasma flowed like a living entity, emanating a disquieting aura of corrosion and desolation. A wild and audacious thought sprouted in his mind like a tenacious weed. The silent sword essence could consume the essence of all things dead and desolate for its own use. This swamp's poisonous miasma, in essence, was a condensation of lethal toxins and lifelessness. Could be absorbed directly? As this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. The pursuit of wealth and fortune often entails peril. The enhancement of strength could not be delayed. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, devoid of hesitation. He inhaled deeply and cautiously extended a wisp of annihilation sword essence from his body, gently reaching out like a tendril towards the swirling dark green miasma outside the cave. At the moment of contact, a soft sound of obliteration resonated as the toxic mist met its nemesis, dissipating instantly into an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure energy, which was greedily absorbed by the sword essence. It was effective. Moreover, there was no sense of rejection. It was as if this power originated from the same source. Lin Fan's heart surged with ecstasy, yet he remained vigilant. He gradually intensified his efforts, guiding more of the annihilation sword essence to emerge, weaving an invisible net of gray-black hue, actively capturing and devouring the dense miasma surrounding the cave. A series of crackling sounds echoed at the cave's entrance, as the dark green mist surged like moths drawn to a flame, swirling into the annihilation sword essence enveloping Lin Fan, rapidly being refined, purified, and transformed into pure, chilling energy that flowed back into his body. This process was far gentler than consuming the toxic quintessence of the old poison master, but was relentless in its continuity. Lin Fan could distinctly feel his cultivation progressing at an observable pace, the annihilation sword essence becoming increasingly refined, while the phantom of the ancient sword in his dantian solidified further, even revealing a faint glimmer of sharpness at the tip. Under the continuous influx of energy, the barrier of the seventh layer of body refinement began to tremble violently. However, just as he was immersed in the exhilaration of this rapid ascent, a hoarse and ominous voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the cave. "Oomph, you really know how to pick a spot for a feast." Lin Fan's heart jolted, instantly retracting all sword essence and warily gazing towards the source of the voice. He had not even sensed anyone approaching. From the depths of the cave, the shadow twisted, and the frail figure of the old poison master emerged like a specter. His murky gray-white eyes fixated on Lin Fan, his emaciated face betraying no emotion. Yet the chilling aura surrounding him plunged Lin Fan into a frigid abyss. The old master sniffed, and a flicker of extreme astonishment and fervor flashed in his gray-white eyes. "You can directly devour and refine this toxic miasma. Even I, an old poison master, can only absorb it slowly with the aid of medicinal power. You." He stepped forward abruptly, nearly invading Lin Fan's personal space, his bony finger almost prodding Lin Fan's chest. "What is the nature of your body?" An overwhelming pressure descended upon Lin Fan like a mountain, locking onto him with unyielding force. His heart raced, and every muscle in his body tensed to its utmost. The annihilation sword essence surged within him, ready to fight for survival at a moment's notice. He understood that the gravest crisis had truly arrived. The old master's interest in him had transcended a certain threshold. Chapter 33. The Secret of the Sword Body, the old master's suspicion. The air within the cave seemed to solidify instantaneously, thick and viscous like the sludge found deep within a swamp. The hunched figure of the old man loomed closely, his skeletal frame and fingers, caked with black filth beneath the nails, nearly poking at Lin Fan's nose. An indescribable terror, mingled with a pungent, acrid stench, enveloped him like an invisible shackle, constricting his throat and rendering each breath a monumental struggle. Late-stage Foundation establishment? Perhaps even more advanced. Lin Fan's heart raced frantically, his blood nearly reversing its flow. Every muscle in his body was taut to its utmost limit, and within his dantian, the ethereal image of an ancient sword trembled violently at an unprecedented frequency, while the gray-black essence of annihilation surged through his meridians, instinctively resisting the overwhelming pressure. Yet, he dared not make a move. This seemingly decrepit old poison master exuded a terror far surpassing that of the previous blood butcher. To act would surely mean certain death. "Speak." The old man's voice was dry and grating, akin to the rasping of two rusted iron plates against one another. His pale gray eyes fixated on Lin Fan, swirling with suspicion, greed, and an almost pathological curiosity. I have lived for over 2 centuries and consumed more poison than you have ever eaten in your life. Yet, I have never encountered a body capable of treating this toxic miasma as a tonic. His spiritual awareness was as keen as the most discerning serpent, ensnaring Lin Fan as though intent on burrowing into his very bones to dissect him entirely. The aura of death surrounding you is unlike any ordinary technique. It resembles a légendaire constitution. The last 2 words he nearly screamed, infused with an incredulous tremor. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the old man's perception could be so acute, able to vaguely discern the roots of the Annihilation sword body. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. To admit it, the ramifications of revealing the Annihilation sword body were too severe to contemplate. To deny it? To lie before this old poison master would likely lead to immediate exposure, resulting in a far worse fate. In a fleeting moment, Lin Fan's thoughts raced, and with a sudden clenching of his jaw, he decided to gamble. Not only did he not retreat, but he also boldly lifted his head to meet the old man's terrifying gaze, deliberately allowing a hint of uncontainable madness and defiance to manifest in his eyes. Since the old man had already seen through him, why bother with further inquiries? His voice, hoarse from the oppressive atmosphere, carried a resolute defiance indeed. The younger generation possesses a unique constitution and must cultivate using the power of deathly poison. This method is exceedingly perilous, with death lurking at every corner. It is a family secret, and I cannot divulge further. He spoke half-truths, acknowledging his unique constitution while attributing its source to an elusive family tradition, emphasizing the dangers of cultivation and implying that even if the old man were to extract the method, he might not dare to employ it. As expected, upon hearing this, the old man's eyes gleamed with intensified greed, though the murderous aura momentarily faltered. His bony fingers slowly retracted, stroking his withered chin, producing a soft, rustling sound. A secret constitution, cultivating with the power of deathly poison? He murmured softly, his murky eyes darting rapidly. No wonder you can swallow my phosphorescent decay, withstand the putrid crocodile, and endure this marsh's toxic miasma. It is. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, nearly pressing his face against Lin Fan's. The stench of poison assaulting him. Hand over your secret technique to me, the old toxic master. I can take you as my disciple, generously impart my knowledge, and aid you in achieving mastery in the path of poison. How about it? Lin Fan scoffed inwardly. Yet he displayed a visage of extreme difficulty and struggle. Old Master Mo, you must understand. This technique requires a special bloodline and physique as a conduit. Forcing the practice will result in backlash, annihilating both spirit and soul. According to my family's ancestral teachings, it must never be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall immediately fall victim to inner demons. His words were resolute, emphasizing the annihilation of spirit and soul as a heavier bargaining chip. Against such an ancient monster, displaying an unyielding attitude might just evoke caution. Old Master Mo's fervor momentarily faltered, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his grayish-white eyes. He stared intently at Lin Fan, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. The stillness and sense of destruction brought forth by the sword intent indeed felt unlike ordinary techniques. Leaning closer to an innate primal force, if it truly required a special bloodline, coercion would likely prove futile, ultimately leading to ruin for both parties. A silence lingered for a full 10 breaths, filled only by Lin Fan's heavy breaths and the chilling sound of Old Master Mo's subtle teeth grinding. Eventually, the greed and murderous intent in Old Master Mo's eyes slowly receded, replaced by an intricate blend of regret, wariness, and intensified curiosity. You're somewhat interesting. He begrudgingly retreated a step, the terrifying pressure around him ebbing away like a receding tide. If you refuse to speak, so be it. I shall see how much surprise your body can still yield. Although he had relinquished the pursuit of the technique, it was evident that he had not abandoned his desire to study Lin Fan, this rare specimen. Lin Fan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, his back now thoroughly drenched. At least he had temporarily intimidated this old toxic master. However, Old Master Mo's tone shifted, his withered lips curling into that peculiar arc again. Since you are borrowing my territory and the miasma for your cultivation, you cannot take advantage without offering something in return. Can you? Lin Fan's heart jolted. What instructions do you have, Old Master Mo? Instructions? Old Master Mo cackled. I am about to refine a heart poison elixir, but I am missing several key ingredients. Deep within the marsh, aside from the putrid crocodile, there are a few azure-scaled poison pythons and a 1,000-legged corrupted centipede. Go retrieve their inner cores and venom sacs for me. The azure-scaled poison python and the 1,000-legged corrupted centipede are both creatures comparable to the initial stage of Foundation establishment, residing in the most perilous areas of the marsh. This old toxic master is clearly finding ways to continue experimenting with him. Lin Fan's expression remained stoic, yet a chill crept deeper within. He understood that he had no room to refuse. As you wish, I shall do my utmost. Excellent. Old Master Imo nodded in satisfaction, tossing Lin Fan a dark green vial. This is a detoxification pill. It will allow you to endure the miasma a little longer. Don't die too quickly. It will be a waste of my materials. Upon finishing his words, he ceased to regard Lin Fan, his figure swaying momentarily before vanishing into the shadows deep within the cave like a specter. Lin Fan gripped the icy antidote tightly, remaining rooted in place, silent for a prolonged moment. With bloodthirsty pursuers in front and the covetous gaze of old Mo behind, this seemingly safe swamp was, in truth, a perilous den of dragons and tigers. Yet, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a more fervent flame ignited within him. The greater the pressure, the swifter the growth. The sword of annihilation was inherently a path from death to rebirth. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the toxic air, and sat cross-legged to once again channel the sword cannon. This time, the speed at which he absorbed the toxins was swifter and more frenzied. Days later, Lin Fan's figure flitted through the emerald marsh like a ghost, his aura more restrained, his form more elusive, and his mastery over the sword of annihilation increasingly exquisite. After refining a substantial amount of toxins, his cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, merely a step away from the 8th. Based on the vague information provided by old Mo, he was stealthily approaching the lair of the azure-scaled venomous python. However, as he traversed a waterway strewn with blackened bones, an explosion erupted from the seemingly tranquil mud behind him. Boom! A blood-red blade of light, moving at an unimaginable speed, tore through the toxins, carrying with it a wave of bloodlust and murderous intent, aimed directly at Lin Fan's back. The timing, angle, and power of the attack were all ruthlessly precise. Blood Butcher. He had been lurking just outside the swamp, waiting for the moment Lin Fan ventured beyond old Mo's protective range to launch a thunderous ambush. Lin Fan's hair stood on end. The threat of death descended in an instant. Chapter 34. The Return of Blood Butcher, a desperate counterattack. The crimson blade of light sliced through the emerald miasma, accompanied by a piercing shriek and overwhelming murderous intent, arriving in the blink of an eye. Swift, ferocious, unyielding. This strike had been meticulously planned. Blood Butcher had evidently been lying in wait at the swamp's periphery, akin to the most cunning of serpents, patiently anticipating Lin Fan's departure from old Mo's sanctuary. He calculated that Lin Fan had just returned from peril. His mind would be lax, and he deduced that the toxins at the swamp's edge were relatively thin, allowing him a brief burst of power without detection from old Mo. Every aspect, timing, angle, and power represented the pinnacle strike of a foundational period assassin, aiming for a guaranteed kill. Lin Fan's entire being bristled with sweat. The chill of death pierced his marrow like a steel needle. He could even distinctly feel the sharp pain as the fierce blade, energy, sliced through the skin of his back. There was no way to evade, no means to defend. The vast chasm between the pinnacle of body refinement and the foundational period was starkly revealed in that moment. Yet at this critical juncture, Lin Fan's instincts, honed through countless life-and-death struggles, transcended his rational thought. He did not attempt to turn and block, nor did he futilely try to evade. In the instant the blood-red blade was about to reach him, he executed an action of utter madness. He lunged forward with all his might. It was not a straightforward lunge, but rather a perplexing and almost contorted motion, akin to withered grass being violently bent by a tempest. As he plunged forcefully into the quagmire ahead, simultaneously, the long-dormant sword essence of annihilation within him, having been fueled by an abundance of noxious miasma, erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Yet, rather than directing its power backward, it surged madly into his legs. Annihilation's shadow. With a sharp sound, the crimson blade aura grazed perilously close to his back, its fierce edge tearing through his garments in an instant, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone. blood gushing forth. However, it was merely a wound. That lethal blow, intent on cleaving him in two, was narrowly evaded by his reckless and self-destructive dive. What? A furious roar erupted from behind, revealing Blood Butcher's fury and disbelief. He could never have anticipated that a mere body-refining cultivator could escape his lethal strike. Harnessing the momentum of his fall and the explosive force in his legs, Lin Fan's figure rocketed forward like a cannonball, crashing into the morass ahead, filled with blackened bones and exuding a suffocating aura of death. Boom! Mud splattered everywhere. Almost at the moment he plunged into the mire. The very spot he had occupied was engulfed by an even more violent crimson blade aura, carving a terrifying chasm several yards long into the ground. Blood Butcher's second strike followed immediately, without granting a moment's respite. Little brat, let us see how long you can evade me. Blood Butcher's silhouette flickered in the miasma, his crimson eyes ablaze with rage and murderous intent as he brandished his dark red blade, inching closer to the lifeless quagmire. He was convinced Lin Fan was at his last gasp, retreating into the mire merely to struggle in vain. However, just as he approached the edge of the mire, poised to unleash his third strike and obliterate Lin Fan along with the sludge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once silent mire suddenly erupted into a violent boil, countless dark green bubbles surging forth, bursting and releasing an even denser cloud of toxic miasma. Following this, an indescribable, bone-chilling aura of terror erupted from the depths of the mire. Buzz, a gray-black, sword-shaped phantom, seemingly capable of devouring all light, soared skyward from the mire. Though indistinct, it radiated a terrifying essence that hinted at the end of all things, returning to the void. The sword intent of annihilation materialized. Roar! From within the mire emerged a sound that was not quite human, filled with excruciating pain and unbridled rage. Lin Fan's figure rose abruptly from the mire. His body was drenched in putrid sludge, his back bearing a ghastly wound, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brilliance. Within the depths of his pupils, a scene of chaos unfolding, stars extinguishing, spun in a cycle. He extended his arms, and the soaring gray-black sword shadow suddenly descended, encircling him as it voraciously consumed the miasma accumulated over countless years, the toxic essence, and the residual frenzied blood energy from Blood Butcher's two strikes. Shattered and then reborn. From death into life, under the oppressive weight of absolute death, within an environment suffused with a chilling stillness, the seed of annihilation within Lin Fan was unexpectedly ignited, embarking on an unprecedented and frenzied metamorphosis. What manner of monster are you? Bloodslaughter's pupils constricted sharply, his face betraying an unprecedented expression of horror. From the shadow of the grim, dark sword, he sensed a lethal threat, a suppression of an entirely different dimension. In response, Lin Fan's voice, devoid of emotion and as cold as ice, resonated. The one who will kill you. No sooner had the words left his lips than he pointed at Bloodslaughter with a finger resembling a sword. The surrounding shadows of annihilation emitted a soul-rending hum, transforming into a streak of dark lightning that instantly bridged the gap between them, aiming directly for Bloodslaughter's brow. Faster than Bloodslaughter's blade, it contained pure annihilation and death. With a furious roar, Bloodslaughter unleashed his foundational spiritual energy without reservation, wielding his dark red blade to shield himself. A terrifying explosion erupted. The gray-black sword radiance clashed violently with the blood-red blade aura, resulting in a cataclysmic annihilation. The surrounding quagmire evaporated instantly, revealing a stark, blackened ground beneath. Bloodslaughter coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. He was sent flying, his massive blade emitting a mournful wail, a visible crack appearing along its edge. He crashed heavily to the ground, disbelief and terror filling his eyes. His foundational spiritual power melted away like snow before the bizarre gray-black force. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, after executing that pivotal strike, found the sword shadows surrounding him dimming, his complexion pale as parchment, his body swaying precariously, nearly toppling over. That blow had nearly drained him of all his strength. Yet, he resolutely steadied himself, his icy gaze locking onto the wounded Bloodslaughter, advancing step by step. With each stride, he ravenously consumed the surrounding stillness of death, the dim sword shadows slowly coalescing once more. No, it cannot be. Bloodslaughter struggled to rise. His eyes now wholly consumed by fear. He was afraid, truly afraid. This boy was no mere human. He was a monster. In a desperate bid, he slammed his hand against the ground, leveraging it to retreat hastily, bellowing, "You wait. The shadow killers will not let you go." With that venomous proclamation, he turned without hesitation, transforming into a streak of blood, fleeing chaotically from the swamp, abandoning even his cracked giant blade. He had been driven to flight by a mere cultivator of body refinement. Lin Fan, observing his retreating figure, did not pursue. Instead, he paused, coughed up another mouthful of blood, summoning his last ounce of strength to retrieve the dark red blade from the ground, staggering as he turned and vanished into the depths of the toxic miasma. After a considerable time, at the swamp's edge, the shadow of a withered, grotesque tree twisted, revealing the hunched figure of old Mo. He gazed in the direction of Bloodslaughter's escape, then towards the depths of the swamp where Lin Fan had disappeared, his withered face revealing no emotion whatsoever. After a prolonged silence, he finally emitted a faint yet unmistakably excited click of his tongue. The celestial sword body truly exists. Chapter 35. The formation of the silent origin pill and the transformation of the sword seed. Within the depths of the swamp-esque cavern, silence reigned, interrupted only by the slow, living flow of dark green miasma at the entrance, resembling a sentient curtain. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, his aura meticulously restrained, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rocks. The gruesome wound on his back, torn by the blood butcher's blade, had scabbed over, while new flesh, nurtured by the essence of the celestial sword, slowly pulsed with a tingling sensation. His two deadly encounters with the foundation-building assassin, Blood Butcher, had brought him perilously close to death, yet deepened his understanding and mastery of the celestial sword body, especially during the final desperate counterattack, where the essence of the celestial sword manifested in its purest form. He had touched upon a profound realm articulated in the celestial sword canon. He slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting shadow of a gray-black sword flickered in his gaze. Extending his palm, 3 lustrous jade-like lotus seeds, exuding a formidable vitality and pure toxic essence, lay quietly in his hand. It was time. Taking a deep breath, he placed one of the seeds into his mouth. The seed dissolved instantly, not as bitter and acrid as he had anticipated, but transforming instead into a warm, smooth elixir, imbued with a peculiar icy coolness that flowed down his throat. Boom! A torrent of pure energy erupted within him. This energy was not merely spiritual essence, but contained a remarkably unique, paradoxical blend of life and death, infused with overwhelming vitality. It was gentle yet domineering, nourishing yet insidiously corrosive. Any ordinary cultivator daring to consume such a substance would be instantly overwhelmed, their meridians shattered, or succumb to poisoning. Yet Lin Fan was different. The celestial sword canon activated autonomously. The ethereal sword image in his dantian buzzed joyfully, as if it had encountered the most delectable of delicacies. The gray-black essence of the celestial sword surged forth, not resisting but greedily enveloping, devouring, and refining the tsunami-like energy. Sizzle. The energy torrent violently clashed with the essence of the celestial sword, merging. Each impact brought with it excruciating pain, yet with every fusion, the essence of the celestial sword grew stronger, more condensed, and pure. Lin Fan's body transformed into a battlefield, akin to a furnace. The surface of his skin shimmered with alternating hues of gray-black and dark green, his meridians cycling between destruction and reconstruction, while his bones emitted a resonant hum under the immense strain, yet became more resilient under the nourishing force. The barrier between the 7th and 8th levels of body refinement crumbled under the onslaught of this ferocious energy, like paper tearing apart. Body refinement, 8th heaven. His aura surged abruptly. A sense of power surged within him. However, the energy was far from depleted. The jade-like lotus seeds, distilled from the swamp's toxic essence, were anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed the second seed. An even more terrifying surge of energy erupted. Tiny beads of blood began to seep from the surface of his skin, a sign that his meridians were reaching their limits. However, the devouring speed of the Desolation sword essence was even more rapid. The ethereal silhouette of the ancient sword grew increasingly substantial, and upon the blade's edge, a singular, exquisite glimmer of coldness quietly coalesced. Mid-stage, late stage, and pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement. Boom! It felt as though thunderous explosions erupted within his body. The barrier of the 9th layer of body refinement was unexpectedly shattered in one fell swoop. The realm of body refinement, 9th heaven, within a remarkably short span. He had broken through 2 realms. Such velocity was indeed astonishing. Yet, Lin Fan's spirit was immersed in a state of serene emptiness, devoid of joy or sorrow. He sensed that after the desolation sword essence had consumed a vast amount of lotus seed energy, its nature seemed to undergo a subtle yet profound transformation. It became even colder, more desolate, and the essence of annihilation grew increasingly pure. Just as he prepared to muster his strength and consume the 3rd lotus seed, launching an assault on the consummation of body refinement, an unexpected change occurred. Within his dantian, the silhouette of the ancient sword, now as solid as a true sword, suddenly emitted an unprecedented hum, tinged with a hint of yearning and urgency. The sword tip pointed directly at something in his embrace. Lin Fan's heart stirred, and instinctively, he retrieved that object, the battered ancient sword he had obtained from deep within the mine, beside the skeletal remains of a sword cultivator. He had kept this broken sword close, its material unknown, rusted and marred, with a dull and lifeless fracture, seemingly devoid of any spiritual energy, as if it were merely common iron. Yet at this moment, as the desolation sword essence stirred, the long-dormant broken sword began to tremble slightly. The indistinct cloud patterns on the hilt appeared to emit a faint, almost imperceptible glow. Buzz! Buzz! The broken sword and the sword essence within his dantian seemed to resonate in some peculiar manner. In the next instant, before Lin Fan could react, the desolation sword essence within his dantian erupted with an immense pulling force. Swish! The broken ancient sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into his dantian. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. Upon internal inspection, he observed that after the broken ancient sword entered his dantian, it did not recklessly collide, but instead slowly approached the desolation sword essence. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The ethereal silhouette of the ancient sword, formed from the desolation sword essence, began to merge with the broken sword. It was as if the broken sword was inherently a missing fragment of the sword essence. As the fusion progressed, the rust and blemishes on the broken sword flaked away, revealing a blade beneath that was dark as the night sky, yet sparkled with glimmers of starlight. At the fracture, countless minuscule gray-black runes surged forth, intertwining and inexplicably beginning to self-repair and extend. A sense of desolation and ancientness, as if emanating from primordial times, gradually awakened from the merging ancient sword. Lin Fan, filled with inspiration, unhesitatingly swallowed the last black jade lotus seed. An immense surge of energy flowed in, no longer crashing against barriers, but instead being fervently absorbed by the merging and transforming ancient sword, serving as sustenance for its self-repair. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When the final wisp of energy was completely absorbed, within Lin Fan's dantian, a complete, ancient, unadorned long sword quietly hovered. Upon the blade, intricate and enigmatic dark golden patterns adorned its surface. At the tip of the blade, an essence of profound darkness coalesced, as if capable of devouring all light in existence. It transcended mere illusion, acquiring a tangible presence. Although still straddling the realm of the ethereal and the corporeal, it had undeniably transformed into a genuine nascent weapon. The seed of the annihilation sword had finally begun to take form. Simultaneously, the incantations from the 2nd layer of the annihilation sword classic surged into Lin Fan's consciousness like a tidal wave, more profound and formidable than before. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, devoid of joy or sorrow, only a primordial stillness enveloping him. With his fingers poised like a sword, he casually sliced forward. A faint, gray-black thread of sword energy silently penetrated the cavern wall ahead. There was no sound, no explosion. The hard rocky surface bore only a smooth, bottomless scar, as if the very structure of matter at the edges had been utterly obliterated, dissolving into nothingness. Lin Fan gazed at the scar, feeling the nascent annihilation sword within him. Radiating an aura of terrifying power, an epiphany dawned upon him. His physical cultivation had reached perfection. The next step was to challenge the true barrier between the mortal and the celestial, to establish his foundation. Once the foundation was laid, the Annihilation sword body would be deemed to have taken its initial form, just as he was swept away by a tide of excitement. Planning the next phase of his cultivation, the raspy and somber voice of old Mo echoed from outside the cave, interrupting his thoughts. Kid, when the elixir is ready, come out. Old Poison wants the heart-devouring pill, but one final ingredient is still lacking. It is your turn to fetch the azure-scaled venomous python and the thousand-legged corrupted centipede for me. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his aura retracting as he concealed the essence of the Annihilation sword deep within. He understood that Old Mo's trials were far from over, and the dangers beyond the swamp had never truly receded. He rose and stepped out of the cave. Chapter 36. Python Cave and Centipede Ridge, Sword Trial 100. Lin Fan emerged from the cave, the murky green miasma coiling around him like living tendrils, yet upon nearing his form, it was quietly obliterated by an unseen aura of death, transforming into pure energy that flowed into his being. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. The seed of the Annihilation sword had taken initial form. In this moment, his aura was as reclusive as an abyss, yet his gaze flickered with a sharp brilliance. A stark contrast to the person he had been upon entering the swamp. Old Mo's hunched figure still leaned against the weathered doorframe of the dilapidated wooden hut, his gray-white eyes scanning Lin Fan, the corners of his parched lips seemingly twitching. TSK kid, your bones have knit quickly, and your flesh has plumped up nicely. His voice was hoarse, imbued with an indescribable undertone, suggesting that the concoction of my ointment and the swamp as provisions suited your palate quite well. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Old Mo, for the medicinal protection. Spare me the formalities, Old Mo replied impatiently, tossing 2 coarse pouches and a dark green compass to Lin Fan. The pouches contain snake-repelling incense and centipede saliva. Applying them will save you considerable trouble. The compass will guide you to the lairs of those 2 beasts. He paused momentarily, his grayish-white eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. The gall of the azure-scaled venomous python. The venom sac of the thousand-legged corrupt centipede. I require them urgently for alchemy. Bring them back to me within 3 days. His tone was unyielding, leaving no room for dispute. Lin Fan accepted the satchel and compass, feeling their icy chill. He cast a glance at Old Mo, refraining from further inquiries, and stepped into the dense miasma of toxins. Guided by the compass, he stealthily ventured southeast. The further he traveled in that direction, the more pungent and foul the air became, the ground increasingly muddy and slippery, littered with massive serpent skins and stark white beast bones. After more than an hour, a black mire encircled by towering, pale, grotesque stones came into view. In the center of the mire lay an unfathomable cave, its entrance smooth, exuding a strong stench and an aura of malevolence. The lair of the azure-scaled venomous python. Lin Fan repressed all his presence. The essence of the silent oblivion sword reducing his existence to an almost spectral state as he approached silently. He produced the snake-attracting incense, a bizarre aroma mingling the scent of blood and an exotic floral fragrance wafting through the air. Hiss! Almost instantaneously, a chilling screech erupted from the depths of the cave. A massive, dark green figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than the azure-scaled venomous python. Its triangular head was adorned with finely textured green scales, its vertical pupils a cruel crimson, and its gaping maw revealed menacing fangs, dripping with dark green venom. Its aura unmistakably at the pinnacle of the initial foundation establishment stage. Clearly enraged by the incense, it fixed its gaze on Lin Fan the moment it emerged. Its colossal body tearing through the mire, rushing towards him with a foul wind. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The vigor of his body refinement erupted explosively, the silent oblivion sword's essence swirling around him, with his fingers poised like a blade. A faint grayish-black energy coiled around his fingertips, imbued with the essence of annihilation, precisely targeting the python's vulnerable spot, with his fingers substituting for a sword. He executed the silent oblivion sword point. Splat! As his fingertip made contact with the scales, there was no violent clash, only a subtle sound of obliteration. The verdant scales, capable of withstanding ordinary spiritual weapons, crumbled like paper beneath the silent oblivion sword point, instantly desiccating, corroding, and penetrating. Hiss! The azure-scaled, venomous python emitted a pained screech, its massive form abruptly freezing, its crimson vertical pupils reflecting an incredulous terror. It sensed a frigid, lifeless power infiltrating its body, ravenously consuming its vitality. Lin Fan seized the moment, not pausing for breath. His figure darted like lightning, evading the python's wildly thrashing tail, his fingertips striking swiftly. Splat, splat, splat. Each fingertip left a deep puncture, exposing bone, flesh rapidly decaying and rotting. The terrifying, corrosive power of the silent Oblivion Sword essence was a bane to such a life force-rich beast. In but a mere 10 breaths, the once mighty, azure-scaled python, at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, lay in a mire, its body in ruins, breathless, its eyes glazed with despairing fear. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive as he pointed his finger like a blade, effortlessly piercing through the abdomen of his foe to extract a fist-sized serpent's gallbladder, shimmering with a verdant glow and brimming with toxic essence, which he promptly secured in a specially crafted jade box. The first battle was won with ease. The might of the Oblivion Sword essence far surpassed expectations. Without pausing, Lin Fan immediately followed the compass's guidance, turning towards the northwest direction of Centipede Ridge. This was an expansive area composed of countless weathered bones and pale stone fragments, forming a rugged mountainous terrain. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay, mingled with a dizzying, sweetly toxic gas. The ground was riddled with numerous holes, from which brightly colored centipedes, each about a foot long and highly venomous, emerged and burrowed back into the earth. Deep within the ridge lay a vast cavern, continuously exuding dark green toxic smoke. This was the lair of the thousand-legged decaying centipede. Lin Fan repeated his earlier method, sprinkling the decaying centipede's saliva, which emitted an intensely acrid scent. Suddenly, the cave echoed with the nauseating sound of countless limbs scraping against each other. In the next moment, a shadow surged forth like a tide. It was a colossal centipede nearly 2 yards in length, its entire body a glossy black, with its sides bristling with densely packed, scythe-like legs. Its head was fierce, jaws clashing, spewing forth dark green, toxic smoke, its presence even more formidable than that of the verdant-scaled venomous python, verging on the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The thousand-legged decaying centipede possessed an extraordinarily hard shell, impervious to blades and swords, capable of emitting corrosive toxic smoke, making it an exceptionally troublesome adversary. Once it emerged from its lair, it locked on a Lin Fan, its 100 legs moving with astonishing speed, akin to a black train careening forward. A fetid breeze rushing towards him. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He dared not underestimate this threat. Infusing his legs with the Oblivion Sword essence, he swiftly retreated while simultaneously using his fingers to launch several gray-black sword strikes aimed at the centipede's compound eyes and vital joints. Clang, clang, clang. Yet this time, the once invincible Oblivion Sword strike failed to immediately penetrate the glossy shell. Only a few charred marks remained on its surface, without any significant impact. What formidable defense! Hissing, the thousand-legged decaying centipede screeched in pain, suddenly opening its jaws to unleash a torrent of thick, liquid-like dark green toxic smoke, instantly enveloping Lin Fan. Sizzle. The toxic smoke possessed a potent corrosive quality. The Oblivion Sword essence on Lin Fan's surface autonomously circulated, continuously dissipating the toxic fumes. Yet he still felt his spiritual energy depleting at an accelerated rate. He could not afford to delay. Lin Fan's thoughts raced, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He abruptly halted his retreat. The nascent Oblivion Sword within his dantian trembled slightly. A purer, more refined gray-black sword essence surged forth, coalescing above his right palm. With a decisive strike, he shaped his palm like a blade and slashed through the air. A tangible gray-black sword light was released, silent yet imbued with the terrifying essence of annihilating all existence, slicing swiftly towards the thousand-legged, decaying centipede. The Oblivion slash. The centipede seemed to sense the imminent threat, its 100 legs thrashing wildly in an attempt to evade, while simultaneously raising its massive head to withstand the blow with its hardest armor. Hiss! Without a thunderous sound, only a faint noise akin to a hot knife slicing through butter was heard. The dark gray sword light flickered and vanished in an instant. The massive body of the thousand-legged corrupt centipede suddenly stiffened, followed by a slow rending. The shell flesh, and even bones that the sword light had struck lost all vitality in an instant, turning to ash. Even the noxious smoke it emitted was cleaved away by the sword. One strike, two severed halves, a merciless silence. Lin Fan's complexion paled slightly as he took a breath. Executing this annihilation strike drained a considerable amount of his energy. He stepped forward, deftly retrieving the shrinking, dark green venom sac of the corrupt centipede. The task was complete. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze inadvertently swept over the depths of the severed centipede's remains, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. There, in the place where the corrupt centipede's heart had been obliterated, lay a small fragment, neither metal nor wood, its edges charred, yet faintly emanating spatial fluctuations. What could this be? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Lin Fan as he reached out to grasp the fragment. It felt icy to the touch, adorned with indistinct, unrecognizable patterns. He sensed a subtle resonance between this fragment and the annihilation sword within his dantian. Just as he focused on examining it, a raspy and somber voice echoed unexpectedly from behind him. The essence of the annihilation sword is indeed formidable. The hunched figure of old Mo materialized like a wraith from the dense miasma, his gray-white eyes fixated on the fragment in Lin Fan's hand. A bizarre and fervent smile spreading across his withered face. Young man, what you hold is not something a mere centipede should possess. It seems I, the old poison, have truly hooked a remarkable catch this time. Chapter 37. The Secrets of the Fragment and Old Mo's Scheme. Old Mo's voice slithered into the tranquil centipede ridge like a chilling serpent, imbued with a sense of sinister greed and fervor. Lin Fan's body stiffened involuntarily, his fingers instinctively tightening around the icy fragment. He slowly turned to face the hunched figure that had appeared amidst the poison mist. Old Mo's murky gray eyes now seemed ablaze with two flickering green flames, fixated intensely on the fragment in Lin Fan's hand. His parched lips quivered slightly, reflecting a near-manic excitement. Old Mo, Lin Fan spoke in a low voice, the essence of the annihilation sword circulating quietly within him, his alertness heightened to its peak. The old poison master's demeanor was decidedly unsettling. Hand it over. Old Mo suddenly extended his hand, his emaciated fingers trembling with excitement, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Let me see that item. Lin Fan's gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he decided to pass the charred fragment over. It was unwise to turn against such an unfathomable old poison master at this moment. Old Mo seized the fragment, his withered fingers caressing its charred surface with a tenderness akin to that of a lover's touch. His ashen eyes nearly pressed against it, producing a series of labored, wheezing breaths reminiscent of a deflated bellows. It is it indeed. Ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake me. He abruptly lifted his head, releasing a suppressed, hoarse, yet ecstatic chuckle, his entire being trembling with excitement. Does old Mo recognize this object? Lin Fan inquired, his voice low. Recognize? It is far more than mere recognition. Old Mo abruptly stifled his laughter, a terrifying glimmer igniting in his grayish eyes. Young man, do you have any idea what this is? Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, he seemed to be entranced, shouting fervently. This is a remnant of the ancient cultivator's cave's prohibition, a fragment of the key that leads to the resting place of the Black Demon Master. The Black Demon Master? The ancient cultivator's cave? Lin Fan's heart jolted. He had never heard such names, yet the term ancient cultivator's cave signifies immense fortune and peril to any cultivator's ears. Old Mo paced excitedly, his words flowing rapidly. The Black Demon Master, a formidable nascent soul expert who roamed the southern borders a millennium ago, renowned for his mastery of both poison and formations. His cave, the Black Demon Abyss, has long since become a legend, its location unknown. I have pursued his trail for nearly a century, uncovering only scattered clues. He abruptly raised the fragment, his voice sharp with exhilaration. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that this key fragment would be hidden within the heart core of this beast? It must have inadvertently consumed some object harboring the fragment. And over the years, the fragment has fused with its heart core. It is fate. Truly, it is fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantly comprehended. No wonder this thousand-legged putrid centipede's defenses were so formidable, far exceeding that of ordinary foundational beasts. It turned out that such an extraordinary object lay concealed within its heart core, nurtured by its demonic energy over the years. Young man, old Mo suddenly turned to Lin Fan, his gray eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor, mingled with an unmistakable aura of malice and wariness. This fragment is of utmost importance. Collecting all the fragments will allow us to discover and unlock the Black Demon Abyss. Not only does it contain the Black Demon Master's legacy, but also his lifetime collection of rare treasures, toxic scriptures, and formation diagrams. He fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Fan. Where did you acquire this fragment? And who else knows of it? Lin Fan's heart tightened, yet his expression remained inscrutable. I obtained it inadvertently while slaying this creature. Aside from myself, no one else should be aware. He deliberately concealed the faint resonance he felt. Old Mo scrutinized him for a long moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After what felt like an eternity, the malice in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by an intricate blend of greed, wariness, and calculation. Splendid. Splendid. Young man, you truly are my fortunate star. He stroked the fragment, his tone taking on an enigmatic quality. Since the fragment was acquired through you, then the opportunity to explore the Black Demon Abyss shall also be yours. Lin Fan smirked internally, yet outwardly displayed a perfectly timed expression of surprise and curiosity. Are you implying, old Mo? I, the old Poison Master, have searched for 100 years and have already obtained 3 fragments. With this one added, we are merely one fragment away from piecing together the complete key and pinpointing the location of the Black Demon Abyss. In the eyes of the old man, a flicker of mysterious light danced as the last fragment descended. The elder had already discerned its whereabouts. Yet acquiring this object required perilous ventures and the presence of an individual with a unique constitution, capable of resonating with the fragment to ascertain its precise location. His gaze once again fell upon Lin Fan, as if appraising an unparalleled treasure. Your extraordinary constitution, capable of devouring the lifeless venom, makes you the ideal candidate. Lin Fan instantly comprehended the old man's intentions. This ancient poison master had circled around, ultimately seeking his aid. Not only did he covet the treasures of the Black Demon Abyss, but he also wished to exploit Lin Fan's annihilating sword body to aid in his treasure hunt. What say you, young man? The old man's voice was laced with temptation, yet underscored by a chilling threat. Join forces with me to explore the Black Demon Abyss. The treasures we uncover shall yield you a 10% share. Otherwise, he left the ominous conclusion unspoken, but the murderous intent was palpable. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan's mind raced. An outright refusal would surely invite lethal retribution. Thus, a facade of compliance was his only chance for survival, perhaps even allowing him to turn the tables. He lifted his head, a tumult of struggle and desire reflected in his expression, and finally declared, I am willing to assist you, esteemed elder. I only ask that once you obtain what you seek, you honor your promise and ensure my safety. Excellent. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. The old man chuckled in satisfaction, his frail hand patting Lin Fan's shoulder, a subtle yet chilling poison seeping into him, only to be silently neutralized by Lin Fan's annihilating sword essence. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's gaze, yet he feigned ignorance, saying, Rest assured, I, the ancient poison master, am always true to my word. Return to fortify your cultivation, and in 3 days we shall set forth to acquire that final fragment. He carefully stored the charred shard and cast a final glance at Lin Fan. If even a hint of today's events escapes your lips, the threat was unmistakable. Lin Fan bowed in acknowledgement, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned toward the marshy cave. Behind him, the old man's hunched figure stood amidst the dense miasma, his gray-white eyes watching Lin Fan's retreating silhouette, the joy and mirth on his face gradually fading into a cold, sinister calculation. The annihilating sword body. The Black Demon Abyss. What a fortuitous opportunity. Young man, ensure you survive, do not perish easily. You are, after all, the finest bait and guide I could hope for. The chilling whispers dissipated into the toxic haze. As Lin Fan made his way back, his countenance remained tranquil, yet deep within, a frigid resolve brewed. Cooperation? Profit-sharing? Absurd. This ancient poison master had sought to use him from the very beginning, surely intending to sever ties once his goals were achieved. If not coveting the annihilating sword body itself. The Black Demon Abyss? The nascent soul cave? A perilous path lay ahead, yet it also presented tremendous opportunity. Perhaps this was his singular chance to extricate himself from manipulation, even to turn the tables on this ancient poison master. He clenched his fists, the essence of the annihilating sword roaring silently within his dantian. 3 days was it? Ample time to solidify his cultivation and sharpen the lethality of the annihilating sword seed. Chapter 38. The opportunity to establish foundations, stirring of the sword seed. Lin Fan returned to the abandoned beast den, where the air was still thick with a faint miasma and the scent of decay. He settled into a cross-legged position, opting not to commence his cultivation immediately, but instead to engage in quiet contemplation. The information revealed by old Mo struck him like thunder, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. The Black Demon Master. The meditation cave of a Yuan Ing giant. The opportunities contained within were enough to drive any cultivator to madness. Should he obtain its inheritance, not only would one blood slaughter be insignificant, but even the entire Shadow Kill organization, and perhaps even the Yunlan Sect, would struggle to pose a threat to him. However, fortune often walks hand in hand with peril. Old Mo was a man of erratic temperament, ruthless and callous, far from benevolent. The so-called cooperation was merely a scheme to conspire with a tiger. Once he ceased to be of use, he would undoubtedly be devoured without hesitation. In 3 days, he would retrieve the final shard and explore the Black Demon Cave, a venture fraught with danger akin to a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, where survival was uncertain at best. Strength. He must possess greater strength. Only then could he secure a glimmer of hope in the impending contest. The peak of the 9th layer of body refinement seemed formidable, yet before old Mo, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he was akin to an ant. Even with the extraordinary physique of the Oblivion Sword body, the vast gulf of cultivation levels was not easily crossed. Only through foundation establishment. Once successful, the Oblivion Sword body would be considered fully realized, and the essence of the Oblivion Sword would undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing him to genuinely harness the powers of this supreme inheritance. Yet, the foundation establishment realm was a chasm between mortals and immortals, a formidable challenge. Ordinary cultivators required extensive preparation and sought out foundation establishment pills and other spiritual herbs for assistance, which offered only a sliver of assurance. Given that he bore the Oblivion Sword body, the energy required was immense, making the difficulty of foundation establishment far greater than that of an average practitioner. The Mo Yulianzi had already been completely refined, and ordinary pills had little effect on him. Lin Fan gazed inward at his dantian, where the dark, ancient Oblivion Sword floated, exuding an aura of chilling silence. Though the miasma of the swamp could be consumed and refined, its energy was too chaotic. It was sufficient for daily cultivation, but fell short for breaking through the foundation establishment bottleneck. He required a purer, more abundant source of energy. His gaze involuntarily drifted outside the cave, toward the depths of the swamp where the dark green miasma roiled. Old Mo, this old poison master, had resided here for many years, and his cave must surely harbor numerous treasures. Yet, as this thought arose, he swiftly quelled it. At this moment, stealing from old Mo would be tantamount to courting death. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint hum resonated from within his dantian, emanating from the once dormant Oblivion Sword, now vibrating subtly with a hint of desire and restlessness. The sword tip quivered, pointing towards an object in his embrace. Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he promptly retrieved the item, a fragment of a forbidden seal, blackened and neither metal nor wood, obtained from the heart core of a 1,000-legged rotting centipede. At this moment, the previously lifeless shard began to emit a slight warmth. The indistinct patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, shimmering with imperceptible, ethereal light. It resonated clearly with the Oblivion Sword within his dantian. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He attempted to gently infuse a trace of Oblivion Sword essence into the shard. The fragment suddenly illuminated. The charred surface flaked away, revealing intricate, dark golden runes beneath. A desolate, ancient aura, imbued with an extraordinarily pure and peculiar energy, emanated from the fragment. This energy was neither spiritual essence nor demonic power. It resembled a fusion of the spatial force, honed over countless ages, and a breath of primordial essence, exceedingly faint yet immensely refined. The hum of the Sword of Annihilation grew increasingly urgent, conveying a profound yearning. Lin Fan, enlightened, ceased his hesitation. He grasped the fragment with both hands and exerted all his strength to channel the Sword of Annihilation scripture. Boom! The strange energy within the fragment seemed to find its outlet, flowing like a gentle stream, continuously drawn into his body, converging in his dantian. Upon entering his body, Lin Fan trembled with a sensation of unparalleled comfort. His meridians sang with delight, and his spirit felt as if it had been cleansed. The barrier of the ninth peak of physical refinement began to tremble violently under the impact of this exalted energy, fissures appearing within. More remarkably, this energy appeared to resonate perfectly with the essence of the Sword of Annihilation, requiring minimal refinement to be effortlessly absorbed and devoured. The Sword of Annihilation solidified at a visible pace. The dark golden runes on its blade became increasingly vivid, heralding the awakening of a fierce and unparalleled sharpness, capable of obliterating all. Effective. The energy contained within the fragments served as an exceptional aid for his ascension to the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy as he absorbed it with all his might. Time trickled by. Although the energy within the fragment was pure and elevated, its totality was limited. After about an hour, it began to dwindle. Buzz. The Sword of Annihilation emitted a contented hum, its brilliance subdued, yet exuding a weighty antiquity. Lin Fan's cultivation had firmly secured itself at the pinnacle of physical refinement, just a step away from crossing into the Foundation establishment. However, this final step seemed to lie across an insurmountable chasm. Once the energy from the fragment was depleted, his progress halted. Not enough. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Gazing at the dimming fragment in his hand, his brow furrowed. The energy required to break through to the Foundation establishment was far beyond his expectations. Just as he contemplated whether to risk venturing deeper into the marsh in search of more fragments or potent toxins, a subtle sound of breaking air reached him. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He slightly shifted his stance and deftly pinched the incoming object between his fingers. It was a pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and exhibiting a bizarre, iridescent hue. The surface of the pill bore intricate runes, exuding a staggering energy that was both exhilarating and perilously seductive. Kid, came the raspy voice of old M.O. Like a ghostly whisper from outside the cave, I crafted a few leftover pieces of the 10,000 poisons heart-eating pill. And on a whim, I rolled up a 5 poisons Foundation establishment pill. This pill contains the quintessence of 5 lethal toxins. Its energy is domineering, and consuming it is a matter of life and death. However, if you endure the ordeal, it could help you shatter your bottleneck and successfully establish your foundation. Dare to swallow it? The choice is yours. As the voice faded, silence enveloped the cave once more. Lin Fan lowered his gaze, fixated on the exquisite yet lethal pill resting at his fingertips, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. The 5 poisons Foundation pill, a mere scrap? He could hardly believe it. This was clearly a deliberate gift from Elder M.O., sensing his imminent Foundation establishment. It was not only a further investment in his potential, but also a treacherous test of his resolve. To swallow it meant risking an explosive reaction from the potent toxins, or perhaps leaving behind unforeseen dangers. Yet, to abstain would render his Foundation hopes futile. In 3 days, venturing into the Black Devil's cave would surely lead to his demise. After a moment of silence, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the vibrant pill whole. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved into 5 torrents of wildly contrasting colors and properties, erupting with a thunderous explosion, fiery as molten lava, chilling as the depths of the abyss, corrosive as toxic pus, paralyzing as petrification, and chaotic as inner demons. These 5 distinctly lethal energies surged within him like untamed stallions, wreaking havoc. Even with Lin Fan's formidable willpower, he could not suppress a pained groan. His skin erupted with a kaleidoscope of poisonous patterns. His body trembled violently, and toxic blood seeped from his orifices. The specter of life and death loomed ominously. Yet, amidst the chaos, an unimaginable surge of pure energy intertwined with the toxins, erupting forth. Silencing sword cannon. Refined for me. Lin Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with determination as he fully channeled his energy. The sword essence within his dantian emitted a deafening hum, the gray-black essence swirling at an unprecedented speed, grinding against the 5 toxic energies with relentless force. Devour, refine, annihilate. It was an excruciating process. His body transformed into a battlefield, his meridians oscillating between tearing and reshaping, while his consciousness struggled between lucidity and oblivion. Time lost meaning until the final trace of toxin was forcibly consumed and refined by the silencing sword essence, transmuting into pure energy flowing into his dantian. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Fan, as if a storm had been unleashed. The barriers of his body cultivation shattered explosively. A surge of gray-black sword essence, magnitudes more potent than before, rushed forth from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. His aura ascended at a terrifying pace. The foundation realm was within reach. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected shift occurred. The energy spent, the already dim remnants of the restriction fragments began to glow again upon sensing the tumultuous, transformative sword essence within Lin Fan. This time, rather than releasing energy, it generated a bizarre, consuming force, seemingly intent on devouring Lin Fan's foundation power. Lin Fan's expression shifted drastically. Chapter 39. Heart Mirror Surprise, the Saintess Est Out. Yunlan Sect, Saintess Peak. Mist swirled as celestial cranes sang. Within a tranquil meditation chamber crafted from a millennium of cold jade, Su Qingge donned a moon-white robe, seated in meditation upon a mat. A faint ice-blue spiritual aura flowed around her, her essence ethereal and transcendent, already embodying the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, amidst her picturesque and frigid brows, a barely perceptible ripple of faint disturbance emerged, akin to still waters caressed by a gentle breeze. It had been several months since her return from Qingyun City, severing worldly ties, and her path should have become increasingly clear and transparent. Yet for some inexplicable reason, during her recent meditations, the icy, resolute gaze of the young man from the Lin family, who had returned her letter of separation and established a 3-year pact, would unexpectedly materialize within her consciousness. Those eyes, starkly different from the warm and luminous gaze that had fiercely protected her in the desolate Lang Lang Valley 3 years prior, nonetheless unsettled her spirit. Was it a manifestation of inner demons? She parted her crimson lips, uttering a cool monologue. Her delicate fingers subconsciously brushed over a warm jade pendant at her waist, a subpendant of the Yunlan sect's treasured Yunlan heart mirror, capable of discerning the fortunes and misfortunes of those connected to her from miles away, assisting disciples in severing earthly attachments. At this moment, the pendant, which was usually cold to the touch, inexplicably radiated a faint warmth. Su Qingge opened her bright eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her visage. She was spiritually linked to this jade pendant, and such an anomaly had never occurred before. After a brief contemplation, she pointed her fingers like a sword, channeling a spark of spiritual energy into the pendant. With a hum, the pendant trembled slightly, its surface rippling like water, revealing an exceedingly vague and fragmented scene. A dark green, lifeless swamp appeared, showcasing a blood-soaked youth, disheveled yet standing tall, emanating a towering, heart-stopping column of gray-black light, imbued with a sense of obliteration. As the light illuminated the scene, the youth abruptly turned, revealing his cold, lifeless eyes, which nonetheless burned with an indomitable flame. None other than Lin Fan. The vision flickered and vanished, the pendant instantly reverting to its icy state. However, Su Qingge rose abruptly, her exquisite face betraying an unprecedented shock and a hint of disbelief. What force was this? Was he not reduced to a mere shell, his dantian shattered? That swamp, that aura, her insight instantly recognized it as anything but ordinary spiritual energy. It was an ancient, tyrannical force imbued with destructive connotations. What startled her further was the intensity of the aura Lin Fan now exuded, which was nearing the foundational stage. How could this be? How much time had passed since then? Could it be that his words in Qingyun City had not been mere desperate ravings? A minuscule, almost imperceptible sense of panic, which she herself had not noticed, silently swept across her heart. At that moment, a respectful voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Saintess, Elder Lu requests an audience. Su Qingge instantly reined in her emotions, resuming her customary aloofness. Please, let him in. Elder Lu entered, his expression somewhat grave. Saintess, we have just received urgent intelligence from Qingyun City. Speak, Su Qingge replied in a tone devoid of inflection. The Lin family has recently undergone drastic changes. The Grand Elder Lin Mang has colluded with the Shadow Kill organization to conspire against the family's heir, Lin Fan. The evidence is irrefutable. He has been stripped of his cultivation by the law enforcement Elder Lin Xing and expelled from the family. Su Qingge's gaze flickered subtly, her demeanor unyielding. Oh? Is Lin Fan dead? Not yet. Elder Lu spoke with an air of peculiarity, as the intelligence report revealed that Lin Fan not only survived but also regained his cultivation, triumphing over Elder Lin Hai, who was at the 7th level of body refinement, with a single strike during the clan assembly. What? Su Qingge was momentarily taken aback. Body refinement. Defeating a 7th level practitioner in one move? This, Elder Lu continued. What is even more intriguing is that the Foundation establishment assassin, Blood Butcher, dispatched by the Shadow Kill Sect, reportedly encountered failure outside Qingyun City, returning wounded. Afterward, Lin Fan seemingly vanished without a trace. The secret chamber fell into a brief silence. In Su Qingge's mind, the hazy images displayed by the jade pendant resurfaced: swamps, desolation, a grayish-black light beam, and Lin Fan's transformative gaze. Everything seemed to connect. He had not only survived, but had experienced an astonishing adventure, rapidly recovering and even advancing in his cultivation. Moreover, he appeared to be in a perilous yet opportunity-laden secret realm. The youth she had once written off, deeming him worlds apart, was indeed climbing upward in an unfathomable manner. I understand now. Su Qingge suppressed the tumult within her heart, her voice remaining cold. This matter need not be further investigated. He is merely a discarded pawn, not worthy of wasting the Sect's resources. Understood. Elder Lu bowed and exited. As the door to the silent chamber closed, Su Qingge found herself alone. She slowly approached the window, gazing toward the distant Qingyun City beneath the sea of clouds, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening. Lin Fan, what's transpired with you? That unsettling power. 3 years. Do you truly believe that with this peculiar strength of unknown origin, you can catch up to my pace and shake the foundations of Yunlan Sect? Absurd. A faint, frigid smile graced her lips, a contemptuous response to the notion of an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet, deep within her beautiful eyes, which reflected the sea of clouds, a thread of seriousness, unnoticed even by herself, and an almost imperceptible vigilance began to take root. She felt a strange anticipation, mingled with reluctance, for the arrival of their 3-year agreement. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the depths of a swamp cave, Lin Fan remained entirely oblivious to all of this. He was fiercely battling the sudden, strange pull of the remnants of the Foundation establishment prohibition, as well as the last stubborn traces of poison from the 5 Poisons Foundation establishment pill left by old M.O. Success or failure, life or death, all rested upon a fleeting moment. Chapter 40. Foundation establishment achieved. Sword seed devours patterns. An extraordinary change erupted within his Dantian. The previously dim remnant of the prohibition suddenly revived upon sensing the impending transformation within Lin Fan, as the surging power of Foundation establishment surged forth. It ceased to release energy and instead generated an eerie and powerful suction, akin to a greedy black hole, frantically pulling at the foundational essence Lin Fan had just gathered and had yet to stabilize. Simultaneously, the last stubborn traces of poison from the 5 Poisons Foundation establishment pill struck back like maggots, transforming into a kaleidoscopic poisonous mist, corroding his meridians and obstructing the transformation of his spiritual power. Surrounded from within and without, danger loomed imminent. Lin Fan's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. With veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling violently, the energy he had just summoned seemed to be severed in an instant, akin to a sudden collapse. At this critical juncture, rather than succumbing to panic, a more ferocious and fierce intensity ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Did such a trifling fragment think to devour its master? His thoughts raced as he activated the second layer of the Sword of Annihilation with fervor. In the center of his Dantian, the ancient and dark-hued Sword of Annihilation emitted a resonant hum that reverberated through his very soul. The enigmatic dark gold patterns along the blade suddenly shone brightly, unleashing a devouring force far more domineering and pure than that of the fragment. Give it to me, devour, Lin Fan roared within. The Sword of Annihilation did not resist the fragment's pull. Rather, it embraced this force, enveloping and consuming not only the fragment itself, but also the chaotic multicolored poison. A counteroffensive rather than a defense. How could the body of the Sword of Annihilation allow foreign objects to covet it? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gray-black essence of the Sword of Annihilation ground against the fragment and the multicolored poison with relentless ferocity. The fragment quivered violently, its surface's restrictive patterns flickering erratically, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. The multicolored poison, akin to encountering its nemesis, was swiftly annihilated and refined. This was an exceedingly perilous process. The clash of energies between the Sword of Annihilation and the fragments stirred tumultuous waves within Lin Fan's dantian, his meridians feeling as though pierced by countless steel needles. The pain far exceeding anything he had previously endured. Yet Lin Fan gritted his teeth, maintaining the last shred of clarity in his mind, exerting all his strength to sustain the operation of his technique. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. It felt like a fleeting moment, yet an eternity. At last, the fragment's resistance was utterly shattered. Crack! A faint sound of fracture echoed from his dantian. The charred restrictive fragment was forcibly ground and consumed by the Sword of Annihilation, transforming into the purest source of energy, merging seamlessly with the sword's body. Concurrently, the last trace of the multicolored poison was thoroughly refined, transmuted into a torrent of pure energy. Breaking to rebuild, all obstacles had instead become the most abundant resources. Thunderous roars erupted. Within Lin Fan, it felt as though chaos was being birthed. All pain vanished in an instant, replaced by an unparalleled clarity and strength. The immense gray-black essence of the Sword of Annihilation surged forth, coursing through his limbs and bones, every inch of flesh and sinew rejoicing in a fundamental metamorphosis and elevation. His aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, ascending rapidly, breaking through a barrier akin to a chasm, stepping into an entirely new realm. The foundation was established. Within his dantian, the Sword of Annihilation solidified completely, its blade dark and unadorned, yet exuding an aura of annihilation capable of extinguishing all life. At the sword's edge, the profound darkness deepened further. Strangely, near the hilt of the sword, a small area of complex, glimmering restrictive runes quietly emerged alongside the original enigmatic dark gold patterns. It was precisely after devouring that remnant that the marks imprinted upon it began to unfold. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, the chaotic visions within gradually receding, transforming into an unfathomable abyss, where sharpness and silence coexisted. He gently lifted his right hand, his fingers poised like a sword, and casually drew a line forward. A whisper of a sound, akin to a strand of hair, nearly transparent, emanated as a gray-black sword aura, silently piercing into the cavern wall ahead. There was no noise, no dust. Upon the sturdy rock face remained only a profound, mirror-like sword scar, its edges appearing as if they had never existed, utterly obliterated. The power of the extinction sword element had increased manifold. Lin Fan sensed within him a torrent of majestic energy, far surpassing his previous might, and a cold smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. At the initial stage of foundation establishment, the extinction sword body had just begun to take form. Now, should he confront the Blood Butcher once more, even without cunning or advantageous terrain, he would possess the strength to engage in battle. However, just as his mind began to ease, far away, within the serene chamber of the Holy Maiden Peak at Yunlan Sect, Su Qingge, engrossed in her meditative practice, suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes flaring open, the Yunlan heart mirror pendant at her waist, without warning, became scorching hot to the touch. A minute crack even appeared on its surface. Simultaneously, an image, several times clearer than before, abruptly crashed into her consciousness. A desolate marsh, a lone figure standing proudly, and the gray-black aura of extinction swirling around the youth, evoking a shiver deep within her soul. Its intensity was undeniably at the foundation establishment stage. With a gasp, the violent impact on her spirit caused Su Qingge to taste blood at the corner of her lips. For the first time, an expression of incredulity graced her exquisite face. Foundation establishment. How could this be possible? What was that power? How could it retaliate against the Yunlan heart mirror from afar? Her delicate hand clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. The boy she had thought was merely a relic of the past had indeed caught up with her at an unfathomable speed and possessed such terrifying and bizarre power. An unprecedented sense of crisis and a faint tinge of regret quietly enveloped her mind. Lin Fan, she wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze turning frigidly sharp. What have you become? She had to uncover the truth. Outside the chamber, the anxious voice of a maid broke through. Holy Maiden, are you all right? Su Qingge instantly reined in all her emotions, restoring her icy demeanor. I am fine. Dispatch a message to intensify the investigation into Lin Fan's whereabouts. I wish to know everything he has experienced over these past months. Remember, it must remain absolutely confidential. Understood. The maid withdrew. Alone at the window, Su Qingge gazed towards the direction of Qingyun City, her expression inscrutable and profound. The three-year pact seemed to have grown intriguing. Meanwhile, within the marsh cave, Lin Fan sensed something, his brow furrowing as he looked towards the direction of Yunlan's sect, though that sensation flickered and vanished, elusive and hard to grasp. He gathered his thoughts, ceasing to dwell on unnecessary matters. The pressing priority was to fortify his cultivation in preparation for the confrontation with old Mo. He cast his gaze towards the cave entrance, his eyes deep and contemplative. Old poisoner, your concoction possesses remarkable efficacy. It is time to meet you. Chapter 41. The initial trial of brilliance, old Mo's suspicion. Lin Fan slowly emerged from the cave, his aura dense and profound as a chasm. His foundational cultivation was as solid as a mountain, and within him, the essence of the extinction sword surged and flowed, exuding a chilling stillness and sharpness that was disquieting. With each step he took, the toxic miasma beneath his feet retreated, as if confronted by its nemesis, dissipating into nothingness. Old Mo remained hunched, leaning against the doorframe of a dilapidated wooden shack, his gray-white eyes fixed on Lin Fan's advancing figure. His gaunt face revealed no discernible emotion, yet the slight tension in his knuckles betrayed his inner unrest. Kid, your life is quite resilient, old Mo rasped, his voice still hoarse, carrying an almost imperceptible scrutiny. How does the taste of the 5 Poisons Foundation pill fare? Lin Fan halted about 10 paces from old Mo, clasping his hands respectfully, his tone calm and unwavering. Thank you, old Mo, for bestowing the pill, which has aided this junior in successfully establishing his foundation. His demeanor remained respectful. Yet beneath that respect lay an indescribable steadiness and confidence, no longer the cautiousness of before. Old Mo's gray-white pupils shifted slightly, as if attempting to see through Lin Fan entirely. Successfully established your foundation? It seems that my leftover ingredients have proven to be quite effective. He chuckled eerily, abruptly shifting his tone, now imbued with a chilling pressure. Now, where are the items I requested, old poisoner? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he produced 2 jade boxes, releasing a hint of spiritual energy, causing the boxes to float gently towards old Mo. The old man's emaciated hand reached out, grasping the boxes. As he opened the lids, the vibrant essence of the emerald-scaled poison python's gallbladder shimmered, rich in toxic energy, while the venom sac of the 1,000-legged corrupted centipede exuded a thick, foul odor. Both items were handled with meticulous care, their medicinal properties impeccably preserved. Old Mo emitted a non-committal grunt through his nostrils, closing the jade boxes while his gray-white gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. The items are secured. However, I am curious, old poisoner. How did you retrieve these 2 items from those beasts in Scathe? The serpent and the centipede are no trifles. He had evidently sensed the shift in Lin Fan's aura, and his ability to complete the task with such ease raised doubts and intrigue within him. Anticipating this inquiry, Lin Fan replied calmly. It was a stroke of luck, aided by the terrain and some methods to restrain them. Methods? Old Mo stepped forward, the chilling aura of poison and malice enveloping Lin Fan like a tidal wave, silently pressing upon him. What methods? Allow this old poisoner to witness them. This was no longer a question, but a near-coercive probe. He wanted to see for himself what hidden cards this newly established foundation cultivator possessed. The terrifying pressure descended, far exceeding that of the previous blood slaughter. The spiritual pressure of late foundation establishment, mixed with years of accumulated toxic malevolence, was sufficient to shatter the minds of ordinary early foundation establishment practitioners, rendering them weak and feeble. Yet, Lin Fan stood his ground, his form unwavering. The oppressive spiritual pressure, capable of overwhelming mountains, descended upon him, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, dissipating and consuming him in a profound, formless silence. The gray-black currents surrounding him swirled gently, vanquishing the encroaching noxious aura into nothingness. The intent of annihilation, impervious to all laws, repelled all malevolence. Suddenly, a terrifying gleam erupted from the murky depths of old Mo's eyes. The pressure he had personally exerted proved futile. Even his most adept poisonous encroachments were rendered ineffective, as if they had encountered an impenetrable barrier. The power this youth had attained after establishing his foundation was bizarre beyond his imagination. Just as old Mo's heart swirled with uncertainty, Lin Fan abruptly raised his gaze, a fleeting shadow of gray-black, sword intent flickering in his eyes. With fingers poised like a blade, he did not strike at old Mo, but instead directed his attack towards the bubbling mire before him, gently slicing through the air. A whisper-thin, nearly transparent gray-black strand of sword energy slipped from his fingers, silently penetrating the sludge. There was neither a thunderous roar nor a tumultuous upheaval of the mire. In the next moment, the swampy terrain, along with the lurking poisonous creatures, vanished as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand. It disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a terrifying pit, unfathomably deep, with edges as smooth as a mirror. The soil and rocks at the pit's perimeter exhibited an eerie, ethereal quality, as if that space had been utterly obliterated. Silence, an absolute, profound silence enveloped the area before the wooden cabin. Old Mo's hunched form suddenly stiffened. His withered lips parted slightly, and his gray-white eyes fixed intently on the newly formed pit, disbelief and shock etching his features for the first time. With his level of cultivation and experience, he could discern that this was no mere destruction or corrosion, but an erasure of a near-regulatory nature. A force of ultimate silence he had never witnessed, nor could comprehend. What manner of monstrous power had this youth forged? Lin Fan slowly retracted his finger, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to old Mo, his tone remaining composed. A simple technique. I hope it amuses you, old Mo. Old Mo remained speechless for a long moment, his murky eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions. Shock, greed, wariness, fervor, all intertwining chaotically. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to squeeze out a dry, hoarse voice. Well, very well. The shock on his face gradually receded, replaced by an exceedingly peculiar, fervent smile, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. You truly continue to surprise this old poison master. He laughed, though his voice grew increasingly frigid. It seems I have chosen the right person to explore the Black Demon Cave. He ceased to inquire about Lin Fan's secrets and instead stated, prepare yourself, tomorrow morning. Accompany this old man to retrieve the final shard. With that, he turned away, trembling as he returned to the wooden cabin, shutting the door with a creak. Outside the cabin, Lin Fan stood alone amidst the poisonous miasma, gazing at the closed door, his expression contemplative and profound. He understood that the earlier display of strength, while temporarily intimidating the old poison master, had only heightened the latter's greed and wariness. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, yet he felt no fear. With the foundation laid and the initial signs of annihilation emerging, this murky water was perfectly suited for testing his blade. He turned and made his way back to his cave, adjusting his state of mind in preparation for the unknown journey that awaited him on the morrow. Inside the wooden cabin, the old poison master, with his emaciated hands, caressed the charred fragment of a forbidden seal, his gray-white eyes flickering with a ghostly light as he murmured to himself, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. Annihilation, devour. Ha ha ha. Young one, once I obtain the legacy of the dark sorcery, your precious treasures shall surely belong to me. Chapter 42. Resonance of the fragments in the depths of the black marsh the following morning. The miasma above the marsh thickened, the dark green fog almost solidifying, weighing heavily upon the water's surface and the gnarled trees, rendering even light scarce. An eerie silence enveloped the area, only broken by the ominous sound of bubbling toxins, which added to the overall dread. The wooden cabin creaked open, and the old poison master emerged, his hunched figure stepping forth. Today, he donned a more tattered cloak of dark green, faintly shimmering with strange runes. In his hand, he leaned on a twisted black staff, its tip adorned with a murky orb resembling an eye, radiating an unsettling aura. His gray-white gaze swept over Lin Fan, who had long been waiting outside, and the corners of his withered lips twitched. Come, young one. I shall take you to witness what true desperation entails. His voice was gravelly, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement and cruelty. Lin Fan nodded slightly, silently following behind. Clad in his simple blue robe, he appeared unchanged from the previous day. However, a shadowy sword intent flickered deep within his eyes, quietly transforming the encroaching toxins into sustenance. The two ventured deeper into the marsh. The scenery here was starkly different from the periphery. The dark green water appeared bottomless, littered with pallid animal bones and decaying aquatic plants. A sickeningly sweet stench of decay permeated the air, making each breath dizzying. The ground beneath their feet was no longer muddy, but rather a viscous, seemingly sentient black sludge, from which massive, vividly colored poisonous insects occasionally emerged, their cold, compound eyes surveying the two before swiftly disappearing. The old poison master seemed oblivious to it all, occasionally tapping his staff, which would then emit a beam of dark green light from the orb, instantly reducing lurking toxins, attempting to ambush them into vile sludge. Clearly, he was well acquainted with this area. Lin Fan followed closely, the sword intent of annihilation flowing naturally around him, creating an invisible force field that silently obliterated all approaching toxins and malice. His steps were unhurried, even appearing more effortless than those of the old poison master. Though the old man did not turn, Lin Fan could sense the poison master's spiritual awareness coiling around him like a serpent, evidently still observing and probing from the shadows. As they delved deeper, the environment grew increasingly hostile. Large toxic pools, bubbling with a deep green hue, began to emerge, their viscous waters exuding a terrifying corrosiveness. In certain areas, the very space appeared slightly distorted, permeated by invisible traps of poison, should one step into such a realm. Even a foundational cultivator could swiftly be reduced to mere bones. The pace of the old poison master noticeably slowed, his wooden staff now being wielded with greater frequency, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Stay close, young one," he rasped without turning his head. "The poison here is not something I can fully withstand. A single misstep, and even the immortals would be unable to save you." Lin Fan's gaze swept across a seemingly tranquil expanse of water ahead, which belied the subtly turbulent fluctuations of space, sending a chill through him. Were it not for his extraordinary spiritual perception, far surpassing that of his peers, coupled with the unique awareness of energy fluctuations granted by his Oblivion Sword intent, he might have missed the lethal danger lurking therein. This old poison master, indeed, had ulterior motives, continuously testing his limits amidst these treacherous surroundings. After approximately an hour of cautious progression, the miasma thickened to an almost suffocating density, light completely vanishing, relying solely on the eerie green glow emanating from the eye atop the old master's staff, and Lin Fan's own perception through the Oblivion Sword intent. Suddenly, the old master halted, revealing a vast black canyon, as if cleaved by a colossal axe. The depths of the canyon were unfathomable, from which emanated an even more potent, suffocating stench of deathly poison. The canyon walls were riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, within which something could be seen writhing, exuding a disquieting aura. "This is it." The old master spoke with a suppressed excitement and trepidation. "The last fragment lies within the heart of this valley of 10,000 poisons, at the deepest spring of corruption." Turning his gaze towards Lin Fan, his pale eyes met the young man's. "The poison there is no ordinary toxin. It nurtures the corrupted heart leech, an insidious entity that feasts upon the soul's energy, making it nearly impossible to defend against. My old bones cannot withstand its gnawing." He paused, pointing his staff towards the depths of the canyon. "Your task is to descend, locate the spring, and retrieve the fragment. I shall remain above to assist, employing secret methods to temporarily suppress most of the poison, granting you time." Though the words sounded noble, the reality was that Lin Fan was being sent to confront the most perilous abyss, while the old master would simply reap the benefits. Lin Fan gazed into the abyss, exuding an aura of extreme danger, and after a moment's silence, nodded resolutely, "Very well." Without hesitation or doubt, he moved, slipping into the inky darkness of the canyon like a wraith. The old master observed his vanishing form, a flicker of astonishment crossing his pale eyes, soon replaced by deeper greed and a mocking smile. "Ha ha, young one, I hope you can endure a while longer. I look forward to a splendid performance." Upon entering the canyon, Lin Fan was immediately enveloped by an unprecedented pressure. The poison here had nearly solidified, akin to countless cold tendrils desperately coiling around him, seeking to invade his pores and erode his very soul. Additionally, an intangible, sinister force targeted his consciousness, tugging at his awareness and inducing a disorienting vertigo. The sword annihilation began to accelerate autonomously, a layer of faint gray-black aura enveloping its surface, mercilessly obliterating and absorbing all encroaching toxic energies. The assault on his consciousness. Upon reaching the essence of his soul imbued with the will of annihilation, dissipated like melting snow. He moved with incredible swiftness, akin to a bat in the dark night, deftly avoiding the perilous caves scattered across the valley walls as he delved deeper towards the increasingly potent source of death's aura at the valley's bottom. As he descended, the toxicity intensified, revealing floating, translucent shadows of dark green, the corrupted heart leeches spoken of by Elder Mo. These entities lacked a fixed form, drifting like phantoms, ready to swarm upon sensing any life force. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and the will of annihilation emanated slightly. The approaching corrupted heart leeches, as if encountering a natural enemy, emitted a silent shriek and instantly disintegrated, evaporating before they could draw near. At last, he reached the valley floor. In the center lay a spring no larger than 10 feet across, from which did not flow water, but a viscous, bubbling liquid as dark as ink, an ominous venom. Surrounding the spring were numerous skeletal remains of various creatures, including some of considerable size, clearly remnants of powerful beasts from their former lives. The corrupted heart spring. At the core of the spring, a faint yet striking dark golden light flickered, starkly contrasting the surrounding desolation. The final fragment. Lin Fan's heart quickened, eager to advance. Suddenly, a powerful resonance and yearning emanated from the sword of annihilation within his dantian. The runes inscribed upon the sword, which had absorbed the previous fragment, blazed with scorching intensity, resonating harmoniously with the light from the spring. Simultaneously, the fragment within the spring seemed to sense this connection and glowed fiercely. Yet in that moment of resonance, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the spring, sharp enough to rend the soul. The viscous venom exploded forth, a colossal, translucent leech, entirely composed of dark green venom and unfathomable malice, emerged violently from the spring, its enormous form dominating the space above the spring. It bore no eyes, only a vast maw lined with spiral fangs, fixated intently on Lin Fan. The aura it radiated was comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment. This was the true guardian of the fragment, the corrupted heart Leech King, the deadly peril that Elder Mo had deliberately concealed. A terrifying wave of spiritual impact and toxic torrents surged towards Lin Fan like a tsunami. His pupils constricted as the sword of annihilation trembled violently within his dantian. Crisis. An unprecedented crisis. Chapter 43. The Leech King, Elder Mo's treasure hunt. The corrupted heart Leech King. This horrific entity, entirely formed of pure venom and endless resentment, upon its emergence, exuded a suffocating pressure. Its immense, translucent body nearly obstructed the entire expanse above the spring as its massive spiral maw opened, emitting a soul-rending wail. An invisible and terrifying suction targeting the very essence of Lin Fan's consciousness. Meanwhile, a viscous torrent of venom, as dark as ink and imbued with the utmost corrosive and desolate power, cascaded down upon Lin Fan like a black flood unleashed from a broken dam. A dual annihilation. A simultaneous strike targeting both the flesh and the soul. The strength of the corrupted heart Leech King far surpassed that of the previous azure-scaled venomous python and the 1,000-legged corrupted centipede, having ascended to a terrifying level akin to the late Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, due to its intangible and formless nature, with a focus on the essence of the soul, it proved far more challenging to contend with than other beasts of the same rank. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine as a shadow of death descended upon him in an instant. In the face of annihilation, he held nothing back, his heart issuing a fierce roar. The sword of extinction within his dantian trembled violently, an unprecedented gray-black sword light erupting forth, enveloping him in an aura reminiscent of a death god emerging from the depths of the abyss. The sword domain, unleashed, centered around him. The space within a radius of several meters twisted and darkened abruptly. All light, sound, and even fluctuations of energy seemed to be devoured entirely, leaving behind only a pure essence of desolation that signified the end of all things. The extinction sword domain. After establishing his foundation, this was the first formidable ability granted to him by the extinction sword canon. HSSSS. The surging torrent of venom crashed into the confines of the sword domain, encountering an invisible barrier that drastically reduced its speed, and under the relentless erosion of the gray-black sword light, it evaporated and vanished at a visible rate. The terrifying suction targeting the soul, upon reaching the sword domain, was similarly consumed by the absolute silence, dissipating like a drop in the ocean. However, the corrupted heart Lich King was, after all, equivalent to the late Foundation establishment stage, and its furious strike was far from trivial. Though the sword domain was powerful, Lin Fan had only just entered the Foundation establishment stage, and the disparity in cultivation was immense. The consumption required to maintain the sword domain against the extinction sword essence was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Fan's complexion paled instantly, his body trembling violently, with even fine strands of blood seeping from his orifices. Yet his gaze remained as cold as iron, resolutely sustaining the sword domain, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, refusing to yield, for behind him lay the last fragment of the spring. Roar! The corrupted heart Lich King, seeing its attack thwarted, emitted an even more frenzied screech. Its massive form suddenly swayed, and its enormous suction mouth opened wide once more. This time, it did not unleash suction, but instead expelled a venomous soul piercer, refined to the utmost and displaying a dark purple hue. This soul piercer was formless and intangible, yet moved with the speed of lightning, disregarding physical defenses as it aimed directly at Lin Fan's mind. It was the culmination of its essence of venom and resentment, a lethal strike. Lin Fan's pupils reflected the deadly dark purple light, the chilling grasp of death seizing his heart in an instant. He was exerting all his strength to maintain the sword domain against the torrent of venom, leaving him powerless to divert his attention to defend against this soul-striking blow. Just at this critical juncture. Now, above the canyon, the old man Mo, who had been watching coldly all along, suddenly emanated an intense brilliance filled with greed from his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for, as Lin Fan was fully occupied with the Lich King. Unable to spare a thought for anything else, his hunched figure shot down like a specter, moving with a speed that tore through the air. The twisted wooden staff in his hand erupted with a tremendous, sinister emerald glow, and the eye at its tip suddenly opened wide, emitting a concentrated, malevolent green beam. Rather than targeting the Lich King, it shot directly at the radiant fragment of the barrier at the heart of the spring. Simultaneously, his emaciated left hand flipped, crushing a black jade talisman inscribed with a bizarre poison sigil, enveloping Lin Fan's sword domain in an invisible wave of energy. The forbidden Yuan poison talisman. A weight settled in Lin Fan's heart. He instantly felt his sword essence falter, the desolation sword domain quaking violently, nearly collapsing. Though the desolation sword essence swiftly devoured and neutralized the encroaching, strange poison, that moment of stasis was already sufficient. Whoosh! The emerald beam released by the old man struck with unerring precision, hitting the fragment within the spring. The fragment trembled violently, ensnared by the malevolent light, and instantaneously broke free from the spring, hurtling towards the old man. At that moment, the Lich King's deadly poisonous soul-piercing dart had already reached within 3 feet of Lin Fan's brow. "You dare, old thief!" Lin Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The desolation sword essence erupted with fervor, forcefully breaking through the restraints of the poison talisman, stabilizing the sword domain just in time to withstand the torrent of venom. Simultaneously, he formed his fingers into a sword, an exquisite, dark gray sword intent coalescing at his fingertips, recklessly aimed at the oncoming soul-piercing dart. Thud! The tip of his finger collided with the soul dart, producing no sound, only a profound resonance at the level of the soul. Lin Fan felt as if struck by a great force, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body was flung backward, crashing heavily against the valley wall. His complexion turning a shade of blue-purple, soul racked with pain, and his vision darkening. Yet, the poisonous soul dart was forcefully shattered by a singular finger imbued with the essence of desolation, vanishing into oblivion. Cackling triumphantly, the old man grasped the flying fragment, casting not a glance at the wounded Lin Fan or the enraged Lich King, exclaiming with overwhelming glee, "Thank you, boy, for restraining this beast for me. Become its snack." Without pausing, he transformed into a streak of emerald light, swiftly fleeing upwards towards the canyon's heights. Roar! The Lich King, mad with fury upon seeing the fragment seized, abandoned the injured Lin Fan, its massive form surging with an overwhelming wave of poison, issuing a thunderous roar as it madly pursued the direction in which the old man had escaped. The entire canyon trembled violently under its wrath, boulders collapsing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan was left alone at the valley's bottom, his back against the cold wall, continuously coughing up blood, his aura waning. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed towards the direction in which the old man had vanished, then glanced at the furious leech king pursuing him. The bloodied corner of his mouth slowly curling into a chilling, fervent smile. Old poisoner, do you truly think you have one? He gradually unfurled his tightly clenched right hand. Within his palm lay a small, charred fragment, neither metal nor wood, incomplete yet resonating in harmony with the fragment in the old man's possession, quietly resting there. It was the first shard he had obtained from the heart of the thousand-legged corrupted centipede. As the elder Mo seized the fragment of the spring, a surge of emotions coursed through him. In that fleeting moment, he subtly cloaked the resonance of the fragment with the essence of the Annihilation sword, deliberately enduring a blow from the Bloodworm King to fabricate the illusion of severe injury. The piece in Mo's possession was not the complete final shard. Lin Fan had long since prepared a contingency. The game had only just begun. Chapter 44. The initial encounter in the mysterious valley concealed medicinal fragrance. Lin Fan, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood and the excruciating pain in his spirit, struggled to rise from the valley wall. With the elder Mo's escape with the treasure, the enraged Bloodworm King pursued him. Yet the perilous depths of the canyon momentarily settled into an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of the rolling poisonous miasma and his own heavy breaths. He quickly assessed his internal state. His injuries were far from optimistic. Although he had forcibly dissipated the Bloodworm King's wrathful strike with the Annihilation sword, the shock had reverberated through his spirit, and his meridians had suffered significant impact, resulting in a tremendous expenditure of sword essence. Moreover, the residual toxicity from Mo's forbidden poison talisman, though largely devoured by the sword essence, still lingered insidiously in several secondary meridians, continuously eroding his spiritual recovery. He needed to find a place to heal immediately. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings. The canyon floor was treacherous, riddled with toxic pools, clearly not a suitable place to linger. The commotion caused by Mo's departure could also attract other dangers. Summoning a surge of sword essence, Lin Fan darted like lightning toward the opposite end of the canyon, away from the fleeing directions of Mo and the Bloodworm King. He endeavored to suppress his presence, avoiding the caves that radiated dangerous vibrations, minimizing his existence with the Annihilation sword. After approximately a stick of incense had burnt, he traversed a stretch strewn with enormous, bleached beast bones, and the scene ahead opened up dramatically. The canyon formed a vast bend here, beyond the curve. The toxic miasma surprisingly thinned considerably, and the nauseating stench that had pervaded the air diminished, replaced by a faint, ethereal medicinal fragrance. Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he slowed his pace, more cautiously concealing his figure as he followed the thread of that medicinal aroma. Skirting around several massive black reefs, he stumbled upon a small patch of rare, dry ground untainted by toxic sludge. At the edge of this ground, nestled against the canyon wall, stood an exceedingly rudimentary wooden shed, seemingly on the brink of being swept away by the elements. Constructed from several crooked blackened logs, the shed was topped with a thick layer of unknown dark green moss. In one corner hung several strings of dried herbs, the source of the refreshing medicinal scent. Outside the shed, a small plot of tilled earth bore a few sparse, peculiar plants that Lin Fan had never encountered. Their forms were grotesque, with leaves resembling sharp fangs, while their blossoms radiated a translucent, ethereal blue hue, emitting a faint luminescence in the dim light, creating a striking contrast with the surrounding desolation, yet blending strangely into the environment. Was there, in fact, someone residing here? Lin Fan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. To survive in such an inhospitable place was no trivial feat. Holding his breath, he concentrated the essence of the Annihilation sword in his gaze, scrutinizing the scene with utmost care. At the entrance of the wooden shed, a slender figure crouched down, her back turned towards him, seemingly delicately gathering soil beneath a cluster of ethereal blue flowers. She was a young maiden clad in a simple, jet-black dress. Her frame was slight, with long hair as dark as ink, casually tied up with a withered twig, revealing a graceful yet somewhat pallid neck. Her movements were gentle and absorbed, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. The atmosphere around her was so well contained that, had he not witnessed her with his own eyes, Lin Fan might have failed to sense her presence entirely. However, at the moment Lin Fan's gaze fell upon her, She seemed to perceive something, pausing slightly in her task. She slowly rose and turned to face him. What met Lin Fan's eyes was an extraordinarily cold visage, as if untouched by the mundane world. Her skin was nearly translucent, her features exquisitely delicate, yet imbued with a sense of distant aloofness. Most striking were her eyes, rare, deep violet orbs that resembled the starry night sky, now fixed calmly in the direction where Lin Fan concealed himself. Her gaze was crystalline, yet it seemed capable of piercing through all facades. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Her voice was cool and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Lin Fan's heart tightened. What keen perceptiveness! He prided himself on his stealth techniques, yet she had effortlessly detected him. Realizing he could no longer conceal himself, Lin Fan stepped forth from behind the rocks, clasping his hands in salute. I am Lin Fan, pursued by enemies, and I have inadvertently trespassed upon your serene abode. I seek your forgiveness. He intentionally portrayed a state of grievous injury, his tone sincere, while internally remaining on high alert, readying the essence of his silent extinction sword. The maiden's gaze swept over Lin Fan, lingering particularly on the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and the unmistakable aura of the silent extinction sword surrounding him. Within her deep violet irises, a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple seemed to pass. Was it surprise, or perhaps curiosity? You have been afflicted by the Tangle Silk corruption, she suddenly stated, her tone flat as she identified the lingering power of the enigmatic poison from Mo Lao within Lin Fan, as well as the tremors within his spirit. To have made it this far, you possess some skill. Lin Fan's heart jolted. She could discern the essence of Mo Lao as peculiar poison at a glance. The depth of her knowledge in the realms of poison and medicine must be profoundly formidable. Your insight is remarkable, Lin Fan managed a wry smile. Indeed, I am gravely poisoned, and my injuries are severe. I wonder if you might, before he could finish. The maiden slightly furrowed her brows, a flicker of wariness and perhaps disdain flashing through her violet eyes, not directed at Lin Fan, but seemingly reacting to some other presence. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards the upstream direction of the gorge, speaking coldly, your troubles are approaching. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Fan sensed several powerful and ferocious auras rapidly converging towards their location. It was evident that the earlier commotion, or perhaps Mo Lao's escape, had attracted other predators from the marsh. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, bracing himself for battle. At that moment, however, the violet-eyed maiden made an unexpected move. She extended her hand towards an exceedingly concealed crevice in the rock wall behind the wooden shed. Enter and conceal yourself. Suppress all your presence. I shall handle what lies beyond. Her tone remained calm, yet it was imbued with an undeniable confidence. Lin Fan was taken aback, glancing from the crevice to the slender figure of the girl, hesitating as he spoke. Miss, the approaching threat may, if you wish to avoid death, silence yourself and comply. She interrupted, casting a cold, unwavering glance from her deep violet eyes. Your blood and struggles will only attract further troubles. With that, she disregarded Lin Fan, turning to face the direction from which the ominous aura emanated, her delicate fingers having discreetly grasped several slender silver needles that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Lin Fan's gaze flickered as he swiftly weighed the pros and cons. This girl was unfathomable, and given his severe injuries, confronting their foes head-on was not a prudent course of action. For now, he would trust her. Without further hesitation, he darted silently into the rock crevice, simultaneously retracting the essence of his sword intent to its utmost limit, as if he had transformed into an immovable boulder. The crevice was narrow, accommodating only one person, yet it allowed for a clear perception of the external commotion. Soon, the ground trembled as a fetid wind assaulted him. Several colossal beasts, resembling crocodiles yet armed with vicious fangs and covered in festering, tumor-like growths, thundered towards the wooden shed, their crimson eyes fixated hungrily on the solitary figure of the girl clad in black. An imminent fierce battle seemed inevitable. Lin Fan held his breath and focused intently within the crevice, plagued by myriad questions. Who was this enigmatic girl? Why did she choose to dwell alone in this valley of death? And why was she inclined to assist him? Chapter 45. Yuli takes action. Poison arts deter the beasts. Within the rock crevice, Lin Fan remained still and composed, his sword intent suppressing his presence to the utmost, resembling a lifeless stone. Yet, his senses were sharply attuned, closely observing the tense standoff outside. Those crocodile-like beasts, their bodies riddled with poisonous growths, had evidently been lured by the previous commotion or the scent of blood. Each of them exuded a fierce aura comparable to that of formidable practitioners at the 8th or 9th stages of body refinement, drooling from their fangs, which corroded the ground with a hissing sound. Their scarlet eyes were locked onto the delicate figure of the girl in black before the shed, filled with greed and savagery. In the face of such ferocious creatures, the girl known as Yuli remained resolute, her deep violet eyes calm and unruffled, as though the beasts before her were merely unsightly stones rather than bloodthirsty predators. A low growl erupted from the largest of the poison-infested crocodile demons, seemingly incensed by her indifference. It propelled itself forward with powerful limbs, resembling a cannonball, its gaping maw wide open, releasing a foul wind as it lunged towards Yuli. The other beasts simultaneously charged from various directions, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Lin Fan's heart tightened, nearly compelling him to intervene. Though the girl's aura was repressed, he could not ascertain her true capabilities, yet facing the onslaught of several peak body refinement beasts was daunting. However, in the next instant, Lin Fan's pupils dilated in shock. Confronted by the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, Yuli sprang into action. Her movements, seemingly languid, were as swift as a phantom. With a subtle twist of her slender waist, she glided back effortlessly, evading the ferocious lunge of the crocodile demon with impeccable timing. Simultaneously, her right hand, which had hung gracefully at her side, ascended gently. A series of barely perceptible sounds sliced through the air. Lin Fan could scarcely discern what she had thrown. Only a few minuscule, ethereal blue glimmers, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, struck with unerring precision at the foreheads of the lunging beasts. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The once ferocious creatures, propelled by their momentum, suddenly faltered, as if ensnared by an invisible force, standing rigidly in place. The brutal greed in their crimson eyes was swiftly supplanted by sheer terror and bewilderment. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The festering tumors on their bodies, which had oozed with foul ichor, began to shrivel and retract at an observable pace, as if their venom and vitality had been instantaneously siphoned away. In the blink of an eye, the massive forms of the beasts collapsed silently to the ground, disintegrating into a heap of grayish powder, leaving no trace of bone behind. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remnants as though they had never existed. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the corner of the canyon. Lin Fan, concealed within the crevice, was struck with profound astonishment. What manner of technique was this? It was not mere brute force that felled them. It was as if their very essence and toxicity had been stripped away. Such inscrutable prowess rendered the act of killing invisible. This maiden's mastery over toxins had reached an extraordinary zenith. Her true strength undoubtedly surpassed the realm of physical refinement. Yuli slowly retracted her hand, casting not a single glance at the powder on the ground, as if she had merely brushed away a few specks of dust. Her deep violet eyes shifted once more to Lin Fan's south hiding place, her tone remaining cool and measured. Step out. It is safe for the moment. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and leapt from his concealment. He once again bowed respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, Mississippi. I am Lin Fan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yuli, the girl replied, her voice devoid of embellishment, her gaze returning to Lin Fan, particularly noting his still, pallid complexion and the chaotic aura within him. The entwining, soul-corrupting poison, though suppressed, had already infiltrated the vicinity of his heart's meridian. If not eradicated, within 3 days, your cultivation will be rendered void, and your spirit will wither. Her tone was as calm as one stating a trivial matter. It sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Lin Fan's back. Indeed, old MOS insidious methods were exceedingly treacherous. I implore you, Miss Yuli, save me. Lin Fan spoke earnestly, sensing that despite her aloof demeanor, she bore no malice, at least for now. Yuli regarded him in silence for a moment, her profound violet eyes seemingly peering into the flow of his extinguished sword essence. Abruptly, she turned and walked toward the wooden shed. Follow me. Lin Fan hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to follow her. The injuries at hand are grave, and the prowess of Yuli is unfathomable. If she harbored any malicious intent, she could have struck at any moment. The hut is exceedingly rudimentary, furnished only with a stone bed, a shelf of herbs, and a black cauldron emitting wisps of ethereal smoke. Within it simmers a viscous, dark green liquid, exuding an unusual medicinal fragrance. Yoli retrieves an ancient ceramic jar from the shelf and extracts several peculiar herbs that Lin Fan has never seen before, commencing the meticulous process of crushing and blending them. Her movements are fluid and graceful, imbued with a unique aesthetic, as if she is not merely concocting a remedy, but engaging in an age-old artistry. Your internal power is quite extraordinary, Yuli suddenly remarks, without lifting her gaze. It is cold and lifeless, capable of devouring toxins, yet it seems incomplete. Furthermore, it is being eroded and disturbed by a more insidious poison. Lin Fan's heart jolts anew. She can vaguely perceive the state of the Annihilation sword body. She can even discern that the sword's form has yet to fully coalesce. The depth of her insight is truly formidable. The young lady possesses an astute eye. Lin Fan acknowledges, neither denying nor elaborating. I have indeed encountered fortuitous circumstances, but they have also attracted considerable trouble, causing me much suffering. Yuli does not press further, instead pouring the prepared ointment into a small jade bowl. The salve presents a strange grayish-blue hue, radiating a chilling aura. Stripping off his upper garment, he sits down. She holds the jade bowl with an air of undeniable authority. Lin Fan complies, revealing his robust torso and the grotesque scar on his back, inflicted by a bloodthirsty blade. Yoli's gaze lingers on the scar for a moment, a flicker of faint surprise passing through her deep violet eyes, though she quickly regains her composure. She extends her delicate fingers, dipping them into the grayish-blue salve, which feels icy to the touch, and gently applies it to several vital acupoints near Lin Fan's heart. With each application of her fingertips, a peculiar energy, cold yet imbued with vitality, penetrates Lin Fan's meridians, meticulously unraveling and intertwining, neutralizing the entangling, corruptive poison. Lin Fan distinctly feels the stubborn foreign toxin being rapidly resolved, the congestion in his meridians easing, along with the alleviation of his spiritual anguish. The salve and her technique are remarkably refined. However, as the treatment approaches its critical juncture, when Yoli's fingertips are directed towards the last acupoint of accumulated poison in his dantian, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Within Lin Fan's dantian, the nascent form of the Annihilation sword seems to sense the approach of a foreign energy with special attributes near its core, instinctively emitting a faint hum. A subtle yet overwhelmingly forceful intent of annihilation emanates toward Yoli's fingertips in a backlash. Yoli's finger jolts back abruptly, as if pricked by an invisible needle, and she retracts it swiftly. She raises her eyes, her deep violet pupils revealing a clear astonishment and gravity for the first time, focusing on Lin Fan's dantian. This is, she murmurs, her tone laden with incredulity, the essence of annihilation. How can this be? Lin Fan felt an ominous premonition and quickly withdrew his sword essence, explaining, Miss Yoli, I apologize. It was my cultivation technique acting to protect its master. Not an intentional act. Yoli remained silent, her profound purple gaze fixed intently upon him, as if trying to see through him completely. The atmosphere in the shed became subtly tense and charged. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice still cool, yet tinged with an unprecedented seriousness and inquiry. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Chapter 46, Healing and Inquiry, Yoli's Suspicion. Within the wooden shed, the air became suddenly still. Yoli's deep purple eyes bore into Lin Fan with unwavering intensity, her gaze sharp as a needle, seemingly attempting to pierce his dantian and uncover the mysteries of the silent sword seed. The air was thick with the peculiar fragrance emanating from the medicinal cauldron. It could not diminish the palpable tension. Lin Fan's heart raced with alarm. The silent sword body was his greatest secret and trump card, one he could not afford to lose. This enigmatic girl before him possessed keen insight, and her connection to the eerie poison and the path of the soul posed a grave risk. Should she uncover his foundation, the consequences would be dire. His mind raced, but his expression maintained a calculated smile, tinged with a hint of trepidation. To be frank, Miss Yoli, 3 years ago, I encountered a great calamity, resulting in a shattered dantian and a body plagued by a peculiar poison. Later, I was fortunate to receive the compassion of an unnamed elder who imparted a fragmentary scripture, claiming it could be dismantled and rebuilt, yet required the power of deathly poison to cultivate, fraught with peril. Just now, when your spiritual energy touched my dantian, it provoked the residual strange force to retaliate, disturbing you. He spoke half-truths, attributing the existence of the silent sword canon to a nebulous, unnamed elder, and indicating that the technique required the use of the deadly poison for cultivation, aligning somewhat with Yuli's observations, attempting to obfuscate the truth. Yuli listened intently, the light in her deep purple eyes flickering, revealing no discernible belief or disbelief. Her delicate fingers unconsciously fiddled with the tips that had just dipped into the medicinal ointment, still tinged with a slight numbness from the rebounding sword intent and a peculiar tremor, as if drawn to a familiar essence. Dismantled and rebuilt, cultivating through deadly poison. She softly repeated, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's form, which could not entirely conceal the lingering aura of death, as well as the grotesque old scar on his back. Your cultivation method indeed treads a perilous path. Her tone was devoid of emotion, yet the probing intensity slightly lessened. It is indeed a perilous path, Lin Fan acknowledged calmly, his voice carrying the weight of trials endured, yet it remains my sole avenue for survival. Yuli fell silent for a moment before suddenly pointing to the stone bed, commanding, lie down. The poison remains. If you wish to live, refrain from unnecessary movement. She seemed to have temporarily set aside her inquiry, redirecting her focus to the treatment. Lin Fan exhaled quietly in relief and complied, lying down. Yuli once more dipped into the gray-blue ointment. This time, a faint, nearly imperceptible deep purple aura enveloped her fingertips. Her movements grew more gentle and soothing, carefully avoiding the core area of his dantian while precisely addressing the last few areas of entangled, corrupted soul residue. Lin Fan could sense that within the chilling potency of the medicine, there seemed to be a faint yet peculiar soul energy infused, bearing a soothing and guiding essence, skillfully avoiding the sensitive areas of the annihilation sword essence, thus enhancing its efficacy. Moments later, Yuli withdrew her finger and handed the remaining ointment to Lin Fan, instructing him to apply it to the old scar, which would dissipate the lingering toxins and strengthen his meridians. Lin Fan accepted the jade bowl, feeling an icy chill radiate from it. The ointment contained a subtle balance of vitality and toxicity, far from an ordinary concoction. Thank you, my lady, he expressed sincerely. Yuli approached the medicine shelf and began selecting herbs, her voice flat as she continued. Your soul's tremor injury requires a soul-condensing pill for recuperation. I still lack a primary ingredient, the soul mushroom, which grows in the shaded area of the Wraith Slope on the western side of the canyon. If you wish to recover swiftly, you must procure it yourself. She paused and added, the Wraith Slope is the nest of the soul-devouring crows. Although they're merely beasts of the 6th or 7th stage of body refinement, their numbers are vast, and they excel in sound wave attacks that can directly shake the soul. Your injuries are not yet healed, and your soul remains unstable. Exercise caution. This was not only a directive regarding the procurement of the herb, but also seemed to carry an element of testing, an inquiry into Lin Fan's current state and how much strength he could still muster. Lin Fan's gaze flickered, and he immediately grasped her intention. What he lacked most was time. He needed to recover to his peak swiftly to confront Mo Lao and the unknown dangers ahead. The soul mushroom was a goal he was determined to achieve. I shall set forth at once, Lin Fan declared as he rose, carefully securing the ointment. He cupped his hands in gratitude, saying once again, I am indebted to you for saving my life. This kindness I shall repay. Yuli did not turn back, merely responding with a soft and continuing to arrange her herbs as if it were a trivial matter. Lin Fan cast a lingering glance at her solitary figure before departing, striding purposefully out of the wooden shed, orienting himself towards the western canyon and hastening his pace. Once Lin Fan's silhouette faded from view, Yuli gradually ceased her actions. She turned, her deep violet eyes gazing in the direction of Lin Fan's departure, and her fingertips had inexplicably acquired a thin, nearly translucent deep purple jade piece. The jade radiated warmth, revealing faint, grayish-black ripples that resonated with Lin Fan's aura. Annihilation devouring. It truly exists, she murmured softly, a clear confusion and intense curiosity emerging in her usually cold gaze, reflecting a realm of legend her grandfather had pursued all his life but never touched, now manifesting in the nascent form of a mere body refinement youth. Who exactly is he? She concealed the jade piece, her expression shifting back to one of inscrutable depth. Wraith Slope, soul-devouring crows. Let us see the air. If your annihilation can withstand the torment of countless crows. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Yuli's thoughts lingered on him. At that moment, He was fully exerting the Annihilation sword essence to suppress his injuries while hastily advancing towards the Wraith slope. The closer he drew to the west, the heavier the air became with an oppressive silence, and a faint gray mist began to materialize, within which could be heard the unsettling whispers of countless souls, as if innumerable wraiths were murmuring. Ahead, a steep slope emerged, barren and desolate, adorned solely with jagged, dark-hued stones. In the shadowy recesses of the incline, faintly glimmering with an eerie phosphorescence, mushrooms resembling ghastly visages appeared. These were the spectral mushrooms. Yet, as Lin Fan approached the slope, a cacophony of harsh caws erupted from all directions. Hundreds of black crows, dense and ominous, surged forth from behind the grotesque rocks and the swirling gray mist. Their eyes blazed crimson, their beaks and talons sharp, and as their wings flapped, they unleashed a series of eerie sound waves that pierced the very soul. The soul-eating crows had detected the intruder. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and the essence of the desolation sword instantly enveloped his being. The trial had begun. Chapter 47. The Tide of Crows and Soul Devourers, Heartguard of Desolation. On the slope of Lost Souls, the howling winds roared, and gray fog billowed. Hundreds of soul-eating crows, akin to a tide of darkness, rising from the depths of hell, swiftly engulfed Lin Fan's figure. Their crimson eyes flickered with madness and greed, and their sharp beaks and talons tore through the air. More terrifying was the overwhelming, layered cacophony of cawing. This was not mere noise. It was an enigmatic sound wave that directly assaulted the soul. Countless sound waves converged, forming visible gray ripples, akin to a multitude of icy steel needles, vehemently piercing toward Lin Fan's mind's eye. Lin Fan felt his head throb, as if struck by a massive hammer. His vision blurred, and his soul ached intensely. His injuries, recently stabilized by the ethereal energies, threatened to erupt anew. The essence of desolation within him quaked violently under the assault of this pure soul attack, its flow disrupted. These soul-eating crows, while individually weak, possessed formidable numbers and excelled at striking the soul, making them a dread presence for any cultivator with an unsteady spirit. With a muffled grunt, Lin Fan bore the excruciating pain in his mind, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He could not afford to become passive. Desolation sword domain. Activate, he bellowed, as the desolation sword in his dantian trembled violently, releasing an aura of profound stillness that rapidly expanded from his center, forming a hazy domain approximately 3 yards in diameter. Within this sword domain, all life withered, and all methods fell silent. The overwhelming gray sound waves that surged toward him diminished drastically upon entering the domain, as if ensnared in quicksand, their speed reduced, rapidly corroded, dissolved, and annihilated by the omnipresent essence of desolation. However, the sheer number of soul-eating crows was overwhelming. They pressed forward relentlessly, their sonic assaults unending, though formidable. The sword domain demanded immense energy to sustain, especially for Lin Fan, who had just begun his foundational cultivation. Not to mention the countless crows fearlessly launching themselves at him, employing their lethal claws and beaks for physical attacks. With precision, Lin Fan formed his fingers into sword-like points, the gray-black essence of desolation fluctuating erratically. With each thrust, he pierced through the skull of a soul-eating crow. The struck crows could not even emit a cry before their lives extinguished, turning into ash. Yet the swarm seemed inexhaustible. The slaughter persisted. His sword essence drained rapidly, and though the pain to his soul was significantly mitigated by the sword domain, it continued to accumulate relentlessly. If this continues, exhaustion will inevitably consume me. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the shadowy slopes, where the phosphorescent ghost mushrooms flickered. He knew he had to break through swiftly. With a thought, he condensed the sword domain, reducing its protective radius to just 3 feet, diminishing the pressure and significantly lowering his energy expenditure. At the same time, he became as swift as lightning. Disregarding the surrounding flocks of crows and braving the sporadic spiritual assaults, he charged fiercely toward the ghost mushrooms. Thud, thud, thud. Countless claws and beaks struck against the shimmering aura of the sword domain, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, yet failing to breach that layer of silence. However, each impact exacerbated Lin Fan's energy depletion. Just as he was about to reach a cluster of ghost mushrooms, a piercing, Penetrating crow's cry erupted from the top of the slope. Lin Fan's spirit jolted painfully, causing the sword domain to tremble violently. He looked up to see a colossal, soul-eating crow standing atop the highest rock, its size dwarfing that of its kin. Its feathers shimmered with a dark golden hue, its eyes resembling two burning flames, and upon its forehead rested a small tuft of white feathers, reminiscent of a crown. The soul-eating crow king. Its strength had evidently reached the initial stage of Foundation establishment. With its cold, blood-red gaze fixed on Lin Fan, the crow king flapped its wings violently. A remarkably condensed, almost tangible dark gray sound wave arrow tore through the air, partially bypassing the weakened sword domain, and shot toward Lin Fan in an instant. This strike surpassed all previous attacks. It was capable of grievously injuring or even annihilating the souls of ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. There was no escape. In this moment of dire peril, an instinctive revelation struck him, and instead of dodging, he fully channeled an obscure protective technique from the sword classic of Annihilation, not as a defense, but as a means to consume. Annihilation, devouring spirit. A point of profound darkness quietly emerged at his brow, as if a minuscule black hole had opened. The deadly sound wave arrow entered this darkness, vanishing as if it had been swallowed by the sea, consumed and crushed by the terrifying essence of Annihilation, transforming into nourishment for the sword spirit. Although his soul still trembled violently, his complexion paler than before. He had indeed withstood the lethal blow from the Crow King of the Foundation establishment realm. A flicker of anthropomorphic astonishment flashed in the Crow King's blood-red eyes. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He pointed his finger like a sword, unleashing an exquisitely condensed gray-black sword chi. Not aimed at the Crow King, but at the massive rock beneath it. Boom! The sword chi obliterated the rock into fragments. The Crow King screeched in alarm as it took flight. Lin Fan paid no heed to the aftermath, swiftly darting toward the cluster of ghost mushrooms, deftly harvesting 7 or 8 of the chilling spirit-infused fungi and stowing them away. Mission accomplished. He showed no inclination to linger, turning to flee, pushing the sword domain to its utmost limit, forcefully barreling through the obstructing crows as he made his desperate escape. Behind him, the Crow King emitted an enraged shriek, leading the flock in relentless pursuit, the sound waves crashing upon him like an unyielding tide. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. The consumption of the annihilating sword essence was frantic, and the piercing pain in his spirit surged like a tide, yet his gaze remained exceptionally bright. At last, just as the sword essence was on the verge of depletion, he burst forth from the confines of the soul-devouring slope. The soul-devouring crows, seemingly wary of something, circled and screeched at the edge of the slope before reluctantly retreating. Lin Fan stumbled to a halt, leaning against a rock, breathing heavily, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his head pounding, yet he clutched several icy soul mushrooms tightly in his hand. He glanced back at the desolate soul-devouring slope, a chill running through him. The tasks assigned by the enigmatic girl, Yuli, were indeed perilous in nature. After catching his breath, he dared not linger and immediately made his way back to Yuli's wooden hut. When he appeared before the hut again, dragging his weary body, Yuli was already standing outside, seemingly anticipating his return. Her gaze fell upon Lin Fan's ashen face and the intact soul mushrooms in his hand, and a fleeting, almost imperceptible glimmer of surprise and satisfaction flashed in her deep purple eyes. Faster than expected, she remarked lightly, accepting the soul mushrooms before turning to prepare the medicine inside. Lin Fan sat cross-legged outside the hut to recuperate, his curiosity about Yuli's identity and intentions growing stronger. It seemed she was already aware of the dangers posed by the soul-devouring slope, and perhaps even anticipated the existence of the Crow King. Moments later, Yuli emerged bearing a bowl of dark green liquid, exuding a refreshing aura. Drinking this will solidify your spirit and mend your spiritual wounds, she stated. Lin Fan took the bowl without hesitation and drank it down in one go. The liquid was cool as it slid down his throat, transforming into a gentle, rich energy that surged directly into his sea of consciousness, nourishing his parched and throbbing spirit like a refreshing rain. The effects were remarkable. His pallid complexion rapidly regained its color, the stinging pain in his spirit swiftly subsiding, and he even sensed a slight increase in his spiritual acuity. "Thank you, miss," Lin Fan expressed his gratitude once more. The efficacy of Yuli's elixir was nothing short of miraculous. Observing his swift recovery, Yuli remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "You withstood the Crow King's soul-piercing shriek?" Lin Fan's heart stirred. Indeed, she was aware of the Crow King's presence. He nodded. "I was fortunate to endure. How did you manage that?" Yuli inquired, her violet eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lin Fan pondered briefly, responding half-truthfully. "The cultivation method I practice has certain countermeasures against such spiritual assaults. Naturally, he would not reveal the secrets of the annihilating devouring god technique." Yuli regarded him intently, then refrained from further questioning. She turned her gaze towards the depths of the canyon, where waves of chaotic energy and furious roars could be faintly heard, indicating that Elder Mo and the corrupted heart poison Lich King were still entangled in battle. "Your companion seems to be in quite a predicament," Yuli remarked in a neutral tone. "What will you do?" Lin Fan's gaze shifted towards the source of the energy fluctuations, his expression icy and sharp. "Edel Montak." The fragments, the black demon abyss. He slowly clenched his fists, the annihilating sword essence surging and flowing within him, with his injuries fully healed. His strength surpassed that of the past. Naturally, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth as he proceeded to rendezvous with him. Chapter 48. The predicament of Old Mo. Lin Fan enters the trap. Deep within the gorge, the dense, emerald-hued miasma swirled vigorously, almost taking on a tangible form. It was interspersed with the furious shrieks of the corrupted heart, Lich King, and the exasperated shouts of Old Mo. The violent fluctuations of energy detonated repeatedly, causing the entire gorge to tremble. Evidently, although Old Mo had successfully seized the crucial fragment, he had also thoroughly provoked the terrifying beast at the later stage of Foundation establishment, plunging himself into a fierce battle. Lin Fan concealed his presence, hiding behind a massive black reef, riddled with holes from the corrosive venom. His cold gaze pierced through the thin miasma, fixating on the cataclysmic struggle unfolding in the distance. At that moment, Old Mo appeared utterly disheveled. His emerald cloak was torn in multiple places, revealing charred flesh beneath, with blood staining the corners of his mouth. His once stooped figure now seemed even more hunched. He frantically wielded a twisted wooden staff, its eye-like orb continuously emitting a sinister green glow. Clashing violently with the colossal corrupted heart Lich King, formed entirely from venom and resentment. The Lich King was formless and intangible, its attacks unpredictable, sometimes manifesting as a torrential rain of poison, other times coalescing into piercing shrieks that could rend the soul, and at times coiling and biting like a giant serpent, forcing Old Mo into a desperate struggle. He could only rely on his substantial foundation establishment cultivation and peculiar venomous techniques to barely hold his ground, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. "Damn beast!" Old Mo roared in fury, his eyes filled with urgency and greed. The fragment in his grasp radiated a gentle warmth, resonating faintly with something deep within the gorge, beckoning him toward the black demonic cave. Yet he was unable to free himself from this tenacious creature. Calmly observing the battlefield, Lin Fan's mind raced with calculations. Old Mo was immensely powerful and had yet to reveal all his trump cards. He would ultimately be able to escape or even severely injure the Lich King. But the cost would undoubtedly be substantial, perhaps even leaving him gravely wounded. This was precisely Lin Fan's opportunity. He needed Old Mo to lead him to the black demonic cave, and more importantly, to seize the initiative at his most vulnerable moment. Lin Fan refrained from acting hastily, adopting the demeanor of the most patient hunter, quietly waiting. He subtly channeled the essence of the silent sword, further concealing his presence, merging himself with the surrounding lifeless environment, resembling an inanimate stone. Time passed slowly. The battle between Old Mo and the Lich King grew increasingly brutal. Old Mo employed several formidable yet costly secret techniques, gradually gaining the upper hand, forcing the Lich King to emit pained cries, its massive form dimming significantly. However, the toll on Old Mo was staggering. His aura had plummeted from the pinnacle of Foundation establishment to the mid-stage, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. "Give it to me, Shatter." Old Mo suddenly bit into his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto his staff. The orb at the staff's tip erupted with a blinding blood-green radiance. A beam of corrupted energy, infused with his strongest power, struck fiercely, finally obliterating the core of the corrupted heart Lich King. The Lich King let out a mournful wail of despair, its massive body exploding into a storm of emerald-hued poison rain. Old Mo staggered back, gasping heavily, hastily retrieving several pills to swallow, his complexion slightly improving. He could not afford to cultivate his breath. He eagerly took out the charred fragment from his bosom, feeling the increasingly clear resonance guiding him, a burst of ecstasy igniting in his eyes. The black demon abyss, at long last, has been found by this old man. Trembling with excitement, he was ready to escape, following the sense direction. Just then, a calm and unwavering voice unexpectedly resonated from not far away. Old Mo's body froze instantly, and he turned abruptly, his murky gray-white eyes fixated on the source of the sound, his face instantly filled with disbelief and murderous intent. "You little beast? You're still alive." Lin Fan slowly emerged from behind the rocks, his aura restrained, yet exuding a steadiness and sharpness that made Old Mo's heart race. Not only was he alive, but his injuries seemed to have healed, and his cultivation had even advanced. "Thanks to Old Mo, I have miraculously survived," Lin Fan replied with a flat tone, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Old Mo's disheveled form and unstable aura, indicating that Old Mo's journey had been quite arduous. Old Mo's eyelids twitched violently, a storm of astonishment rising within him. How could this brat have survived the pursuit of the corrupted heart-poisoned Lich King? Even more astonishingly, he had recovered his injuries? Could it be that he truly has a powerful backing? No, that is impossible. In the depths of his swamp, who else could traverse freely besides this old poisonous creature? After astonishment came an overwhelming wrath and murderous intent. This brat must have utilized some trick to escape, and his appearance now was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation. "You little pest, do you seek death?" Old Mo bellowed, unleashing the pressure of his mid-foundation cultivation mixed with potent venomous energy upon Lin Fan, his withered hand rising, emerald green poison flickering at his fingertips. "Very well. I shall send you down to accompany that beast." In the face of this pressure, Lin Fan remained utterly still, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. "Old Mo, why must you be enraged? I have not come here to be your enemy, but rather to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" Old Mo paused, then scoffed. "With you? A mere ant of the body refinement realm dares to speak of a transaction with me? Huh, what a grand joke. Is that so?" Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his fingers forming into a sword, a gray-black sword radiance, honed to perfection, suddenly coalescing at his fingertips. With a swish, the sword radiance sliced through the air, not aimed at Old Mo, but rather at a nearby, sturdy black rock. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion. Where the rock was struck by the sword radiance, a small, bottomless hole appeared silently, its edges smooth as if completely erased from existence. Old Mo's laughter abruptly ceased. His gray-white pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. The sword intent of annihilation. "In the Foundation establishment realm, you actually broke through?" he exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief and shock. "How long has it been?" This brat not only recovered from his injuries, but also broke through to the Foundation establishment. Moreover, the power of that sword intent even caused him a flicker of trepidation. Lin Fan slowly retracted his finger, his tone still calm. "Now, do I possess the qualifications to discuss a transaction with Old Mo?" The expression on Elder Mo's face was so grim it seemed to drip with darkness. His eyes filled with a tumultuous blend of murderous intent, greed, and suspicion. He fixated on Lin Fan as if he intended to devour him whole. This young man harbored too many secrets and advanced too swiftly. He could not be allowed to remain. However, at this moment, he was severely depleted, his injuries still unhealed, and the opponent had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, his strength unknown. A direct confrontation could lead to unforeseen consequences. "What do you wish to trade?" Elder Mo managed to suppress his immediate urge to strike, his voice gravelly as he inquired. "Quite simply," Lin Fan replied, his gaze sweeping to the fragments in Elder Mo's embrace. "That piece you hold seems incomplete, does it not? Fortunately, I am aware of the whereabouts of another fragment." He opened his palm to reveal the charred remnant he had acquired from the heart of a thousand-legged corrupted centipede, lying quietly and resonating subtly with the fragment in Elder Mo's possession. Elder Mo's pupils dilated in shock as he abruptly covered the fragment in his arms, staring in horror at the object in Lin Fan's hand. You actually, without this piece in my possession, Even if you were to find the Black Demon Cave, you would likely be unable to enter, Lin Fan remarked coolly, each word piercing to the heart. I am willing to exchange this fragment for a collaboration with you, Elder Mo, to jointly explore the Black Demon Cave. Any opportunities that arise shall be based on our respective abilities. What do you say? Elder Mo's chest heaved as he fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, then glanced at the fragment in his hand, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had meticulously calculated every possibility, yet he had not anticipated this crucial fragment had already fallen into this young man's hands. No wonder he had so readily agreed to collaborate before. At this moment, should he attempt to seize it by force, Lin Fan would undoubtedly destroy the fragment, leaving them both with nothing. If he declined, the Black Demon Cave would lie tantalizingly close, yet forever out of reach. After a prolonged silence, a glint of malevolent calculation flashed in Elder Mo's eyes, and he suddenly emitted a raspy, sinister laugh. Blundit. Well done, young one. I shall acquiesce to your proposal. Let us collaborate in this treasure hunt, and may fortune favor us both. Though he voiced his agreement, his heart harbored a wicked plot. Let this young one revel in his moment of triumph. Once inside the Black Demon Cave, after utilizing him to unlock the restrictions, it would be the end for him. Lin Fan discerned Elder Mo's duplicity, but was precisely seeking this legitimate opportunity to follow him in. He too smirked internally, old venomous one, who truly seeks to exploit whom remains uncertain. Both harbored ulterior motives, yet on the surface, they forged a fragile alliance. Then let us not delay any further. We shall set forth at once. Elder Mo urged eagerly, guided by the resonance of the fragments, swiftly leading the way deeper into the gorge. Lin Fan's gaze deepened as he concealed the fragment, following closely behind. The two vanished into the thick, impenetrable emerald green miasma, hastening towards the legendary Yuan Cave. The Black Demon Cave. Thus commenced a perilous, treasure-seeking expedition fraught with hidden dangers and ulterior motives. Chapter 49. The Black Demon Cave emerges, each with their own agenda. The emerald miasma was so dense it nearly congealed into a viscous liquid. Every step felt as if traversing through a quagmire. The air was thick with an oppressive silence and a decayed aroma, interspersed with a barely perceptible yet soul-piercing pressure, as though some primordial behemoth lay sleeping deep within. Lin Fan and Elder Mo advanced one after the other, struggling to navigate through the nearly opaque miasma. The two individuals remained enveloped in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension and unease. Elder Mo clutched the charred fragment that emitted a gentle warmth and resonance, akin to holding a guiding beacon. His grayish-white eyes shimmered with an uncontrollable fervor and avarice, yet were predominantly shadowed by a profound apprehension of their surroundings. The emerald-green shield of spiritual energy surrounding him pulsated violently, evidently striving to fend off the terrifying toxins that permeated this place, far exceeding anything in the outside world. At a great cost, Lin Fan followed closely behind, the essence of his silent sword instinctively operating, forming a delicate, gray-black halo around his body. The lethal miasma, capable of instilling dread even in late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, seemed to encounter an unfathomable abyss as it approached him, being silently devoured and refined, transforming into pure energy that replenished his own depletions. His visage remained serene, his gaze sharp, perpetually vigilant of the impending dangers posed by Elder Mo and the environment around them. As they ventured deeper, the terrain gradually ascended. No longer was it a mire beneath their feet, but rather a solid expanse of black rock, as if torn apart by some immense force. The surface of the rock was riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, from which tendrils of emerald-green poison gas continuously seeped. After advancing for approximately the duration of a stick of incense, Elder Mo abruptly halted, his body quivering with excitement. They had arrived. This was the place. His voice rasped, laced with an indescribable fervor. Lin Fan focused his gaze ahead and beheld a vast, towering black stone wall that seemed to pierce the heavens. The wall was as smooth as a mirror, yet it was not a product of nature. It was adorned with countless cryptic, intricate dark golden runes. Most of these runes lay dim and obscured, eroded by the passage of time and the miasma, yet a few still emanated a faint energy fluctuation, akin to that of the fragment in Elder Mo's hand. The entire stone wall exuded a solemn, ancient aura, imbued with a terrifying power that instilled fear in those who gazed upon it. At the very center of the wall, approximately 3 zhang above the ground, was a conspicuous circular indentation, about the height of a person. The edges of this indentation were embedded with 3 equally sized slots, each missing a segment. The patterns of these slots perfectly match the shape of the fragments in both Elder Mo's and Lin Fan's possession. The entrance to the Black Demon Abyss. The forbidden domain of the nascent soul master, Black Demon. Cackling, Elder Mo exclaimed at last, "I have found it." He turned abruptly towards Lin Fan, his gray-white eyes brimming with unabashed urgency and menace. "Boy, quickly, present your fragment. Combine it with mine to unlock the cave." Lin Fan's gaze swept across the ominous stone wall, then rested on the seemingly frenzied Elder Mo, a smirk curling within his heart. He slowly retrieved his fragment, but did not advance immediately. "Elder Mo," he said, his tone calm, as we stand on the brink of entering the cave, "should we not discuss the terms of our engagement within?" Elder Mo's countenance darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Boy, are you having second thoughts?" "I would not dare," Lin Fan replied coolly. "However, I surmise that the Black Demon Abyss is fraught with peril, with myriad restrictions in place. As one of lesser strength, if I were to rashly enter without understanding, I fear I might be reduced to ash in an instant, thus wasting your considerable efforts, Elder. Perhaps it would be best for you, esteemed Elder Mo, to proceed ahead while I remain outside to provide support. Once you obtain the inheritance, a modest share for me will suffice." His words, though seemingly an act of concession, were in truth a strategic retreat, highlighting the perils within the cave and subtly indicating that should Elder Mo wish to sever their bridge, he would rather destroy the fragment than venture into certain death. Elder Mo trembled with rage, his emaciated hand gripping the wooden staff, wishing fervently to strike Lin Fan down. Yet, he was acutely aware that without the fragment in Lin Fan's possession, he could not activate the restrictions. A forced attack would certainly result in mutual destruction. Suppressing his murderous intent, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Ah, young man, you are quite cautious. Fear not, my word is my bond. Since we are collaborating, I shall not let you perish in vain." This entrance's restriction requires 3 fragments to unite for activation. However, once inside, the outer defenses have been significantly eroded by time. With your foundational cultivation, if you exercise caution, you should be able to safeguard yourself. When we reach the core, we must combine our strengths to breach the final barrier, and the treasures obtained shall be distributed as agreed. His words were a blend of truth and deception. While the outer defenses may indeed be weakened, the core would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. His intention was to have Lin Fan test the waters and trigger any traps. Lin Fan understood the underlying motives and ceased his pressure, nodding in agreement. "In that case, I shall trust you this once, Elder Mo." He stepped forward, joining Elder Mo in carefully slotting the 2 fragments into the central recess. With a resonant hum, the moment the fragments were embedded, the colossal stone wall trembled violently. The dim runes on its surface suddenly illuminated partially, radiating a resplendent dark golden light. An overwhelming pressure, far mightier than before, surged forth, pushing back the surrounding noxious miasma by several yards. At the heart of the stone wall, where the light was most intense, the 2 fragments fit seamlessly together. It was evident that the final, crucial piece was still missing. Indeed, they were still lacking the last main fragment. A flicker of regret crossed Elder Mo's eyes, quickly overshadowed by exhilaration. He bit his fingertip, drawing forth several drops of vital blood, which he mixed with a surge of spiritual energy to inscribe a complex blood-red sigil, forcefully imprinting it upon the 2 fragments. "By the essence of blood, resonate with the fragments. Open for me." With a thunderous boom, the blood-red sigil merged with the fragments, causing the stone wall to shudder once more. The 2 fragments erupted in a blinding blood-gold radiance, forcibly simulating a portion of the 3rd fragment's aura, generating a tenuous and highly unstable resonance with the entire restriction. A grating, tooth-aching friction echoed. At the center of the stone wall, the circular recess began to slowly crack open, revealing a twisted and unstable light portal wide enough for a single person to pass through. Inside the portal lay a chaotic realm, exuding a heart-stopping spatial disturbance and a profound ancient aura. "Quick, enter. This temporary passage will not hold for long." Elda Montakbacht, his eyes glinting with cunning as he took a half-step back, clearly intending for Lin Fan to enter this unknown peril first. Lin Fan's gaze flickered, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Elder Mo, I shall proceed ahead." He let out a low growl, and the sword essence of annihilation erupted around him, transforming into a stream of dark gray light that surged unhesitatingly into the distorted portal. Just as Lin Fan's figure vanished into the portal, the old man Mo's face twisted into a grotesque grin, his gaunt hands sweeping violently as a pre-prepared, venomous dark green talisman shot forth like a viper towards the portal. He had no intention of allowing Lin Fan to escape alive. This talisman contained his primal poison, and once it detonated within the passage, it could severely injure or even obliterate a foundational stage cultivator. Moreover, it could disrupt the spatial channel, causing it to collapse entirely. However, just as the poisonous talisman was about to pierce the portal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Within the portal, from the direction where Lin Fan had disappeared, a sword beam of dark gray light, honed to perfection, emerged as if it had anticipated this moment, piercing back with ferocious precision. With a sharp hiss, the sword beam struck the dark green talisman with unfailing accuracy. There was no explosion, no dispersal of energy under the oppressive sword intent. That malicious talisman melted away like ice under the sun, disintegrating into nothingness. Following that, Lin Fan's cold and mocking voice echoed from within the portal. I graciously accept the esteemed gift from the old man Mo. Inside the cave, I await your grand arrival. The voice abruptly ceased, and the distorted portal flickered violently for a moment before rapidly shrinking and dimming, on the verge of sealing shut. The cruel smile on Mo's face froze instantly, transforming into sheer astonishment and fury. You little wretch, how dare you? He trembled with rage, disregarding everything else, and roared as he transformed into a greenish light, charging madly into the portal just before it completely closed. Boom! The portal vanished entirely, the stone wall reverting to its original state, leaving only two fragments still embedded in their slots, emitting a faint glow. In the depths of the silent gorge, the echoes of Mo's unwilling roar gradually dissipated amidst the dense miasma. Within the Black Demon Cave, an even more perilous and enigmatic game had only just begun. Chapter 50. Initial exploration of the cave, every step a death trap. The moment Lin Fan plunged into the portal, he felt the world spin around him. A powerful force of spatial tearing surging from all directions, as if it sought to grind him into dust. The sword essence of annihilation instinctively erupted, a gray-black halo swirling around him, forcibly counteracting and nullifying the terrifying tearing force. The shadows and lights before his eyes shifted rapidly, and in the next instant, he found solid ground beneath his feet, stumbling onto a hard, cold surface. A suffocating stench of decay mingled with an eerie chill, infused with a peculiar medicinal fragrance, enveloped him, the overwhelming sense of desolation and the weight of time far surpassing that of the outer swamps. Lin Fan quickly steadied himself, the sword intent of annihilation coalescing to a high degree, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. He found himself in an exceedingly vast, yet dilapidated grand corridor. The corridor's walls were forged from an enigmatic black metal intermingled with rock, adorned with mottled marks and enormous claw-like fissures, as if it had once endured the rampage of some terrifying behemoth. Above, a constellation of once lustrous moonstones lay embedded, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated the somber space. A faint gray mist permeated the air, within which countless minute black particles floated, exuding a disquieting aura of annihilation. The ground was littered with numerous shattered bones and decayed remnants of artifacts, both humanoid and colossal, evidently lying in silence for countless ages. More unsettling was the palpable yet invisible pressure that enveloped the entire passage, as if a dormant were slowly breathing, each breath inflicting a profound weight upon the very essence of the soul. This was the terrifying realm left behind by nascent soul cultivators' secluded retreat. A chilling sense of obliteration gripped Lin Fan's heart. The environment bore an eerie resemblance to the desolation sword intent he had cultivated, yet was far more ancient, domineering, and ominous. He dared not delay, immediately activating the desolation sword cannon, as a gray-black aura swirled around him, cautiously devouring and refining the surrounding annihilation particles, replenishing the energy expended during his recent traversal through the spatial passage and resisting the omnipresent pressure. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the space behind him. With a hum, the frail figure of old Mo stumbled forth, crashing to the ground and staggering several steps before regaining his balance. His complexion was even paler, evidently suffering greater exhaustion from forcibly traversing the unstable passage. Upon his arrival, he quickly surveyed the surroundings with a gaze filled with shock and greed. However, when his eyes fell upon Lin Fan, they instantly transformed into a tempest of rage and murderous intent. "You little wretch! How dare you scheme against me?" Old Mo's voice was hoarse, his emaciated hand abruptly raised, and a frenzied concentration of toxic green light surged forth, ready to strike recklessly. Yet, Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated this, advancing rather than retreating, his finger resembling a sword as an unmatched sharpness of desolation soared intent locked onto Old Mo from afar. He coldly declared, "If you wish to make a move here, Old Mo, feel free to try. Let us see whether you shall kill me first or awaken something that ought not to be disturbed within this cavern." Before his words could fade, a series of unsettling cracking sounds echoed from the depths of the corridor, resonating through the dense gray mist as if something was awakening, grinding against its own bones. Old Mo's movements abruptly froze, his expression shifting drastically. He distinctly sensed multiple cold, lifeless yet brutally charged intentions locking onto the two of them from the depths of the mist. The potency of each was not inferior to that of an early-stage Foundation establishment. One presence even faintly approached mid-stage Foundation establishment. "Damn it, it's the Black Demon puppets." Old Mo muttered a curse under his breath, compelled to suppress his urge to strike, casting a fierce glare at Lin Fan. "You lucky brat. For now, I shall spare your wretched life. Once I obtain the legacy, I shall savor your demise." Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, dismissing him entirely as he focused intently on the movements within the mist. Cracking sounds continued to resonate ominously. The sounds grew increasingly closer and more intense. The gray mist swirled, revealing several towering, distorted figures slowly advancing. They were not flesh and blood, but rather eerie puppets forcibly assembled from various ghastly animal bones, shattered metal, and dense gray death energy. In the sockets of their eyes burned a ghostly green soul fire, exuding a pure desire for slaughter and destruction. These were the guardians of the Black Sorceress lair, the Black Sorcerer puppets. With a silent roar, the foremost puppet, the tallest among them with dark golden bones, accelerated suddenly, leading the group of puppets in a tidal rush towards the two. "Attack!" Master Mo barked, compelled to temporarily ally with Lin Fan. He wielded his wooden staff, unleashing a surge of emerald poison mist that corroded the skeletal puppets. But the effect seemed negligible. These puppets possessed an exceptionally high resistance to poison. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his essence of obliteration infusing his fingertips as he darted forth like lightning. He did not confront the puppets head-on, but instead employed a remarkable agility, weaving through the swarm of puppets like a specter, his gray-black sword points striking accurately at the ghostly green soul fires within each puppet-esque skull. The essence of obliteration appeared to have a formidable restraining effect on these death energy condensed soul fires. Wherever his fingertips reached, the soul fires dimmed and extinguished instantly. The fearless Black Sorcerer puppets froze momentarily before collapsing into a heap of bones. The efficiency was remarkable, Master Mo observed, his eyes twitching in disbelief and anger. This young man's bizarre power proved so effective against these lifeless entities. No, he must be eliminated swiftly. Both harbored ulterior motives, yet were forced to collaborate momentarily, forging ahead deeper into the passageway. The further they ventured, the greater the number of Black Sorcerer puppets, and their strength intensified, with some even exhibiting the ability to cast simple spells or possessing exceptionally sturdy mutated forms. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Lin Fan, leveraging the natural restraining power of his essence of obliteration against death energy, navigated with ease, his sword points flitting about, continually extinguishing soul fires. He even managed to divert his attention to absorb the surrounding dissipating particles, replenishing his energy, his aura becoming increasingly refined. Master Mo, however, struggled considerably. His poison techniques had limited effect on the puppets, relying more on his substantial foundation-building cultivation to engage them directly, which drained him significantly, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. Finally, after clearing an indeterminate number of puppets, a massive, half-collapsed black stone door loomed ahead. Beyond the door, a more potent fluctuation of spiritual energy and a chilling aura of sharpness faintly resonated. It was the entrance to the inner sanctum. Master Mo's eyes ignited with ecstatic joy. Eager to rush forward, Be careful. Lin Fan suddenly warned sharply, simultaneously retreating rapidly. Almost as soon as he spoke, a tremendous rumble erupted. From the ruins of the collapsed stone door surged countless razor-sharp beams shimmering with dark runes. These beams wove into a massive death net, enveloping the entire entrance to the passageway, instantaneously ready to ensnare. A trap. The protective enchantment laid down by the dark sorcerer was formidable. Elder Mo charged in with such haste that he had no time to react, and he was on the brink of being engulfed by the rune web. Terrified, he felt his soul tremble and let out a frantic cry, desperately urging his staff to unleash a torrent of vital blood, which coalesced into a substantial, blood-green shield before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The radiant runes struck the shield, emitting a disconcerting, grating sound of slicing. The shield quivered violently, instantly riddled with fissures. Elder Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing heavily to the ground. His vitality diminished by more than half. The power of that enchantment was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, having sensed the danger in advance, narrowly evaded the forbidden zone. Though he was still jolted by the residual shockwaves, he coldly regarded the injured Elder Mo, devoid of any sympathy. This old venomous creature deserved every bit of his plight. However, just as he assumed Elder Mo would be rendered powerless even if he survived, the Elder coughed, cough, cough. You little wretch, you truly are devious. Struggling to rise, Elder Mo's face bore not despair, but rather a grotesque, sinister grin. He abruptly tore open the tattered fabric of his chest, revealing a dark purple inner armor adorned with countless intricate patterns of venomous insects. At that moment, a complex design of poisonous creatures on the armor emanated a faint purple glow, gradually devouring and transforming the majority of the forbidden power that had invaded his body. Fortunately, I was prepared, he cackled maniacally, even as he coughed blood. The enchantment of the dark sorcerer serves as nourishment for my heart-poisoned, devouring armor. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. This old fellow indeed had a plethora of hidden cards. Just then, the charred fragment he had obtained from the thousand-legged rotting centipede, along with the annihilation sword seed within his dantian, began to emit a gentle warmth, transmitting a clear sense of yearning, directing him towards the collapsed stone door. There was something within that was enticing them. Chapter 51. The Alchemical Chamber's Unexpected Turn, Annihilation Devouring Venom. Beyond the collapsed stone door lay not the anticipated core of a cave, but rather a scene of utter devastation, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysmic explosion. It was a vast circular stone chamber, its dome partially collapsed, exposing the swirling, murky green poison outside. The walls were char-black, riddled with cracks and claw marks. At the center stood a massive alchemical furnace, crafted from some black crystalline stone, now shattered into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Broken jade vials, charred remnants of medicinal herbs, and several skeletal remains, still frozen in their struggle, littered the floor. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid odor, overwhelming with the dizzying scent of potent herbs, mingled with an exceedingly pure yet violently chaotic essence of deathly poison. This potent aura emanated from the very center of the broken furnace. The gazes of Lin Fan and Elder Mo were instantly drawn to an object at the heart of the furnace's ruins. It was a pill, approximately the size of a fist, exhibiting a bizarre, chaotic hue. Its surface was not smooth, but rather covered in the creases and cracks reminiscent of lava cooling, continuously exuding a halo of poisonous essence interwoven with gray, black, and green. The elixir hung silently in midair, slowly rotating, each turn causing the surrounding space to warp slightly, emanating a pulse of energy that was both exhilarating and alarming. Even from a distance of several dozen paces, Lin Fan could sense the intense yearning and instinctive caution emanating from the sword seed within his dantian. The energy contained within this elixir was vast beyond imagination, yet extraordinarily perilous, brimming with destructive potential. Was that the heart-devouring elixir concocted by the Black Demon Elder? No, something was amiss. This aura, could it be the desolation poison elixir, forcibly refined from his own essence and the essence of myriad poisons by that old fiend during his attempt to break through to the divine transformation realm? He had actually succeeded in creating such a thing. Though it had failed and the alchemical furnace had exploded this remnant elixir, his voice trembled with excitement, tumbling over itself in incoherence. While the Desolation Poison Elixir was not a complete success, the primordial power of the Black Demon and the essence of myriad poisons contained within it were, to a practitioner of poison like him, an unimaginable treasure. If he could digest and refine it, he might even glimpse the realm of the nascent soul. Heaven is aiding me. Heaven is aiding me. The old man had completely lost his mind, no longer caring for his grievous injuries or Lin Fan beside him, howling as he lunged toward the Desolation Poison Elixir. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He did not rush forward to contend for it immediately. The elixir exuded an intensely dangerous aura, and given the old man's reckless charge, it was likely, indeed, just as the frail hands of the old man were about to make contact with the elixir. Buzz! The Desolation Poison Elixir suddenly trembled, its surface erupting with a tricolor halo, a wave of terrifying energy, visible to the naked eye and infused with an overwhelming stillness, annihilation. And myriad toxins surged outward like a tsunami. No, the old man bore the brunt, letting out a piercing scream of despair. The heart-devouring armor upon him flickered with purple light, desperately absorbing the poison within Shockwave. Yet the deathly energy contained in that wave far exceeded the armor's capacity to endure. Crack! The armor emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, instantly riddled with cracks. The terrifying force slammed into the old man's chest. Puff! It was as if he'd been struck head-on by a primordial giant elephant. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted forth as he was sent flying back, faster than before, crashing heavily into the charred wall, embedding himself within it, his breath dwindling to the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, the terrifying shockwave, having severely injured the old man, showed no signs of slowing down as it continued to surge toward Lin Fan. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, stones turned to dust, and even the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of collapse. Lin Fan's complexion changed drastically. This power surpassed the foundational realm. It was likely that even Golden Core practitioners would not dare to take it head-on. There was no escape. In this life-and-death moment, a fierce determination ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of retreating, he made an audacious decision. Desolation, Sword Seed. Devour the heavens and the earth. He fervently activated the most formidable technique within the Sword of Annihilation, as the ancient sword's phantom in his dantian emitted a deafening hum. Radiating an unprecedented hue of ash and black, he audaciously spread his arms, willingly embracing the devastating shockwave, attempting to forcibly devour this energy of the same origin, yet infinitely more ferocious, using the Sword of Annihilation's essence. Boom! The destructive energy instantly engulfed Lin Fan. His body trembled violently, his skin erupting with countless lacerations, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as if he were about to be utterly torn apart. Pain, an indescribable agony. Yet simultaneously, the seed of the Sword of Annihilation within his dantian spun at an unparalleled speed, unleashing a terrifying suction force, akin to a ravenous beast that had been starved for millennia, greedily consuming the incoming destructive energy. The shockwave capable of annihilating the Golden Core was indeed forcibly bound, torn asunder, and refined by the will of the Sword of Annihilation. The toxic torrents of gray, black, and green were forcibly extracted and merged into the Sword Seed, while the purest essence of annihilation transformed into nourishment for the sword body. This was an exceedingly perilous process. Lin Fan's body oscillated endlessly between destruction and rebirth. His meridians repeatedly ruptured and then mended by the sword essence, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse amidst excruciating torment. Time lost all meaning, and when the final vestige of shockwave energy was consumed, Lin Fan collapsed onto one knee, using his sword to prop himself up, preventing his fall. His body was drenched in blood, his breath erratic, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brilliance. He had withstood the ordeal. Seizing this opportunity, he had thoroughly refined the seed of the Sword of Annihilation, although he did not achieve a direct breakthrough in cultivation. His sword essence became more concentrated and pure, and his comprehension of the path of annihilation deepened further. He slowly raised his head to gaze upon the dimmed, yet still slowly rotating annihilation poison pill, his eyes filled with fervor and vigilance. At that moment, the elder M.O., embedded in the wall, bore witness to Lin Fan's defiance against the shockwave and his consumption of its energy. Nearing death, his eyes ignited with utmost horror, envy, and madness. Annihilation. Physique, you truly are, he rasped, suddenly igniting the last remnants of his essence blood, his frail hand striking the wall, leveraging the force to propel himself, not towards Lin Fan, but towards a peculiar corpse nestled in the corner of the stone chamber. This corpse was not humanoid, but a massive beast skeleton, its bones radiating a dark golden hue, still exuding a chilling ferocity even after eons of death. Embedded within the beast's ribcage was a palm-sized, partially damaged dark red bone tablet, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Elder Mo grasped the bone tablet tightly, frantically pouring his last vestiges of strength into it. You little wretch, do you dare covet the poison pill? Dream on. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. With my soul, I summon the spirit of the Beast King. Awaken now. He uttered his final, vengeful curse, and in an explosive surge, he transformed into a torrent of essence blood and soul energy, completely merging into the dark red bone tablet. Buzz! The tablet erupted with a cataclysmic surge of bloodlight. The dark golden beast bone suddenly began to tremble violently, and in its hollow eye sockets, two blazing crimson soul fires erupted ferociously. An overwhelming aura of demonic malevolence, far beyond the foundational stage and nearing the golden core realm, exploded forth, enveloping the entire stone chamber in an instant. The beast bone, under the sinister sorcery of old Mo, who had sacrificed his life and soul, was temporarily resurrected. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, the beast bone unleashed a colossal claw that tore through the air, imbued with a savage intent to annihilate, striking fiercely towards Lin Fan, who had only just risen and was still in a vulnerable state. Simultaneously, the suspended desolation poison pill appeared to be stirred by this raging demonic aura, becoming increasingly unstable, with its tricolored halo flashing violently, on the verge of another explosion. Caught between the deadly resurrection of the beast bone and the impending detonation of the desolation poison pill, Lin Fan found himself in an unprecedented state of peril. Chapter 52. The Edge of Despair, a sudden turn in the pill chamber. In this dire predicament, the resurrected beast bone bore the terrifying might of the golden core. Advancing with ruthless ferocity, the desolation poison pill's energy was unstable, poised to erupt. Lin Fan was trapped between the two, with no retreat and no escape. The shadow of death gripped his throat like a cold iron vice. The crimson soul fire blazing in the beast bone's eye sockets radiated pure destruction and madness. As the massive claw ripped through the air, generating a gale that threatened to crush Lin Fan's very being, the vengeful curse of old Mo before his demise intertwined with the frenzied malevolence of the beast bone, creating a suffocating pressure. Behind him, the desolation poison pill trembled violently, its tricolored halo flashing erratically, the destructive energy contained within akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, threatening to obliterate the entire stone chamber and the cave itself. In that fleeting moment, instead of despair, an unprecedented madness and resolve ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. You wish for my demise? Not so easily, he roared within, as the desolation sword in his dantian trembled with an unprecedented fervor. All the essence of the desolation sword, all his will, and all his potential were completely ignited and ablaze at that moment. Desolation devours the heavens. I command you, devour. He made an utterly reckless decision. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his form resembling a moth drawn to the flame, willingly meeting the colossal claw that was about to strike. With arms outstretched, not for defense, but to unleash the full power of the desolation sword domain, his target was the imminent explosion of the desolation poison pill behind him. He intended to use himself as a medium to forcibly devour the power of the poison pill, confronting the beast bone's lethal strike head-on. This was a gamble that could lead to certain death, a desperate act with a high risk of obliteration. A slight miscalculation could result in the poison pill exploding him into oblivion or being crushed to pieces by the beast bone. Boom! The massive claw struck first. The halo of the desolation sword domain surrounding Lin Fan twisted violently, distorting and emitting a sound of unbearable strain as it began to shatter under the pressure. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bones creaking agonizingly, as if they would completely disintegrate at any moment. But just at this critical juncture, behind him, the annihilation poison pill, charged to its utmost destructive potential, finally erupted with a thunderous blast. However, this torrent of devastation did not disperse as intended. Instead, it was forcibly drawn and distorted by the swirling gray-black vortex unfurling behind Lin Fan, akin to myriad rivers converging into the sea, frantically surging into his body. Lin Fan emitted a scream of excruciating agony. His body felt like a vessel being violently filled with molten lava, his skin instantaneously cracking, and blood gushing forth like a fountain from countless fissures. His meridians were ruthlessly torn apart by the rampaging flow of energy, and his soul seemed on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying poison and the essence of death. Yet at this moment, the Annihilation Sword Seed unveiled its terrifying nature as a supreme inheritance. It spun wildly, resembling an unfathomable black hole, indiscriminately devouring and refining the incoming destructive energy. The gray-black sword essence surged with unprecedented speed, solidifying and revitalizing. From destruction came rebirth, drawing upon this external, yet more violent energy surge. Lin Fan astonishingly resisted the lethal strike of the beast's bone. Though gravely wounded and on the brink of death, he was not instantly obliterated. The resurrected beast bone, clearly unprepared for Lin Fan to harness such horrific energy, found its claw, which it had struck down, violently collided with the suddenly erupting torrent of annihilation. Its colossal form halted abruptly, and the crimson soul fire in its eye sockets flickered violently. Now it was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity, enduring the excruciating pain threatening to shatter his body. He unleashed the still ferocious power of the annihilation poison pill within him, blending it with all his sword essence, and without reservation, directed it toward the beast's skull, which was perilously close. Annihilation, Spirit Slayer. A beam of light, indescribable in words, a terrifying column of mixed gray, black, and green hues, suffused with the essence of utter obliteration and death, erupted from Lin Fan's palms. Wherever the beam passed, space warped and all things withered, as if even light and time were utterly consumed. This was no longer pure annihilation sword essence. It was a destructive death light infused with the very essence of the annihilation poison pill, with a soft yet chilling sound of obliteration. The beam shot precisely into the beast's eye sockets, instantly piercing through the two frenzied flames of soul fire. The enormous body of the beast, rushing forward, abruptly froze. The soul fire in its eye sockets dimmed and extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a tempest. The overwhelming aura of demonic terror, nearing the golden core realm, rapidly dissipated like a deflating balloon. Crack, crack. Devoid of the support of soul fire, the seemingly indestructible dark golden bones began to fracture from the struck skull, rapidly spreading countless cracks, and then, with a resounding crash, they collapsed entirely into lifeless fragments. The Beast King's remnant spirit, summoned by Mo Lao at the cost of his life and soul, was forcibly obliterated by Lin Fan's desperate strike. After a single blow, Lin Fan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, his body akin to a shattered porcelain doll, blood nearly saturating the earth beneath him. Within, the residual energy of the annihilation poison pill continued to rampantly wreak havoc, devastating his vitality. He struggled to raise his head, gazing at the annihilation poison pill that hovered in the air, temporarily stabilized due to a portion of its energy being forcibly drained, then glanced at the scattered bones around him. A fleeting glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes, a sense of surviving a calamity. It was overshadowed by a weighty apprehension. The crisis was far from resolved. He must immediately refine the residual power of the poison pill within him. Otherwise, death would remain an inescapable fate. However, just as he summoned the last vestige of his sword essence, preparing to heal himself with all his might, in the corner of the stone chamber, the dark red bone tablet that had absorbed the blood essence of the old poison master did not shatter after the beast bones collapsed. Instead, it levitated, its surface flashing with a sanguine glow, and a shadowy, distorted apparition filled with endless resentment emerged. "You wretched creature, you have destroyed the Beast King's spirit." The apparition let out a silent shriek, the lingering soul of the old poison master manifesting before him. This vile old fiend had been so insidious as to leave behind a final stratagem. The vengeful spirit lunged towards the temporarily stabilized annihilation poison pill. "If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. Let us perish together." He intended to self-detonate his remaining soul, utterly igniting the annihilation poison pill. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply, a chill enveloping his heart. At this moment, he was utterly powerless to intervene. As the vengeful spirit was poised to collide with the poison pill, a hum reverberated. A transformation was occurring. In Lin Fan's embrace, the charred remnants from the thousand-legged decaying centipede and the annihilation sword seed within his dantian erupted simultaneously with unprecedented heat and yearning. Subsequently, the floating annihilation poison pill seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, suddenly vibrating and hurtling toward Lin Fan at an astounding speed, far surpassing that of the old poison master's vengeful spirit. What? Both Lin Fan and the vengeful spirit were taken aback simultaneously. In the next moment, amidst the silent roar of despair from the vengeful spirit, the annihilation poison pill disregarded the defenses of Lin Fan's body and instantaneously sank into his dantian. Boom! Lin Fan's body stiffened violently, his eyes losing focus in an instant. The entire world seemed to fall into a profound silence at that moment. Chapter 53. The Fusion of Pill Seeds, the Birth of Sorebones. Deathly silence. An absolute stillness enveloped Lin Fan's consciousness. The annihilation poison pill, imbued with the primordial power of the dark sorcerer and the essence of myriad poisons, capable of annihilating golden elixirs, erupted the moment it entered his dantian. An indescribable torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, akin to millions of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, instantaneously engulfing his limbs, meridians, and even the depths of his soul. The ultimate destructive energy raged uncontrollably, seeking to erase him from the very fabric of existence. Excruciating pain, tear, and obliteration on the surface of Lin Fan's body. A chaotic aura of gray, black, and green poison swirled violently, causing his skin to crack inch by inch. Blood had yet to flow forth, only to be evaporated, while his bones emitted groans under the unbearable strain, as if they were on the verge of turning to ash. His consciousness floated amidst an endless ocean of torment, teetering on the brink of extinction. However, within this absolute realm of death, at the deepest core of his dantian, the ancient and somber sword of annihilation, which had remained quietly suspended, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The arcane, dark golden runes along the blade illuminated at an extraordinary speed, circulating as if infused with unparalleled vitality. Instead of being swept away by this torrent of destruction, it roared forth like a famished beast, emitting a joyful and greedy hum. A more domineering and pure force of annihilation surged explosively from the core of the sword seed, transforming into an invisible vortex seemingly capable of devouring the heavens, forcefully enveloping the erupting poison pill of annihilation. Devour, refine, merge. The annihilation sword classic was inherently the supreme pathway toward ultimate annihilation, a rebirth within the realm of death. This foreign yet similarly sourced energy of the poison pill posed a lethal threat to Lin Fan. Yet for the sword of annihilation, it was an unprecedented boon. The destructive energy torrent was forcibly torn and drawn into the vortex of the sword seed, undergoing frenzied refinement and purification. The myriad toxic essences within were ruthlessly obliterated by the sword intent, while the purest, deathly aura and the essence of dark magic were greedily absorbed by the sword seed. The sword seed visibly became more substantial and weighty. The point of its blade grew darker and deeper, as if capable of consuming light itself. Even ancient and intricate chaotic patterns began to emerge upon its surface. From destruction comes rebirth. From death springs life. Lin Fan's nearly collapsing consciousness and body, nourished by this newfound power, began to mend and reshape at an astonishing pace, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The torn meridians were replaced by broader, more resilient gray-black channels, while the shattered bones glimmered with a faint metallic sheen, becoming increasingly robust. His desiccated vital energy was replenished by a sword essence as vast as the ocean. And even his damaged soul grew more refined and translucent under the baptism of the annihilation realm. His aura soared like a rocket. Peak early-stage foundation establishment. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Peak mid-stage foundation establishment. In just a few breaths, his cultivation remarkably broke through two minor realms, directly attaining peak mid-stage foundation establishment. He was but a step away from late-stage foundation establishment. Moreover, his physical strength underwent a qualitative leap. His bones gleamed, echoing with a sound akin to sword chimes. His meridians widened like rivers, the sword essence surged and roared, and his organs were tempered by the deathly aura until they resembled refined gold. An unprecedented sense of overwhelming power coursed through his entire being. The Annihilation sword body had reached a minor success. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the last vestiges of energy from the Annihilation poison pill were thoroughly refined and absorbed. Within Lin Fan's Dantian, a remarkable transformation had taken place. The blade of Annihilation had solidified into a tangible form, measuring approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Its surface, dark and unadorned, exuded a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all existence, instilling a sense of dread that could silence even the gods. Intricate patterns of dark gold and chaos intertwined along the blade, embodying an inscrutable profundity. At the center of the sword guard, a minuscule, chaotic, 3-colored pill phantom rotated slowly, as if merging with the sword itself. It was the most primal mark left after the Annihilation poison pill had been refined. Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes. Within them no longer flickered a mere gray-black shadow of sword, but rather a vision as if chaos had been birthed. And the ebb and flow of stars had briefly flashed before settling into an unfathomable abyss of darkness and silence. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him, far surpassing anything he had previously experienced, alongside an enhanced resonance with the profound stillness of the cosmos. In the face of dire adversity, he had achieved a rebirth. He had successfully refined the Annihilation poison pill, resulting not only in a significant elevation of his cultivation, but also propelling the Annihilation sword to an entirely new echelon. Lowering his gaze to his own form, he noted that the scars on his exterior had vanished without a trace. His skin was as smooth as jade, yet subtly radiated an unsettling resilience and sharpness. With a mere thought, a wisp of gray-black sword essence surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing without release, its purity and refinement greatly exceeding that of past efforts. So this is the pinnacle of mid-foundation establishment power, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his voice hoarse yet filled with strength. Now, when confronted with the formidable Elder Mo in his prime, he felt confident in facing him head-on. His gaze swept across the desolate surroundings. Elder Mo lay utterly extinguished, his essence and spirit obliterated, while the beast bones had turned to ash. The dark red bone token had lost all its luster, tumbling to the ground. This place was no longer safe for lingering. Lin Fan arose, determined to depart from the ruins of the alchemical chamber and continue his exploration of the core of the Black Demon Cave. However, at the moment he set forth, a faint humming emanated from within his Dantian, the recently subdued seed of the Annihilation sword vibrating slightly, conveying a clear sense of yearning and guidance. The direction pointed deeper into the alchemical chamber, beneath the most severely collapsed remnants. Could there be more? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he followed the sensation. He swept aside the accumulated rubble and dust with his sleeve, the sword essence effortlessly cutting through the obstructions. Soon, a partially buried black stone tablet, charred and cracked, came into view. The material was neither metal nor jade, cool to the touch, and it was inscribed with a dense array of ancient characters and patterns. These inscriptions were unlike any contemporary script known in the cultivation world, twisted like insects and birds, yet imbued with a meaning that seemed to pierce the very essence of the Tao. The illustrations depicted the movement of stars, the silence of the cosmos, and peculiar beings venerating an indescribable existence. Lin Fan's attention was immediately captured by a few slightly clearer ancient characters at the corner of the tablet. Though unfamiliar in form, the Annihilation sword seed resonated with them, allowing him to instantly comprehend their significance. Annihilation, extinction, heart core. The key to the desolate realm? The heart of Annihilation? Lin Fan's heart trembled violently. This seemed to pertain to the deeper secrets of the Annihilation sword canon, perhaps even related to a place known as the Desolate Realm. Just as he intended to examine it closely, a streak of extremely subtle yet lightning-fast white light, imbued with an astonishing sharpness, suddenly shot towards him from an oblique angle, aiming directly for the vital point at the back of his heart. An ambush! Lin Fan's hairs stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with a sword thrust. The gray-black sword radiance collided with the white light, both instantly vanishing. Lin Fan swiftly pivoted, his gaze icy as it fell upon the source of the attack. From the shadows at the entrance of the alchemical chamber emerged 3 figures, having appeared silently at some unknown moment. The leader, clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, possessed a handsome yet slightly sinister visage. Wielding a resplendent jade ruler, he was the very one who had just attempted the surprise attack. His cultivation level was evidently at the late stage of Foundation establishment. The two individuals behind him, one tall and one short, wore identical attire, their expressions haughty, with cultivation levels also at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Judging by their garb, they were disciples of a Yunlan sect. The white-robed youth's gaze greedily swept over the fragmented stone tablet behind Lin Fan, then returned to Lin Fan himself, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Brat, hand over that stone tablet behind you, as well as everything you have acquired in this cave. Then, for your own sake, perhaps I shall allow you to keep your corpse intact." Lin Fan's pupils constricted, a chill sweeping through his heart. The Yunlan sect had actually found their way here. Chapter 54. The Yunlan sect blocks the path. Secrets of the Sword Ruins. Inside the alchemical chamber, the atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. The three Yunlan sect disciples formed a triangular formation around Lin Fan. The white-robed youth, brandishing the jade ruler, unabashedly released the oppressive aura of the late stage of Foundation establishment, mingling with the distinct, pure spiritual energy of the Yunlan sect, attempting to subdue Lin Fan. The two disciples behind him each summoned their flying swords, their cold gleams flickering as they locked onto all of Lin Fan's escape routes. "Are you deaf, brat?" The white-robed youth, noticing Lin Fan's silence, intensified the arrogance on his face. "I am Zhao Chun, a disciple of the inner sect of Yunlan. Hand over the stone tablet and all your gains immediately, and cripple your own cultivation, otherwise." Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan slowly turned around. Upon seeing Lin Fan's face, Zhao Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his arrogance swiftly morphing into astonishment and disbelief. You're Lin Fan?" he exclaimed, clearly recognizing Lin Fan's identity. The two disciples behind him also changed their expressions drastically, instinctively taking half a step back, their eyes filled with shock and wariness. Lin Fan's name had become legendary within the Yunlan sect. 3 years ago, he had been a subject of ridicule. Yet not long ago, he had turned the tables on a shadow killer in Qingyun City, toppling the Grand Elder, and had even made a 3-year pact with the saintess Su Qingge. They had presumed that Lin Fan had long perished in some forsaken corner or was merely clinging to life. They could never have anticipated encountering him in such a perilous place. Moreover, the aura of his cultivation was astonishingly at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. How could this be possible? Zhao Xixiang, he can't be alive, can he? A disciple's voice trembled. Zhao Chun swiftly suppressed his astonishment, a flicker of ruthlessness and greed flashing in his eyes. Regardless of how he has recovered, what does it matter if he has reached the mid-foundation pinnacle? It is merely a stroke of luck. Together, the three of us need not fear capturing a mere waste who has been expelled from his clan. The jade ruler in his hand radiated brilliant light. "Lin Fan, your sins are profound, and today, by fate, we have encountered you. It is only fitting that you face justice. Capturing you would be a significant achievement." Lin Fan's gaze swept coldly over the three, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. "The hounds of Yunlan sect possess quite a keen sense to have tracked me down to this location. You seek merit? Then come and pay with your lives." He ceased his banter, fully aware that lingering here was unwise. A swift resolution was imperative. Before his words had fully dissipated, Lin Fan's figure abruptly flickered, leaving behind a mere afterimage as his true self surged forth like a specter, closing in on the slightly weaker mid-foundation disciple to his left. So swift, the disciple's expression turned pale with fright as he hastily wielded his sword to defend himself. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, Lin Fan unleashed a razor-sharp, concentrated gray-black sword light that silently struck the spine of the quality, flying sword. Crack! The disciple felt an icy, deathly aura imbued with terrifying annihilation wash over him as his consciousness and spiritual power shattered instantaneously against the force. The flying sword emitted a mournful cry, its spiritual light dimming as it was severed by a single finger. The destruction of the flying sword caused the disciple's spirit to jolt violently, forcing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan wasted no time, transforming his finger into a palm and striking it against the disciple's chest. Bang! The obliterating sword essence erupted violently. The protective spiritual light around the disciple crumbled like paper, his chest caving in instantaneously. The light of life in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and he was sent hurtling backwards like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the wall, lifeless on the spot. A single strike to kill. In his current state, Lin Fan had achieved minor success with the obliterating sword body and made significant advancements in cultivation. Against ordinary cultivators of the same tier, he had become an overwhelming force. Wang Shidi, another disciple, was engulfed in fury and disbelief, commanding his flying sword to furiously stab towards Lin Fan's back. Zhao Chun, equally astonished and enraged, shouted fiercely as the jade ruler in his hand transformed into a dazzling stream of light, aiming directly for Lin Fan's head. This strike contained the full power of his late foundation stage cultivation, exuding tremendous might. Lin Fan did not even glance at the flying sword approaching from behind. The obliterating sword domain flowed around him, gray-black currents forming a protective barrier. Clang! The flying sword struck the sword domain with a crisp sound, failing to penetrate even a fraction, instead being eroded by the essence of death, its spiritual light rapidly fading. Simultaneously, Lin Fan spun around to confront Zhao Chen's awe-inspiring jade ruler light, standing firm and unyielding, and unleashed a punch. Upon his fist, the gray-black, obliterating sword essence was densely concentrated, as though he wielded an invisible sword of destruction. Boom! The collision of fist and ruler reverberated through the air. A deafening explosion erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent fragments of stone and dust soaring throughout the chamber. Zhao Chen's complexion turned pale as he felt an indescribable force, imbued with an aura of utter annihilation, surged towards him with ferocity. The overwhelming energy left his arms numb, his blood surging, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his eyes wide with terror. His superior spirit artifact, the Jade Ruler, was utterly incapable of subduing the opponent's barehanded strike. What manner of monstrous power was this? Lin Fan's figure wavered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze growing colder. The late-stage foundation establishment was indeed formidable, yet it was not insurmountable. Seizing the advantage, he surged forward, closing in on Zhao Chun like a relentless shadow, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Each strike was infused with terrifying sword intent, rendering Zhao Chun defenseless, his protective spirit light flickering violently as it teetered on the brink of shattering. Another disciple, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach any longer and turned to flee. But escape? Lin Fan snorted coldly and flicked his fingers. A slender, grayish-black sword thread shot through the air, instantly catching up to the fleeing disciple and piercing through his back. The disciple's body stiffened abruptly, collapsing to the ground as his life force was obliterated by the sword's intent. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples had perished. Zhao Chen's heart sank, and he could no longer afford to consider his reputation or accomplishments. Desperately biting his tongue, he spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the Jade Ruler. The Cloud Barrier spell activated. The Jade Ruler erupted in blinding white light, transforming into a formidable shield that protected him. He then propelled himself backward with all his might, fleeing for his life. He was utterly terrified. Lin Fan was a true monster. Could he escape? Lin Fan's gaze was icy, preparing to pursue and ensure Zhao Chen's complete demise. However, at that moment, the sword seed of annihilation within his dantian stirred with a subtle tremor, not a warning, but a yearning and a guiding direction. The destination remained the same, that fractured stone tablet. Lin Fan paused, casting a glance at Zhao Chen's retreating figure and then at the stone tablet. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against the chase. It was unwise to pursue a desperate foe, and this location was not suitable for lingering. The stone tablet seemed to conceal a far greater secret. Approaching the stone tablet, he examined it closely. Most of the ancient characters inscribed upon it were unfamiliar to him, yet the resonance with the sword seed of annihilation allowed him to vaguely grasp some of their meanings. In addition to the previously understood phrases, Heart of Annihilation and Key to the Void, he deciphered several more fragmented words: Falling Star, Sword Ruins, Heavenly Sword, Gaze, Guard, and Protect. Considering the imagery of falling stars, the Earth's rift, and scenes depicting sword wielders confronting bizarre creatures, Lin Fan gradually began to sketch a hazy outline in his mind. It seemed that in ancient times, a fallen star had created a secret realm known as the Sword Ruins, which harbored immense opportunities, yet also great perils. A faction known as the Heavenly Sword had been continuously watching this place. The stone tablet appears to suggest that the heart of annihilation and the key to the desolate realm are crucial for unlocking or controlling that sword ruin. Moreover, the one who erected the tablet seems to serve as its guardian. Falling Star Sword Ruin, Heavenly Sword, Lin Fan murmured, etching these two names into his memory. This could likely pertain to the subsequent legacy of the Annihilation Sword Classic, a place he must explore. He attempted to stow the tablet away, only to find it exceedingly heavy and subtly connected to the earth's veins, rendering it immovable. Fortuitously, he channeled the essence of annihilation, forcefully imprinting the images and text from the tablet onto a blank jade slip. Having accomplished this, he lingered no longer, promptly collecting the storage pouches from Zhao Chun and the others, as well as the damaged jade ruler, before setting the corpses ablaze, reducing them to ashes. He cast a fleeting glance towards the direction of Mo Lao's demise and the still hovering, yet harmless annihilation poison pill, hesitating no more. In a swift motion, he departed in the opposite direction of Zhao Chen's escape, hastily leaving the ruins of the alchemical chamber. Shortly after Lin Fan's departure, at the entrance of the alchemical chamber, the air slightly rippled, and a slender figure quietly materialized, Yingli. Her deep violet eyes scanned the ravaged battlefield, momentarily lingering on the direction Lin Fan had taken. She then turned her gaze to the now dimmed stone tablet and the floating poison pill, a flicker of complex and inscrutable light flashing in her eyes. The heart of annihilation, the key to the desolate realm. He has truly set them in motion, she murmured softly. Has the Heavenly Sword Sect already begun to take notice? Lin Fan, your journey has only just begun. With a flicker of her form, she melted back into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Lin Fan swiftly traversed the intricate passages of the cave, contemplating his forthcoming plans. The core of the Black Demon Abyss remained undiscovered, yet his gains were already considerable. The arrival of the Yunlan sect indicated that this place was no longer safe. He must quickly locate the core inheritance and depart. The Falling Star Sword Ruin might well become his next objective. As he passed a junction, the charred fragment he had obtained from the thousand-legged putrid centipede began to radiate heat once more, transmitting a faint guidance towards the left, leading him to a deeper passage imbued with a more intense aura of death and stillness. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he turned left. His instincts told him that this path might lead to the true core of the Black Demon Abyss. Chapter 55. The Forbidden Core, the Anomaly of the Sword Seed. Following the faint guidance of the charred fragment, Lin Fan stepped into the shadowy passage on the left. Upon entering, he was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure, far greater than before, almost palpable and oppressive. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of silence and annihilation, interspersed with a faint yet penetrating sword intent that seemed to pierce the very soul. The walls of the passage were no longer rough rock, but transformed into a smooth, mirror-like, jet-black metal, adorned with countless intricate and ancient dark golden runes of prohibition. Most of these runes had dulled, yet a few continued to circulate slowly, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. The scattered remains upon the ground, and the fragments of treasures have markedly diminished. Yet the aura emanating from each skeleton far surpasses that of the outside world. Clearly, they were formidable entities, at least at the late Foundation establishment stage. If not in the Falstan realm during their lifetimes, they perished here with scarcely a trace of struggle, as though obliterated by an irresistible force in an instant. The lingering power of the restrictions is truly terrifying. Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine as the sword of annihilation autonomously operated at its utmost, barely resisting the pervasive pressure that sought to invade him. He treaded cautiously, every step akin to walking on thin ice, fearful of triggering any remnants of horrific restrictions. The passage was not lengthy, and after advancing for about 100 zhang, a magnificent sight unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. A grand hall, beyond verbal description, emerged in all its splendor. The hall was vast and boundless, with a soaring dome that seemed to encapsulate a microcosm of its own. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were forged from a pitch-black metal, intricately inscribed with a multitude of runes resembling a starry sea, forming an immensely complex and arcane grand formation. Though most areas had faded into darkness, the residual energy fluctuations remained vast as the ocean, evoking a sense of insignificance within him. At the center of the hall, contrary to his expectations of a coffin or a platform of inheritance, there floated a sword, a colossal, severely damaged black sword exuding an aura of terror capable of subjugating all beings and engulfing the heavens in silence. The sword stretched several dozen zhang in length, entirely black, its blade marred by countless fissures and chips, as though it had survived a cataclysmic battle. The hilt was broken, and the tip was nowhere to be found. Yet, it remained suspended in mid-air, slowly rotating, with each turn causing the runes of the grand formation to faintly glow, as if the sword were the very core of this terrifying array. An indescribable, overwhelming sword pressure and an aura of desolation emanated from the colossal sword, saturating the entire hall. Under this weight, Lin Fan felt as if he were but a fragile boat amidst a tempestuous sea, dreadfully insignificant. The seed of the sword of annihilation within his dantian trembled violently, feeling both the immense pressure and a thrilling sense of reverence and longing. Was this the fated sword of the Black Demon, the Supreme Master? Or perhaps the core treasure that suppresses this place? Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at the fragmented giant sword, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. This was undoubtedly an entity surpassing spiritual weapons, possibly a treasure of a higher echelon. Even in its damaged state, its might exceeded all imagination. His gaze swept below the giant sword, where a shattered jade platform lay. Scattered upon it were several items: a dim black ring, a charred bee skin scroll, and a half-burnt skeleton seated in meditation. The skeletal remains gleamed with a jade-like luster, and even after 10,000 years of death, they retained an aura of formidable majesty and an overwhelming energy fluctuation. On its bony fingers rested a black ring identical to the one on the jade platform. There was no doubt this was the remains of the master of this place, the formidable Black Demon. He had indeed attained enlightenment here, with even his remains suffering unimaginable damage. Lin Fan suppressed the excitement within, his gaze fixated intensely on the items upon the jade platform. This is likely the true legacy of the dark sorcerer. He inhaled deeply, carefully advancing towards the jade platform. The closer he drew, the more terrifying the pressure emanating from the colossal sword became, causing the flow of the annihilation sword essence to grow sluggish. The air around him crackled with the remnants of restrictive runes, occasionally igniting with a dangerous glow, clearly not entirely ineffective. At last, he reached the jade platform without mishap. His gaze first fell upon the ring on the finger of the charred remains, which was likely the storage ring of the dark sorcerer. He extended his hand, the tips of his fingers entwined with the annihilation sword essence, slowly reaching towards the ring. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a sudden hum reverberated. An unexpected change occurred. From the hollow eye sockets of the blackened half-corpse, two faint yet coldly merciless azure soul flames ignited fiercely. Simultaneously, a hoarse, ancient voice that seemed to echo from millennia past resonated deep within Lin Fan's consciousness. Infiltrate, inherit, perish. An indescribable terror descended upon him, a soul pressure akin to countless mountains crashing down upon Lin Fan's spirit. This was not merely the power of foundational or golden core realms, but rather the residual soul pressure belonging to an infant soul cultivator. Lin Fan staggered as if struck, a muffled groan escaping his lips, his complexion draining of color. Blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his body froze in place, as though shackled by invisible chains, unable to move even a finger. The residual soul of the infant. The dark sorcerer still possessed a fragment of his soul, guarding his legacy. Insect, how dare you covet my path? The cold voice echoed again, imbued with disdain and murderous intent. Lin Fan felt as if his very soul were on the verge of being utterly crushed by this horrifying pressure. His consciousness began to blur, and the shadow of death loomed ominously. In this dire moment, within his dantian, the annihilation sword seed, which had been trembling violently, filled with a longing for the colossal sword, seemed to ignite in fury at the encroaching, higher-level soul pressure, bursting forth with an unprecedented radiance. A sound resonated, reminiscent of primordial chaos, embodying supreme majesty and the essence of annihilation, erupting from Lin Fan's dantian. In the next instant, the annihilation sword seed uncontrollably emerged, transforming into an ancient sword phantom over 3 feet long, solid and suffused with a swirling chaotic gray-black light, hovering above Lin Fan's head. The moment the ancient sword phantom appeared, the entire hall trembled violently. The suspended, incomplete, colossal sword seemed to have been provoked or summoned. emitting an even grander yet somewhat perplexed hum. The pressure it radiated exhibited a hint of disarray, the terrifying soul pressure from the dark sorcerer's residual spirit. Upon contact with the phantom of the annihilation sword seed, rapidly melted away, like ice meeting the blazing sun. What is this? For the first time, the ancient, icy voice was tinged with incredulity and a trace of fear. Annihilation, the breath of the great path. Impossible. How could this realm? The shadow of the oblivion sword quivered gently, sending forth a barely perceptible yet profound wave of ash-gray ripples, imbued with the essence of ultimate annihilation. The 2 points of ethereal blue soul fire flickered like a candle struggling against the wind, emitting a terrified shriek before extinguishing completely, vanishing into nothingness. The last remnants of the black demoness soul were directly obliterated by a trace of primal aura autonomously emanating from the oblivion sword. The terrifying soul pressure that had enveloped Lin Fan dissipated in an instant. With a thud, Lin Fan collapsed to his knees, panting heavily, his clothes drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a deep sense of dread. Had it not been for the oblivion sword's timely self-defense, his soul would have already fled in terror. He raised his gaze to the slowly rotating shadow of the oblivion sword above him, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The origins of the oblivion sword manual seemed far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Even the remnants of a nascent soul were struck with fear and annihilated. At that moment, the shadow of the oblivion sword trembled once more, conveying an intense desire aimed squarely at the suspended, fragmented giant sword. Strangely, the broken giant sword ceased its slow rotation after the appearance of the oblivion sword, its blade tilting slightly as if it were scrutinizing, or perhaps submitting. Before Lin Fan could react, the shadow of the oblivion sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the fragmented giant sword. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the shadow did not attack. Rather, it gradually merged into the fractured part of the sword's hilt, akin to a droplet of water blending into the ocean. A resounding hum erupted as the giant sword unleashed an unprecedented pitch-black radiance. The runes of the Grand Hall ignited furiously, as if infused with new-found vigor. A more formidable sword pressure, now devoid of hostility, instead emanated a sense of warmth and resonance. At the sight of the sword's fractured hilt, the brilliance was most intense, and the shadow of the oblivion sword appeared to become a new, diminutive core of the hilt, initiating a bizarre fusion with the giant sword itself. Simultaneously, Lin Fan felt an unmistakable sensation of bloodline connection with the giant sword, as if it had become an extension of his very being. An overwhelming torrent of fragmented images and information surged into his consciousness through this connection. Black demon, devouring heaven, sword. Ruins realm, guardian. Traitor, oblivion heart core. Missing. Inheritance bestowed upon you. The chaotic influx of information assailed Lin Fan, causing his head to throb painfully, yet he managed to grasp a few crucial fragments. The giant sword was named the Black Demon Devouring Heaven Sword, seemingly the key to guarding a passage known as the Ruins Realm. The fall of the Black Demon appeared to be linked to a traitor and the missing Oblivion Heart Core. At this moment, the integration of the Oblivion Sword seemed to have temporarily restored part of the giant sword's core, leading it to recognize him as its master and bestow upon him the legacy of the Black Demon. As Lin Fan struggled to digest this astonishing information, an urgent whoosh pierced the air. Several formidable presences surged forth rapidly from the entrance of the passage. There, Lin Fan, little thief, your life is forfeit, and that treasure. At the helm of Zhao Chun, 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators from the Yunlan Sect pursued with relentless fervor. Clearly, they had employed some arcane method of tracking, and they arrived with even stronger reinforcements. The trio burst into the Grand Hall, instantly overwhelmed by the sight before them and the terrifying pressure emanating from the colossal sword. Yet, in the next moment, their greedy gazes were fixated upon the treasures upon the jade platform, as well as Lin Fan, who was establishing a connection with the giant sword. Attack! Seize the treasure! Eliminate him! Zhao Chun bellowed, his eyes brimming with madness and avarice. 3 formidable assaults, devoid of mercy, surged towards Lin Fan, who was immobilized and receiving the transmission of vital information. The crisis loomed once more. Chapter 56. The Sword Array Exterminates Foes. The Inheritance in Hand. 3 razor-sharp attacks, imbued with the unique purifying spiritual energy and chilling malice of the Yunlan sect, tore through the air, hurtling towards Lin Fan in an instant. Zhao Qin's eyes glimmered with frenzied delight, envisioning Lin Fan being obliterated, with the treasures falling into his grasp. His two fellow cultivators, also at the late Foundation establishment stage, unleashed their full power, showing no mercy. At this moment, Lin Fan was besieged by the overwhelming torrent of information from the black demon devouring heaven sword, causing excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness, rendering his body rigid, seemingly devoid of any capacity to resist. However, just as the three attacks were about to strike him, Buzz, the phantom of the Oblivion Sword Seed, suspended above Lin Fan's head and slowly merging with the black demon devouring heaven's sword, suddenly trembled. An icy, desolate force, yet imbued with supreme majesty, erupted with a deafening roar. This was not an act of active defense, but rather an instinctive reaction provoked by the audacity of mere ants. In the next instant, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the grand hall, once dim, were infused with a soul-like brilliance, illuminating the vast array of runes like a starry expanse. Countless dark golden streams of light surged forth, akin to awakening dragons, spiraling along mysterious trajectories. Boom! An immensely vast and intricately complex ancient sword array was instantaneously activated. Countless dark golden sword rays, condensed to a tangible form and exuding a sense of obliterating death, manifested from the void, hurtling toward Zhao Chun and his companions like a tempest. The speed and might surpassed all expectations. What? The ecstatic expressions on Zhao Chun and his companions morphed instantly into boundless horror and dread. They felt as though they had trespassed into the lair of an ancient ferocious beast, provoking a slumbering deity. Quick, defend! Zhao Chun shrieked, desperately activating the jade ruler in his hand, conjuring layers of luminous shields. The other two also summoned their strongest defensive treasures, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, before the ancient sword array, laid down by a nascent soul master and now stirred by the Oblivion Sword's intent, their resistance appeared utterly laughable. Sizzle! The dark golden sword rays sliced through their protective spiritual light like hot knives through butter, effortlessly piercing their defensive treasures. No! A late Foundation establishment cultivator's scream abruptly ceased as his body was pierced by dozens of sword rays, instantly riddled with wounds. His very soul obliterated by the suffocating death energy, reduced to mere ashes. The fate of another monk was no different. His treasured artifacts shattered, his corporeal form disintegrated, and his essence extinguished. Zhao Chun, relying on a highly esteemed jade ruler and his peak foundational cultivation, barely managed to endure for a fleeting moment. Yet the jade ruler's spiritual brilliance rapidly dimmed, its surface marred by countless fissures. His eyes brimmed with despair and remorse as he frantically screamed, "Lin Fan, spare me. I am willing." Before he could finish his plea, a particularly robust, dark golden sword beam, akin to the scythe of death, disregarded his final struggle and instantly pierced through his brow. Zhao Qin's body stiffened abruptly, his gaze fading rapidly, filled with boundless terror and unwillingness, and he collapsed lifelessly. Devoid of breath, in the blink of an eye, 3 foundational cultivators lay annihilated. The sword array's radiance gradually receded, merging back into the walls, and the hall once again fell into silence, as if nothing had transpired. Only the 3 piles of ash on the ground and Zhao Qin's lifeless body served as testament to the heart-stopping spectacle that had just unfolded. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, the chaotic visions within gradually calming, transforming into a profound darkness. The torrent of information imparted by the black demon-devouring heaven sword was finally being accepted and subdued by him. He cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, his expression betraying no emotion. The people of Yunlan Sect had met their just ends. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the increasingly clear and intimate connection between himself and the colossal sword overhead. The phantom of the silent annihilation sword seed had fully merged into the fractured hilt of the great sword, seemingly becoming its new core. Although faint, it breathed a hint of vitality and a sense of belonging back into the long-dormant, fearsome blade. "Black demon devouring heaven sword," Lin Fan murmured, extending his hand in a beckoning gesture. Buzz! The massive black sword emitted a deep, resonant hum, its blade quivering slightly, and it gradually shrank. transforming into a dark light that fell into Lin Fan's palm, morphing into a 3-foot-long sword, its entirety shrouded in gloom. With an imperceptible gray-black core halo swirling at the hilt. The sword was immensely heavy, its icy touch imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Lin Fan could sense that, with his current cultivation, he was utterly incapable of truly wielding this sword, unable even to unleash a fraction of its might. Yet, the sword's inherent pressure and its resonance with the sword array already served as a formidable protective charm. He carefully stored the black demon devouring heaven sword within his dantian for nurturing. This sword was of paramount importance and must not be carelessly revealed. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the jade platform. The remnants of the black demon master's soul had been eradicated by the silent annihilation sword seed, presenting no further obstacles. He approached, first bowing slightly to the charred remains, having received the other's inheritance. Then, with utmost caution, he removed the black ring from the skeletal finger of the remains. His consciousness probed within, and there were no hindrances. The internal space of the ring was vast, far exceeding any storage artifact he had ever encountered. However, the contents were not numerous. Several jade slips of varying colors and special materials, a dozen sealed jade boxes, a few ancient and obscure fragments or materials of magical artifacts, and a mountain of high-grade spirit stones radiating pure spiritual light. The sheer quantity of treasures was sufficient to drive any golden core cultivator into a frenzy. Lin Fan's heart swelled with elation as he swiftly adorned his finger with the ring. This trove of resources would undoubtedly be more than ample for him to cultivate to the golden core stage. Subsequently, he grasped the matching black ring and the charred bee skin scroll resting upon the jade platform. This ring appeared to be a spare storage ring, its space somewhat limited and utterly vacant within. The bee skin scroll, crafted from a unique material that had withstood the test of time without decay, bore ancient script and illustrations depicting a fragmentary star map, along with vague information regarding the rifts in the ruins realm and the nodes that guarded them, seemingly linked to the responsibilities of the black demon devouring heaven sword. Lin Fan carefully stowed the scroll, recognizing it as a potential clue for the future. At last, his gaze returned to the half-buried remains. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning a strand of the Sword of Annihilation's essence to envelop the remnants delicately, rendering them to nothingness, returning them to the elemental dust from which they came. A once great nascent soul master ultimately returned to the earth. Having completed this act, Lin Fan felt a sense of closure with the fate of this place, his mind becoming remarkably clear. He surveyed the majestic yet desolate hall once more. This must be the very heart of the Black Demon Cave, and he had acquired its greatest fortune. It was time to depart. As he turned to retrace his steps, an instinctive sensation compelled him to glance towards an inconspicuous corner deep within the hall. There, the runes inscribed upon the wall appeared to differ subtly from those elsewhere, forming an exceedingly concealed and diminutive teleportation array. Had he not established a connection with the Black Demon devouring heaven sword, granting him a vague perception of the entire sword formation, he would have found it nearly impossible to detect this array. A teleportation array? Lin Fan's curiosity piqued as he approached to examine it closely. The array was ancient and intricate, requiring special energy or tokens to activate. He attempted to infuse it with a trace of the Sword of Annihilation's essence. Buzz! The array flickered faintly but quickly dimmed, indicating insufficient energy or an incorrect method. After pondering, Lin Fan retrieved the charred fragment obtained from the thousand-legged corrupted centipede, an item deeply entwined with the Black Demon Cave. As the fragment neared the array, it shimmered once more, resonating weakly with the fragment. Hope ignited in Lin Fan's eyes as he gently pressed the fragment to the center of the array. Whoosh! The array erupted in a dazzling white light, completely engulfing Lin Fan. The intense sensation of spatial distortion returned, though much gentler than before. Moments later, the white light dissipated. Lin Fan discovered himself no longer within the silent hall, but rather in an even more peculiar and unsettling realm. Chapter 57. The Immortal Bayou and the Chaotic Yin and Yang. As the teleportation's white light faded, the intense spatial fluctuations subsided. Lin Fan stumbled slightly, but steadied himself, warily surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an exceedingly strange space. This was neither a cave nor a hall, but an endless expanse shrouded in gentle white light. The ground beneath his feet was smooth as a mirror, neither gold nor jade, composed of a milky white surface, and the air was suffused with a warm, pure energy, tinged with an oddly agitated essence. In the distance, one can faintly discern peculiar floating crystals emitting various hues of light alongside withered vines. While even farther lies a chaotic expanse that seems to mark the boundary of space itself. The density of spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the outside world, even exceeding the purity found within the core hall of the black demon abyss by several folds. Yet, an acute sense of unease permeates the air. Within this pure spiritual essence lurks a more primal, more violent force, an enigmatic power interwoven with the duality of yin and yang, capable of evoking desire and ensnaring the soul. Inhaling even a single breath causes a subtle tumult within the blood and qi, stirring the mind. What manner of place is this? A chill ran through Lin Fan's heart as the sword intent of annihilation began to autonomously operate, attempting to dissipate the foreign energy that had entered his body. However, he discovered that this force was extraordinarily tenacious, capable of momentarily contending with the death qi of annihilation, stirring his blood and qi that had only just stabilized after his recent breakthrough. He immediately held his breath, expanding his spiritual senses to their fullest. This place was undoubtedly extraordinary. He needed to find an exit quickly. At that moment, a voice, as crisp and cold as a mountain spring yet tinged with a hint of surprise, suddenly rang out nearby. Lin Fan's entire body stiffened, and he pivoted sharply, his sword essence surging forth in an instant. Before him, approximately 10 zhang away, stood a woman upon a floating rhomboid crystal radiating a gentle azure glow. Unbeknownst to him, she had quietly appeared there. The woman was clad in a flowing aquamarine dress that moved as if stirred by an unseen breeze, enveloped in a soft, moonlit glow. Her figure was graceful and upright, her beauty transcendent, as though she embodied the essence of heaven and earth. Her features exquisite, yet exuding an air of aloofness and nobility that kept all at bay. Merely standing there, the profound, ethereal aura she emanated placed an unprecedented weight upon Lin Fan's spirit. A nascent soul cultivator, an undeniable presence of terrifying power within the nascent soul stage. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. He had never anticipated that such a formidable being existed within this enigmatic realm. Judging by her attire and demeanor, she was undoubtedly not from the Yunlan sect, nor a practitioner of dark arts. Rather, she resembled those of the legendary, reclusive celestial sections. The lady in green turned her gaze, her eyes akin to two black gems submerged in a cold spring, casting a subtle glance over Lin Fan. When her gaze fell upon him, and she sensed the peculiar, condensed death qi that contrasted starkly with the surrounding pure spiritual energy. A fleeting glimmer of mild astonishment flickered in her cold, clear eyes. A foundation establishment cultivator? How could he have entered this chaotic realm? And yet, he carries such an enigmatic force of deathly stillness. Her voice remained calm, devoid of discernible emotion, yet it bore an innate authority that sent chills down one's spine. Who are you? How did you come to this place? Lin Fan's mind was taut with tension, his thoughts racing as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied solemnly, I am Lin Fan, a junior pursued by enemies who accidentally stumbled into an ancient teleportation array, finding myself unexpectedly transported here. I apologize for disturbing your tranquil cultivation, esteemed elder. His demeanor was reverent, while internally, the sword essence of annihilation was fully activated, poised to fight for his life at any moment. Accidentally stumbled in? The lady in green's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. The spatial barriers here are formidable. How could an ordinary teleportation array breach them? The power you possess is quite intriguing. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Lin Fan's very being, directly confronting the dormant phantasm of the Oblivion Sword within his dantian. It was a paradox of existence and non-existence, seeking survival amidst annihilation, a technique unheard of until now. Lin Fan was taken aback. This woman's insight was remarkably astute. He feigned composure, stating, My humble techniques are crude and unworthy of your esteemed attention. May I inquire about this place? I shall take my leave immediately and would not dare disturb you further. Depart? The woman in azure shook her head slightly. The chaotic nexus of yin and yang is a treacherous realm, difficult to enter and exit. This location is an ancient fragmented juncture of yin and yang, where the laws of space are in disarray. Additionally, remnants of the source of the yin and yang harmonization toxin linger here, infused into the local spiritual energy, formless yet potent, capable of stirring primal desires and unsettling the human heart. Even a nascent soul cultivator must tread carefully here, remaining vigilant lest they succumb to the unknown. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression shifted. No wonder the spiritual energy here was so peculiar. The yin and yang harmonization toxin? He seemed to recall its mention in an ancient text, a source of an exceedingly domineering aphrodisiacal poison from a bygone era. In that moment of distraction, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The oblivion sword essence within him, already restless, accelerated its tumultuous movement due to his emotional fluctuations and heightened vigilance, violently clashing with the spiritual energy he had inhaled, which was imbued with the essence of the yin and yang toxin. The oblivion's deathly energy sought to obliterate all foreign energies. Yet the yin and yang source energy proved exceptionally tenacious, awakening the primal instincts of Lin Fan's recently fortified and vigorous body. Boom! An indescribable torrent of energy, scorching as magma, yet chilling as the abyss, erupted from his dantian, instantly shattering the constraints of his meridians. The gray-black essence of the oblivion sword intertwined violently with the pale pink source energy of yin and yang, clashing and annihilating, yet bizarrely merging into a more ferocious and chaotic surge that surged towards the origin of his consciousness. Lin Fan let out a pain howl, his eyes instantly bloodshot, veins bulging on the surface of his skin. A primal, uncontrollable desire mingled with excruciating agony engulfed his remaining rationality. His body trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, the woman in azure also exhibited a slight change in her demeanor. She had not anticipated that the power within Lin Fan would suddenly spiral out of control. Moreover, the clash between the oblivion's deathly energy and the yin and yang source energy produced an exceedingly strange spatial disturbance and attraction. Her protective aura shimmered intensely, resonating with the more refined spiritual energy she had absorbed, which now seemed to react to the explosion from Lin Fan's side, becoming agitated and beginning to recoil against its master. The woman in azure let out a muffled exclamation, a rare flush appearing on her exquisite visage. A flicker of rare panic and incredulity crossed her icy gaze. She hurriedly attempted to suppress the energy, but it was already a moment too late. The formless and intangible yin and yang source energy penetrated her very soul and body, awakening the most primal desires of life itself. Though her cultivation was profound and her resolve steadfast, she remained but a mortal being. In this realm of training, her focus was divided, compelled to resist its inherent pressures. In that moment, she was suddenly stirred by an alien force, infused with the essence of annihilation, and was consequently overwhelmed by its fierce influence. The Tianzhong space between the two seemed to be enveloped by an invisible, chaotic force field. The swirling energies of pale pink and dark gray clashed and intertwined in a frenzied dance. This is peerless. The woman in the azure attire, filled with a mix of fury and alarm, raised her jade hand, intent on forcibly tearing apart the fabric of space to either cast Lin Fan away or to teleport herself to safety. However, a resounding hum reverberated throughout the chaotic realm, as the ground and the suspended crystals above erupted in blinding radiance. An even greater and more primal force of yin and yang descended with a thunderous roar, akin to invisible shackles that instantaneously confined the space surrounding them. The formidable power that could rend the void was forcibly drawn back in her being by this ancient law. What? Her countenance blanched, genuine astonishment flickering in her eyes for the first time. The power of the ancient laws governing this forbidden ground far exceeded her expectations. In the next instant, the chaotic energy vortex violently contracted and then exploded with a deafening crash. Lin Fan's irrational body collided with the temporarily restrained form of the azure-clad woman, her spirit momentarily unmoored. They were struck together by a tidal wave of explosive energy, imbued with the most primal attraction of yin and yang. Softness met hardness, cold clashed with heat, clarity intertwined with deathly silence. Their bodies and fundamental energies, under the brutal interference of ancient laws, pressed together without restraint. Lin Fan instinctively let out a primal growl, as the remnants of his sanity were wholly consumed by surging desire. His arms, like iron bands, ensnared the cool, soft, yet slightly trembling form in his embrace. The woman in azure emitted a brief gasp of indignation, attempting to struggle. Yet, the tumultuous yin and yang energy within her and the oppressive external laws rendered her body weak and her magical power in disarray, making escape momentarily impossible. What further unsettled her was the moment their bodies connected. The violent essence of annihilation within the youth intermingled with her pure, nascent soul rhythm, igniting a wholly uncontrollable and raw fusion. This merging brought not only a clash of power, but also an indescribable tremor that resonated deep within their souls. A sensation bordering on ecstasy. Stop it! Her reprimand was abruptly silenced as her garments tore apart amidst the chaotic energies. In this isolated realm, where the laws were peculiar, an uncontrollable and frenzied convergence of life's most primal yin and yang was inevitably unfolding. The stark contrasts of chill and silence, ethereal grace and mortal form, nascent soul and foundational cultivation were mercilessly obliterated by the raw desires and ancient laws, leaving only the most fundamental rhythms and instinctive breaths. Time became an irrelevant concept. Eventually, as the tempest of energy began to subside and the ancient law's force gradually receded, the remnants of their tattered garments lay scattered upon the ground. Lin Fan gradually awakened, sensing the icy, slippery body in his embrace, which trembled ever so slightly, alongside an unprecedented surge of energy within him that felt as if it might explode. A profound sense of harmony, born of the delicate balance of yin and yang, enveloped him. Astonishingly, his cultivation had surged directly into the later stages of foundation establishment. With an unshakable foundation, lowering his gaze, he met a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes, cold as ice, filled with an overwhelming fury, murderous intent, and a hint of barely perceptible shame and confusion. The woman in azure had awakened, her exquisite face shrouded in frost. Her gaze so frigid it seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. "You shall pay dearly." Her delicate fingers rose, a terrifying radiance of nascent soul power coalescing at her fingertip, aimed directly at Lin Fan's brow. Death loomed ever closer. Chapter 58. The Wrath of the Nascent Soul. Life and death on the line. The chilling, bone-piercing, murderous intent engulfed Lin Fan like an abyss of cold. The fingertip poised at his brow was slender, pale, and flawless, yet contained a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and obliterating souls. Even the slightest flicker of anger from a nascent soul cultivator was beyond what Lin Fan, who had just recently broken through to the later stages of foundation establishment, could withstand. Lin Fan's body stiffened, as if his very blood had turned to ice. His thoughts momentarily frozen. The shadow of death had never before felt so vivid. He could even sense his skin at the brow slightly caving under the weight of that terrifying pressure, on the verge of shattering completely. With great difficulty, he raised his eyes to meet the woman in azure, whose gaze was as cold as death, seemingly containing an endless storm. Within those eyes burned a furious wrath. The humiliation of being defiled, a chilling murderous intent, and perhaps even a trace of chaotic tumult and agitation born of their recent absurd entanglement. Fellow cultivator. Lin Fan's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse as he attempted to explain, yet he found all words inadequate in the face of the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, the deed had already been done. For a cultivator of such high caliber and esteemed status, this was undoubtedly a grievous affront. Silence. The voice of the woman in azure was frigid, the radiance at her fingertip growing ever more brilliant, her murderous intent nearly palpable. "You wretched insect! How dare you insult me in such a manner? Today, your soul shall be obliterated to quell the hatred in my heart." Her finger twitched slightly, poised to strike. Lin Fan's pupils dilated in horror. Instinctively, the Oblivion Sword's essence surged within him, desperate for one final struggle. Even knowing the futility of his resistance, he refused to submit to his fate without a fight. However, at this critical juncture, the woman in azure suddenly trembled, an unusual flush creeping onto her breathtaking face. She let out a muffled cry, her outstretched finger quivering, the terrifying radiance at its tip flickering erratically, as if on the verge of dissipating. Within her, the peculiar source of power originating from the chaotic interplay of yin and yang, which she had forcefully suppressed with her formidable cultivation, along with the bizarre energy mixture born from her violent fusion with Lin Fan's deathly essence. spiraled out of control due to her intense emotional upheaval and the exertion of her powers. A peculiar current, ablaze with searing intensity, yet imbued with a chilling stillness, surged violently through her meridians, assaulting her nascent soul foundation. It provoked a tumult of her vital essence, even stirring within her depths an indescribable sensation of tingling vulnerability and weakness. This feeling incited a tempest of astonishment and fury within her, leaving her feeling mortified and enraged. She had never anticipated that the pure Taoist body she had painstakingly cultivated over centuries could be so profoundly tainted and affected by the aura of a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Suppressing a metallic tang in her throat, her gaze turned frostily resentful as it fixated upon Lin Fan. You wretched being, what sinister technique have you employed? Lin Fan, keenly attuned to her aberrant state and the fleeting hint of frailty, felt the primal instinct for survival igniting his mind into rapid motion. He stifled his trepidation, striving to maintain a semblance of calm in his voice. Esteemed senior, please discern the truth. This predicament is not of my volition. It arises from the bizarre laws and uncontrolled energies of this realm. My cultivation method is unique, and under the impact of such force, I too nearly face demise. I vow by my inner demons that I harbor no intention of affronting you. Should you choose to end my life now, it may provoke a backlash of the anomalous force within you, with unpredictable consequences. His words were a blend of truth and subterfuge, highlighting the objective reality while subtly attributing blame to the secret realm, hinting at the potential peril of her slaying him. If he were to perish, would the deathly energy that had already resonated with her within him erupt uncontrollably, causing her even greater harm? The woman in the azure attire's eyes flickered with intensity, clearly grappling with the truth of his words. She sensed an inexplicable, tenuous bond of energy that had formed between them due to that absurd accident. If she were to kill him, would this connection sever abruptly, resulting in a backlash? She dared not gamble, especially given her unstable condition at this moment. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing an internal struggle between her murderous intent and reason, humiliation and caution, all intertwined in chaos. After a prolonged silence, the terrifying radiance emanating from her fingertips gradually receded, yet her frosty glare remained like a sharpened blade aimed at Lin Fan. Oomph. She uttered a cold snort, her voice still frigid, albeit with a diminished intent to strike immediately. Were it not for the current circumstances, I would not allow you to linger even a moment longer. Slowly retracting her jade finger, an intangible pressure still firmly ensnared Lin Fan, rendering him immobile. He inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had temporarily wagered correctly. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. The anger of this Yuan-ing female cultivator had not subsided, merely suppressed for the moment. The woman quickly donned a new azure gown, obscuring the enchanting allure that had made Lin Fan hesitant to gaze directly upon her. Nevertheless, the frost on her face showed no sign of thawing. She settled into a meditative posture, hands forming seals as a radiant light enveloped her, evidently striving to quell and dispel the anomalies within her. Lin Fan remained frozen in place, daring not to stir, yet his thoughts raced with urgency. He needed to devise a means of escape. Otherwise, once she stabilized her condition, his demise would be inevitable. He attempted to subtly channel the essence of his desolation sword, but found himself ensnared by unseen shackles of space, unable to move even a finger. The means of a Yuan-ing cultivator surpassed his wildest imaginings. Time trickled by, and the enigmatic spiritual energy within the secret realm flowed languidly, creating an atmosphere so suffocatingly quiet that it felt almost oppressive. Approximately after the burning of an incense stick, the chaotic aura surrounding the woman in green gradually settled, and the peculiar flush on her face faded, restoring her previous pallor of icy coolness. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the murderous intent within them coalesced once more, clearly having momentarily subdued the turmoil within her. Her frigid gaze swept over Lin Fan, as if she were surveying a lifeless corpse. Now, it is time to reckon with your sins. She rose with deliberate slowness, her jade-like hand lifted once again, and a more concentrated and terrifying pressure began to coalesce. Fear not, I shall delve into your soul and refine your essence, uncovering all that you are, and then ensure your utter annihilation. Lin Fan's heart raced, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. In this moment of despair, deep within his dantian. The shadow of the black demon devouring heaven's sword, which had remained dormant and held a faint connection to it, trembled slightly, as did the charred fragment obtained from the thousand-legged decaying centipede, both emitting an exceedingly faint yet urgent wave of guidance. The direction pointed to an uncertain location within the void of this secret realm. Simultaneously, perhaps sensing the woman's unabashed murderous intent and the imminent eruption of her nascent soul power, the ancient laws of this chaotic yin-yang wasteland seemed to be stirred once more. A low hum resonated, and the surrounding space quivered subtly. The suspended crystal stones flickered erratically, while the ground's milky light pulsed with increasing speed. A chaotic force that repelled all external powerful energies began to faintly gather once again. The woman in green's complexion shifted slightly, clearly sensing the realm's rejection and suppression. While she could momentarily resist, she had no desire to provoke a complete backlash of the laws here. Seizing a moment of inspiration, Lin Fan abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Senior, the laws here are peculiar, repelling powerful energies. Should you employ your nascent soul power, it may provoke a backlash once more. I know of a potential spatial node that could lead us away from this place. I am willing to guide you there. I only ask for your mercy to spare my life." He was gambling, wagering that she preferred to escape this place that was both troublesome and humiliating for her, and hoping that the fragment and the black demon devouring heaven swords sensed guidance held some profound significance. The woman in green paused, her icy gaze piercingly scrutinizing Lin Fan, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. "A spatial node? Just based on your word?" Her tone was laden with skepticism and disdain. "My cultivation method is unique, and I possess a keen sensitivity to the lifeless energy of this place." Lin Fan pressed on, his resolve unwavering. "What I sensed is no mere fabrication. If you do not believe me, you may bind me, and I shall lead the way. If we do not find it, then you may kill me at your leisure." The woman in green fell silent for a moment, a glint of cold light flickering in her eyes. She was indeed eager to depart from this place that unsettled her heart and spirit. While soul-searching could yield information, the risk of performing such an act here was considerable. "Very well," she finally spoke coldly, "I shall trust you this once. Should you utter a single falsehood, I will ensure that you find no solace, neither in life nor death." With a wave of her jade hand, a verdant spiritual cord shot forth, binding Lin Fan securely. The ethereal tether not only confined the corporeal form, but also sealed the true essence, clearly marking it as an extraordinary artifact. "Guide me," she commanded coldly. Lin Fan, feeling a slight sense of stability, realized he had survived, at least for the moment. He concentrated fully on sensing the faint guidance emanating from his dantian, directing him towards a specific location. That way, the woman in the emerald attire let out a cold snort, her sleeves swirling as they enveloped Lin Fan, transforming into a streak of verdant light that surged towards the direction he indicated. Along the way, Lin Fan continuously adjusted their course. The emerald-clad woman moved with remarkable speed, and soon enough, amidst the void ahead, a minuscule ripple in space appeared, so faint it could easily go unnoticed without careful perception. The emanations from that ripple resonated subtly with the charred fragment in Lin Fan's grasp. "It's right there," Lin Fan exclaimed eagerly. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. She had anticipated that this foundational cultivator could actually locate it. Without diminishing her speed, she charged directly towards the spatial ripple. Just as they were about to make contact with the ripple, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ripple abruptly expanded, forming a twisted vortex. A tremendous, chaotic force erupted from within. The woman's expression shifted slightly as she exerted all her might to resist. However, bound by the ethereal tether and unable to employ her true essence, Lin Fan found himself utterly powerless against the force, crying out as he was drawn towards the vortex. Instinctively, the woman reached out but only grasped the green tether. The pull was immense, and should she resist forcefully, she risked triggering a backlash from the realm's laws. In that fleeting moment, a complex glint flashed in her eyes. Let this insignificant creature go forth to scout. Rather than retrieving Lin Fan, she unleashed a gentle force, propelling him and the tether into the distorted spatial vortex. "Should you dare deceive me, you shall plummet eternally into the chaos of the void." Lin Fan felt an overwhelming force strike him, darkness enveloping his vision as he was instantly engulfed by the tumult of the spatial vortex. Just before losing consciousness completely, he seemed to hear the cold, ethereal voice of the emerald-clad woman. "Remember, I am from the Emerald Voyage Immortal Sect, Luo. Should you survive, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future." Chapter 59. The Terrifying Abyss of the Azure Sea. The Calamity of Luo. Chaos. Rending. Spinning. Lin Fan's consciousness fluctuated amidst the violent currents of space, his body subjected to an unrelenting, invisible force that tore at him. The verdant tether binding him tightly as if it sought to strangle him. The Oblivion Sword essence autonomously formed a protective aura, a grayish-black halo flickering amidst the turbulence, struggling to fend off the encroaching chaos. Time lost meaning. It felt like an instant, yet also an eternity. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the icy, briny seawater rushed into his nostrils, jolting Lin Fan awake from his semi-conscious state. He had plummeted from the heights and crashed into an endless, tumultuous expanse of deep blue ocean. The tremendous impact nearly dislocated his internal organs, had it not been for the minor mastery of the Annihilation sword body. This blow would have shattered him to smithereens. Coughing violently, he struggled to surface, greedily inhaling the briny air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found the world cloaked in darkness, with low-hanging storm clouds and howling winds churning towering waves that crashed mercilessly upon him. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, no land was visible. This was the endless sea. Lin Fan's heart sank as he recognized this notoriously perilous region of the cultivation world. Far removed from the continent, it was rife with demonic beasts and unrelenting storms, presenting an extremely hostile environment that even golden core cultivators dared not enter lightly. He attempted to channel his sword essence to ascend, only to discover that the verdant spiritual tether remained firmly ensnared around him, not only suppressing his true essence, but also weighing him down immensely, dragging him deeper into the abyss. To make matters worse, the surge of power within him, boosted by his recent breakthrough and the unexpected fusion with Luo, was now somewhat unstable and difficult to command fully. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Indeed, Luo's artifact was formidable. He struggled with all his might, the Annihilation sword essence relentlessly battering against the spiritual tether. Yet it merely dimmed the tether's glow slightly without freeing him. At that moment, a thunderous splash erupted nearby as a massive dorsal fin, covered in dark green scales, burst through the waves, charging towards him with astonishing speed. Beneath the surface, a colossal shadow, stretching over 10 zhong, became discernible, emanating a fierce, demonic aura comparable to that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, a sea monster, and was drawn to him, lured by the commotion of his fall and the scent of his blood. Lin Fan's expression shifted. He was bound by the spiritual tether, rendering him immobile. And facing such a ferocious beast in the water was exceedingly disadvantageous. He took a deep breath, channeling the Annihilation sword essence into his legs, and with a powerful push, leveraged the force of the waves to narrowly evade the monster's gaping maw. Boom! The giant beast missed, creating a cataclysmic surge of water. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan struggled to activate the sword essence, laboriously hovering a few feet above the surface. Yet his position remained precariously unstable. The sea monster emitted an enraged roar, once more summoning a towering wave towards him. He had to break free from the spiritual tether at once. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he ceased holding back. The Annihilation sword seed in his dantian throbbed violently, unleashing a torrent of gray-black sword essence that relentlessly assaulted the verdant tether. Crack! Crack! The tether emitted anguished groans under the strain, its emerald light flickering rapidly, fissures spreading across its length. Just as the sea monster lunged again, he roared, "Break!" A surge of gray-black radiance enveloped him. Bang! The verdant tether finally shattered completely, dissipating into specks of spiritual light. His true essence surged back into flow, and overwhelming power returned to his limbs. Abominable creature, seeking death. A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he extended his finger like a sword, releasing a brilliantly condensed beam of Annihilation sword light that shot straight into the monster's gaping maw. With a piercing sound, the terrifying Annihilation force contained within the sword beam erupted inside the demonic beast, The monstrous beast emitted a heart-rending wail, its massive form convulsing violently as blood instantaneously stained vast expanses of the sea, soon resulting in lifeless bodies adrift upon the waves, devoid of breath. A single sword strike had been sufficient to claim victory. Lin Fan hovered in midair, panting slightly, as he embraced the resurgence of power coursing through him, his heart finding a measure of calm. He swiftly gathered the beast's inner core and some precious materials, casting his gaze once more towards the boundless ocean. It was imperative to ascertain his bearings quickly in order to locate land or an island for refuge. He attempted to sense the connection with the black demon devouring heaven's sword and the charred remnants, yet discovered the link to be exceedingly faint, offering little guidance. The final activating Luo had undoubtedly cast him far away, just as he was about to choose a direction at random for flight. A curious sensation stirred within him, prompting him to glance down at his palm. To his astonishment, nestled within his hand was a trace of extraordinarily faint yet remarkably pure and frigid emerald green spiritual energy. This energy seemed discordant with the destruction sword's essence within him, yet bore a subtle hint of Ying Luo's aura. Indeed, could it be that this was a remnant from their connection when he severed that spiritual tether? Or perhaps from prior contact? Lin Fan's gaze flickered, and a daring thought suddenly ignited in his mind. Although this strand of spiritual energy was weak, it stemmed from Ying Luo's very being. Perhaps, through the destruction sword's exceptional sensitivity to energy, he could trace its source in reverse. Even if he could not locate Ying Luo directly, he might discover entities of a shared origin, such as the location of the Bayou immortal sect she had mentioned. Surely it was better than aimlessly soaring through the skies. Without hesitation, Lin Fan promptly settled into a meditative posture midair, channeling the destruction sword cannon with all his might, elevating his spiritual awareness to its zenith as he meticulously attuned to the exotic energy within his palm. The intent of the destruction sword continuously analyzed, simulated, and traced this energy. Moments later, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze towards the southeast. There, a faint resonance of distant yet shared origins seemed to beckon him. It was there. He no longer hesitated, transforming into a streak of gray-black light that tore through the raging winds and towering waves, swiftly racing southeastward. After approximately half a day's flight, traversing several storm-laden regions and fending off waves of aerial beasts, the sensation within him began to clarify. At last, as twilight descended, the outline of a hazy archipelago, shrouded in gentle mists, emerged at the horizon. The closer he drew, the more pronounced the resonance of that strand of spiritual energy became. These islands brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing the outside world, with the largest island enveloped in a powerful yet subtle array of light, imparting an air of unfathomable depth. This must be it, the Bayou Immortal Sect's location. A shiver ran through Lin Fan as he slowed his pace, carefully concealing his presence as he approached stealthily. He opted to land on the outskirts of a smaller, desolate island, intending to observe the surroundings first. However, as soon as he touched down on a rocky beach, he had yet to survey the area when a resonant hum filled the air. A faint yet profoundly anguished groan resonated from the depths of a hidden coral grove on the island, accompanied by a familiar yet alien, tumultuous aura of a nascent soul. It was Ying Luo. She was here, and her condition appeared exceedingly dire. Lin Fan's heart tightened. He immediately stifled all his presence and stealthily approached like a specter. Navigating through the dense coral thicket, he encountered a concealed, sea-eroded cave. The entrance was obscured by a rudimentary, illusionary array, yet its flickering brilliance indicated that its maintenance was tenuous at best. Within the cave, the chaotic, tormented essence of a nascent soul became ever more pronounced, oscillating between frigid and searing sensations. Lin Fan cautiously disrupted a corner of the illusion, peering inside. There, deep within the cave, Ying Luo sat cross-legged, but her state was abysmal. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. An emerald aura of spiritual energy surged violently around her, at times resplendent, at others dim, interspersed with wisps of grayish-black annihilation energy and pink yin-yang source power, which clashed violently with her inherent nascent soul's resonance. She was evidently exerting every effort to suppress the backlash, but to little avail. Her delicate form trembled slightly, beads of sweat dotting her smooth forehead, her brow etched with agony and struggle. Lin Fan swiftly comprehended the situation. Yes, the backlash from the chaotic source power of the yin-yang realm, compounded with the brutal fusion of his own annihilation energy, was not easily resolved. She had forcibly continued her journey, and now it seemed her injuries had erupted. Given her current state, she was at her wit's end. If she could not regain control, the risk of her nascent soul shattering and her foundational essence being destroyed loomed perilously close. Lin Fan gazed at the exquisite figure within the cave, writhing in torment. At this moment, she was utterly defenseless, rendered weak to the extreme. Should he seize this opportunity to distance himself from this perilous place? Or Lin Fan fell into a moment of contemplation, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. He quietly stepped into the cave, as if sensing an intruder. Yingluo abruptly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her beautiful gaze erupted with astonishment, fury, humiliation, and a hint of panic. "You, how dare you?" she attempted to scold. Yet her disordered breath rendered her voice frail and powerless, provoking her injuries and causing her to cough up a small mouthful of blood, her condition further deteriorating. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive as he approached her, kneeling down. "Senior, it seems you are in need of assistance," he stated, his voice calm and unwavering. "Get away." Yingluo's eyes brimmed with humiliation and resistance as she tried to gather her magical power, only to incite a further surge of chaotic energy within her, causing her to curl up in agony. Lin Fan ceased his words, extending his finger, the grayish-black essence of annihilation, sword energy, swirling slowly at its tip. "What do you intend to do?" A flicker of fear crossed Yingluo's eyes. She was utterly devoid of the strength to resist. "To assist you in refining them," Lin Fan replied coolly, gently directing his fingertip towards her Dantian sea of energy. "No." Yingluo despairingly shut her eyes. Yet, contrary to her expectations of excruciating pain, a pure and chilling essence of annihilation, sword energy, gradually flowed into her body. This force did not destroy, but rather, with precision, ensnared the rampant shades of dark gray and pink essence, akin to a sovereign's descent, forcibly binding, pulling, and consuming them. Yingluo's delicate form trembled as a suppressed moan escaped her lips, feeling the excruciating alien energy being swiftly refined and pacified by this more domineering sword intent of annihilation. The pain rapidly diminished, and the rampaging energy gradually subsided. She opened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lin Fan, who was wholly focused, meticulously guiding the chaotic meridians with the essence of annihilation. This process demanded immense concentration, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Their breaths intertwined once more. But instead of the previous violent clash, it transformed into a peculiar, gradual harmony and complementarity. Outside the cave, the waves crashed against the shore, while within, the atmosphere was enchanting and subtle. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lin Fan withdrew his fingers, breathing slightly heavier. "I have temporarily suppressed it. However, the root remains, and it requires careful nurturing." Yingluo felt a long-lost sense of stability within her, her expression complex as she regarded Lin Fan, her crimson lips parting as if she wished to speak. Just then, a sudden shift occurred. Both Lin Fan and Yingluo's expressions changed simultaneously. An overwhelming consciousness, imbued with a scrutinizing essence, surged from the direction of the main island, sweeping across this small isle. "It is the Sect's sea patrol," Yingluo whispered, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Should anyone discover her in the company of an unfamiliar man here? Lin Fan reacted swiftly, grasping Yingluo, who had yet to fully recover, as the annihilation sword intent erupted with full force, completely concealing their presence, and they instantly melded into the deepest shadows of the cave, becoming one with the darkness. The consciousness swept through the cave, pausing momentarily in apparent confusion, but ultimately failing to detect any anomaly, gradually receding. In the constricted shadows, their bodies pressed closely together, allowing them to clearly hear each other as heartbeat and breath. Yingluo struggled slightly, yet Lin Fan held her firmly. "Do not move. It has not yet departed." His low voice resonated in her ear. Yingluo's body stiffened, ceasing her movements, yet a blush uncontrollably crept across her cheeks. Feeling the softness and coolness of her form in his arms, Lin Fan's gaze deepened. It seemed that the tribulations of this nascent soul fairy had only just begun. Chapter 60. The initial formation of the Golden Core, Yingluo's promise. In the constricted shadows, time appeared to freeze. Lin Fan pressed against Yingluo's cool, slightly trembling form. The annihilation sword intent drawing their essences to an extreme, resembling two lifeless rocks. The powerful consciousness of the sea patrol ebbed away like a tide, ultimately vanishing from perception. The immediate danger was averted. Yet, a more perilous situation loomed, the awkward and ambiguous posture between them, coupled with an indescribable tension. Yingluo was the first to regain her composure. Forcefully breaking free from Lin Fan's grasp, staggering 2 steps back to create distance. A frostiness enveloped her stunning visage, her gaze icy, tinged with remnants of confusion and indignation, but primarily fueled by an overwhelming wrath and murderous intent. "You, how dare you?" Her voice was lowered to an almost chilling whisper, slicing through the air like an icy blade through marrow. "If you dare to utter a single word about what transpired earlier, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, ensuring you cannot attain rebirth for all eternity." Lin Fan slowly straightened his posture, his countenance betraying little fear, instead marked by a tranquil scrutiny. He sensed that although the energy within Yingluo was temporarily subdued, turbulent undercurrents still surged beneath the surface. The roots of the Yin-Yang source force and the deadly stillness had not been eradicated, merely forcefully suppressed. Her frailty was not a mere facade. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I am not one to speak indiscreetly," Lin Fan replied calmly. "In the heat of the moment, I acted out of necessity, and I humbly request your forgiveness for any offense I may have caused. As for the hidden dangers within you," he paused, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Yingluo, "it is likely that a single effort will not suffice to resolve them. Should you attempt to suppress it forcibly, the next outbreak may endanger your foundational essence." Yingluo's pupils constricted slightly. She was acutely aware of the situation. The peculiar Yin-Yang source force, when intertwined with the deathly sword energy, was akin to a festering affliction, exceedingly difficult to eradicate, continually corroding her very essence. Had it not been for Lin Fan's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, this realization only deepened her humiliation. Her very existence was, for a time, held in the hands of this insignificant foundation establishment cultivator. "My affairs are of no concern to you," she retorted coldly, striving to maintain her last vestiges of authority. "You are to leave this place at once and never set foot in the waters of the Biao Xianzone again. Otherwise, leave?" Lin Fan interrupted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Do you truly believe I can depart so easily? You sense the presence of the sea patrol as consciousness. If I were to reveal myself now and be discovered by your sect, how could I possibly explain my presence? Would I claim that I was here tending to the wounds of the esteemed Yingluo of the Biao Xianzone? You?" Yingluo's breath hitched, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Yet she found herself at a loss. Lin Fan's words struck at her vulnerable point. If word got out that she had been with a stranger, and under such circumstances, her reputation and the honor of her sect would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, in her current weakened state, she was utterly incapable of silently resolving Lin Fan's presence. The two found themselves locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere within the cave oppressively suffocating. After a long pause, Yingluo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her surging blood and killing intent, and coldly inquired, "What do you propose then?" Lin Fan surveyed the cave before responding thoughtfully, "Esteemed senior, you require time to heal and to fully eliminate the threat within you. I too seek a secure place to consolidate my cultivation. This location, while seemingly perilous, is actually a haven concealed in plain sight. Let us, for the time being, take refuge here, undisturbed by one another. Once your injuries stabilize and I have made progress in my cultivation, we may seek an opportunity to part ways. What say you?" He presented what appeared to be a mutually beneficial proposal, yet in reality, it entwined his fate with that of the Yuaning fairy, granting him precious time to breathe and develop. Yingluo's expression shifted, clearly reluctant, but weighing the pros and cons, this was indeed the most pragmatic yet regrettable choice available. The risk of eliminating Lin Fan outright was too great, and deep within her heart, she harbored an unacknowledged reliance on the deathly sword essence to resolve her predicament. "Oof." She ultimately scoffed, a sound that served as her tacit consent. She approached a corner of the cave, gestured to set up several barriers of isolation, and then sat cross-legged, fully immersed in her cultivation, no longer casting a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also exhaled a sigh of relief, moving to another corner of the cave to establish a simple barrier before sitting down in a similar manner. He first meticulously examined his own condition. The two unintentional exchanges with Ying Luo, particularly the second occasion where he actively guided the power of the Sword of Oblivion to heal himself, though perilous, yielded immense benefits. The exceptionally pure, nascent soul energy and some primordial spiritual essence from Ying Luo had significantly replenished him during their energy exchange, ensuring that his recently attained late-stage foundation establishment cultivation was not only thoroughly stabilized, but had also reached its pinnacle, merely a step away from the golden core path. Moreover, he sensed that the Sword of Oblivion, having undergone this refining process and the collision with nascent soul-level energy, had become even more refined and translucent, deepening his comprehension of the path of oblivion. The prospect of the golden core shimmered brightly in Lin Fan's eyes. This represented a monumental leap in realms. Once achieved, his strength would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The Sword of Oblivion would truly begin to reveal its formidable power. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the spiritual stones and elixirs acquired from the Black Demon Cave, as well as from Emo Lao and Zhaochun. Instantly, the cave was suffused with a dense aura of spiritual energy, radiating brilliance. He first consumed the Jade Lotus Seed obtained from the corrupted heart poison Lich King, imbued with overwhelming vitality and poisonous essence. As the seed dissolved, the pure energy surged through his limbs, fortifying his foundation. Subsequently, he grasped a high-grade spiritual stone in each hand, and the Sword of Oblivion Classic operated fervently, voraciously absorbing vast quantities of spiritual energy like a great whale drinking from the sea. The gray-black Sword of Oblivion energy surged within him, roaring and compressing relentlessly. Within his dantian, the phantom of the Sword of Oblivion emitted a joyful hum, the dark golden runes on its blade becoming increasingly distinct. Time swiftly slipped away in his cultivation. Days passed, and Lin Fan's aura had reached the zenith of foundation establishment. The sword energy in his dantian thickening to a liquid state, forming a slowly rotating gray-black vortex. At the vortex's center, an intense darkness was gestating. The embryonic form of the golden core was beginning to manifest. Yet at that moment, the bottleneck arrived as anticipated. The energy required to condense the golden core far exceeded his expectations, and the spiritual stones in his hands were rapidly depleting, nearing exhaustion. With a firm resolve, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the oblivion poison pill obtained from the Black Demon Master, as well as the pure, nascent soul energy that Ying Luo had returned to him. Break, he mentally roared, guiding that strand of nascent soul energy and the residual power of the oblivion poison pill to collide fiercely against the bottleneck of the golden core. Boom! It was as if the heavens were being torn asunder. His dantian trembled violently. The gray-black liquid sword energy vortex collapsed inward frantically, and that point of profound darkness suddenly ignited, transforming into a golden core the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round, glimmering with a chaotic gray-black luster. Its surface adorned with countless intricate and mysterious sword patterns. The golden core was formed. In an instant, the momentum surrounding Lin Fan erupted explosively, surging higher and higher. An overwhelming force, far surpassing that of the foundation establishment stage, emanating the intent to obliterate all things and enveloping the heavens in a terrifying pressure, spread forth. His body underwent yet another transformation, his marrow refined, bones gleaming, meridians expanded, and spirit refined. His connection with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth enhanced by more than tenfold. The Sword of Annihilation has officially transcended to the pinnacle of minor success, achieving the initial stage of the golden core. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a chaos of creation surging within them. The ephemeral vision of extinguished stars flickering before ultimately transforming into an unfathomable abyss. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous force of the annihilation sword chi within him, a terrifying power that ignited an overwhelming ambition in his heart. Now, confronted with the peak of old MOS might, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail. The commotion did not go unnoticed by Ying Luo, who had been recuperating. Having concluded her own training, she regarded Lin Fan's breakthrough with a complex expression. As she sensed Lin Fan's successful condensation of the golden core, its emanating essence of annihilation causing her heart to flutter, sheer disbelief reappeared on her exquisite face. From foundation establishment to golden core, how brief a time had it been? Moreover, the quality of this golden core was unprecedented. What manner of monster is this youth? Lin Fan reigned in his aura, standing tall and meeting Ying Luo's gaze with calmness. Congratulations, esteemed senior. It appears your injuries are no longer severe. Ying Luo's demeanor returned to its icy composure as she replied coolly, it is merely a forced suppression. Complete eradication will require time. She paused, her eyes narrowing sharply at Lin Fan. Now that you have broken through, when do you intend to depart? Lin Fan smiled faintly. I shall take my leave shortly. However, before I go, I wish to propose a transaction with you. A transaction? Ying Luo raised an eyebrow, her caution evident. The hidden dangers within you stem from the amalgamation of that yin-yang source power and my annihilation sword qi. Common methods are inadequate to resolve this. But my annihilation sword qi may gradually address the issue. Lin Fan spoke steadily. I am willing to periodically channel my sword energy to assist you in completely eliminating the threat. In exchange, he cast his gaze toward the vast, endless sea beyond the cave and the vaguely discernible island of the Bayou Immortal Sect. I require detailed nautical charts of the endless sea and the surrounding waters, as well as some peripheral intelligence regarding the Bayou Immortal Sect that does not involve core secrets. After all, I must find a means to survive in this realm. He was seeking the foundation for his existence, while simultaneously drawing closer to this nascent soul fairy. Ying Luo remained silent for a moment. The temptation to completely eradicate her hidden dangers was immense, and what Lin Fan sought was indeed trivial for her. Very well, she ultimately replied coldly, tossing a jade slip that contained the nautical charts and some basic information. As for the channeling, how shall we maintain contact? Lin Fan accepted the jade slip, conducting a brief inspection that left him satisfied. He produced a black talisman imbued with the essence of annihilation sword qi and handed it to Ying Luo. Should you crush this talisman, I will be able to sense it, but I implore you to uphold our agreement and refrain from placing me in a difficult position. This statement bore an implicit warning. Should she lay a trap, he would not hold back. Ying Luo snorted coldly, receiving the talisman, and cast a deep glance at Lin Fan. Remember your words. Should you dare to reveal even a single word, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I will bear that in mind, Lin Fan replied, cupping his hands in respect. He spoke no further, and with a swift motion, transformed into an almost imperceptible wisp of gray-black sword light, silently escaping the cave and vanishing over the vast ocean. Ying Luo stood alone within the cave, grasping the cool black jade talisman, feeling the strange connection within her that, though suppressed, remained undeniably present. Her gaze was complex and inscrutable. After a long pause, she let out a soft sigh, her voice barely audible. The sword body of annihilation. Lin Fan, we shall meet again. Chapter 61. The turmoil of the market, the first whispers of the celestial transformation. The endless sea, vast and boundless, is eternally characterized by storms and demonic beasts. Lin Fan navigated a streak of gray-black sword light, racing low above the deep blue surface of the ocean. He restrained most of his aura, maintaining only the initial level of the golden core stage. Even so, the latent sense of annihilation emanating from him instinctively compelled the low-tier sea demons he encountered to retreat. In his hand, he held the jade slip bestowed by Ying Luo, delving his consciousness into it. The information contained within the slip was extensive and varied, including detailed maps marking perilous sea areas, beast lairs, scattered islands, and certain secret trade routes, along with a general introduction to the surrounding powers of the endless sea and the coordinates of several sizable maritime markets. Indeed, the Bayou Immortal Sect possessed profound resources. The intricacy of this map exceeded all expectations. Lin Fan silently praised its value, as it saved him countless hours of exploration. Now, having just entered the golden core stage with a preliminary achievement in the sword body of annihilation, he urgently sought to solidify his cultivation and discover opportunities for further breakthroughs. Although the resources acquired from the Black Demon Abyss were abundant, they predominantly leaned towards toxic and deathly attributes, lacking in variety. He required trade to procure some universal resources for refining his soul and even enhancing his physical form. According to the map, the nearest large maritime market to his current location was named Baichuan Market, situated on a massive island known as Gathering Dispersal Island. This island was jointly managed by several mid-sized loose cultivator alliances, a mingling of various factions, yet thrived with active trade and was well informed. I shall venture there, Lin Fan resolved, adjusting his course, accelerating his sword light to break through the waves, racing towards Baichuan Market. Days later, the outline of a vast island emerged on the horizon. Above the island, various lights darted to and fro, with treasure ships and flying vessels docked, creating a scene of lively bustle. Along the island's coast, numerous docks and marketplaces were constructed, and further in the mountains, pavilions and towers could be faintly seen, shrouded in spiritual energy. Gathering Dispersal Island, Baichuan Market. Lin Fan descended into a secluded bay at the island's edge, slightly altering his appearance by donning an inconspicuous blue robe and further cloaking his aura to become more elusive. He then stepped into the market. Within the market, voices clamored, and shops lined both sides of the streets, with vendors continuously calling out. Cultivators of various levels traversed the area, ranging from chi refinement to golden core, and occasionally, one could sense the faint presence of a Yuan Ing aura. The items for sale were diverse, including underwater spiritual ores, materials from demonic beasts, medicinal pills, talismans, and fragments of cultivation techniques. As Lin Fan strolled through the market, his gaze swept over the stalls, primarily focusing on pills that could enhance his golden core stage cultivation, spiritual items for soul refinement, and rare materials needed for physical enhancement. He exchanged several unusable demon beast cores and a remnant of a magical treasure obtained from the Black Demon Abyss for several bottles of golden core elixirs, soul refining liquids, and a small piece of deep-sea sunken silver, resulting in a fruitful harvest. As he was about to depart and explore a larger shop, a commotion ahead caught his attention. In front of a rather grand alchemy pavilion, a crowd had gathered. A young nobleman, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an air of arrogance, was accompanied by several menacing lackeys, surrounding an elderly vendor who had set up a stall. The old man, whose cultivation was merely at the mid-foundation stage, displayed several vibrant herbs and an ancient alchemical furnace on his table. The young nobleman held a striking red herb resembling a phoenix feather, his face alight with greed. "Old man, this crimson phoenix herb has caught my eye. Will you sell it for 10 mid-grade spirit stones?" he declared with a haughty tone. The old man's complexion turned pale as he repeatedly bowed. "Young Master Lu, that is not acceptable. This 500-year-old crimson phoenix herb was procured at the cost of my life from a peerless location. It is worth at least 300 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 stones is simply too ba." Young Master Lu spat on the ground. 300? Offering you 10 is already generous. In this 100 Rivers market, if my Lu family desires something, no one dares to refuse. Be sensible and take the money and leave. Or his sinister lackeys took a step forward, their oppressive aura unmistakably emanating from their mid-foundation stage cultivation. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no one dared to intervene, clearly aware of the Lu family's local influence. Lin Fan had no intention of meddling, but as his gaze fell upon the crimson phoenix herb, a flicker of interest ignited within him. This herb contained pure fire essence and vitality, ideal for neutralizing the deathly energy within the desolate sword essence, aiding in the refinement of his sword body. He stepped forward slowly and stated calmly, "I will offer 350 mid-grade spirit stones for this crimson phoenix herb." His voice was soft yet distinctly heard by all. The scene fell silent instantly, with everyone staring in astonishment at the unfamiliar green-clad cultivator. Young Master Lu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Lin Fan. "Who is this wild cultivator daring to interfere in my affairs? Do you even know who I am?" Lin Fan did not even glance at him, simply producing a storage bag and handing it to the old man. 350 spirit stones, please verify." The old man, both astonished and overjoyed, trembled as he accepted the storage bag. After a brief mental scan, he nodded vigorously. "It's enough. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you." He hurriedly presented the crimson phoenix herb to Lin Fan. "You." Young Master Lu, witnessing this, turned an ashen shade, feeling a profound humiliation wash over him. "Seize him." His two lackeys immediately lunged towards Lin Fan, grinning maliciously, their magical artifacts glowing with spirit light. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. Without even looking, he casually waved his sleeve. An unseen force surged forth, and the two lackeys were sent flying as if struck by a rampaging beast, shrieking in agony as they crashed to the ground. Blood spilling from their mouths, rendered unconscious. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers, all eyes wide in disbelief at Lin Fan. Mid-foundation stage, to dispatch them with such ease. He must be a golden core cultivator. Young Master Lu, now thoroughly frightened, retreated in panic, his face drained of color. You are a golden core cultivator. Please spare my life. I was blind to not recognize your greatness. This herb is yours. Yours. At last, Lin Fan cast a dispassionate glance at him. Leave. Young Master Lu, as if granted a great pardon, fled in a state of panic, dragging along his unconscious servant. The elderly man expressed his profound gratitude, hastily packing up his stall before departing. Lin Fan, having stowed away the crimson herb, was preparing to leave when a portly monk, drawn by the commotion, approached and whispered, "Your skills are remarkable, friend. However, do exercise caution. The Lu family is a local tyrant, with their head being a late-stage golden core cultivator. It is said they have connections with the Qingyun Pavilion, making them quite formidable." Qingyun Pavilion? Lin Fan's heart stirred at the mention. The name seemed to echo from the scattered records he had encountered in the Bee Skin Scroll, and was also briefly referenced in the Jade Slip of Yingluo. It was a mysterious commercial guild, sprawling across various states, renowned for its auctions and information trading. Indeed, the rotund monk, noticing Lin Fan's interest, eagerly divulged. The Tianyin Pavilion is extraordinary. It is said that a nascent soul master oversees their operations, and their business is vast. They not only sell treasures, but also information. As long as one can afford the price, there is scarcely any intelligence they cannot procure. The Lu family has merely ingratiated themselves with the peripheral manager of the Tianyin Pavilion in this locale, which has emboldened their arrogance. Lin Fan's gaze flickered. A grand commercial guild, engaging in information trade. This could serve as an excellent channel for him to comprehend the outside world and gather intelligence regarding the Yunlan Sect and the Black Demon Cave. I appreciate your insights, friend. Lin Fan nodded at the portly monk, tossing him a small pouch of spirit stones. The monk beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Lin Fan stepped away from the crowd, pondered for a moment, and made his way towards the most imposing structure at the center of the market. According to the Jade Slip's records and the information he had just acquired, it was indeed the branch of the Tianyin Pavilion in Baichuan Market. Navigating through several bustling streets, he soon beheld a magnificent 9-story glazed pagoda, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding grandeur. A colossal sign hung from its facade, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, elegantly flowing, Tianyin Pavilion. Cultivators entered and exited the premises, their auras formidable, clearly indicating their wealth and status. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Fan was immediately greeted by a graceful maid, her cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With a composed smile, she welcomed him, esteemed senior. "We are honored by your presence at the Tianyin Pavilion. How may we assist you?" "We offer a plethora of items, including elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and materials." Lin Fan's gaze swept across the myriad of displayed treasures in the hall before he replied coolly, "I have heard that your esteemed pavilion also engages in information trading." The maid's smile remained unchanged indeed. "Please follow me." She led Lin Fan to a tranquil room on the side, presenting him with spirit tea before respectfully asking, "What type of information does esteemed senior require?" "The prices vary according to the level of detail." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan stated, "I seek 2 pieces of information. First, regarding the recent activities of the Yunlan Sect, particularly any news concerning their saintess, Su Qingge. Second, information about the Black Demon Master and any rumors or clues related to his cave, the Black Demon Cave." Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Information about the Yunlan Sect is relatively standard and negotiable. However, regarding the Black Demon Master, he is a formidable nascent soul figure from a millennium ago, and the whereabouts of his cave are elusive. Such information is of a higher tier, mostly based on hearsay, and the price is substantial. Furthermore, our pavilion cannot guarantee absolute accuracy. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Indeed, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. "Please allow me a moment." The maid bowed and withdrew. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, the maid returned, holding 2 jade slips. "Senior, the information you requested has been compiled. The intelligence regarding the Yunlan Sect is priced at 500 mid-grade spirit stones, while the rumors surrounding the Black Abyss Cave are valued at 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Even Lin Fan, whose wealth is considerable, could not help but inwardly gasp. Indeed, the Tianyin Pavilion is quite mercenary. An uncertain rumor demands 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to pay the required amount. At this juncture, Spirit stones held far less significance to him than the intelligence itself. He accepted the jade slips and plunged his consciousness into them. The information on the Yunlan sect was rather detailed, mentioning its recent expansion and increased friction with nearby sections. Concerning Su Qingge, it noted that she had entered closed-door cultivation to break through to the late Golden Core stage, and was hailed as an extraordinary talent not seen in a millennium by the Yunlan sect, enjoying great renown. The intelligence also vaguely mentioned that several years ago she had descended upon Qingyun City to handle mundane affairs, hinting at unresolved entanglements, albeit without elaboration. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. Su Qingge's progress is indeed alarmingly rapid. He must accelerate his own pace. He then shifted his attention to the jade slip containing information about the Black Abyss Cave. It recorded several rumors regarding its location, pointing towards perilous regions deep within the endless sea, though all were lacking in substantiation. One particular rumor caught his attention. It was said that the true entrance to the Black Abyss Cave is not fixed and requires gathering 3 fragments of the ruin's realm key to sense and unlock it. The most recent fluctuation of fragments was rumored to have occurred near the meteorite ruins. Lin Fan noted this name with care. It aligned with the information he had gleaned from the Black Abyss Cave. Just as he was preparing to depart, the maid spoke again. Senior, in 3 days, our pavilion will host a medium-sized auction. There will be many rare items required by Golden Core cultivators, including a significant ancient treasure that is incomplete. Should you be interested, you may participate with this token. She then handed him a bronze medallion. Lin Fan felt a surge of interest and accepted the medallion. Thank you. After leaving the Tianyan pavilion, he sought out in a nearby, set up a barrier, and began to process the information he had obtained. The auction in 3 days might yield unexpected gains. As for the meteorite ruins, it appeared to be the next destination he must pursue. While he was in quiet meditation, a subtle and elusive consciousness, akin to invisible tendrils, quietly swept through his room from outside the window, lingering briefly before retreating silently. In a distant chamber of the Tianyan pavilion, a cultivator, holding a compass and shrouded in shadows, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of interest. The aura of death was palpable yet intertwined with vitality. An intriguing Golden Core cultivator, seemingly entangled with that individual from the Bio-Immortal sect. It seems this auction will not be dull. Chapter 62, The Auction Storm, the contest for the fragmented map. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Tianyan Pavilion branch in the 100 Rivers ruins was particularly bustling today. In the square before the pavilion, various flying artifacts and spirit beast mounts were docked in an orderly fashion as cultivators from across the endless sea streamed in continuously. The lowest among them being at the late Foundation establishment stage, while Golden Core cultivators were ubiquitous, with several possessing obscure and profound auras, evidently concealing the presence of nascent soul experts among them. Lin Fan disguised himself as a middle-aged, loose cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core. His complexion pale and his demeanor calm. Holding a bronze token, he mingled with the crowd and entered the Tianyan pavilion. The auction hall within was already meticulously arranged, brightly lit and heavily warded, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. He chose a discreet corner towards the back of the hall to sit, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts as he awaited the commencement of the auction. Before long, an elderly man in a brocade robe, exuding warmth and charm, ascended to the central platform and announced, "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to this Tianyan auction. I am but a humble host, lacking in wealth. As per tradition, the highest bidder prevails. Should anyone lack sufficient spirit stones, they may offer items for valuation by our appraisers." However, his smile remained, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Do not blame the Tianyan pavilion for lacking compassion towards those who disrupt. A hush fell over the crowd. Now let the auction begin. The first item presented was a vial of 3rd-grade golden elixir, remarkably effective for stabilizing the cultivation of those in the early Golden Core stage, which sparked a bidding war, ultimately selling for 800 spirit stones. Following this, several magical artifacts, spiritual materials, and techniques were auctioned off, igniting a progressively fervent atmosphere. Lin Fan remained with his eyes closed, refraining from participating. While these items were commendable, they held little allure for him. Then came the next item. The auctioneer waved his hand, and a maid brought forth a jade plate, upon which lay a fragmentary, dark-hued ancient beast skin, seemingly scorched by fire. This was a remnant map, believed to be associated with a long-extinct demonic sect known as the Silence Demon Sect and its abandoned medicinal garden. Regrettably, it was significantly damaged, rendering its value uncertain. The starting bid was set at 500 medium-grade spirit stones. A murmur of disappointment rippled through the crowd as many expressed their discontent. A damaged map related to an obscure sect posed too great a risk. Hardly anyone was inclined to bid. However, the moment Lin Fan heard the name Silence Demon Sect, his eyes shot open. A faint yet distinct tremor emanated from the silence, soared within his dantian. He cast a sharp gaze at the fragmentary map, its ancient patterns vaguely outlining mountains and rivers, albeit heavily marred. Yet, the beast's skin exuded an extremely subtle yet pure aura of deathly silence, unmistakably linked to his silent sword. This remnant map was anything but ordinary. The auctioneer, noticing the lack of bids, was about to declare it unsold. 500 spirit stones. Lin Fan spoke calmly. All eyes turned towards him, observing this unfamiliar face of a golden core loose cultivator, most dismissing him as merely another fool hoping for a bargain. The auctioneer smiled slightly. Very well, this esteemed friend bids 500. Are there any further offers? 600 spirit stones. A slightly effeminate voice emerged from a VIP box on the second floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment, glancing towards the box. Someone was actually contending for this shabby item. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and looked up. The curtains of the box swayed, obscuring the figure inside, yet the lingering effeminate aura unsettled him. 700. Lin Fan raised his bid. 800, came the calm voice from within the box. 1,000. 1,002. The price swiftly ascended to 1,500 spirit stones, far exceeding the inherent worth of the fragmentary map itself. Observing from below, the cultivators sensed something amiss. It appeared as though these two individuals were locked in a confrontation. Lin Fan maintained a serene expression, yet inwardly he scoffed. He was certain that the occupants of the private chamber had not discerned the true value of the fragment. Their actions were purely intentional, perhaps aimed at all the auction items, or perhaps specifically directed at him. 2,000 spirit stones, Lin Fan declared, elevating the bid to a considerable height. A hush fell over the crowd. Spending 2,000 spirit stones on a nearly worthless fragment? Had this individual lost his mind? After a brief silence within the private chamber, a sibilant voice emerged once more, laced with a hint of mockery. Ah, my friend, you are indeed quite affluent. In that case, a gentleman does not deprive others of their desires. I concede to you. With an inscrutable expression, Lin Fan paid the spirit stones and took possession of the fragment. The moment it touched his hand, the sense of kinship intensified, and a faint yearning emanated from the annihilation sword. He discreetly stowed the fragment away. The auction proceeded. Subsequently, several commendable body-refining materials and a vial of purple mansion pills, capable of enhancing mid-stage golden core cultivation, were presented. Lin Fan again participated, acquiring them at a reasonable price. Throughout this period, the occupants of the private chamber refrained from bidding against him, as if their earlier confrontation had been merely casual banter. At last, the auction approached its conclusion. Steward Qian, his expression grave, retrieved a heavily sealed jade box. Next, we present the piece de resistance of this auction, the final item. As he opened the jade box, a resplendent cascade of 7-colored radiance illuminated the entire venue. An overwhelming spiritual pressure permeated the air, causing all golden core cultivators to feel a sense of trepidation. Inside the jade box lay a branch approximately 1 foot long, utterly translucent, as if crafted from glass, with a swirling 7-colored halo. Was it a branch? This was a fragment of the 7 treasures' wonderful tree. Steward Qian's voice trembled with excitement, although its spiritual essence had diminished significantly and its powers were nearly extinct. The material itself remained a supreme treasure for crafting wood-attributed magical artifacts. Furthermore, it contained a wisp of innate Emu primordial energy, yielding astonishing effects for cultivating wood-related techniques or nourishing the spirit. The starting bid was set at 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 500. The crowd erupted in fervor. The 7 treasures' wonderful tree. That was the legendary innate spiritual root. Even if it was merely a thoroughly withered branch, its value was immeasurable. 11,000, 13,000, 15,000. The price soared in an instant, with nearly all golden core cultivators turning envious. Even the few concealed nascent soul elders could not restrain themselves from bidding. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed intently on the branch. While this item bore no direct benefit to his cultivation of the annihilation sword body, The presence of that innate primordial energy reminded him of a certain individual. Yuli. She was proficient in toxicology and pharmacology. This item would undoubtedly be a treasure for her. Moreover, it could potentially secure her assistance. 20,000. A voice propelled the price to new heights. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, poised to speak. 30,000. A calm, yet authoritative voice resonated from another private chamber on the second floor, one that had remained silent until now. Instantly, the venue fell into a profound silence. 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This sum represents the entirety of many golden core cultivators' fortunes. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from that voice unmistakably belonged to a nascent soul cultivator. The golden core cultivators who had previously engaged in the bidding immediately fell silent, unwilling to contest further. Lin Fan swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It would be unwise to offend a nascent soul cultivator over something that was not essential to him. Manager Qian's face blossomed with a radiant smile. 30,000 spirit stones. Are there any fellow cultivators willing to place a higher bid? Just as everyone believed the matter was settled, a voice from the adjacent booth chimed in. 31,000. The soft, effeminate voice belonged to the individual who had previously contended with Lin Fan for the fragment of the map, and it carried an air of casual indifference. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How audacious to challenge a nascent soul elder for an item. The booth housing the nascent soul cultivator fell into a brief silence, and a chilling pressure enveloped the space, making it difficult for the golden core cultivators present to breathe. Youngster, do you wish to contest this item with me? The nascent soul cultivator's voice bore a hint of anger. The soft voice responded with a light laugh. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. If you lack the spirit stones, I shall graciously accept. 32,000. Unaware of your own insignificance. 35,000. Came a nascent soul cultivator's cold retort. 40,000. The effeminate voice declared without hesitation. The room fell into an eerie silence. 40,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This was no longer mere bidding. It resembled a battle of wills. The atmosphere within the nascent soul cultivator's booth fluctuated violently, yet he ultimately snorted coldly and ceased to speak. Clearly, 40,000 spirit stones had surpassed his psychological threshold, or he was unwilling to pay such a steep price for a mere fragment. Manager Qian, brimming with excitement, inquired 3 times before finally declaring, "Congratulations to the fellow cultivator in booth A3 for acquiring this treasure for 40,000 spirit stones." A maid delivered the jade box into the booth. As the auction concluded, the crowd buzzed with discussion before gradually dispersing. Many cast curious and wary glances towards booth A3. Lin Fan rose, preparing to depart. "Fellow cultivator, please wait." A steward from Tianyan Pavilion approached briskly, respectfully stating, "The esteemed guest who acquired the fragment of the 7 treasures Miao tree wishes to invite you upstairs for a discussion." Lin Fan paused, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. Was he the owner of that effeminate voice? What did he want? Was it due to the previous bidding? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan nodded, "Lead the way." He was eager to discern the intentions of this individual. Guided by the steward, Lin Fan arrived before the A3 booth on the second floor. The steward opened the door and bowed before retreating. The booth was lavishly decorated, with the aroma of spirit tea wafting through the air. A young man clad in a resplendent purple robe, his features strikingly beautiful to the point of being almost otherworldly, was playfully toying with the jade box containing the fragment of the 7 treasures Miao tree, observing Lin Fan with a bemused expression. Behind him stood 2 inscrutable old men in black robes, their expressions impassive, clearly at the peak of the golden core stage. The purple-robed young man's gaze swept over Lin Fan, a playful smirk curving his lips. "It seemed you were quite intent on that fragment of the map earlier. I too harbor a keen interest in the silent demonic sect. Might you be willing to part with it, or perhaps consider a collaboration?" Chapter 63. The Young Master in Purple Robes and the Secrets of the Demon Sect. Within the private chamber, the fragrant incense wafted gently, and the ethereal aura enveloped the space. Yet an imperceptible, disquieting tension lingered in the air. The young master in purple reclined languidly on a soft couch, his fingertips lightly tapping on a jade box that housed the remnants of a wondrous 7-treasure tree. His strikingly handsome visage bore a hint of playful amusement, yet his gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, scrutinized Lin Fan with keen interest. Behind him, 2 elderly men clad in black stood like statues, their presence exuding an unfathomable depth, locking onto every possible fluctuation of Lin Fan's aura. Lin Fan stood poised at the entrance, his expression tranquil, though within him, the essence of the extinction sword was quietly operating at its zenith, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. The young master in purple emanated an exceedingly peerless aura. His strength was inscrutable, far beyond that of an ordinary golden core, and his demeanor radiated a certain sinister flamboyance. "Friend, please take a seat." The young master in purple chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the seat opposite him. "There is no need for trepidation. I merely wish to engage you in conversation." Following his suggestion, Lin Fan seated himself and regarded the young master with calm composure. "Might I inquire your name? What brings you to seek my company?" "A name?" The young master in purple raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding the question amusing. "You may call me the seventh young master. As for the matter at hand," he continued, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's storage pouch, "you recently acquired that fragmentary map at a considerable expense. I presume you are well acquainted with its origins and value?" A cold smile flickered in Lin Fan's heart. Indeed, he had come for the map. Maintaining an impassive facade, he replied, "It was merely a whim. I found the beast skin's texture intriguing, perhaps possessing some research value. As for the Extinction Demon Sect, I regret to say I am rather uninformed." "Oh, is that so?" The seventh young master elongated his tone, a barely perceptible glint of intrigue shimmering in his eyes. "Yet I sense that your aura bears a certain kinship with that map." Lin Fan's pupils instinctively contracted. This individual possessed an astonishing sensitivity to spiritual energies, able to faintly perceive the connection between the extinction sword and the fragmentary map. He responded nonchalantly, "You jest. The cultivation method I practice is quite ordinary. How could it possibly be related to that ancient demon sect?" The seventh young master chuckled lightly, not pressing the issue further. He then remarked, "There is no need for your vigilance. I am indeed quite intrigued by the Extinction Demon Sect and have been gathering relevant clues for some time. That map you possess might provide me with some critical information. May I inquire if you would consider parting with it? I am willing to offer double the price to repurchase it." Lin Fan paused in silence before shaking his head. "I apologize, but I also hold a keen interest in this item and have no intention of selling it at present." The atmosphere instantly grew a shade colder. A flicker of cold light flashed in the eyes of the two elderly men behind the seventh young master, their oppressive aura momentarily released. However, the seventh young master waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. His smile remained intact, though his gaze deepened slightly. "You're a forthright individual. In that case, I shall not press you unduly. Nevertheless, are you aware of what the Extinction Demon Sect truly represents?" Lin Fan's interest was piqued. "I will be eager to hear more." The seventh young master toyed with the teacup in his hands, gradually elucidating. "The Extinction Demon Sect is an exceedingly mysterious and powerful sect from ancient times, its legacy enigmatic. It venerates the path of annihilation, pursuing the ultimate state of all things returning to the void. The disciples of the sect practiced a formidable and terrifying technique of annihilation, imbued with boundless power yet fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to one's demise. At its zenith, this sect could contend with the foremost leaders of the righteous path." He paused, casting his gaze towards Lin Fan. However, the sect's extreme methods garnered numerous foes, ultimately leading to its destruction in a cataclysmic battle, resulting in the obliteration of its mountain gate and severing of its lineage, vanishing entirely from the annals of history. Most clues regarding its ruins and inheritance have also been lost to time. The fragmentary map you hold, if indeed it is related to the Annihilation sect, possesses a value far exceeding mere thousands of spirit stones. Lin Fan felt a stir within, yet his demeanor remained composed. "I see. I appreciate your enlightening words." The seventh young master observed Lin Fan's response, noticing his inscrutable demeanor, and his interest deepened. "It seems you are not taken aback, my friend." Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "Ancient secrets are often difficult to discern. I merely listen." "Haha, intriguing." The seventh young master chuckled lightly, abruptly shifting his tone. "Since you are unwilling to part with the fragmentary map, what if we explore an alternative means of collaboration?" "Collaboration?" "Precisely." The seventh young master leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "Over the years, I have gathered more than just a single clue regarding the Annihilation sect. To my knowledge, aside from Medicinal Garden, there lies an even more significant site, the Annihilation Cave, reputed to be the heart of its core inheritance. The key to unlocking this cave seems to be connected to several similar fragmentary maps. He fixed his gaze intently into Lin Fan's eyes. I possess another lead on a fragmentary map. If you are willing, we could share information and jointly seek out the Annihilation Cave. The treasures of inheritance shall be distributed according to contribution. What say you? The Annihilation Cave? A tumult of thoughts surged within Lin Fan. The name bore a striking resemblance to the Black Cave. Could it be that the Black Demon was associated with the Annihilation Sect? Or perhaps the Black Cave itself was a remnant of the Annihilation Sect? Countless ideas flickered through Lin Fan's mind. Yet he presented just the right amount of hesitation and caution. What you speak of is truly astonishing. Setting aside the veracity of the information, even if it were true, my humble cultivation is inadequate to dare explore such perilous grounds alongside you. The seventh young master laughed heartily. Why must you belittle yourself? To possess the strength to effortlessly repel a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with an early golden core cultivation. Your prowess is hardly insignificant. Moreover, he regarded Lin Fan with a knowing glance. Your ability to resonate with that fragmentary map might suggest a connection to the annihilation technique. Would you willingly let such an opportunity slip by? Lin Fan remained silent, seemingly weighing his options. The seventh young master did not rush him, leisurely savoring his tea. After a moment, Lin Fan slowly spoke. This matter bears great significance. I require time to contemplate. The seventh young master appeared to have anticipated this, producing a purple gold token and offering it to Lin Fan. No worries. You may hold this token, and in any city where the Heavenly Yin Pavilion is located. You can reach out to me. Once you have come to a decision, feel free to seek me out. He paused, adding, however, let me remind you, those interested in the Annihilation Sect are not limited to myself. Once the news spreads, it won't be long before others come seeking you. Take care, my friend. His words carried a hint of subtle threat and warning. Lin Fan took the token, feeling its icy chill in his hand, intricately engraved with a complex 7-character inscription. He rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the information, esteemed sir. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please do. The seventh young master replied with a subtle smile. As Lin Fan turned to exit the private room, the invisible sensation of being locked onto gradually dissipated only after he stepped out of the Tianyin Pavilion. He glanced back at the towering structure, his gaze profound. This seventh young master, shrouded in mystery and possessing unfathomable strength and connections, seemed to possess extensive knowledge of the Annihilation Demon Sect and had evidently sensed some of Lin Fan's peculiarities. Collaborating with him would be tantamount to courting danger. Yet, the information he provided regarding the Annihilation Demon Abyss was impossible for Lin Fan to disregard. It could potentially pertain to the complete inheritance of the Annihilation Sword Classic. Would more individuals come seeking him? Lin Fan murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seemed imperative to enhance his strength without delay. He no longer lingered, swiftly departing from Baichuan ruins, soaring towards a remote, desolate island marked on the map bestowed by Yingluo. He required a place of absolute tranquility to assimilate what he had acquired and to attempt deciphering the fragmented map. Shortly after Lin Fan's departure, in a luxurious chamber on the top floor of Tianyin Pavilion, overlooking the bustling market, the seventh young master stood by the window, watching the direction Lin Fan had taken while toying with a fragment of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. A silent figure in black appeared behind him, whispering, "Young master." This individual exudes an unusual aura. Though his cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core, he radiates an extreme sense of danger. If that fragment of the map is in his possession, it could lead to unforeseen complications. He made a gesture across his throat. The seventh young master chuckled lightly. Not turning around. What is the haste? A delightful toy must be savored slowly. His fingertip glided over the fragment of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree, sensing the faint essence of wood within. Moreover, have you not noticed? The deathly silence surrounding him shares the same origin as that fragment, yet is more refined and domineering. It is as if he is not merely a bearer of the legacy, but the very source itself. A flicker of intense excitement and greed sparkled in his eyes. The true inheritance of the Annihilation Demon Sect may prove to be far more intriguing than we had anticipated. Keep a watchful eye on him, but do not interfere. I wish to see how far he can go. Understood. The figure in black bowed and retreated. The seventh young master gazed out at the vast sea, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Lin Fan, is it? Do not keep me waiting too long. At this moment, Lin Fan was hundreds of miles away, unaware that he had caught the attention of a perilous individual. and that the seventh young master's words regarding the annihilation demon abyss had planted a seed of curiosity in Lin Fan's mind, one that yearned for validation. The black demon abyss, the annihilation demon sect, Ingluo, the seventh young master. The path ahead appeared increasingly intricate and fraught with danger. Chapter 64. The Danxia Ruins. Xianxia's first encounter. After departing from Baichuan ruins, Lin Fan did not immediately head towards the deserted island provided by Ingluo. Instead, he followed the intelligence from Tianyin Pavilion and his own instincts, making his way towards the general direction of the meteorite ruins. He needed to first ascertain the precise location of the abyss of black magic. However, after several days of flight, he traversed a region fraught with erratic spiritual energy, perpetually shrouded in a toxic miasma of myriad colors, the edge of the poisonous sea. According to the nautical charts, this area was riddled with peril, and even golden core cultivators dared not venture too deeply. Just as he prepared to detour, a peculiar tremor emanated from the sword seed within his dantian. Not a warning of danger, but rather a yearning for a unique blend of pure vitality and exotic toxicity. Intrigued, Lin Fan cautiously followed the sensation, edging into the miasma's periphery. Deep within a ravaged rocky gorge, he discovered an extraordinarily unique spirit plant, a small tree, entirely black, with leaves shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, crowned with a fruit the size of an infant's fist, half black and half white. The aura emanating from the fruit was the very source of the sword seed's response. The surrounding miasma was so dense that it had solidified, lethal to any ordinary golden core who dared to touch it. Was this the Yunlan puppet tree, and it bore fruit? Lin Fan recognized this entity as a rare tree that thrived at the intersection of extreme toxicity and vitality. Its fruit, the Yunlan puppet fruit, contained the dual energies of life and death, a precious ingredient for crafting external avatars or neutralizing certain peculiar toxins. Also beneficial for refining the flesh and balancing yin and yang. This find would greatly enhance the refinement of his sword body. Just as he was about to approach and harvest the fruit, a sudden disturbance erupted. From the opposite side of the gorge, a flickering green light stumbled into view. Its glow dim and clearly at its last throes. As the light faded, it revealed a girl clad in a simple dress adorned with alchemical patterns. Her features delicate and gentle, yet her complexion pale, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She clutched a medicine basket tightly, her eyes filled with urgency and determination. She had evidently also spotted the Yunlan puppet tree, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. But upon noticing the tree's toxic concentration and Lin Fan's presence, her expression shifted to one of vigilance and tension. This fellow Taoist. Her voice was melodious, yet tinged with weakness. This item is of utmost importance to me. May I ask if you could? Before she could finish, several piercing sounds and fierce shouts erupted from behind her. Xianxia, where do you think you're going? Hand over the fragments of the medicine god cauldron and the herbal compendium, and we shall spare your life. 3 cultivators clad in matching crimson robes, all at the initial stage of the golden core realm, pursued her with fierce expressions. The embroidered pattern of the celestial cloud cauldron on their robes revealed their identity as disciples of the Danxia sect. The girl named Xianxia paled and gritted her teeth, proclaiming, "Brother Zhao, those fragments are a family heirloom of the Mu clan, not a property of the sect. The herbal compendium is also my personal acquisition. By what right do you demand them?" Junior Sister Mu, you have concealed the relics of the medicine god sect, committing a grave taboo. Surrender them willingly and return with us to face the consequences. The leading cultivator named Zhao sneered, his gaze sweeping over the Yunlan puppet tree before shifting to Lin Fan, a glint of greed and malice flashing in his eyes. "And this curious tree, today seems to be my fortunate day. Depart at once, you meddlesome outsider." The final command was directed at Lin Fan, whose expression turned icy in an instant. He was already intent on claiming the tree. And now, these individuals not only interrupted, but also spoke with insolence. Xianxia anxiously glanced at Lin Fan, seemingly urging him to flee quickly and avoid being implicated. Yet, Lin Fan stepped forward, positioning himself between Xianxia and the 3 adversaries, stating calmly, "I have taken a liking to this place. You may leave." His voice was serene, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. The Zhao surname cultivator was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in anger. A mere early-stage golden core, loose cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly. Seeking death, he waved his hand, summoning a crimson medicinal cauldron. from which a furious flame erupted, transforming into a fiery serpent that lunged at Lin Fan. Simultaneously, the other two attackers launched their assaults, sending forth flying swords and toxic sand. Mu Qianxue gasped, "Be careful. That is the burning sky purple fire of the Danxia sect." However, Lin Fan remained motionless, and only as the attacks approached did he extend his fingers like a sword and casually sweep them aside. A faint gray-black sword thread materialized out of thin air, silently slicing through the fiery serpent, the flying swords, and the toxic sand. There was no cataclysmic explosion, the violent medicinal flames, the sharp flying swords, and the insidious toxic sand vanished in an instant upon contact with the sword thread, as if they had never existed at all. What? The three Zhao surname cultivators' pupils constricted in horror at this bizarre display of power. Before they could react, Lin Fan pointed his sword again. Puff, puff, puff. Three gray-black sword beams surged forth, instantly piercing through the three cultivators' dantians. Struck as if by a heavy blow, they could not even emit a cry. Their spiritual energy dissipated in an instant, their gazes dimming as they slumped like lifeless husks. The golden core shattered with a single stroke. The will of obliteration extinguished their spiritual nodes, so utterly overwhelming. Mu Qianxue covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The three early-stage golden core cultivators had been rendered powerless so effortlessly. Who on earth is this person? Lin Fan did not spare a glance at the three incapacitated foes. Instead, he turned to approach the enigmatic Yin-Yang demon tree. As the surrounding will of obliteration flowed around him, the dense, multicolored toxic miasma dissipated like melting snow upon his approach. He carefully plucked the half-black, half-white fruit and placed it into a jade box. After a moment's contemplation, he collected the tree along with a substantial clod of earth, storing it within his spatial ring. Having completed these tasks, he finally regarded the still-shocked Mu Qianxue. "Are you Mu Qianxue, the disciple of the Danxia sect?" Lin Fan inquired. Mu Qianxue snapped back to reality, quickly bowing in gratitude, her voice laced with appreciation and a hint of reverence. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. I am indeed a disciple of the Danxia sect." She continued, her expression dimming, "But I fear I am now a traitor to the sect." She briefly explained the circumstances. It turned out that her ancestors had once been outer disciples of the Medicine God sect, preserving a fragment of the Medicine God cauldron and half of the 100 Herbs Compendium. Somehow, the Danxia sect had learned of this and sought to forcibly claim it. Unwilling to relinquish her family's heirloom, she discovered that the sect's higher-ups seemed to harbor sinister intentions regarding the search for the Medicine God sect's relics, prompting her to flee. She had been pursued relentlessly to this point. The relics of the Medicine God sect? Lin Fan's heart stirred. This seemed to align with the direction of his next objective. The meteorite ruins. Yes, indeed. Mu Qianxue nodded, hesitating for a moment before retrieving from her bosom an ancient, chipped bronze fragment and a jade slip. These were the fragment and the Baichao manual. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. Should you require anything." Lin Fan glanced at the fragment, which bore intricate patterns of an alchemical furnace, subtly emanating an aura of antiquity. The jade slip was even more vibrant with spiritual energy. However, he shook his head. "This is a treasured heirloom of your family. Keep it safe." He paused, then inquired, "Do you know the precise location of the Medicine God sect's ruins?" Seeing that Lin Fan refused her offering, Mu Qianxue felt an even deeper sense of gratitude and quickly replied, "According to the fragment and the scattered records in the Baichao manual, the entrance to the ruins may lie within the Danxiao illusion near the meteorite wasteland. Yet, I'm unaware of the exact location or the method to unlock it." Lin Fan pondered for a moment. This young woman was well-versed in alchemy and possessed clues regarding the Medicine God sect. She might prove useful. "I am on my way to the meteorite wasteland," Lin Fan stated casually. "You may accompany me for now. As for your troubles," he cast a glance at the three incapacitated individuals on the ground. "Should any from the Danxia sect come again, simply eliminate them." His tone was calm, yet it resonated with formidable confidence and decisive intent. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue's eyes sparkled with delight. This elder's strength was unfathomable. If she could gain his protection. She quickly bowed deeply. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I wish to follow you. I have some knowledge of alchemy and may be of service to you." Lin Fan nodded. "I am Lin Fan. Let us proceed." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a strand of annihilation sword essence, turning the three incapacitated foes into ashes. then swiftly enveloped Mu Qingyun, transforming into a beam of sword light that surged out of the miasma sea, continuing its flight towards the meteorite wasteland. Within the sword light, Mu Qingyun discreetly observed Lin Fan's stern profile, feeling the unique, both unsettling and reassuring aura of death emanating from him, filling her with curiosity and gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Fan contemplated deeply the Xianxia Sect, the ruins of the medicine god Sect, and this unexpectedly appearing Mu Qingyun might provide him with unforeseen assistance in his forthcoming journey. Chapter 65. The heart of alchemy emerges, the meteorite in sight. The sword light sliced through the sky as Lin Fan sped towards the meteorite wasteland with Mu Qingyun. Initially, she felt somewhat reserved and anxious, cautiously standing behind Lin Fan, sensing the solid yet chillingly lifeless gray-black sword light beneath her feet. Filled with reverence and curiosity towards this enigmatic elder. After flying for about half a day, Lin Fan suddenly furrowed his brow, slightly decelerating. He sensed a subtle stagnation within the operation of his annihilation sword essence, likely due to his previous forced breakthrough to the golden core and successive battles, which had caused his foundation to waver. Furthermore, the consuming aura of annihilation, though immensely powerful, inevitably left behind inconspicuous hidden injuries and impurities within his body. He chose to remain silent and continued flying. However, Mu Qingyun seemed to sense something amiss. As a natural sacred body of medicine, she possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the flow of energy and the balance of forces within living beings. She quietly observed Lin Fan for a moment, hesitating before speaking softly. Senior Lin, have you recently experienced a rapid breakthrough in your cultivation, enduring arduous battles? Your internal spiritual energy is indeed immense. Yet there seems to be an underlying turbulence, as if there are hidden injuries accumulating. And perhaps you have also been afflicted by some insidious poison that is difficult to resolve? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes flickered with surprise as he turned to glance at her. How remarkably perceptive this woman is. He nodded slightly. There are minor issues, but they are of no consequence. However, Mu Qingyun replied earnestly, Senior must not be negligent. The path of cultivation places great emphasis on a solid foundation. While these hidden injuries may not manifest in daily life, they could become a grave concern when faced with formidable foes or during pivotal breakthroughs. I may not possess great talent, but I can concoct a clear void resolving pill for you. This pill excels at calming the spiritual turbulence during the initial stages of forming a golden core, alleviating hidden injuries and purifying true essence. As she spoke, she retrieved several vibrant herbs from her storage bag, which she had casually gathered at the edge of the Wandu poisonous marsh, among them the prized Yusue mushroom, a principal ingredient for this elixir. Lin Fan's gaze shifted slightly. He indeed required such a pill to solidify his realm. However, given the unique nature of his Jaime sword body, ordinary pills would be of little effect or even detrimental. Are you confident? My cultivation method is somewhat peculiar, with an extraordinarily high tolerance for pills, and it leans towards an essence of deathly stillness. Mu Qingyun smiled sweetly, exuding confidence as she reassured, Rest assured, Senior. While I may not boast a prowess in other areas, I possess some understanding of alchemy. The clear void resolving pill has several variations. I can adjust the formula according to your spiritual energy characteristics, incorporating auxiliary herbs such as condensing grass and corpse flower to neutralize the properties, making it more amenable for your absorption. If you permit, I can conduct a preliminary examination to refine the potion's formulation. Her smile was gentle and pure, radiating a confidence in her expertise that naturally inspired trust. Lin Fan pondered briefly before extending his left hand. Very well. Mu Qingyun delicately placed her slender fingers on Lin Fan's wrist. Her fingertips were cool and delicate, as a gentle, pure wood-type spiritual energy penetrated Lin Fan's body. In the next moment, her expression changed drastically, as if she had received an electric shock, retracting her fingers in disbelief. What she sensed was not ordinary spiritual energy or injuries, but rather a vast, cold, deathly stillness, akin to a gray-black ocean capable of engulfing all vitality. The level of that power and its bizarre nature surpassed her wildest imagination. The moment her probing energy entered, it was instantly obliterated, as if a droplet of water had fallen into molten lava. Senior, your voice trembled slightly. This is utterly beyond the power expected from the initial stage of the Golden Core. It is even more terrifying and uncanny than any Golden Core elder I have encountered. Lin Fan withdrew his hand and remarked coolly, "Now, do you still feel confident?" Mu Qingyun took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult within her heart. Her gaze gradually transforming into one of determination and even excitement. As a fervent devotee of alchemy, encountering such a unique and powerful energy constitution presented both a challenge and an opportunity. Yes, she nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with focused intensity. Senior's constitution is extraordinary, unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Precisely for this reason, it requires careful adjustment. The ordinary clear void resolving pill would indeed be ineffective, but we can modify it to create the 9 nether returning jade pill. This elixir formula is an ancient marvel documented in a compendium of herbs, possessing an extremely cold medicinal property, specifically designed to treat various forms of alien energy backlash and foundational dark injuries. It even has the capacity to absorb the malevolent dead energy as auxiliary medicine, perfectly aligning with the needs of our esteemed predecessor. However, the primary herb, the 9 nether moonlight, is exceedingly rare. Lin Fan's heart stirred. With a flick of his hand, he produced a jade box, opening it to reveal the half-black, half-white Yunlan puppet fruit he had just acquired. Could this item be of use? Upon seeing the Yunlan puppet fruit, Mu Qingyun's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. The Yunlan puppet fruit. How splendid. This item harbors the ultimate dual energies of life and death, serving as an exceptional medicinal sovereign to balance the domineering properties of the 9 nether returning jade pill. It can significantly enhance the success rate and potency of the elixir. She paused, realizing her slip of tongue, and hastily fell silent. Lin Fan casually closed the jade box. If that is the case, I shall leave the matter of the elixir in your capable hands. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Elated, Mu Qingyun promptly listed the names of several rare auxiliary herbs. Lin Fan examined his collection and found that he possessed over half of the required items, missing only 3 relatively obscure inattribute spiritual herbs. The missing herbs, moon-eating grass, soul moss, and cold marrow branch, could potentially be found in extremely in locations or near ancient battlefield remnants, as recorded in the compendium of herbs. The meteorite ruins, with its unique environment, might indeed yield them, Mu Qingyun suggested. Lin Fan nodded. Upon reaching the meteorite ruins, we shall remain vigilant in our search. This incident drew the two closer. Mu Qingyun noticed that although Lin Fan exuded a frigid aura, he was not unreasonable. Gradually, she relaxed, occasionally seeking his guidance on cultivation matters. When Lin Fan was in a good mood, he would offer insights in return. In kind, she shared detailed accounts of the properties of spiritual herbs and her understanding of alchemy from the compendium, which greatly benefited Lin Fan. Days later, the scenery of the sea ahead began to transform. The sky grew increasingly dim, shrouded as if by a thin veil of gray. Strange dust, faintly glowing with ethereal light, began to float in the sea. A subtle scent reminiscent of burnt metal wafted through the air, accompanied by a disquieting wave of chaotic energy. In the distance, a colossal, distorted shadow loomed on the horizon. Not an island, but an expansive, boundless void, seemingly torn apart by immense force, riddled with spatial rifts and floating debris. Countless fragments of meteors, varying in size, hung silently within, some shimmering with peculiar light, while others remained dull and lifeless. Deeper within, the space twisted, light refracted, rendering the true nature indistinct. Yet an overwhelming, chaotic energy permeated the atmosphere, inducing a sense of trepidation. The meteorite ruins. We have finally arrived. Lin Fan halted the sword light. Hovering at the periphery of the meteorite ruins, his expression grave as he gazed upon this fabled perilous domain. Even at a distance, he could sense the terrifying dangers harbored within. Spatial rifts, void storms, unknown ferocious beasts, and the ever-present chaotic star malice that could erode one's very soul. Mu Qingyun also held her breath, her delicate features reflecting shock and tension. This is the meteorite ruins, such a daunting place. Yet the energy here is remarkably unique. As a saint body of medicinal spirits, she could perceive that despite the peril, this location also nurtured countless extraordinary spiritual plants and minerals that were hard to find elsewhere. Lin Fan's consciousness cautiously extended outward, carefully sensing the environment ahead. Simultaneously, he was attuned to the reactions of the black demon devouring Heaven's sword and the charred fragment within his dantian. Indeed, as he approached the meteorite ruins, the sword emitted a faint hum, and the core, formed from the essence of the Annihilation Sword seed, began to warm slightly, indicating a specific direction towards the ruins. The charred fragment resonated in response. The entrance to the black demon abyss was indeed here. Lin Fan felt a sense of certainty within. However, he refrained from recklessly advancing. The meteorite ruins were vast and fraught with peril. Meticulous preparation was essential. We should first seek a safe place on the periphery, Lin Fan suggested to Mu Qingyun. I need to concoct some elixirs, and I must also consolidate my cultivation. Mu Qingyun nodded eagerly. You speak wisely, senior. According to the records in the herbal compendium, there are some relatively stable meteorite mountains on the outskirts of the meteorite ruins, where special spiritual plants may grow. We should search for one. The two circled the outer edges of the meteorite ruins, carefully avoiding the obvious spatial rifts and chaotic energy currents. After an hour, they discovered a relatively intact, dark-colored meteorite mountain spanning several miles. This mountain floated at the edge of the void, its surface uneven, yet it was enveloped by a stable magnetic field that shielded it from much of the chaotic energy. They could even see sparse patches of moss and shrubs glowing with hues of deep blue or dark purple. This is excellent, Mu Qingyun exclaimed with delight. Protected by the star magnetism, it is relatively safe, and there are starshine moss and shadowgrass here, which are precisely the auxiliary herbs needed for refining the 9 nether-returning jade pill. Lin Fan scanned the area with his consciousness, confirming the absence of powerful beings, and then descended with Mu Qingyun. Just as they prepared to establish a temporary abode, Lin Fan suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing towards a distorted expanse of void in the distance. Almost simultaneously, Mu Qingyun sensed something amiss, her expression shifting. Someone is coming. Such speed. Before them, a crimson streak of light tore through the starry chaos at an astonishing pace, hurtling towards their meteorite mountain. Within that streak resided an unabashedly domineering and fiery pressure of the nascent soul stage. Is it the pursuit from the Xianxia Sect? So fast. Mu Xianxia gasped, her face paling instantly. Lin Fan's expression hardened as he shielded Mu Qingyun behind him, the Annihilation Sword Yuan slowly circulating. The crimson streak of light reached them in the blink of an eye, hovering above the meteorite mountain. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a middle-aged cultivator clad in the crimson robes of a Xianxia sect elder, his countenance grim and eyes sharp as an eagle. His cultivation level was unmistakably at the early stage of nascent soul. His cold gaze swept over Lin Fan and Mu Qingyun, eventually locking onto Mu Qingyun. His voice dripping with iciness. Mu Qingyun, so it is you, the traitor. Surrender at once and return with me to face judgment. His gaze shifted to Lin Fan, laced with disdain and murderous intent. And you, how dare you shelter a traitor of my Xianxia sect? You shall be taken down as well. The pressure of a nascent soul descended upon them like a mountain, overwhelming and palpable. Chapter 66. The might of the nascent soul, flames of Dan fire burning the stars. The pressure of the nascent soul bore down upon them like a tangible mountain, crashing down with ferocity. Mu Qingyun let out a muffled groan, her complexion instantly turning as pale as paper, her delicate body trembling violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. The chasm between the Foundation establishment and the nascent soul was akin to an insurmountable divide. Even the mere pressure of its aura was unbearable for her. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, placing himself firmly between Mu Qingyun and the looming threat. The gray-black energy of the Desolation Sword erupted with a thunderous force, forming a resilient barrier to withstand the terrifying pressure. A low rumble echoed as the invisible force field clashed, causing the meteorite ground beneath Lin Fan's feet to crack like a spiderweb. He swayed slightly but quickly regained his balance, his spine erect like an unyielding sword. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the nascent soul elder from the Xianxia sect. He had not anticipated that a mere junior in the early stages of the Golden Core could withstand his aura without a scratch. Moreover, the gray-black spiritual power exuded an eerie, deathly stillness that even unsettled him. Interesting. The nascent soul elder sneered, withdrawing some of his disdain, yet his killing intent intensified. It appeared you were the one aiding this traitor's escape. State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals. Lin Fan's gaze remained calm, his voice icy. Lin Fan. I have protected her. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Concise and direct, his words radiated a commanding presence. Behind Lin Fan, Mu Qingyun felt the sturdy yet not overly broad figure shielding her, as well as the unyielding spirit that faced the nascent soul without fear. An indescribable shock and a peculiar flutter surged within her heart. She had never imagined someone would confront the wrath of a nascent soul for her, a traitor, arrogant. The nascent soul elder laughed in fury, mocking the mere golden core for daring to stand in his way. I shall show you the might of a nascent soul. He ceased his words, flicking his fingers. A spark of crimson fire erupted from his fingertip, initially no larger than a bean, yet it expanded with the wind, swiftly transforming into a vast sea of scarlet flames. This fire was no ordinary flame. It contained the essence of his nascent soul, Dao, the Qixia Dan fire. With an exceedingly high temperature, capable of melting gold and scorching bones, obliterating souls with terrifying power, the sea of flames roiled, morphing into a colossal fiery hand that blotted out the sun as it descended upon Lin Fan and Mu Qingyun. Wherever it passed, the space warped. An ethereal blue moss and shadow grass on the meteorite mountain instantly withered into ashes. The strike of the nascent soul was truly fearsome. Mu Qingyu's face turned ashen as she exclaimed, "Senior, be careful. This is the Danxia Sect's Qixia burning heaven technique." Lin Fan's expression grew solemn, yet he felt no fear. The desolation sword operated with fervor, and the phantom of the black demon devouring heaven sword within his dantian quivered slightly, conveying an exhilarating desire for battle. "Desolation, slash!" he shouted, extending his fingers like a sword, slicing through the air. A gray-black sword aura, honed to perfection, surged upward as if it could devour all light, precisely targeting the center of that fiery, giant hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing, cringe-worthy sound akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, signifying a violent erosion. Where the gray-black sword aura collided with the crimson fire palm, the very fabric of space seemed to collapse into a black hole. The furious red Xiadan fire was devoured and obliterated at a visible speed by the sword aura, dissolving into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the formidable flame giant palm was cleaved in twain by the seemingly delicate gray-black sword aura, utterly vanquished. The remnants of the flames scattered and fell, scorching the meteorite ground into deep craters, yet they could no longer pose a threat to Lin Fan and his companion. What? The Yuan elder's pupils constricted abruptly, his face betraying an unprecedented disbelief. His Yuan Dan fire had been so effortlessly extinguished by a mere golden core cultivator. What on earth was that gray-black sword energy that could obliterate his Dao fire? After severing the fire palm with a single stroke, Lin Fan's figure wavered slightly, his complexion somewhat pale. The power of a Yuan cultivator far surpassed that of a golden core, and even though the desolation sword intent restrained myriad laws, the sheer force of the impact took a significant toll on him. Good, good, good. Rather than showing anger, the Yuan elder laughed, his gaze turning icy and serious. Realizing the peculiar nature of his opponent, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But if you think such means are sufficient to contend with a Yuan, you are gravely mistaken. He formed seals with his hands, and a brilliant red light surged around him, a grand and ancient phantom of a three-legged, two-eared red Dan furnace materialized behind him. Within the furnace, fierce Dan fire blazed, emanating a heat wave and pressure far more terrifying than before. This was his life source Yuan treasure, the Qixia Lian Tian furnace. Mu Qingyun gasped in shock, her eyes filled with despair. The elder was truly serious. To force me to employ the Lian Tian furnace, you have earned the right to be proud. The Yuan elder bellowed, slapping the furnace's body with a roar. The furnace lid opened, and a flame dragon, entirely composed of pure Qixia Dan fire, with distinctly defined scales and a lifelike appearance, erupted from the furnace with a deafening roar. This fire dragon's might far surpassed that of the previous fire palm. At its core, a brilliant Yuan source fire blazed. Wherever it passed, the space itself twisted and deformed, crackling with explosive sounds. The fire dragon opened its massive mouth, exuding a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all, and lunged towards Lin Fan with the intent to devour him. This strike contained the essence of a Yuan cultivator's power, its might increased by several folds. Lin Fan's expression turned grave, sensing the imminent peril. He took a deep breath. Within his dantian, the desolation sword's seed trembled violently, the black demonic sword's phantom buzzing. as all the desolation sword essence surged forth without reserve. He clasped his hands in an ethereal grip, and a solid gray-black ancient sword phantom coalesced in his grasp. The sword's body was interlaced with dark gold and chaotic patterns, radiating a terrifying sharpness capable of annihilating all. Desolation 7 Absolute Sword, Break Law. He wielded the sword with both hands, thrusting it towards the fire dragon. There were no extravagant visual effects, only an ultimate gray-black sword rainbow, seemingly capable of dragging the world into eternal oblivion, tearing through the heavens, and colliding fiercely with the fire dragon. Boom! This time, an earth-shattering roar finally erupted. The terrifying energy storm erupted instantaneously as the dusky sword intent intertwined frantically with the crimson fire, annihilating and exploding. The entire meteorite mountain trembled violently, its surface stripped away in layers. Countless fragments were swept into the tempest, instantly reduced to dust. Xianxia was thrown back by the shockwave, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. As the brilliance faded, Lin Fan remained steadfast in his position. Yet his complexion was as pale as parchment, his sword-bearing hand trembling slightly, with cracks in his palm seeping drops of blood. The dusky sword shadow had already dissipated, and the fiery dragon was completely obliterated by that strike. However, the elder of the nascent soul merely swayed slightly, his expression darkening, clearly unaffected to a significant degree. The disparity was evident. I shall see how many blows you can withstand. The murderous intent in the elder's eyes flared as he once again activated the red mist refining heaven furnace, the flames surging more vigorously, evidently preparing to unleash a more formidable assault. Lin Fan's heart sank to the depths of despair. That strike was the most powerful attack he could currently muster. Yet it still failed to inflict true harm upon his opponent. The depth of a nascent soul cultivator's magical power was far too profound. He must devise a way to break the deadlock. His gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding environment, ultimately locking onto the exceedingly unstable spatial rifts and the chaotic star energy emanating from deep within the meteorite mountain. An audacious plan took shape in his mind in an instant. He abruptly turned to Su Qingge and transmitted quickly, "Wait for my signal. Then run with all your might towards the largest spatial rift in the southeast. Do not look back." Su Qingge was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded decisively. Just then, the elder of the nascent soul had completed his second wave of attack. From the refining heaven furnace, countless chains of crimson flames erupted, ensnaring Lin Fan like an intricate web. These chains not only held greater power, but also possessed sealing and binding effects. "Now is the moment," Lin Fan shouted fiercely, not retreating, but rather charging directly towards the fiery chains. Simultaneously, he secretly urged the charred fragment obtained from the thousand-legged corrupted centipede within his dantian. The fragment warmed slightly, resonating faintly with a certain chaotic principle of the surrounding meteorite ruins. Just as the fiery chains were about to reach him, Lin Fan forcefully infused the fragment with the sword intent, slicing towards a particularly unstable region of spatial folds behind him. With a loud rip, that area of space twisted violently, as if ignited by an explosive, collapsing. A massive, pitch-black spatial rift suddenly tore open, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull. In that instant, Lin Fan utilized the recoil from his sword swing to retreat like a specter. The multitude of fiery chains, unable to halt their momentum, collided violently with the newly formed spatial rift, instantly shredded and devoured by the chaotic forces of space. Moreover, a portion was pulled askew by the sudden gravitational force of the collapsing space, hurtling directly towards the elder of the nascent soul himself. What? Spatial chaos. The elder's expression changed dramatically, clearly unprepared for Lin Fan's ability to manipulate the spatial rift. He hastily manipulated the celestial refining furnace to reclaim the chains. Bracing himself against the oncoming attack, his form momentarily disordered. Although the assault could not harm him fundamentally, it was enough to leave him flustered for an instant. At that electrifying moment, Lin Fan had already seized Su Qingge's hand, accelerating to his utmost, transforming into a streak of dark gray light, careening towards the vast spatial rift in the southeast, resembling a colossal black eye, without a backward glance. "Youngster, do not flee," roared the Yuanying elder, having dispelled the chaos, his fury causing him to leap into action, controlling the pill furnace to pursue furiously. Yet, Lin Fan had grasped the timing with precision, his initial movement slightly ahead. And without hesitation, he burned the essence of his golden core, fleeing desperately, instantly widening the distance by several hundred zhang. As he approached the radiation range of the immense spatial rift, the Yuanying elder halted abruptly, his face turning ashen as he gazed at the massive rift, exuding a sense of annihilation, filled with trepidation. With his cultivation at the Yuanying stage, he did not dare to recklessly enter such a perilous spatial tear. Once caught within, life and death would be uncertain. Damn it, he bellowed, watching helplessly as Lin Fan and Mu Qianxue plunged into the distorted edge of the rift, disappearing from sight. Entering the void of death, they are undoubtedly doomed. It saves me the trouble of intervening. He gritted his teeth, yet dared not pursue further. After lingering for a moment, confirming there was no more commotion, he turned away in exasperation. At the edge of the spatial rift, light and shadow twisted and chaotic currents raged. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, enveloped in the essence of the annihilation sword, gripping Mu Qianxue tightly, struggling to navigate through the violent spatial fragments and the tearing forces. His body bore numerous gashes, blood streaming profusely. Mu Qianxue kept her eyes tightly shut, clutching Lin Fan's arm with all her might, her face pale, yet she stifled any sound of distress. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if it were merely a fleeting moment, yet also an eternity. Suddenly, the tumult ahead opened up, and the chaotic energy abruptly diminished. The two of them were expelled like cannonballs from a warped light screen, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Lin Fan coughed up blood, his breath weak, his injuries severe. Mu Qianxue stumbled, dazed, but fortunately, protected by Lin Fan, her wounds were not grave. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet, supporting Lin Fan. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Fan waved his hand, struggling to sit up, swallowing several healing pills, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. This place seemed to be an enormous, desolate, silent, and shattered interior of a palace. The dome of the palace had partially collapsed, revealing the twisted, grayish sky outside. Towering broken stone pillars stood around them, with decayed artifacts and skeletal remains scattered across the ground. The air was thick with an intense, pure, yet eerily silent spiritual energy, mingled with a more ancient, overwhelming residual pressure. In the distance, deep within the palace, a fragmented altar in the shape of a pill furnace could be faintly discerned, still emanating a subtle glow. Mu Qianxue also took note of their surroundings, sensing the peculiar spiritual energy in the air. Her body trembled as she retrieved a shard of the apothecary's cauldron from her storage bag. At this moment, the fragment radiated an unprecedented searing heat, its ancient patterns illuminating and humming, directing attention towards the altar of the pill furnace deep within the palace. Here, Mu Qianxue's voice trembled with excitement, revealing that the spiritual energy here was of the same origin as the fragment. "Senior, we may have inadvertently stumbled into a fragment space of the medicine god Sect's relics." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes ignited with a sharp brilliance. Chapter 67. The Medicine God's Relic, the initial trial of the pill heart. Silence enveloped the desolate surroundings, yet a formidable aura pervaded the atmosphere. Lin Fan and Mu Qianxue found themselves amidst the ruins of a shattered palace, their gaze sweeping over crumbling walls and colossal stone pillars, the ground thickly coated with dust. Scattered amongst the debris were peculiar, dimmed metallic shards and decayed wooden implements, occasionally revealing fully petrified bones, frozen in poses of struggle, silently narrating the calamities of the past. The air was saturated with an incredibly dense spiritual energy, even surpassing that of the so-called blessed lands of the outside world. Yet, within this richness lay a suffocating sense of stillness and decay, as if the remnants of a supreme vitality had been forcibly extinguished, leaving behind mere embers. Deeper within, a more ancient and majestic resonance lay dormant, akin to a slumbering behemoth, breathing slowly and invoking awe. "This place is terrifying, yet somehow sacred." Mu Qianxue's voice quivered as she clutched the scorching fragment of the medicine god Ding, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and exhilaration. The fragment's reaction was so intense. This was undoubtedly an important relic of the medicine god Sect, and it was relatively well preserved. Lin Fan harnessed the power of the silent sword essence to suppress his injuries, his spiritual awareness meticulously scanning the surroundings. The spatial integrity here appeared relatively stable, seemingly encapsulated by a massive spatial rift. forming an isolated fragment world cut off from the outside. Apart from the entrance through which they had intruded, no other exits were immediately visible, nor were there any apparent dangers. His gaze shifted towards the only broken altar in the depths of the palace, which emitted a faint halo of light. The altar, shaped like a pill furnace, was constructed from material that was neither metal nor jade, its surface etched with countless intricate designs of pill furnaces, flames, and various exotic flora. Though severely damaged, one could still sense an elusive trace of the Tao rhythm, as if it held the potential to refine the very essence of the heavens and earth. Let's examine that, Lin Fan said solemnly, leading the way towards the altar, with Xianxia hastily following suit. As they drew nearer to the altar, the mingling sense of medicinal aroma and deathly stillness grew increasingly potent. The ground surrounding the altar was littered with shattered jade vials, remnants of the pill furnace, and even some medicinal dregs that had long lost their spiritual essence, now transformed into stubborn stones. Just as the two were about to ascend the steps of the altar, a hum reverberated. In the center of the altar, the concave area shaped like a pill furnace suddenly ignited with a soft yet resilient white halo. Within this halo, a vague silhouette formed from pure energy began to coalesce. The figure resembled an elderly man clad in an ancient pill robe, his long hair cascading down, his features obscured and his gaze hollow, yet emanating an unassailable authority that demanded reverence. In his hand, he appeared to cradle a diminutive, ethereal image of an alchemical furnace, akin to the altar's origin. Guardian of the elixir soul? Xianxia exclaimed, instinctively positioning herself in front of Lin Fan. Be cautious, senior. This is a protective formation commonly employed by ancient sects, formed through the fusion of residual souls or spiritual entities with array powers. It will assault any creatures that approach the core area without permission. As her words hung in the air, the hollow gaze of the elder's phantom fixated upon the two, and the image of the alchemical furnace tilted slightly. With a hissing sound, dozens of exquisitely refined white flame needles launched toward them like a tempest. These flame needles were no ordinary fire. They harbored a terrifying will to purify all and incinerate heresies, wielding power that undoubtedly reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Xianxia's complexion paled as she prepared to grit her teeth and cast a defensive spell. Yet, Lin Fan stepped forward, shielding her once more. His fingers, poised like a sword, channeled the essence of obliteration, but rather than directly confronting the flame needles, he traced a harmonious arc in the air. With a resonating hum, a gray-black sword barrier materialized in an instant, swirling with an aura of deathly stillness, resembling a miniature black hole vortex. The purifying flame needles struck the barrier, vanishing as if a cow had plunged into the sea, swiftly eroded, assimilated, and obliterated by the deathly energy, causing not a ripple. Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. Senior, your power seems to counteract this purifying elixir fire. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The essence of obliteration extinguished all methods, and this force, inclined towards order and purification, was indeed its nemesis. The elixir's soul guardian, sensing its futile assault, wavered, and the image of the furnace in its grasp ignited anew, evidently preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. Senior, try this. Xianxia suddenly offered a fragment of the apothecary god cauldron to Lin Fan. Use your power to activate it. It may gain the guardian's recognition. Lin Fan accepted the fragment, its surface radiating intense heat. Without hesitation, he infused it with a trace of the essence of obliteration. In an explosive burst, the fragment emanated a brilliant bronze luminescence, the intricate patterns of the alchemical furnace appearing to come alive, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The elixir's soul guardian, poised to strike, abruptly halted, its hollow gaze fixating on the fragment in Lin Fan's hand. The intense aura surrounding it swiftly subsided, replaced by a sense of reverence and awe. It gradually retracted the image of the furnace, slightly bowed to Lin Fan, and then its figure grew faint, ultimately merging back into the altar, disappearing from sight. The protective radiance surrounding them also dissipated. We succeeded, Xianxia exclaimed joyfully. This fragment is indeed the token of the apothecary sect. Lin Fan returned the fragment to her, his gaze falling upon the altar's center. With the guardian's disappearance, a recessed cavity emerged, seemingly concealing something within. The two ascended the altar to peer into the pit. At the bottom lay a thick layer of crystalline white ashes, exuding an extraordinary herbal fragrance. Upon the ashes lay a perfectly rounded, dark golden elixir the size of a dragon's eye, alongside a palm-sized black token made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. The elixir, lacking any luster and devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, resembled an ordinary metallic sphere. However, its ability to withstand the ravages of time without decay bespoke of its extraordinary nature. The black token bore an ancient inscription of the character for medicine, while its reverse side displayed a depiction of 9 surrounding alchemical furnaces, emanating faint spatial ripples. Mu Qingyun cautiously probed the elixir with her spiritual sense, her brows furrowing slightly. The elixir's spirit had entirely dissipated, its medicinal power completely sealed and restrained, rendering its grade and purpose indiscernible. Yet, the patterns upon it were strikingly ancient and profound. She then picked up the token, scrutinizing it closely, and suddenly became exhilarated. Could this be the legacy token of the apothecary sect? Possessing this token might grant access to the deeper realms of their inheritance. Lin Fan grasped the dark golden elixir, feeling its weight and chill. He attempted to penetrate it with his annihilation sword essence, but found himself thwarted by an exceedingly resilient barrier of alchemical laws, preventing any intrusion whatsoever. What a remarkable elixir! A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Fan's eyes. The annihilation sword essence, which devoured all, could not fathom the secrets within this elixir. It was certainly no ordinary creation. At that moment, the shard of the apothecary cauldron in Mu Qingyue's hand began to emit warmth again, directing their attention towards a particular wall of the palace. Following this sensation, they discovered the wall was inscribed with an intricate array of ancient characters and symbols, seemingly a stele of alchemical inheritance. Most of the inscriptions were faded, yet some remained decipherable. Mu Qingyue, as if uncovering a treasure, immediately immersed herself in the text, fervently interpreting, reversing life and death, transforming yin and yang. The annihilation rebirth elixir. Heaven above. Could this be one of the legendary supreme formulas of the apothecary sect? It is said that this elixir can reverse life and death, nurturing a glimmer of life amidst annihilation, proving effective against the 5 declines of celestial beings, and even countering the path of annihilation itself. Her excitement grew with every word, yet soon turned to disappointment. Alas, so much is missing. The primary ingredients, the timing, the elixir condensation techniques are nearly all destroyed. Upon hearing the mention of the annihilation rebirth elixir and its potential to counter the path of annihilation, Lin Fan felt a stirring in his heart. This elixir seemed to possess some enigmatic connection to his annihilation sword body. He gazed at the dark golden elixir in his hand, a thought emerging. Could this elixir be the annihilation rebirth elixir? But with its complete lack of spirit, how could it be consumed? What effects might it yield? All remained uncertain. Senior, Mu Qingyue suddenly turned to him, her gaze fervent, her tone laced with excitement and a plea. This place is rich with medicinal energy. Though tinged with deathly stillness, it is the perfect location for refining the 9 nether returning jade elixir. Moreover, the techniques recorded in these inscriptions have greatly inspired me. Please allow me to set up a cauldron and refine elixirs here. I have a premonition that the success rate will be exceedingly high, and the quality of the elixirs might surpass imagination. Lin Fan regarded her thoughtfully. How long will you need? Do we have sufficient materials? The primary auxiliary herbs have been gathered, with only 3 remaining. As Mu Qingyue was about to finish her words, her gaze was suddenly captivated by an inconspicuous engraving in the corner of the stele. It depicted a peculiar little grass, entirely pitch black, yet adorned with star-like speckles. Could it be the star, soul dark herb? This herb was indeed one of the missing 3 auxiliary medicines. According to the illustration and description, it appeared to thrive within the ruins. She immediately began to search her surroundings meticulously, and sure enough, behind the altar, in a fissure, she discovered several gently swaying black grasses, identical to the stele's description. Splendid. Mu Qingyue was overjoyed. Senior, please protect me. In no more than a day, I shall refine the elixir. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyue commenced her actions, carefully harvesting the star soul dark herb. She then found a relatively even corner, took out her delicate yet exquisite personal alchemical furnace, and retrieved various prepped spiritual materials. Her expression intensely focused as she began her preparations. Lin Fan sat cross-legged nearby, cultivating to heal his injuries while simultaneously safeguarding her. His gaze swept across the desolate ruins, and his thoughts churned within. The medicine god sect, the annihilation rebirth elixir. Everything seemed intricately linked to the annihilation sword classic he had been cultivating. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a preordained fate? Several hours later, Mu Qianxue completed her preparations, her demeanor solemn. With her fingertips forming intricate seals, her personal furnace levitated, igniting beneath it a pure alchemical fire. She began to add the spiritual materials in accordance with a modified formula for the 9 nether rejuvenation pill. Soon, the furnace was suffused with a fragrant medicinal vapor, mingling with the unique, deathly aura of the surroundings, and began to emanate throughout the area. Lin Fan could sense that the surrounding stillness, under the influence of Mu Qianxue's alchemical techniques, was slowly converging towards the furnace, being skillfully refined into the medicine. Her talent in alchemy was indeed astonishing. The process of refining pills was exceedingly intricate, with stringent demands on timing and temperature. Mu Qianxue was utterly absorbed, beads of fine sweat appearing on her forehead, her complexion slightly pale, clearly taxed by the immense consumption of her soul energy. Lin Fan observed quietly, refraining from interruption. As the medicinal concoction neared completion, they arrived at the pivotal step of pill formation. Mu Qianxue bit her fingertip, forcing out a drop of her vital blood to merge into the furnace. Her hands moved with increasing speed, incantations whispered fervently, radiating a peculiar resonance that harmonized with the ruins. "Congeal," she exclaimed, and the furnace trembled violently, its lid bursting open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 pill capsules, each the size of dragon's eyes, perfectly round and exhibiting a profound deep blue hue, were ensnared with faint gray-black deathly patterns. Shooting forth from the furnace as if imbued with sentience, the fragrance instantly enveloping the entire ruins. The pill city, the 9 nether rejuvenation pill. Moreover, it was of the highest quality, a 9-patterned spiritual elixir. However, at the very moment the elixir was completed, an unforeseen anomaly arose. The silent altar of the furnace erupted in a brilliant white light once more. This time, the white light was not an attack, but rather intertwined above the 9 pills, transforming into an enigmatic rune, which suddenly imprinted itself into one of the pills. The pill struck by the runes trembled slightly, its surface's ethereal blue luster swiftly receding, transforming into a hue strikingly akin to the dark golden pill in Lin Fan's hand, yet exuding an aura even more profound and inscrutable. A pill, a blessing of the alchemical path, acknowledged by the ruins. Mu Qianxue was left speechless, followed by an overwhelming joy. The phenomenon she witnessed was said to occur only when one concocts an exquisite pill recognized by the ancient sanctum of alchemy. She carefully gathered the 9 pills and placed the unique one into a jade vial, presenting it to Lin Fan with excitement, exclaiming, "Senior, I have fulfilled my promise. Moreover, one of them is a mutated 9 nether returning jade pill. This pill, imbued with the power of the ruins, likely exceeds expectations in efficacy and will surely resolve the accumulated internal injuries you bear." Lin Fan accepted the jade vial, feeling the immense and peculiar medicinal power contained within the mutated pill, and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." He directly consumed a standard 9 nether returning jade pill. As the pill melted upon entry, a wave of icy yet rich medicinal force surged through his limbs and bones, swiftly dissolving the accumulated internal injuries along its path. The restless sword of annihilation became remarkably docile and serene, even bringing a refreshing comfort to his very soul. The effects were extraordinary. Lin Fan promptly shut his eyes, channeling his energy to fully refine the medicinal power. Observing this, Mu Qianxue also consumed a pill to recover her energy, a contented smile gracing her face as she quietly stood by. A day later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. His internal injuries had vanished. His foundation at the initial stage of the Golden Core was thoroughly solidified, and he even sensed a subtle enhancement. The sword of annihilation had become even more refined and pure. "How do you feel?" Mu Qianxue inquired with anticipation. "Excellent," Lin Fan replied, rarely showing a hint of approval. "Your alchemical skills are indeed remarkable." Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart swelling with joy. Lin Fan rose, his gaze once again fixed upon the dark golden mysterious pill and the black token. Now that his injuries were healed, It was time to explore a method of departure from this place and uncover the true purpose of these two items. The legacy of the Medicine God sect seemed to be just beginning to reveal its secrets. Chapter 68. The Pill Furnace Trial, the Inquiry of the Medicine God. With his injuries fully healed and his cultivation solidified, Lin Fan's gaze returned to the dark golden mysterious pill and the black token on the altar. He picked up the dark golden pill, still cool and heavy in his hand, yet the sword of annihilation was unable to penetrate it even slightly, suggesting that a special method was required to activate it. Su Qingge leaned in to observe as well, her brows slightly furrowing. The inscriptions are incomplete and do not record the method of consumption for this pill. However, since it is stored here alongside the sword of annihilation pill, it must possess significant importance. Perhaps a special alchemical fire, medicinal catalyst, or specific timing is needed to unlock its seal. Her gaze shifted to the black token. This legacy token may hold the key. Lin Fan grasped the token, probing its interior with his consciousness. The internal structure was exceedingly intricate, as if it contained a miniature world, with countless delicate runes swirling, and at its center, an indistinct imprint resembling a pill furnace. He attempted to infuse the sword of annihilation into the token. Buzz! The token quivered violently, causing the character for medicine on its surface to glow intensely, while the image of 9 alchemical furnaces on its reverse seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. A gentle yet irresistible white light emanated from the token, enveloping Lin Fan. Senior! Su Qingge exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan felt a fleeting blur before him, and the surrounding scenery instantaneously transformed. He found himself no longer within the shattered palace, but instead standing in an ethereal expanse of pure white. At the center of this space hovered an enormous, ancient, and magnificent bronze alchemical furnace, adorned with 3 legs and 2 ears. Surrounding the furnace were 9 flames of varying colors, continuously shifting in form, exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, yet simultaneously brimming with boundless vitality. Is this the inheritance space within the token? Lin Fan pondered, his heart racing as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, the colossal image of the alchemical furnace emitted a profound resonating hum, and a voice, ancient and serene, yet imbued with supreme authority, echoed throughout the space. To the one who comes after, your ability to wield the token and arrive here signifies your affinity with my path. However, the path of the apothecary is not solely about seizing the creations of heaven and earth. It also requires a heart that seeks to benefit the world and a will to manifest the essence of all things. To attain the inheritance, you must answer 3 inquiries and elucidate your alchemical intentions. The first inquiry: what is the essence of an elixir? As the voice subsided, the white light before Lin Fan coalesced into an ancient script that floated in the air. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He was not a practitioner of alchemy and had not delved deeply into its study. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he pondered briefly before responding from the depths of his heart. An elixir is the confluence of the essence of heaven and earth, the manifestation of laws. It is medicine, capable of healing the wounds of mortals and enhancing their cultivation. It is poison, able to slay silently and obliterate the foundation of existence. It is the path, allowing one to glimpse the ultimate truths of the universe and seek longevity. The essence of an elixir is determined solely by the heart of the alchemist and the intent of the practitioner. His response, while not the conventional answer of alchemy, leaned more toward the pragmatic and stark nature of the Sword of Oblivion, yet it resonated with the domineering principle that all things could be utilized for his purpose. The space fell silent for a moment before the ancient voice resumed. Devoid of joy or sorrow, the second inquiry: if one elixir could save countless lives but required the sacrifice of a beloved soul, would you refine it? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he replied, I would not refine it. A beloved one is singular, while the multitude of lives is infinite. If today I could sacrifice a beloved to save the many, then tomorrow could I sacrifice the many to save the world? This is not the way of alchemy, but the path of darkness. If one truly wishes to save the multitude, they must seek another method, rather than commit such an act of moral treachery that undermines the foundations of virtue. My path seeks personal transcendence, to strengthen oneself to protect those dear to me, not to sacrifice those dear to me for the sake of the indifferent. The ancient voice fell silent once more. The third inquiry: Is it possible, at the pinnacle of alchemy, to reverse life and death, disrupt the cycle of reincarnation, and alter fate? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly ignited with a piercing brilliance. He recalled his own sword of oblivion, born from death. He thought of the rebirth elixir. Why could it not be done? His voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, imbued with a determination to sever all obstacles. If fate cannot be altered, then why do we practice our craft? If reincarnation cannot be disrupted, what is the quest for longevity? If life and death cannot be reversed, how can alchemy claim dominion over the creations of heaven and earth? At the pinnacle of alchemy, one must refine the heavens, refine the earth, refine all beings, forging a glimmer of hope, crafting a destiny where my fate is governed by me, not by the heavens. As these words were spoken, the entire white expanse trembled violently. The colossal phantom of the alchemical furnace erupted with resplendent brilliance. Surrounding it, 9 flames danced frantically. The ancient voice, having lingered in silence for an interminable duration, finally resonated slowly, imbued with an ineffable complexity. Virtue, though lacking benevolence, possesses dominance. Though not aimed at saving the world, it seeks transcendence. The heart of the alchemist is discernible. I bestow upon you the elixir of spirit refinement. Wield it wisely. As the voice faded, a glimmer of golden light shot forth from the massive furnace's phantom, instantly embedding itself within Lin Fan's brow. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Lin Fan's consciousness. It was an exceedingly arcane technique, specifically designed for refining spiritual power, purifying medicinal essence, and enhancing divine perception. Not a method of alchemy, yet immensely beneficial for mastering one's own strength, alleviating poisons, and ultimately engaging with higher-tier elixirs. This was precisely what Lin Fan required to solidify his golden core and purify the essence of the Sword of Oblivion. Simultaneously, he sensed a deepening connection between the inheritance token in his hand and himself, as if a certain privilege had been unlocked. As the white light receded, Lin Fan's consciousness returned to his physical form, discovering himself still standing before the altar, as if only a fleeting moment had passed. "Senior, are you all right?" Mu Qianxue inquired with concern. Lin Fan shook his head, feeling the newly acquired elixir of spirit refinement in his mind, a wave of joy swelling within him. This technique held immense value for him. He extended the token to Mu Qianxue. "Try it." Mu Qianxue accepted the token, infusing it with her spiritual power. "Moments latte." She shook her head in disappointment. "It doesn't work. The token shows no response. It seems the inheritance requires a recognized master. Or perhaps it does not resonate with my path." Although somewhat disheartened, she quickly found solace in the fact that her senior had been acknowledged, which was indeed a positive outcome. Lin Fan stowed the token away, his gaze once again fixating on the dark golden elixir. Having received part of the inheritance, his perception of the elixir seemed to sharpen. A thought struck him, and he activated the elixir of spirit refinement, drawing forth a faint, balanced force of spiritual refinement, gradually enveloping the dark golden elixir. This time, the sturdy barrier surrounding the elixir quivered slightly, no longer wholly rejecting him, although he still could not penetrate it. Lin Fan sensed a subtle resonance emanating from the depths of his dantian, connected to the essence of the Sword of Oblivion. This elixir was indeed related to oblivion. Lin Fan's gaze intensified. He cautiously attempted to merge a sliver of the purest essence of the Sword of Oblivion with the refining power of the elixir of spirit refinement, delicately infusing it into the elixir. Sizzle. The surface of the elixir shimmered with a dark golden glow, as though a slumbering behemoth had cracked open a sliver of its eyelid. An indescribable aura, capable of stabilizing life and death, and reversing the yin and yang, flashed momentarily. Though he still could not refine or absorb it, Lin Fan felt a tenuous connection established with this elixir. It appeared that to transform this elixir would not be an overnight endeavor, requiring long-term nurturing with the essence of oblivion and the refining technique, awaiting the opportune moment. Lin Fan understood this in his heart and carefully secured the elixir. At this moment, Mu Qianxue had meticulously transcribed the valuable inscriptions within the ruins and collected several unique seeds of spiritual herbs imbued with the essence of deathly silence. "Senior, how shall we depart from this place?" she inquired. Although the ambience of this ruin was splendid, it was not a suitable locale for prolonged sojourn. Lin Fan, holding the heirloom token, immersed his consciousness into it. After unlocking a portion of its powers, he found his control over the token significantly enhanced. He could vaguely sense that the token seemed capable of guiding their exit and even manipulating certain restrictions within the ruins. He attempted to infuse the token with spiritual energy, activating its spatial powers. Buzz. The token illuminated once more, this time directing its glow towards an intact wall deep within the palace. Upon the wall, runes began to shimmer, gradually revealing a rotating and stable portal of light. Beyond the portal was no longer a chaotic maelstrom of space, but rather a relatively safe passage glimmering with faint light. "Let's go," Lin Fan declared resolutely, leading Mu Qianxue through the portal. After a brief sensation of dizziness, they found themselves hovering above an unfamiliar expanse of ocean. Turning back, they saw only a distorted void and a raging spatial storm. There was no sign of the entrance to the ruins. It appeared that the portal was one way, and the ruins had once again concealed themselves. Muxiang's side. Lin Fan sensed the surroundings and, based on the nautical chart, deduced that they were now on the outer perimeter of the meteorite ruins, relatively safe. "Where shall we head next?" Mu Qianxue inquired, looking towards Lin Fan. His gaze drifted deep into the meteorite ruins, where the resonance of the black demon devouring sky sword grew increasingly distinct. "To the Black Demon Cave," Lin Fan replied casually, remarking that it was time to settle the score with Elder Mo. With his cultivation now solidified and his trump cards multiplied, coupled with the assistance of Mu Qianxue, a master of alchemy, he felt no fear towards Elder Mo. The two transformed into beams of light, racing towards the depths of the meteorite ruins. However, they remained unaware that, in a distant shadow of the void, an almost imperceptible ripple gently stirred. Hidden in the darkness, a pair of eyes filled with intrigue and greed watched their departing figures. The body of annihilation, the token of the medicine god Sect, and that little girl from the Xianxia Sect. "Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, you are becoming increasingly interesting to me. Do not perish before our paths cross." The ripple dissipated, as if it had never existed. Chapter 69. The sword of the cave resonates, shadows of ink loom. Deep within the meteorite ruins, the spatial chaos grew ever more distorted. Massive fragments of meteorites floated like silent behemoths in the murky void. Invisible spatial rifts appeared and vanished like the gaping jaws of predatory beasts. The frenzied power of astral malevolence manifested as visible gray whirlwinds, rampaging with enough force to easily shred the protective spiritual light of golden core cultivators. Lin Fan and Mu Qianxue navigated through this perilous terrain with caution, as Lin Fan, aided by his profound perception of energy fluctuations through the sword intent of annihilation, consistently evaded the most treacherous zones ahead of time. Mu Qianxue occasionally pointed the way, her medicinal spirit body sensitive to certain meteorite fragments imbued with unique energies, allowing her to occasionally discover rare refining materials. As they ventured deeper, the ethereal shadow of the black demon devouring sky sword within Lin Fan's dantian grew increasingly active, vibrating and humming, conveying a clear desire and guidance, leading directly to a dark region shrouded in a dense star, evil storm. The overwhelming intensity of the star evil ahead made it difficult for my spiritual sense to penetrate. With a grave expression, Mu Qianxue halted her escape light, sensing a powerful spatial distortion and a chilling aura of death within. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon the dark expanse. His annihilation sword seed similarly sensed the magnificent and overwhelming aura of death emanating from there. Akin to the black demon devouring sky sword, yet more profound and vast. "That is it, the entrance to the black demon abyss," Lin Fan asserted with certainty. He produced the charred fragment obtained from the thousand-legged corrupted centipede, which was now searing hot, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resonating with the black demon devouring sky sword. "Stay close to me," Lin Fan instructed Mu Qianxue, and then summoned the full power of the annihilation sword element, enveloping them in a grayish-black halo, akin to a moving domain of annihilation, continually devouring the encroaching star evil force. The two slowly ascended into the dark region. Upon entering, their vision was instantly enveloped by a profound darkness, as if it could absorb all light. Terrifying spatial tearing forces and pure demonic death energy pressed in from all directions, causing Mu Qianxue to struggle for breath as her spiritual power faltered. Lin Fan snorted coldly, expanding the annihilation sword domain to firmly withstand the pressure. accelerating their speed as they raced along the guidance of the black demon devouring sky sword. After a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, a massive, irregular silhouette gradually emerged from the darkness ahead. It was a colossal and unfathomable peak, seemingly forged from countless giant meteorites and some form of black metal, a bizarre mountain. The mountain's surface was riddled with pits and cracks, from which numerous grotesque, tentacle-like or bone-spike protrusions emerged, slowly writhing and exuding a nauseating aura of evil. The entire peak resembled a slumbering, fragmented ancient demon. At the base of the mountain, a vast, gaping fissure, as if cleaved open by a giant axe, resembled the gaping maw of a beast, unfathomably deep, devouring the surrounding light and energy. The edges of the entrance bore the scars of fierce battles and the remains of several fresh human cultivators. Indeed, someone has arrived before us. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Judging by the traces, the battle had occurred not long ago. The resonance of the black demon devouring sky sword peaked, trembling violently, pointing directly at the fissure's entrance. We shall enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan swept his sword light, propelling Xianxia into the fissure. Upon entering, the surroundings shifted dramatically. It was not the cave they had envisioned, but a vast, twisted, and bizarre space. The sky was a dark crimson, filled with contorted, vein-like patterns. The ground was charred black, riddled with fissures, oozing a viscous, foul-smelling black liquid. The air was thick with an unbearable stench of blood and pure, demonic energy, intermingled with a maddening aura of resentment and death. In the distance, a dilapidated palace, crumbled towers, desiccated blood pools, and mountains of white bones were conspicuously present, resembling the remnants of an ancient battlefield of magical warfare. The very laws of space appeared distorted. Gravity fluctuated, at times as heavy as a mountain, and at others as light as a feather. What a terrifying place. Xianxia's face turned pale as she clutched Lin Fan's sleeve tightly. The demonic energy here posed a potent repulsion and corrosive effect on her medicinal spirit body. Conversely, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. The pure, demonic energy, mingled with the aura of death, invigorated his extinction sword essence, causing its operation speed to quicken. Stay close to me. This place is laden with restrictions, Lin Fan cautioned. His spiritual sense heightened to its peak. He sensed that this space was filled with numerous remnants of ancient prohibitions, still perilous in their decay, along with malicious eyes lurking in shadows. Following the guidance of the black demon devouring heaven's sword, he advanced swiftly into the depths of the space. Along the way, they encountered more signs of battle and fresh corpses, some belonging to cultivators, while others were grotesque creatures corrupted by demonic energy. Evidently, those who arrived first faced fierce resistance. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted abruptly, his gaze sharp as it swept towards the crumbled ruins of a palace to his left. "Come out," he commanded coldly. The ruins fell silent for a moment, before three dark figures slowly materialized. The foremost was none other than the one Lin Fan had previously rendered powerless at Baichuan ruins. Now seemingly unscathed and even more formidable, old Mo. Behind him stood two individuals, one tall and slender, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, exuding a chilling aura. The other stout and muscular, with skin glimmering like metal, radiating an overwhelming sense of brute strength. Both were evidently at the late Golden Core stage. "You little beast, you have indeed come." Old Mo's eyes sparkled with malice and greed, his voice hoarse and grating. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Lin Fan's gaze swept over old Mo, his brow furrowing slightly. This old venomous creature not only seemed to have fully recovered, but appeared to have significantly advanced in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage. Moreover, an even more sinister and bizarre essence permeated his aura. "It seems you have gained considerable benefits in this black demon abyss," Lin Fan remarked coolly. Thanks to you," old Mo cackled. "Had you not forced me into a desperate situation, I would not have dared to risk fusing with the essence of the 10,000 poisons demon leech, allowing me to reform my demonic body and greatly enhance my cultivation. Today marks your demise." The tall figure in the black robe spoke ominously. "Old Mo, is this the boy you mentioned who possesses the legacy of extinction? He appears rather unimpressive. Let us finish this quickly. The young master awaits our report." The stout man added in a deep voice, "Boy, be wise and hand over the legacy and fragments, and I shall grant you a swift end. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Young master? It appeared old Mo had found a new ally, who seemed to possess extensive knowledge about the legacy of extinction. Xianxia whispered nervously. Senior, that black-robed figure is the renowned assassin from the Shadow Kill Pavilion. Yuying, an expert in stealth and ambush. The muscular man is Su Qingge from the barbaric demon sect, endowed with immense strength and formidable defense. They are not to be trifled with. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his expression unyielding. Is it just the three of you? Arrogance. Su Qingge roared, launching himself forward with a powerful push against the scorched ground, which erupted violently beneath him. He surged toward Lin Fan like a cannonball, his fist, as large as a bowl, cutting through the air with a menacing gale. The very fabric of space warped in his wake. This was the full force of a late-stage golden core body cultivator, a terrifying display of power. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. He did not flinch or evade. With a finger poised like a sword, he unleashed a strike of annihilation. A gray-black sword light surged forth, striking precisely upon Su Qingge's fist. A thunderous sound echoed as Su Qingge's forward momentum abruptly halted. The metallic sheen on his fist dulled instantly, revealing a deep sword mark from which dark crimson blood seeped. His face contorted in disbelief. His proud defense had been shattered with a mere fingertip. Death! The figure of the shadowy specter vanished like a wraith, only to reappear in the next moment, unleashing a multitude of poisoned shadowy darts from the void surrounding Lin Fan, aimed directly at his vital points. Without even a glance, Lin Fan expanded the realm of his sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the shadowy darts disintegrated upon contact with the sword domain, as if melting like snow under the sun. The shadowy figure staggered into view, not far away, his black robe torn, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. A domain? How is this possible? Seeing this, old Mo's expression darkened further, and he bellowed, all together, use the treasures bestowed by the young master to trap him. He abruptly conjured a black flag inscribed with a grotesque demonic visage. The flag billowed in the wind, exuding overwhelming malevolence, as countless vengeful spirits surged forth, shrieking in agony, forming a vast, ghostly barrier that descended upon Lin Fan. The aura of this flag was undeniably at the nascent soul level. Simultaneously, the shadow conjured a slender, ethereal blue needle, silently piercing toward Lin Fan's back. Su Qingge, with a furious roar, expanded his muscles, his skin turning a dark golden hue, and launched another fist, even more ferocious than before. The three of them, joining forces and employing their trump cards, unleashed a cataclysmic might. Xianxia was struck with terror, her face paling to the point of suffocation. A flicker of seriousness finally crossed Lin Fan's eyes. He took a deep breath, feeling the annihilation sword seed whirl madly within his dantian, the phantom of the black demon devouring heaven sword resonating with an excited hum. He clasped his hands, and the solidified gray-black ancient sword phantom coalesced once more. Annihilation, 7 absolute swords, break the delusion, he exclaimed, advancing rather than retreating, sweeping his sword horizontally. A more refined, profound gray-black sword ring, capable of severing causality and obliterating all laws, erupted from him in a sudden expansion, wherever the sword ring traversed. The ghostly barrier shattered like fragile glass, and countless vengeful spirits let out their final wails before dissipating into nothingness. The black flag emitted a mournful cry, its spirit light dimming as it retreated. The ethereal blue needle vanished without a trace. Su Qingge's fist was forcibly cleaved through, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing forth. The shadow let out a piercing scream as it was once again forced out, half of its arm unexpectedly grazed by the sword ring, instantly turning to ash. The might of a single sword is indeed terrifying. The three elders of Mo simultaneously coughed up blood and retreated in horror, their eyes filled with boundless dread and astonishment. Lin Fan stood firm, sword in hand, his face slightly pale, yet his aura grew increasingly sharp and imposing. The consumption of the annihilation sword essence was immense, but its power was sufficient to crush adversaries of the same rank. Young master, the young master will not spare you. Montauk Elder screamed in terror, shattering a black jade talisman. Buzz! A wave of spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the three. Attempting to flee, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he prepared to pursue. Suddenly, the entire Black Demon cave trembled violently. In the distance, within the core area, a pitch-black pillar of light, imbued with endless stillness and majesty, surged skyward, piercing the crimson sky. A terrifying demonic aura, far more powerful than that of Mo Elder and his companions, descended with a thunderous crash, causing Lin Fan's heart to race. Simultaneously, the black demon-devouring heaven sword within Lin Fan's dantian emitted an unprecedented, urgent, and warning hum. A cold, domineering voice, seemingly originating from the depths of the Nine Nether, reverberated throughout the entire space. Who dares disturb my slumber? Chapter 69. The Awakening of the Demon Lord. The transformation of the Sword Seed. The chilling, authoritative voice resounded like thunder throughout the black demon cave. Who dares disturb my slumber? The terror contained within the voice far surpassed that of the previous nascent soul elder, even causing Lin Fan to experience a tremor in his soul and a surge of blood. Mu Qianxia let out a muffled groan, her complexion as pale as paper, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing the voice, the three elders of Mo were overjoyed. It is the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has awakened. Mo Elder trembled with excitement, bowing deeply towards the direction of the pitch-black pillar, reverently welcoming the Demon Lord. My incompetence has led to the failure to capture this fiend, instead disturbing the Demon Lord's tranquil meditation. This is a crime deserving of death. The shadow and Su Qingge hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Fan's expression grew exceedingly grave, his gaze fixated on the towering black pillar that pierced the heavens. Within the pillar, a vague, imposing demonic figure slowly coalesced, emanating a terrifying aura that commanded submission from all and brought about the silence of the heavens. This was no ordinary nascent soul. Its might was likely approaching the late stage, or even a peak of the nascent soul realm. Is this the true master of the Black Demon Cave? The lingering will of the Black Demon? Or some other fearsome entity? Useless. The demonic figure seemed to cast a glance at the three elders of Mo, its voice laced with impatience and anger. The three elders instantly felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, spitting blood as they were sent flying. Their energy sapped, yet they dared not utter a word of complaint, remaining prostrate on the ground. Then, the gaze of the demonic figure shifted to Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a chilling, bone-deep, intense sweep over him, as if all his secrets had been laid bare, sending shivers through his very soul. Annihilation's sword intent? And the aura of the black demon devouring heaven's sword? A hint of surprise and greed laced the voice of the demonic figure. Interesting. A mere junior of the Golden Core stage has managed to attain such a legacy, even restoring the devouring heaven's sword to this extent? Truly, the heavens favor me. Lin Fan's heart trembled. Indeed, the opponent recognized the sword of annihilation and the black magic devouring heaven's sword. Young one, surrender your flesh and inheritance to me, commanded the shadow of darkness, an immense hand, entirely composed of pure demonic energy, reaching forth from the pillar of light, aiming to seize Lin Fan with a ferocious grip. As a colossal hand swept through the air, the very fabric of space solidified, and all life withered. This strike bore a ferocity that surpassed all previous assaults, as if the entirety of the black magic abyss's worldly power was imbued within it. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, sensing the imminent threat to his life. He roared in defiance, channeling the sword of annihilation to its utmost limits. The phantasm of the black magic devouring heaven's sword erupted in unprecedented radiance, cleaving towards the titanic hand. Annihilation of the 7 absolute swords, slaying the gods. Boom! The blade's light met the giant hand in collision. This time, however, it did not immediately disintegrate. The demonic energy contained within the hand was so pure and vast that it could contend with the intent of the annihilation sword, eroding and consuming one another. The stalemate lasted but a moment, before Lin Fan spat forth a mouthful of blood, the sword light fracturing inch by inch. The disparity in cultivation was insurmountable. The giant hand, undeterred, pressed onward. Senior. Mu Qianxia's face turned pale, disregarding all else as she summoned her life as essence from the alchemical furnace, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it. Guardian of the apothecary. The furnace erupted with dazzling azure light, forming a protective barrier before the two. Bang! The barrier shattered as if it were made of paper. The furnace emitted a mournful sound, its brilliance dimming as it was sent reeling back. Mu Qianxia suffered a backlash, blood spurting forth, gravely wounded and weakened. Just as the giant hand was about to crush them, deep within Lin Fan's dantian. The long silent annihilation poison pill from the depths of the black magic abyss and the enigmatic dark golden pill began to tremble violently in this life and death moment. Buzz! An indescribable force, a bizarre amalgamation of profound stillness, lethal poison, and a flicker of reverse vitality, erupted from Lin Fan's body, merging into the essence of the annihilation sword. Enlightened, Lin Fan howled towards the heavens, pouring all his strength into the phantasm of the black magic devouring heaven sword. Break for me! A sword light, interwoven in shades of gray, black, and green, surged upwards, fiercely striking the demonic hand. Sizzle! This time, the enormous hand was corroded by the strange sword light, creating a significant gash. Though it did not sever it completely, it afforded Lin Fan a fleeting chance at survival. Run! Lin Fan clasped the gravely injured Su Qingge, disregarding his own injuries, igniting the essence of his golden core, transforming into a twisted stream of tricolored light, fleeing desperately in the opposite direction of the pillar of light. Oh, it can withstand my strike? It even harnessed the power of the annihilation poison pill? The shadow of darkness uttered a soft exclamation, seemingly intrigued. It would be a futile struggle. Another colossal hand of demonic energy coalesced, reaching forth with even greater speed. Lin Fan fled in a frenzy, his senses sweeping the surroundings, suddenly darting towards a dilapidated palace, riddled with broken seals and a space of extreme instability. Trying to escape through the seals? Ridiculous. The shadow of darkness scoffed, the giant hand disregarding the shattered seals, plunging down directly at the moment when the colossal hand was about to seize Lin Fan once more. A flash of determination flickered in his eyes. He abruptly hurled the black inheritance token, acquired from the ruins of the medicine god Sect, behind him while channeling every ounce of his strength into it. With a thunderous explosion, the token detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave imbued with the laws of the medicine god Sect. Although it could not harm a shadowy figure, it instantly triggered the dormant remnants of ancient prohibitions hidden within the ruins, awakening them after millennia of silence. A cacophony erupted as countless remnants were set off in a chain reaction, generating an energy storm of chaotic yet formidable force that engulfed the area in an instant. The space contorted violently, threatening to collapse. The monstrous hand of demonic energy was momentarily hindered by the unexpected tumult, its speed reduced. Seizing this critical opportunity, Lin Fan propelled himself and Su Qingge into a recently ruptured, precarious spatial rift deep within the ruins. The aura of the medicine god Sect? The shadowy figure seemed taken aback. With a sweeping motion of its hand, it quelled the energy storm, but Lin Fan had already vanished from sight. After a brief moment of sensing, it snorted disdainfully as he fled into the chaotic void. A path to self-destruction. It did not pursue. Clearly wary of the chaotic domain, the immense shadow slowly retreated into the pillar of light, its cold voice resonating. Moyen, ensure all exits are guarded. If he miraculously survives, he will emerge. I require his flesh and sword. Understood. Old Mo quickly bowed, his eyes glinting with a mix of malice and excitement. Chaos, rending, whirling. Lin Fan clutched Su Qingge tightly as he struggled through the violent currents of spatial turbulence. The backlash from the explosive power of the inheritance token, along with the forceful traversal through the unstable rift, inflicted further injuries upon him. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and his consciousness began to blur. Su Qingge had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, her breath faint. Time passed. How long? He could not discern. It felt like both an instant and an eternity. Suddenly, with a thud, the two of them crashed heavily onto a cold, unyielding surface. Lin Fan struggled to lift his head, his vision obscured, but he could vaguely perceive that they were in an exceedingly dim, narrow, enclosed space entirely constructed from a peculiar black metal. The air thick with the scent of rust and dust. Summoning his remaining strength, he administered several life-saving pills to Su Qingge and ingested a substantial quantity of healing medicine himself. But he could no longer maintain his consciousness. As darkness enveloped him, he faintly registered a soft, surprised exclamation. After an indeterminate period, Lin Fan gradually regained awareness. Agonizing pain coursed through him, as if his body were in disarray. His meridians were torn, his golden core dimmed, and the essence of his sword had nearly depleted. He laboriously opened his eyes. discovering that he remained within the confines of the narrow metallic space. Beside him, Xianxia was still unconscious, but her breathing had stabilized significantly, indicating that the medicinal pills had taken effect. Struggling to sit upright, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an abandoned ship's cabin. The walls were cold metal, marred by rust and peculiar scratches, while the corners were littered with broken, unidentifiable components. Above, an extinguished crystal lamp hung, its light long extinguished. A heavy metal door stood firmly shut. The air was thick with the scent of rust, mingling with an extremely faint, familiar aura of desolation and death, more ancient and pure than that of the Black Abyss. "Have you awakened?" A cool, slightly hoarse female voice suddenly emerged from the shadows of the corner. Lin Fan felt a jolt in his heart and turned abruptly. He had been completely unaware of the presence lurking there. From the shadows, a figure slowly rose. It was a woman clad in tattered, grease-stained dark gray overalls, yet her tall and athletic frame could not be concealed. She wore a pair of metal goggles, marred with scratches that obscured much of her face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed lips. Her short black hair was somewhat disheveled. On her hands were worn leather gloves, gripping a peculiar metallic wrench that flickered with eerie blue arcs. Most striking was her right arm, a meticulously crafted mechanical prosthetic that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen from shoulder to elbow. Through her goggles, the woman scrutinized Lin Fan with sharp, vigilant eyes, imbued with a hint of curiosity. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Lin Fan inquired in a low voice, gathering strength within. Though her aura was restrained, he could not discern her depth, yet his instincts warned him of her formidable danger. The woman did not respond. Instead, she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan, particularly on the faintly circulating essence of desolation within him. Her mechanical fingers twitched slightly. "Your energy is quite unique," she remarked, her voice still cool, carrying the essence of desolation yet tinged with something different. Suddenly, she raised her mechanical arm and pointed at Lin Fan. "From where do you come?" Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Desolation? Did she recognize this power? Just as the two stood in tension, a hum resonated within Lin Fan's dantian, as the once dormant, dark, golden, mysterious elixir and the shadow of the black demon sword inexplicably responded with an almost imperceptible resonance towards the enigmatic woman with the mechanical arm. Chapter 70. The Herbal Cave, the Immortal Trace of Medicinal Herbs. The violent tug of spatial turbulence abruptly ceased, replaced by an indescribable sensation of gentle embrace. As if sinking into a warm, nurturing spring, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, valiantly enduring the excruciating pain that threatened to shatter his soul and the sensation of his meridians being severed. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a realm of extraordinary wonder. The sky was a soft gray blue, devoid of sun or moon, yet radiated a uniformly bright glow, as though enveloped by a vast, translucent jade dome. Beneath him lay fertile, soft soil that shimmered with a peculiar iridescence, and the air was saturated with an intoxicating fragrance of herbs, so rich it felt almost palpable. With just a single breath, he felt invigorated, as if the weight of his injuries had eased. As he gazed around, he beheld an endless expanse of meticulously arranged ancient herb gardens. Within these gardens flourished a multitude of spiritual plants and celestial herbs, many of which had long since vanished from the outside world, or appeared in forms and hues that were remarkably strange. Some were entirely crimson, like flames, their leaves dancing with vibrant flickers. Others were crystalline and translucent, resembling ice, with what seemed like swirling nebulae within. Yet others were as dark as ink, exuding an alluring yet perilous aura of deathly silence. Each of these spiritual herbs was ancient, imbued with astonishing medicinal power, yet they emanated a profound sense of isolation and tranquility, as if untouched by the passage of time. In the distance, a few humble thatched cottages were visible, alongside a jade elixir well that constantly shimmered with colorful, ethereal light. Further still, the edge of the space appeared hazy, with a gently pulsating barrier of light, indicating that this place was a fragment of an independent secret realm. Lin Fan's heart was filled with uncertainty. This place was neither the suffocating darkness of the Black Demon Cave nor an ordinary medicinal garden of a sect. It resembled a forgotten paradise, a remnant of ancient times. He glanced beside him. Xianxia remained unconscious, her breath faint yet steady. Straining to sit up, he attempted to channel the power of his obliteration sword essence for healing, only to discover that while the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich, it possessed a peculiar inertia that subtly repelled his domineering energy, making it difficult to absorb and convert swiftly. It was imperative to ascertain the truth of this place. With keen eyes, Lin Fan scanned the surroundings, ultimately focusing on the distant thatched cottages, the only likely sign of human presence. He lifted Su Qingge into his arms and was about to proceed toward the cottages when he halted abruptly. A voice, cool and ethereal, reminiscent of mountain spring water dripping onto a jade plate, suddenly resonated behind him. Lin Fan's body stiffened, and he spun around in shock. He had completely failed to notice anyone approaching. Not far away, beneath a spirit tree whose leaves resembled jade, exuding a gentle radiance, stood a woman who seemed to have appeared silently. She wore a simple moon-white skirt, embroidered with faint cloud patterns and herbal motifs. Her long, dark hair was loosely pinned up with a green wooden hairpin, with a few strands gracefully cascading down to her ears. Her beauty was exceptionally pure, untouched by makeup, her skin as delicate as jade, and her eyes, clear as autumn waters, bore a serene understanding of the world, tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy. Despite not projecting a powerful spiritual pressure, she seemed to merge with the entire secret realm, imparting an unfathomable, timeless quality. Most strikingly, she held a meticulously woven wicker basket filled with freshly picked, vibrant spiritual herbs that Lin Fan had never encountered before. She stood there, like an ethereal herb isolated from the world, pure, natural, yet radiating an aura that commanded reverence. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. From this woman, he sensed an incredibly subtle yet vast life force, layers of energy far surpassing that of the golden core stage, at least at the nascent soul level. Yet her presence differed greatly from that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It was more restrained, more in harmony with the essence of nature. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Lin Fan inquired in a low voice, on high alert. The pressure she exerted upon him was, in an intangible sense, no less formidable than that of facing the bone demon lords incarnate. The woman's gaze swept calmly over Lin Fan and the delicate Su Qingge in his arms. Her eyes briefly lingered on the wounds beneath Lin Fan's tattered garments, exuding a chilling aura of death, and a hint of mild surprise flickered in her clear eyes. "This place is known as the 100 Herbs Cave Heaven." Her voice remained cool and composed as she introduced herself. "I am Dan Shun, the guardian of this realm. From whence do you come? What brings you to trespass here?" Her tone bore little hostility, leaning more towards curiosity and a subtle scrutiny. "100 Herbs Cave Heaven? Dungeon?" Lin Fan's mind raced through his memories, confirming he had never heard of this place or this individual. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, half truthfully, "I am Lin Fan, and this is my companion, Su Qingge. We were pursued by enemies and inadvertently fell through a spatial rift, landing here by accident. We mean no offense. My companion is gravely injured. I implore you to lend your assistance, and I will be eternally grateful." Dan Chen's gaze fell upon Su Qingge's pale face, then shifted to Lin Fan, whose spine remained straight despite his injuries, a flicker of vigilance hidden in his eyes. She nodded slightly. "Follow me." With that, she turned gracefully and walked toward the few thatched cottages. Lin Fan hesitated briefly, but ultimately followed. If this woman harbored ill intentions, he knew he would be powerless to resist in his current state. The exterior of the cottages appeared simple, yet the interiors were clean and tidy, suffused with a comforting herbal fragrance. Dan Shun guided Lin Fan to place Su Qingge on a bamboo bed cushioned with soft spirit grass. She extended her slender, jade-like fingers and lightly rested them on Su Qingge's wrist. A gentle, pure, and vibrant green spiritual energy surged into her body. After a moment, she furrowed her brows slightly. The soul is shaken, the meridians are extensively torn, and the golden core is dimmed. Fortunately, the foundation remains intact. It seems she has suffered a severe impact and depleted her magical energy. She retrieved a pill, the size of a longan, entirely emerald green and radiating a robust life force, and carefully administered it to Su Qingge. As the pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, Su Qingge's pallor began to regain its color at a visibly rapid pace, and her faint breath soon steadied and lengthened. Lin Fan was inwardly astonished. The efficacy of this pill and its gentle, rich properties surpassed any fourth or fifth grade pills he had ever encountered. Then, Danshin turned her attention to Lin Fan. Your injuries are more troublesome. She reached out again, intending to touch his wrist. Lin Fan's innate sword energy quivered slightly, but he suppressed it forcefully. Danshin's spiritual energy gently probed into Lin Fan's body, and for the first time, an unmistakable shock crossed her previously serene face. This is the aura of extinction, so pure and domineering. It has already begun to merge with your golden core, meridians, and even your soul. What kind of cultivation method do you practice? She abruptly lifted her gaze, her clear eyes filled with incredulity, as if she had glimpsed something that existed only in ancient legends. Lin Fan's heart sank. This woman possessed an astute perception. He replied solemnly, "This is a fortuitous encounter I have experienced, and I cannot elaborate further." Danshin scrutinized him deeply, then withdrew her fingers. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, "Ordinary pills will be of no use for your injuries. In fact, they may be repelled or even consumed by the death energy within you." With a unique technique, she sought to guide the myriad medicinal energies of this place, gradually dissipating the stagnant, deathly aura and repairing the damage. Stepping into the largest herb garden outside, she meticulously harvested several extraordinary spiritual herbs, the likes of which Lin Fan had never encountered, each exuding attributes of extreme yang, extreme yin, or the intertwining of life and death. From the jade elixir well, she retrieved a pot filled with a shimmering, rainbow-hued spiritual spring. Upon returning indoors, she produced a quaint, ancient-looking cauldron, adorned with 3 legs and 2 ears, its surface intricately engraved with celestial bodies and patterns of myriad herbs. Though seemingly unremarkable, the cauldron emanated a profound vitality and the esoteric essence of alchemy, far from ordinary. She shed her outer garment and seated herself. "Seat," she instructed with a gentle yet undeniable authority. Lin Fan complied, revealing his muscular torso and the several gruesome wounds still shrouded in a gray-black, deathly aura. She carefully placed the selected spiritual herbs into the cauldron and activated them with a rainbow-hued spring, her hands weaving intricate incantations. From her fingertips flowed vibrant green runes, imbued with the essence of life, continuously entering the cauldron. Soon, a rich, colorful mist of medicinal vapor billowed from the cauldron, enveloping Lin Fan as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Lin Fan felt an indescribable coolness and tingling sensation emanating from his wounds. Surprisingly, the once dominant and repulsive deathly essence within him offered no fierce resistance to this peculiar medicinal mist. Instead, it absorbed the purest strands of vitality that could coexist with his deathly aura, as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. The intense pain swiftly diminished. The torn meridians began to mend, and the once dull golden core regained a glimmer of luster, accelerating its absorption of spiritual energy. Her alchemical healing skills were nothing short of miraculous. After a while, the medicinal mist gradually thinned and dissipated. Although Lin Fan's injuries were not fully healed, they had stabilized, and his strength had recovered to about 30 or 40%. More importantly, the agitation and hidden dangers resulting from his forced breakthrough and the backlash of deathly aura had calmed significantly. He opened his eyes, meeting Danshin's calm, yet inquisitive gaze. "Thank you for saving my life," Lin Fan expressed earnestly. Danshin slightly shook her head, her gaze still fixed upon him as if examining a rare treasure. "There's no need for thanks. Your constitution is unlike any I have ever seen. Within the silence of death lies a thread of vitality. Within destruction, the principles of creation are concealed. This resonates profoundly with the supreme tenet of the medicine god sect, resurrecting life from death, yet is even more extreme and domineering." The medicine god sect? Lin Fan's heart trembled. Is it truly the medicine god sect? Are you a descendant of the medicine god sect? Danshin nodded slightly, a flicker of distant reminiscence and faint sorrow crossing her eyes. The 100 Herbs Paradise is but a fragment of the ancient medicine god sect's core herb garden. My lineage has guarded this place for generations, awaiting the revival of the sect or the arrival of a truly fated individual. She turned her gaze back to Lin Fan, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness and curiosity. "Lin Fan, from where did you acquire this deathly inheritance? Do you not realize that your power is intricately linked not only to the pursuits of the medicine god sect, but also to the bone demon lord within the Black Devil Abyss?" Upon hearing the words, Lin Fan's heart was instantly stirred by tumultuous waves. Chapter 71. The Legacy of the Medicine God, the Source of Oblivion. Dan Shen's words echoed like thunder, resonating within Lin Fan's heart. A descendant of the medicine god sect? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he regarded the ethereal and exquisite woman before him. What did the elder's words regarding the Black Devil Abyss and the Bone Demon Lord imply? Dan Shen did not respond directly. Instead, she approached the bamboo couch to reassess Mu Qianxue's condition, confirming that she was out of danger, albeit in need of time to recuperate. She then gracefully seated herself in a bamboo chair within the room, gesturing for Lin Fan to join her. Lifting a jade pot from the table, she poured a cup of clear, fragrant spirit tea for both herself and Lin Fan. The 100 Herbs Cave, a significant fragment of the ancient medicine god sect's core herbal garden, the 10,000 Herbs Garden. Dan Shen's voice was ethereal and calm, imbued with a hint of distant reminiscence. In the twilight of ancient times, the world underwent drastic transformations, and a cataclysm swept through all realms. The medicine god sect was not spared. Its mountain gates crumbled, and its lineage was severed. My ancestor, a disciple stationed at the 10,000 Herbs Garden at that time, fought valiantly to protect this fragment, using secret methods to banish it into the void, thus preserving it and ensuring its guardianship for countless generations. She gently sipped her spirit tea and continued. We remain here to safeguard the last foundation of the medicine god sect, while also awaiting a potential opportunity for revival or the arrival of a fated individual capable of truly inheriting the sect's teachings. Lin Fan listened in silence, though his heart was turbulent. The downfall of the medicine god sect was indeed linked to the ancient cataclysm? How did this relate to the Black Devil Abyss and his own cultivation techniques? Lin Fan pressed further. Dan Shen set down her teacup, her clear eyes fixed on Lin Fan. The ultimate pursuit of the medicine god sect in alchemy transcends mere healing and enhancing cultivation. It seeks to probe the essence of life, reversing the cycle of life and death. Its highest ideal is to reverse death and birth anew, to extract vitality from the void of oblivion. It was speculated by sages within the sect that if one could comprehend the true essence of oblivion, one might forge an unparalleled elixir capable of transcending life and death, reversing the cycle of reincarnation. She paused, her tone growing more solemn. According to the remnants of the sect's records, there indeed existed a profoundly mysterious and powerful sect in ancient times, known as the Oblivion Demon Sect. This sect pursued the ultimate annihilation and conclusion, adhering to the doctrine that all things must ultimately return to oblivion. Its foundational technique, the Oblivion Demon Scripture, is said to allow one, when mastered to its zenith, to embody oblivion, causing the heavens to wither and all souls to return to the void. The Oblivion Demon Sect. Lin Fan's heart trembled violently. This was the second time he had heard this name. The first was from the enigmatic seventh young master. Could it be that the Oblivion sword canon he practiced was indeed connected to this Oblivion Demon Sect? Perhaps it was even a fragment of the Oblivion Demon Scripture? Dan Shen seemed to perceive Lin Fan's shock and nodded slightly. It appears you have heard of it. According to scattered records, the Oblivion Demon Sect's philosophy stands in stark contrast to that of the medicine god sect. One pursues the ultimate essence of life and creation, while the other seeks the ultimate essence of death and destruction. In ancient times, two sects appear to have engaged in fierce conflict. Yet the specifics of their motivations and outcomes have long been lost to the annals of history. The notion of the abyss of darkness stirred a flicker of trepidation in Dan Shen's eyes. Based on the vague records left by my ancestors and my years of sensing the fluctuations of the void, it is highly likely that this so-called abyss of darkness is the remnants of a significant branch or trial ground of the Annihilation Demon Sect. The pure, deadening demonic energy that permeates the area shares a common origin with your own power. However, it is far more chaotic, savage, and imbued with lingering resentment and echoes of despair. That skeletal demon lord is likely a terrifying existence formed from the obsessions and remnants of a fallen powerful figure of the Annihilation Demon Sect. Absorbed by the forces of the void, she cast another inquisitive glance at Lin Fan, her gaze filled with curiosity and incredulity. And you, the cultivation method you practice, with its pure and domineering essence of annihilation, far surpasses the chaotic demonic energy that wafts through the abyss of darkness, almost as if it directly points to the very essence of the annihilation path. Yet, strangely, it intertwines with your own life force, achieving a perilous balance. This is a realm that is far beyond the ordinary inheritance of the Annihilation Demon Sect. What kind of opportunity have you truly attained? Lin Fan's heart was tumultuous. Dan Shen's words had unveiled a mere glimpse of the iceberg, deepening his speculations regarding the origins of his cultivation method, while also introducing further enigmas. The Annihilation Sword Classic originated from that mysterious bee skin map, and the map itself was obtained from the ancestral land of the Lin family. What connection did the Lin family's ancestors have with the Annihilation Demon Sect? Moreover, why did the skeletal demon lord in the Abyss of Darkness react to his sword's essence? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling within him, and spoke solemnly. The cultivation method I practice is indeed a result of fortunate circumstances, yet its precise origins remain unclear to me. Might you know if the core inheritance of the Annihilation Demon Sect resides within the Abyss of Darkness? Danshin shook her head. Countless ages have passed. Anything is possible, yet may have already vanished. The Abyss of Darkness is extraordinarily perilous, and the skeletal demon lord is unfathomable. Even I would not dare to probe lightly. However, she shifted her tone, her gaze settling on the wound on Lin Fan that still emitted traces of deathly energy. The power of annihilation within you is formidable. Yet it seems you have not fully mastered it. Moreover, due to your eagerness to break through in the series of fierce battles, you have left numerous hidden dangers. Over time, you risk being consumed by annihilation, ultimately transforming into a mere puppet driven solely by destruction. Lin Fan remained silent. He understood that Dan Shen's words were not unfounded. The Annihilation Sword Classic wielded immense power, yet it was fraught with peril. Each breakthrough was accompanied by significant risk. Please, Senior, guide me, Lin Fan said, clasping his hands in respect. This woman, as a descendant of the Alchemy God Sect, possesses an understanding of annihilation and life forces that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps she truly holds a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Dan Shen replied, though our Alchemy God Sect primarily focuses on the path of life and medicinal alchemy, we also conduct research on the power of annihilation. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary. I may attempt to use the myriad medicinal energies of the 100 Herbs Cave as a foundation, supplemented by a special formula to help you regulate and balance your internal state, alleviate your hidden injuries, and perhaps even assist you in better mastering this power, thereby reducing the risks of backlash. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Fan's eyes. What do you require from me, Senior? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Danshin responded candidly. 2 things. First, I require a trace of your original annihilation energy for research purposes. Secondly, the Baichao Cave Heaven is not entirely secure. In recent years, I have sensed an increasing intent of external scrutiny, foreboding potential upheaval. Should a crisis arise, I will require your assistance to safeguard this place. After a brief pause, she added, as compensation, I shall not only exert my utmost to heal your wounds and refine pills for you, but I can also grant you access to the incomplete records of the Medicine God Sect regarding the Annihilation Demon Sect and the Ancient Calamity. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Certainly, Dan Shen's terms were not unreasonable. The objective of protecting this place aligned perfectly with his immediate need for a safe haven to recuperate. Moreover, the Medicine God Sect's records were of paramount importance to him. At that moment, Mu Xianxia, who lay on the bamboo couch, let out a faint groan and slowly awakened. Blinking in confusion, she beheld Lin Fan and a transcendent, ethereal woman, startling her into a reflexive attempt to rise, only to collapse back due to her weakness. Miss Mu, you are awake, Lin Fan spoke. It was this Senior, Dan Shun, who saved us. Hearing this, Mu Xianxia quickly expressed her gratitude, albeit weakly. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Dan Shun inclined her head slightly, her gaze lingering on Mu Xianxia for a moment. Your foundation is commendable, and your talent in alchemy is indeed superior. With proper recuperation, you shall recover. She seemed to harbor a degree of appreciation for Mu Xianxia's identity as a pharmacist, sensing the profound yet gentle aura emanating from Dan Shun. Along with the intoxicating fragrance of medicinal herbs in the air, Mu Xianxia felt somewhat reassured. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings and the enigmatic Senior. Just then, Dan Shen's brow furrowed slightly as she raised her gaze toward the particular direction in the sky of the secret realm, a flicker of gravity crossing her clear eyes. It appears that trouble has arrived sooner than anticipated. Lin Fan also sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head. He beheld the azure-gray firmament of the secret realm, where a luminous barrier was undulating, emanating abnormal ripples as if something from the outside was attempting to breach this sanctuary. Is it the people from the Xianxia sect? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Danshan gradually rose to her feet, her skirt billowing without wind. Not merely that. There is an even more repugnant force, imbued with decay and silence. It seems your arrival has indeed attracted considerable attention. She looked at Lin Fan. It appears we must fulfill our agreement sooner than expected. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries, as the grayish-black sword intent within his eyes slowly swirled. Ishal Domi Atmost. Chapter 72. Invasion of External Enemies. The medicine realm defends against demons. Before Danshan's words could fully settle, the luminous barrier in the sky of the secret realm abruptly twisted violently. A piercing, tearing sound echoed as the azure-gray canopy was forcefully ripped apart, creating a gash several zhang long. Chaotic and violent void energy, mingled with a strong stench of blood, surged into this tranquil medicinal garden like a flood breaching its banks. Following this, several beams of light shot through the gash, brazenly intruding into the Baichao cave heaven. Leading them was none other than an elder from the Danxia sect, a Yuanying elder. He stood upon the illusory form of the Xianxia refining heaven furnace, surrounded by roaring alchemical flames, his expression grim, eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. Behind her trailed several disciples of the Danxia sect, each exuding an air of arrogance and fierce energy. However, following closely were not the members of the Danxia sect, but rather a group of unwelcome guests. 3 figures clad in tattered black robes, enveloped by a dense aura of death and resentment, approached. Their gaunt faces, with sunken eyes flickering with ghostly green flames, bore a pallid hue reminiscent of those who had just clawed their way from the grave. The leader wielded a flag made of bones, upon which the wailing spirits cried out, emanating a disquieting aura of early nascent soul pressure. The other 2 were also at the peak of the Golden Core stage, their presence cold and sinister. The corpse soul sect. Danshan's icy gaze suddenly turned frigid, her tone laced with evident disdain. Indeed, these vile beings had allied themselves with the Danxia sect. The nascent soul practitioner of the corpse soul sect, brandishing the bone flag, let out a hoarse, jarring laugh. Danshan, how do you fare? The myriad medicinal energies of this 100 herbs cave are perfect nourishment for our sect's holy souls. And that lad harboring the source of annihilation, hand him over willingly to avoid suffering. An elder of the Danxia sect scoffed. Old ghostly, cease your prattle. First, seize this medicinal garden and that boy. Danshan, if you are wise, unlock the core restrictions of the secret realm and present the legacy of the medicine god. Otherwise, today shall mark the annihilation of your 100 herbs cave. Though their objectives differed, the 2 factions temporarily joined forces, their formidable pressures intertwining with the essence of alchemical flames and deathly energy, casting a dark cloud over the entire 100 herbs cave. The previously tranquil atmosphere of the secret realm was shattered, causing numerous spiritual plants to tremble, their luminescence dimming. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. The essence of his annihilation soared surging within him. Though his injuries were not yet healed, his fighting spirit ignited. Mu Qianxue struggled to sit up, her delicate face pale, filled with worry and anger. Danshan's expression was as frigid as frost as she stepped forward, shielding Lin Fan and Mu Qianxue behind her. Despite facing 2 nascent soul practitioners and several Golden Core threats, she displayed no hint of fear. The Danxia sect, which prided itself on being righteous, shamelessly consorted with the likes of the corpse soul sect, coveting the legacy of her ancestors. Danshan's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. As for you, corpse soul sect, with your tainted deathly energy, how dare you defile the sacred grounds of my medicine god? Such delusions are absurd. Raising her jade hand, she cast a verdant spell that sank into the earth beneath her. With a resonating hum, the entire 100 herbs cave trembled violently. Countless ancient runes lit up in an instant, intertwining to form a colossal web of light. Within the medicinal garden, the long-standing spiritual plants and celestial herbs seemed to awaken, their leaves swaying and radiating brilliant splendor as an overwhelming vitality and medicinal power surged skyward, merging into the luminous web. In the blink of an eye, an immense green barrier, forged from boundless vitality and medicinal energy, enveloped the core area of the secret realm. The barrier shimmered with vibrant colors, ethereal shadows of countless herbs rising and falling, emanating an unyielding defensive force. the myriad herb greenwood formation. The elder of the Xianxia sect's countenance shifted, astonished that this formation could still function. Attack with full force, break through it. Engage. The malevolent specter of the Soul Death sect, known as the Old Ghost of Liku, allowed a piercing shriek as he waved the bone flag. Countless grotesque, wailing souls surged forth, assailing the protective barrier with frenzied bites and gnawing, their foul death energy incessantly eroding the vibrant shield of life. The members of the Xianxia sect, in response, unleashed their alchemical fire treasures, Fiery Dawn and the Golden Wheel of Flames, hurling a tempest of assaults upon the barrier. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering roars reverberated throughout the secret realm. The verdant shield trembled violently, its radiance flickering ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. After all, time had worn on, and with Danshin single-handedly maintaining the formation against the relentless onslaught of two formidable nascent soul cultivators, the pressure was immense. Standing at the formation's heart, Danshin's garments fluttered violently as she continuously altered her hand seals, her complexion paling slightly, clearly indicating the tremendous drain of her energy. She was compelled to summon the accumulated vitality of the secret realm, nurtured over countless years, to fend off the external threats. Elder, I shall assist you, Lin Fan declared, stepping forward as the essence of the Sword of Annihilation soared into the heavens. Though he could not directly support the formation, he unleashed the sword domain of annihilation. With a humming sound, a gray-black domain expanded from his core, not to counter the external attacks, but to precisely envelop the inner side of the barrier, especially those areas ravaged by the Soul Death sect's death energy. A sound reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard pierced the air, the foul death energy and wailing ghosts, upon contact with the sword domain of annihilation, encountered their nemesis, instantly being obliterated and purified by the more pure and domineering essence of annihilation. The effectiveness of the Soul Death sect's death energy assault diminished significantly. What? The old ghost of Liku was taken aback, sensing his malevolent energy being effortlessly dispelled by the adversary. Dan Chun felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes as she regarded Lin Fan with newfound depth. Seizing the opportunity, she channeled her energy into the formation, stabilizing the barrier once more and even retaliating with countless verdant vitality arrows, forcing the enemy into disarray. Curse them. Focus your firepower on that brat. The elder of the Xianxia sect barked in frustration, directing more attacks towards Lin Fan's position. Miss Mu, assist me, Lin Fan called out. Mu Qingyun, struggling against her weakness, immediately understood. Swiftly, she retrieved several pills from her medicinal basket, capable of temporarily enhancing potential and stabilizing the spirit, consuming one herself and tossing the others to Lin Fan and Danshin. As the pills took effect, Lin Fan felt a surge of vitality, the flow of his sword essence becoming more seamless. With a mighty roar, he even drew upon some of the energy bombarding the barrier, forcibly consuming and refining it within the sword domain of annihilation to replenish his own depleting strength. Though perilous, it was a desperate grasp for survival in a dire situation. Danshin also benefited from the pill's enhancement, gaining mastery over the formation. She was even able to multitask, controlling some special spiritual plants within the medicinal garden, such as the fiery red sun grass that scorched the enemies with flames and the crystalline starflower that refracted light to disrupt their consciousness. Together, the three managed to momentarily withstand the combined onslaught of the two sects. Useless fools, the elder of the Xianxia sect bellowed in rage, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination. Suddenly, he struck his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood that splattered onto the Xianxia refining furnace. Burn the heavens and boil the seas. The crimson cloud alchemy furnace erupted with overwhelming flames, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that relentlessly crashed against the protective barrier. The malevolent specter, Liku, bit his fingertip, inscribing a sinister symbol upon the black banner. The souls devouring immortals. From the bone banner surged forth a gigantic, terrifying visage formed of countless vengeful spirits, opening its enormous maw to bite down fiercely. Crack! Under the relentless assault of the two formidable Yuan, the barrier of the 10,000 medicinal green wood formation finally emitted a mournful cry, splitting open a narrow fissure. Now was the moment. The elder of the Xianxia sect was elated, preparing to unleash a crimson beam of sword light through the breach. just as the situation teetered on the brink. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Disregarding his own injuries, he channeled all his extinction sword essence into his fingertip, thrusting it fiercely toward the fissure. Extinction, severing the heavens. A slender, yet exquisitely refined strand of gray-black sword silk swiftly intercepted the crimson sword light with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! Without a thunderous explosion, the crimson light dimmed instantaneously, shattering into fragments. The residual force of the sword silk surged forward, aimed directly at the elder's face. The elder, aghast, hastily summoned a crimson shield for defense. Bang! The shield trembled violently, its spiritual glow dimming, as the elder was thrown back, blood surging in his veins, retreating in disarray. Lin Fan, too, coughed up blood due to the strain, his face pale as death. Yet this delay granted precious time for Danshun. She clasped her hands together, a profound green alchemical furnace emblem emerging at her brow. Alchemical god cauldron, suppress. Boom! The once quiet jade alchemy well trembled violently, vibrant rays of light shooting skyward, transforming into a gargantuan, ancient bronze cauldron apparition, its walls adorned with celestial bodies, flora and fauna, and depictions of ancient sacrifices to the cauldron fire. The cauldron's apparition exuded a terrifying aura of boundless antiquity, suppressing all existence, crashing down to not only instantly mend the fissure in the barrier, but also stabilize the entire formation as solidly as a rock. The fire dragon and the vengeful spirit's visage collided with the cauldron apparition, shattering upon impact as if crashing against an unyielding mountain. The alchemical god cauldron's apparition? You can summon even a trace of its true power. Both the elder of the Xianxia sect and Li Ku gasped in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity and profound dread. The alchemical god cauldron, the supreme treasure of the alchemical god sect, a legendary entity. Even a mere shadow harbors unfathomable might. Danshan's complexion was as pale as parchment, her body slightly swaying, evidently drained from summoning this apparition, potentially harming her essence. Yet her gaze remained resolute, coldly directed toward the adversaries outside the formation. If you do not retreat, you shall taste the refinement of the alchemical god cauldron. The expressions of the Xianxia sect elder and Li Ku fluctuated between darkness and light, clearly intimidated by the cauldron's apparition, momentarily hesitant to launch any further assaults. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. On the other side of the 100 Herbs cave, far from the battlefield's edge, the fabric of space silently and suddenly split open once more. A shadow, shrouded in a faint starlight, stealthily infiltrated like a specter, unnoticed by the opposing parties locked in confrontation. After entering, the figure did not approach the battlefield, but swiftly concealed its presence, stealthily advancing towards an inconspicuous ancient ruin, overrun with withered vines, located elsewhere within the secret realm, seemingly in search of something. Chapter 73. The Shadow of Starlight, Secrets of the Alchemist's Cauldron. Within the 100 Herbs celestial cave, the battle had momentarily reached a stalemate. Danshun, utilizing her own essence, activated the ethereal image of the medicine god cauldron. In conjunction with the 10,000 Herbs Greenwood formation, resolutely countering the fierce joint assault of the two major factions, the Xianxia sect and the Corpse Soul sect. The verdant barrier stood firm as a mountain, the ethereal image of the bronze cauldron radiating an ancient and overwhelming pressure, causing the enemies outside the formation to hesitate, reluctant to launch further attacks. The elder of the Xianxia sect and the sinister old ghost from the Corpse Soul sect exchanged dark glances, huddled together to confer in hushed tones, evidently plotting their next move or awaiting additional reinforcements. Inside the formation, Danshan's complexion had turned pale, her breath slightly disordered, as maintaining the ethereal image of the medicine god cauldron was immensely taxing. Lin Fan swiftly produced several healing elixirs obtained from the Black Demon Abyss and handed them to her, consuming one himself, hastily recuperating his energy. Qingyun remained on high alert beside them, diligently analyzing the enemy's tactics outside the formation, striving to uncover any weaknesses. Yet, neither the three vigilant individuals within the formation nor the two sect cultivators lurking outside had perceived that a figure enveloped in soft starlight had silently infiltrated another end of the 100 Herbs celestial cave. This shadow, indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding, adeptly evaded all areas that might attract attention, flickering a few times before arriving at a desolate ruin situated at the edge of the secret realm. This place starkly contrasted with the vibrant core area of the herb garden, filled with crumbling walls and collapsed stone pillars, covered in thick layers of withered vines and moss. The air thick with decay and dust. At the center of the ruins stood a half-collapsed ancient altar, constructed from a certain type of black stone. Its surface marred with indistinct carvings, most of which had been rendered nearly indecipherable by the passage of time. The starlit figure halted before the altar, its radiance dimming to reveal a handsome, yet slightly sinister visage, the mysterious young man clad in purple, known as the Seventh Young Master, who had contended with Lin Fan for the fragment of the map at the Tianyan Pavilion. His gaze burned with intensity as he scrutinized the altar before him, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Indeed, here lies the entrance to the ruins of the Medicine God Sect's Demon Suppression Hall. According to the records of the incomplete Silent Extinction Pharmacopoeia, the object sealed by the Medicine God Sect should lie beneath this very spot. He produced a fragmentary ancient jade disc, resembling the charred remnants Lin Fan had acquired, covered in runes that shared the same origin as the altar's patterns. Placing the jade disc upon a recessed area of the altar, he began to weave an exceptionally intricate and bizarre incantation with his hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. Buzz. The altar trembled slightly, the vague engravings on its surface gradually igniting with a faint glow, revealing a dark stone staircase leading downward, wide enough for a single person to pass, silently emerging at the altar's base. A chilling aura, far more ancient, pure, and desolate than that of the abyss of black magic, seeped forth from the entrance. A flicker of fervor and greed flashed in the eyes of the Seventh Young Master, who did not hesitate to slip inside, the entrance silently sealing behind him as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, the elder of Xianxia Sect seemed to have made a decisive resolution, proclaiming in a stern voice, "We can delay no longer. Old Ghostly, let us join forces at all costs and wield that item to forcibly breach this shell. The phantom of the Medicine God Cauldron, though formidable, cannot sustain itself for long." A fiery green flicker danced in Old Ghostly's eyes as he rasped, "Very well. Once we succeed, the essence of obliteration within shall belong to you, while that girl and the legacy of the Medicine God Sect will be mine." The two simultaneously struck their storage bags, each retrieving a peculiar artifact. The elder of Xianxia Sect produced a fist-sized, crimson orb adorned with 9 fiery patterns. As the orb emerged, the temperature around them surged dramatically, resembling a miniature sun, exuding an overwhelming heat capable of incinerating all in its wake. The 9 suns, incineration pearl. Dan Chen's expression shifted, realizing that the Xianxia Sect had even brought along a one-time treasure meant to safeguard their sect. On the other side, Old Ghostly revealed a skull, as black as ink, incessantly dripping thick black blood. The eye sockets of the skull burned with a ghastly green flame, emitting a chilling wail and a cacophony of lament. As an oppressive aura of resentment, death, and curses enveloped the area, inducing a visceral discomfort. The 10,000 Resentments Blood Skull. Dan Chen's tone grew grave. This was an abominable artifact forged by the Corpse Soul Sect using the souls of millions. "Invoke it," both shouted in unison, thrusting their sinister items forward. The 9 suns incineration pearl transformed into a blinding scarlet stream, wielding the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, crashing fiercely against the great erased barrier. The 10,000 Resentments Blood Skull emitted a piercing shriek, morphing into a foul, sanguine light, charging straight for the phantom of the Medicine God Cauldron. Dan Shun gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to maintain the array and the cauldron's shadow in defense. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying energy storm unfurled, and even with the array's protection, Lin Fan and Mu Qianxia were jolted, their blood surging violently. Crack! Under the combined might of the 2 malevolent artifacts, the protective barrier of the 10,000 Medicines Greenwood array finally succumbed, emitting a sharp crack as it fissured with numerous gaping splits. Though the phantom of the Medicine God Cauldron barely managed to repel the 10,000 Resentments Blood Skull, it too swayed violently, its radiance dimming considerably. Dan Chen stifled a groan, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from backlash. "The array has been breached. Charge in." The elder of Xianxia Sect rejoiced, while Old Ghostly cackled madly. The two were the first to plunge through the rift, followed closely by their disciples. "Protect the medicinal garden." Dan Chun, suppressing his injuries, waved his jade hand, causing the ground to tremble as countless robust roots of spiritual plants burst forth, coiling like giant serpents around the invaders. Some aggressive spiritual plants within the medicinal garden also sprang into action, exhaling toxic mists and unleashing sharp thorns. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with a cold light as the realm of obliteration unfurled once more, shielding Danshun and Mu Qingyun. Simultaneously, he pointed his fingers like swords, unleashing precise streaks of gray-black sword energy that instantly pierced the foreheads of the two foremost golden core disciples of the Xianxia sect. Mu Qingyun gritted her teeth and summoned the elixir furnace, which emitted a colorful toxic mist to impede her foes. A chaotic battle erupted instantaneously within the precious medicinal garden. An elder of the Xianxia sect lunged towards Danshun, the red glow of the refining heaven furnace descending upon him. The malevolent ghost, Li Gu, cackled as he charged at Lin Fan, the white bone banner swirling, unleashing countless vengeful spirits upon him, still recovering from his injuries. Lin Fan found himself besieged by the ferocious onslaught of the nascent soul cultivator, entangled in a bitter struggle, relying solely on the piercing essence of the sword of annihilation to defend himself amidst life-threatening dangers. Danshun was caught in a predicament, needing to contend with the elder from Xianxia sect, while simultaneously managing the residual power of the Grand Formation and safeguarding the medicinal garden. Her efforts stretched thin. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, a sound so profound it seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. The entire Baichao cave trembled violently, more fiercely than any prior quake. From the direction of the desolate ruins in the distance, a pitch-black pillar of light surged upward, exuding an indescribable, profound silence and majesty, piercing through the heavens. Within the light, countless ancient runes could be seen shattering and swirling, accompanied by a roar that seemed to have been imprisoned for eons, filled with rage and liberation. The roar was not loud, yet it penetrated the souls of all present, sending shivers through their beings, causing the weaker disciples to scream in terror, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. What was that? Both sides of the fierce battle instinctively halted, gazing in horror at the towering black pillar of light. Danshun sensed the terrifying aura of annihilation emanating from the pillar, a stark contrast yet a shared origin with the life force of her medicine god sect. Her complexion paled as she uttered, "The demon suppression hall. The seal has been broken. How is that possible?" She suddenly recalled fragmentary accounts in the ancient texts of her sect regarding the demon suppression hall, which sealed a terrifying entity connected to the Annihilation Demon Sect, a being that had been suppressed at great cost during the ancient era. This is bad. In an instant, Danshun comprehended the gravity of the situation, her face turning ashen. Someone had infiltrated during the chaos, with the goal not being the medicinal garden, but rather the seal of the demon suppression hall. Lin Fan's heart also trembled violently. The aura of annihilation within the black pillar was far purer and more terrifying than his own sword of annihilation. Even the shadow of the black devil-slaying sword in his dantian and the dark gold elixir quaked violently, transmitting a strong desire mingled with a hint of fear. "Ha! It has succeeded." At that moment, a voice filled with pride and ecstasy echoed from the direction of the pillar. The figure of the 7th young master soared from the edge of the pillar, cradling an object in his hands, a small tripod, approximately a foot in height, crafted from an unknown dark metal, its shape ancient and bizarre. The surface of the tripod was inscribed with twisted characters akin to the runes of the Sword of Annihilation, along with depictions of the sun, moon, and stars in ruin, and the return of all things to the void. The opening of the tripod continuously spewed forth dense, black death energy, and the towering pillar of light originated from it. However, upon closer inspection, several shimmering chains of law, radiant with multicolored light, were entwined around the tripod, tightly binding it, seemingly striving to suppress its power and prevent its complete revival. The Annihilation Demon Tripod. Indeed it is. The 7th young master gazed at the small cauldron in his hand, his eyes ablaze with madness and greed, although momentarily sealed by the myriad locks of the apothecary sect. "Soon it shall be mine." His presence, along with the enigmatic small cauldron, instantly commanded the attention of all. The elders of the Xianxia sect and the ghastly old ghost Li momentarily ceased their conflict, staring in astonishment at the demonic cauldron of annihilation, which exuded a power that sent shivers down their spines. Greed welled up in their eyes, yet they dared not act rashly. For the aura of the cauldron was overwhelmingly terrifying. The seventh young master swept his gaze across the crowd, ultimately resting on Lin Fan. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Lin Fan, we meet again. It appears you have drawn quite a bit of attention on my behalf, saving me considerable effort. As a token of my gratitude, he lifted the demonic cauldron of annihilation, aiming it at Lin Fan, his tones suddenly turning frigid. Let your sword of annihilation serve as the sacrificial offering to unlock this final myriad lock. The cauldron trembled, and a concentrated beam of pitch-black death light erupted from it, tearing through space and hurtling toward Lin Fan. Its might far surpassed that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 74. The cauldron soars, the myriad locks unleashed. The concentrated beam of pitch-black death light surged forth from the demonic cauldron of annihilation, ripping through the void and heading straight for Lin Fan. Its speed and ferocity eclipsed the full might of an early nascent soul practitioner. With a beam passed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze and wither, the vitality of all things extinguished. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he sensed an unprecedented lethal threat. This strike was beyond the capacity of his currently injured body to withstand. Be careful, Dan Chun exclaimed, disregarding her own injuries, forcefully activating the dim projection of the apothecary cauldron, positioning it defensively before Lin Fan. Boom! The pitch-black death light violently collided with the bronze cauldron's projection. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound reminiscent of the end of all things. The projection of the apothecary cauldron trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry, its brilliance swiftly dimming as the death light eroded a massive breach within it. Dan Chun staggered as if struck, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning as pale as parchment, her breath waning to a critical low, nearly losing her footing. The cauldron's projection was tethered to her essence. Its damage inflicted severe harm upon her. Though the death light was largely mitigated by the cauldron's projection, the residual force continued to pierce through, relentlessly aimed at Lin Fan. With a roar, Lin Fan unleashed all remaining energy of the sword of annihilation, manifesting the spectral image of the black demon devouring sword before him and striking forth. Sizzle. The gray-black sword light collided with the residual death light, each eroding the other into oblivion. Lin Fan's body jolted violently, the force fracturing his palms, and he spewed blood anew, violently propelled backward into the medicinal garden, his bones feeling as though they would shatter. Had it not been for Dan Chen's desperate defense against the majority of the impact, his fate would surely have been dire. Senior, Mu Qianxia exclaimed in horror, rushing to Lin Fan's side, producing a medicinal pill to feed him. Oh, to withstand a blow from the demonic cauldron? Truly remarkable, the projection of the apothecary cauldron. Alas, it is but a dying ember. The seventh young master, holding the demonic cauldron of annihilation, hovered in the air, observing the disarray below with a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. In his grasp, the demonic cauldron trembled incessantly, exuding an aura of terrifying death. The vibrant chains of multicolored light entwined around it, the myriad medicinal locks flickering violently, indicating that the prior strike had indeed depleted a significant portion of the cauldron's power, exacerbating the loosening of its seal. At this moment, the elders of the Xianxia Sect and the sinister old ghostly also emerged from their shock, their gazes fixed intently upon the desolation demon cauldron held by the seventh young master, their eyes brimming with greed and trepidation. Who are you truly? This cauldron is our righteous sect's sworn enemy, and must be subdued by the Xianxia Sect. The elder of the Xianxia Sect proclaimed sternly, attempting to claim the moral high ground. Old ghostly cackled maniacally. Such a wicked artifact rightfully belongs to my corpse soul sect. Hand over the cauldron, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, the seventh young master appeared to have heard the most absurd of jokes, sneering. Righteous sect? Evil spirits? You mere remnants from the grave dare to covet the desolation demon cauldron? This cauldron is a sacred relic of the desolation demon sect, and only those who possess the true inheritance of desolation may wield it. You all are merely offerings to nourish the final seal unbinding today. As his words fell, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He disregarded Dan Chun and Lin Fan entirely, instead aiming the desolation demon cauldron at the gathered members of the Xianxia Sect and the corpse soul sect. The cauldron awakens, insatiable and yearning. Let your cultivation and souls serve as the inaugural sacrifice. With a shift in his incantation, the cauldron quaked violently, its mouth directed at the crowd below, unleashing an irresistible and horrifying suction. No, the elder of the Xianxia sect, an old ghost, Li's expressions shifted drastically. They felt their nascent souls trembling violently, their hard-earned essence, spiritual energy, and even their very souls seemingly on the verge of being forcibly extracted by the cauldron. They struggled desperately, deploying protective artifacts. Yet all their efforts appeared futile against the cauldron's overwhelming might. The golden elixir disciples were met with a tragic fate, unable even to emit cries of despair as their essence withered, their souls torn asunder, transformed into streams of light that were drawn into the cauldron, nourishing its dark power. In the blink of an eye, save for the two nascent soul cultivators who were still desperately holding on, the remaining disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Corpse Soul sect had all perished. Outrageous! The elder of the Xianxia sect's eyes bulged in fury, witnessing his elite disciples vanish into nothingness. Old Ghostly was equally horrified, shrieking, "Cease this at once. We are willing to withdraw. We mean you no harm. Now you wish to retreat? It is too late." The seventh young master's smile turned cruel as he urged the cauldron with all his might. A resounding hum filled the air as the cauldron's radiance intensified, its suction magnifying exponentially. The protective artifacts of the two nascent soul cultivators dimmed, cracks appearing as their bodies were uncontrollably drawn towards the cauldron's mouth. "Let us die together." In a moment of despair, the elder of the Xianxia sect's eyes flashed with madness as he contemplated self-detonation of his nascent soul. Old Ghostly also howled, preparing for a desperate strike. Just at that critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The vibrant chains of light entwined around the Desolation Demon Cauldron surged with intensity as the cauldron absorbed power, suddenly tightening and constricting. With a crisp sound, a fracture echoed through the air. It was not the breaking of chains, but rather the shattering of a crucial rune inscribed by the Divine Medicine Sect upon the chain, unable to withstand the immense pressure from both inside and outside. That caused a catastrophic collapse. The destruction of this rune seemed to trigger a chain reaction. A resonating hum erupted as the Oblivion Cauldron unleashed an unprecedented pitch-black radiance. A terrifying aura of annihilation surging forth, far more formidable than before, as if it could devour the myriad realms, instantly engulfing the entire Hundred Herbs cave. The elders of the Xianxia sect and the ominous specter of the Old Ghostly were the first to bear the brunt, struck as if by a heavy blow. Spewing forth blood, their self-detonation process forcefully interrupted, their nascent souls grievously wounded, leaving them disoriented and violently thrown aside, their fates uncertain. The seventh young master was also jolted by the sudden backlash, his blood surging dangerously, nearly losing control of the cauldron. Yet a wild ecstasy lit up his face. "Ha ha ha! Heaven aids me! The myriad medicine locks have loosened a crucial rune." Although the myriad medicine locks have not been wholly dismantled, the shattering of a core rune significantly diminished the sealing power, allowing the Oblivion Cauldron to wield an immense surge of strength. He abruptly redirected his gaze towards Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with a ravenous greed and murderous intent that felt almost tangible. "Lin Fan, do you see? This is the true power of the Oblivion's sacred cauldron. Your sword seed is the finest key to unlocking the remaining seals. Offer it forth." With no intention of holding back, he brandished the now powerful Oblivion Cauldron, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the gravely injured Lin Fan with an overwhelming and terrifying momentum. Not so fast. Danshan summoned the last vestiges of his strength, controlling the fractured shadow of the medicine god cauldron to intercept once more. "Get lost," the seventh young master bellowed. And with a slight tremor of the cauldron, a wave of deathly energy was unleashed, violently propelling Danshan and the cauldron's shadow away, rendering him utterly incapable of further resistance. "Senior!" Mu Qingyun cried out in alarm, recklessly positioning herself before Lin Fan. The seventh young master cast not even a glance, dismissively waving his hand, sending a surge of deathly energy that hurled Mu Qingyun away, slamming her to the ground, unconscious. In an instant, only Lin Fan remained on the field, facing the seventh young master, who wielded the cauldron with an aura of murderous intent. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Lin Fan struggled to stand, drenched in blood, yet his gaze was as cold as iron, devoid of fear. Within his dantian, the Oblivion Sword seed sensed the overwhelming and terrifying force of annihilation emanating from the outside, and instead of cowering, it resonated with an intricate mix of emotions, embodying both a sense of submission and a rebellious provocation, a yearning to consume. The shadow of the black demon sky devouring sword quivered violently behind him, emitting a defiant hum. It didn't hear Lin Fan. The seventh young master loomed above, aiming the cauldron at Lin Fan. The dead light gathering once more at the mouth of the cauldron, its potency exceeding that of before. However, just as he was about to unleash a decisive strike, a flicker of resolve and madness ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of defending himself, he executed an unexpected maneuver that took the seventh young master by surprise. With a sudden flourish, he formed a peculiar ancient seal with his hands, a remnant control imprint of the Oblivion Cauldron that had surged into his mind when he fused with the Oblivion Sword seed deep within the core of the Black Demon Abyss. Simultaneously, he fervently operated the Void Sword Cannon, channeling all of his Void Sword essence, along with a trace of primal Void energy contained within the dark golden elixir, unreservedly into the Void Demon Cauldron. The seventh young master's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for Lin Fan's comprehension of the cauldron's manipulation incantations, let alone his willingness to offer up his own power. Yet, in the next moment, a sinister smile crept onto his lips, a desperate struggle. With such meager strength, do you dare to influence the sacred cauldron? It will merely hasten your demise. Before his words faded, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The moment Lin Fan's pure void sword essence surged into the cauldron, it trembled violently, and the ancient runes, which had previously shown a slight repulsion towards the seventh young master's magic, exhibited an extraordinary affinity and acceptance towards Lin Fan's power. More critically, the entwined 10,000 medicine lock sensed the void characteristic in Lin Fan's strength, which, though originating from the same source as the apothecary's sect, was entirely contrary in nature. As if stimulated, it flickered intensely, and a minuscule disorder emerged within the sealing power. It was this slight disorder that ignited a spark of brilliance in Lin Fan's eyes. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the incantation abruptly shifted, and he shouted, "With my blood, I offer your spirit. Void nourish." He audaciously used his own sword essence as a conduit, forcibly connecting to the deepest source of the Void Demon Cauldron, attempting to temporarily wrest a fragment of control from the seventh young master, the cauldron's current master. Boom! The Void Demon Cauldron erupted with unprecedented chaotic fluctuations. Dark energy and radiant multicolored light clashed violently. The seventh young master felt the cauldron in his grasp suddenly become scorching hot. A backlash of power surged forth, numbing his arm, and causing a brief lapse in his control over the cauldron. "You seek death." He was both alarmed and enraged, exerting all his strength to suppress the cauldron's backlash. And in that fleeting moment of control exchange, Lin Fan expended his last vestige of strength, forcefully striking the ground to propel himself backward while shouting hoarsely, "Senior Dan Chun, now is the time." Reinforce the 10,000 medicine lock with the apothecary's primal essence. Hurled away and on the brink of collapse, Dan Chun suddenly opened her eyes wide upon hearing his words, seeing the chaotic cauldron and the seventh young master's momentary loss of control. A flash of clarity and resolve sparked in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she bit her tongue, spilling forth a mouthful of blood infused with her life essence and the apothecary's sect's legacy seal. Her hands weaving an ancient forbidden incantation specifically designed to manipulate the 10,000 medicine lock. "With my blood, I ignite my soul. 10,000 medicines, seal the demons." That drop of blood transformed into a brilliant stream of multicolored light, disregarding the distance of space, and instantly merged into the tumultuous 10,000 medicine lock atop the Void Demon Cauldron, empowered by Dan Chun, the legitimate heir of the apothecary. At the cost of her life essence, the 10,000 medicine lock seemed to be invigorated. The multicolored light surged dramatically, overpowering the cauldron's dark energy. The runes illuminated at an unprecedented speed, reorganizing and reinforcing themselves. The sealing power surged violently. "No!" The seventh young master let out a furious roar, feeling his control over the demon cauldron being rapidly stripped away. The seal, which had just begun to loosen, was reinvigorated at an astonishing pace, becoming even more secure than before. He frantically channeled his magical energy in an attempt to resist, but Dan Chen's desperate strike, in conjunction with the inherent properties of the 10,000 Medicines lock, played a decisive role during the fleeting moment of vulnerability created by Lin Fan. Buzz. Ultimately, the demon cauldron emitted a reluctant hum, the deadly light at its mouth completely dissipating, while the aura of death that enveloped it was forcefully repressed back within. The entwined rainbow, chains glowing intensely, sealing it firmly once more. The aura of the cauldron plummeted to an abyss, becoming dull and lifeless. The seventh young master suffered a severe backlash, violently spewing a mouthful of black blood, staggering backward, his gaze towards Lin Fan and Dan Shan filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent. Good, good, good. Lin Fan, Dunjun, how dare you thwart my grand endeavor? He trembled with rage, nearly descending into madness. Just as the prized possession was within his grasp, it was destroyed by the combined efforts of two gravely injured individuals. Yet he understood that at this moment, the demon cauldron had been resealed and would be unusable for the time being, while he himself had also sustained significant backlash. Meanwhile, Dan Shan had exhausted her essence and was already unconscious, and Lin Fan was equally drained. Even without the demon cauldron, I will rend you to pieces. The murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stepping closer to the utterly defenseless Lin Fan and Dan Shan. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to end Lin Fan's life, the entire 100 Herbs cave heaven suddenly shook violently without warning. This tremor did not stem from the internal battle, but rather from an external source. It was as if some colossal entity was relentlessly battering against the spatial barrier of this secret realm. Crack, crack. The shimmering barrier at the edge of the realm began to display vast spiderweb-like fissures. A grand, icy roar, imbued with boundless fury, pierced through the spatial barrier, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Ants, dare to lay hands on the sacred cauldron? Come forth before me. This voice belonged to the Bone Demon Lord. How could it have found its way here? The seventh young master's complexion instantly turned ghastly pale. Lin Fan lay on the ground, gazing at the ever-fracturing sky, a bitter and cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The true deadlock had only just begun to unfold.